Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 296, Extermination of the King Dragon Royal Family. On the same day Verdia and Eris went into labor, another event shook the world. While the two daughters of the beast god were coming into the world, the royal family of the King Dragon Kingdom was exterminated. The news arrived quickly through the communication devices kept by the members of the Iron Legion stationed in that kingdom. There were several details about the situation, but the main message was simple. Almost the entire royal line had been decimated, simultaneously. It was a tragic event, undeniably. But for Rigger, it was something more than that. That was because this event had never existed in Oldgar's timeline. That alone was enough to put him on alert, because if something like that had changed, the influence of Hidegami was almost certain. As a political ally, the Kingdom of Gaia had the duty, and the right, to intervene, mediate and, if necessary, impose order. Without delay, Adoldia, the Sword King and one of the founding leaders of the Iron Legion, received from Rigger the mission to lead a diplomatic and military delegation to the King Dragon Kingdom. Alongside him would go Persina Adoldia, the Beast Princess, and Gino Brits, the Martial Emperor. It was a learning opportunity for the two, since they lacked experience in general. Before departure, Gino made sure he would have time to return. Nina was about to give birth, and he did not want to miss the birth of his child. But, since they would travel mounted on red dragons, the trip would be swift. He had enough time to complete the mission and return. After several days of travel, the group crossed the borders of the King Dragon Kingdom. The capital was shrouded in smoke. Burned flags. The delegation landed before the gates of the King Dragon Royal Castle. And to everyone's surprise, who received them was not a general or a diplomat, but a child. The sound of the dragons made the few guards shrink, tense and frightened. Waze jumped down calmly. He wore the Legion's standard silver armor, marked with engravings of a wolf and the symbol of the beast god. The scars, the thick beard and the long hair gave him the aura of a war veteran. The child approached with surprising poise. Vice Commander of the Iron Legion's armed force, Adoldia, he said, bowing slightly. It is a pleasure to welcome you to our kingdom. I apologize for not being able to offer a better reception, we are with our hands tied. Waze raised an eyebrow. The boy had light brown hair, blue eyes, and wore noble clothes, though wrinkled and stained. A short sword hung at his waist. Waze crossed his arms, watching him for a moment. Could you be one of the 4 survivors of the royal family, the 27th Prince, Richard King Dragon? The delegation exchanged glances. They knew, from the communications sent, that 4 members of the royal family had survived, and that the distress call had been sent by one of them. But no one expected the said prince to be merely a child. The boy nodded firmly. I am, sir. But now only my sister and I remain. He hesitated for a moment, clenching his fists. The other 2 survivors were found and executed during the internal insurrection. A brief silence settled. Persina perked an ear, her keen instinct picking up something. I'm hearing soldiers approaching, she said, her eyes narrowing, and there are many. They're coming from inside the palace, are they your subordinates? The prince averted his gaze for a moment. It was already strange he had received the delegation outside the castle. The boy's voice grew more serious, but laden with sadness. The castle was taken during the insurrection. The current ruler is John Connor, son of the former chief of the royal guard. He took advantage of the chaos after the death of his father and the royal family to stage a coup. He now proclaims himself regent of the kingdom. He bowed his head. We would like to ask our allies for help to retake the castle. We are few, and our soldiers do not have the strength to defeat Jonk's army. The guards around lowered their heads, consumed by shame. It was humiliating to see their prince beg for help, but they knew they had no choice. The Sword King took a deep breath. I understand, he said calmly. Then, he turned to Gino. Gino. Retake the castle. Capture the usurper and his subordinates. Execute all enemy soldiers who cross your path. Keep them alive if possible, but don't hesitate if you can't. Understood, answered the Martial Emperor. In the blink of an eye, Gino disappeared like a blur. At that time, Gino Brits was recognized as the second strongest man in the Kingdom of Gaia, just below Rigger Adoldia, the beast god himself. But on that mission, Waze was the commander, so he would follow his orders. Waze turned to Prince Richard, who was still kneeling. Do not bow, boy. The Kingdom of Gaia will not press you. You are the crown prince of this country. If you want to win the support of others, keep your head up and show strength. The boy raised his face, surprised. For a moment he hesitated, and then nodded seriously, clenching his fists. Persina, Wei's continued, follow the prince to his hideout. Heal the wounded and bring them back to the palace. Understood, replied Persina. Wei's looked at the rest of the troops. Half of you, follow Persina. The other half, clean the traces that Gino will leave. No traces. No enemy escaping. No unidentified bodies. All answered in unison. Yes, sir. The Iron Legion moved in an organized manner. Wei's, for his part, remained standing for a moment. His eyes turned to the magic tower, near the castle. According to reports, everything had started there. The place where Magic Prince Philip began to act strangely. Wei's was determined to discover what had led to the current events. If he wanted to understand what had happened, that was where he should go. With that in mind, he set off toward the tower. Meanwhile, inside the royal castle, chaos reigned. The castle that had once been the symbol of the glory of the King Dragon Kingdom was now a den of degradation. Shouts, laughter, and the sound of goblets breaking echoed through the corridors. Drunken soldiers staggered, prostitutes danced over marble steps stained with blood, and the bodies of the former guards still hung from ropes on the columns. It was a grotesque scene. Then, the air distorted. And a cutting wind swept through the main corridor. The torches went out for a moment. When the light returned, Gino Brits was standing at the entrance to the hall. The soldiers nearby froze. Some tried to raise their weapons, others just looked confused. But the martial emperor did not wait. Only the dry sound, crack, of a body splitting in half. Then another. And another. Each strike was lethal. He advanced through the corridors with great speed, his senses covering the entire castle. He knew exactly where each enemy was, their positions, intentions, even the rhythm of their breaths. And so, one by one, the drunken, the traitors and the cowards were being eliminated. When he reached the throne room, the slaughter had already silenced half the castle. There, seated on the throne stained with wine and blood, was John Connor, the self-proclaimed regent. He was a robust man, with a close-set beard and eyes red from drunkenness, but even in that state, he was strong. Two of his subordinates accompanied him, both saint-level warriors, using the North God style. Upon seeing Gino enter, Jonk rose, his sword resting on his shoulder. Who are you? How dare you invade this king's royal palace? Gino did not answer for a moment, as if he were looking at an idiot. I have to take you alive, so I'll give you a chance, he said calmly. Surrender at once. For a brief moment, everyone was silent. But Jonk's laughter echoed, loud, drunken and full of contempt. Surrender to me, he shouted, spitting saliva. To a brat holding a kitchen knife. The three charged simultaneously. But, to Gino, it was truly ridiculous. He cut 3 consecutive times. His first cut split Jonk's sword and severed his arm. The second tore off the leg of one of the saints. The third cut the eyes out of the other warrior. In a few moments, it was all over. Gino did not kill them. He mutilated the 3, cutting their tendons and leaving them agonizing on the floor. Then, he turned to the soldiers who still resisted, killing them one by one. Those who fled, he pursued and exterminated. Those who surrendered, he ignored. The entire massacre from the moment he entered the castle lasted 8 minutes. The empty throne. The floor, red. Gino Brits, the martial emperor, remained standing in the center of the hall, unscathed. And as he watched the mutilated survivors writhing, Gino cleaned the blood from his sword and began his interrogation. In half a day, the situation in the capital of the King Dragon Kingdom had been completely stabilized. They say that, in politics, force cannot solve everything. But this, Wei's thought while watching the horizon from the castle balcony, applies only to limited force. When force is absolute, there aren't many things that can be obstacles. And that's exactly what happened. With Gino, Wei's, and Persina at the vanguard, no resistance survived for more than a few minutes. The traitors who tried to regroup were dispersed. The undecided nobles declared loyalty. Gino, in particular, was especially efficient. He was like an arrow, he crossed the capital from end to end, eliminating centers of rebellion, executing insurgent leaders and clearing every street taken by looters. When the sun set, the King Dragon royal family's banner fluttered again over the castle. The young Prince Richard watched in silence, not fully understanding what he had witnessed. He only knew that the kingdom had been saved. It was then that, with the territory pacified, Wei's ordered a full investigation into the massacre of the royal family. They needed to discover the motives, the circumstances, and the real parties responsible for the incident, and, more importantly, how Hitagami was involved. Chapter 297, Randolph's Betrayal, the Death God's Ring. Without anyone in the kingdom of King Dragon noticing, the tragedy that would culminate in the fall of almost the entire royal family began with the arrival of a strange visitor. In the skies of the southern kingdom, a huge bird cut through the clouds, as fast and as fierce as a dragon. Anyone who saw it in passing would notice that this creature did not belong to this place. This was a king gigantic jaw. A territorial creature that lived exclusively on the celestial continent, and that never left the region where it was born. However, on that occasion, there were special circumstances. The gigantic jaw descended upon a small town in the kingdom of King Dragon, and then began an indiscriminate massacre of its inhabitants. Without warning, without reason, without distinguishing women, the elderly, or children, the colossal bird killed everything it saw, spreading terror across the small town. But after a long desperate fight, the local guards managed to bring the creature down, sinking arrows, spears, and blades into it until it finally collapsed. The population celebrated the bitter victory. However, as everyone looked at the enormous carcass of the beast, no one noticed what had truly arrived in that place. From inside the creature's throat, oozing like putrid blood, a dark blue slime insinuated itself out, moving as if it were alive. It crawled across the stone floor and chose its new host. A soldier. The one who had fought most bravely to defend the town. Before the men could even scream, the slime penetrated his body, and consumed his will. His mind went out like a candle. His body became a shell, guided only by the desire of that parasite. Days passed. A small surviving party set out for the capital seeking help from the king. They needed funds for reconstruction and supplies. The slime-possessed soldier walked among them in a strangely silent manner. On the road, they were attacked by a pack of Fenris wolves, cruel predators of the mountains. The soldier, now a mere puppet, was brought down and killed by one of the wolves. But the blue slime simply abandoned the lifeless corpse and, silently, chose its new skin. A woman from the group, carrying a sturdy shield and a thin sword. And so they continued their journey, crossing mountains and damp woods, until they finally reached the capital of the kingdom of King Dragon. They were received by the court, and it did not take long before they were authorized to request an audience with the royal family. But the king was ill. And so, the responsibility fell on the third prince, Philip King Dragon. An extraordinary and respected young mage. It was at the moment they met that the plans of the strange creature were put into practice. The instant the prince's eyes fell upon the group, the blue slime left its body like an arrow, leaping directly toward the prince. The following events could not be narrated by anyone. For everyone in that room was killed by Prince Philip himself. Being an extremely skilled mage, a single high-level spell was enough to kill them. Only Philip King Dragon emerged alive from that room, and he claimed that he had been attacked by the group, retaliating and killing them all. But it was no longer he who controlled his actions. That was the true beginning of the conspiracy. The silent arrival of the being who would rule hell, Beetho. The Nether King. It was from that point that the investigation by the envoys of the kingdom of Gaia began. According to the accounts of the guards, servants, and nobles who witnessed the recent events, everything had begun shortly after that incident with the third prince. After the strange audience, the magic prince isolated himself in the magic tower of the capital and remained there for days, completely engrossed in some kind of research. Apparently, he frequently called people to assist him. At the present moment, Weiss was interrogating the head maid responsible for serving the third prince directly. They were inside a private chamber of the castle. Wait, what did Prince Philip request? Weiss interrupted. The maid looked confused to be questioned about this, but spoke again. He requested the ring that was used by Lord Randolph Marianne, the death god. Is that important? Weiss frowned. Why would he request that, he asked. Lord Philip only said that he needed the ring for his latest magical research, the maid clarified. He made the request directly to King Leonard. Weiss leaned back in his chair, reflecting. Then he asked. And did the king grant it? Not immediately. The maid shook her head. But after a while, His Majesty believed that this strange research might be related to Lord Philip's emotional instability, so he finally asked Lord Randolph. But he did not force him to hand it over. After all, it was a personal item of the death god himself. Weiss closed his eyes for a brief moment. His instinct told him that there was something important related to that ring. Randolph Marianne delivered the ring for the research, then, he continued. The woman nodded quickly. The Lord Death God did not care much, especially when he discovered it would be useful for the prince's research. And since it was a request from the king, he saw no reason to refuse. Weiss was thinking about many things, questioning what the importance of the ring might be. And after that, he asked. The woman took a deep breath. After that, everything became increasingly confusing. That was the last time I heard anything about the matter. Her voice sounded somewhat shaky. 2 days later, Lord Randolph Marianne betrayed the kingdom of King Dragon. He personally massacred the royal guard and the entire royal family. She brought a hand to her mouth, seeming reluctant to say those words. Weiss asked a few more questions about various topics, then dismissed her. Alone, he went to a balcony of the castle. It had been 2 days since the start of the investigation. He interrogated guards, nobles, mages, and even criminals. He interrogated the insurgent leader John Connor, and questioned every servant who had not been killed in the incident. He also cross-checked information with Gino, Persina, and the others, who were conducting their own searches. But it seemed that the more he discovered, the less sense it all made. The third prince meets a group of strangers and suddenly isolates himself. He asks for the Death God's ring to be used in some research. The Death God becoming the kingdom's greatest enemy without any warning. No logical explanation. No concrete motivation. Wei's rested both hands on the stone parapet. His eyes swept across the capital. By putting all the pieces of the puzzle together, he was able to construct a clear timeline. It began with the arrival of a small group coming from an isolated town on the borders of the kingdom of King Dragon. The town was remote, so it would not be possible to investigate it in the short term. The scant information stated that the group was seeking funding to rebuild their home after an attack by a huge monster bird. But it was impossible to obtain more details, since all those who had come from the town died at the hands of the third prince. After this event, reports of strange behavior involving Prince Philip began. People who lived with him reported empty expressions, mechanical behavior, and apathy. And this phenomenon was not limited to the prince. The more someone interacted with him, the more quickly these same symptoms would appear. It was like a silent epidemic spreading through the royal castle, contaminating servants, guards, nobles, and court mages, gradually affecting the administration of the kingdom itself. But the true turning point occurred during a specific night. Philip King Dragon summoned Randolph Marianne to the magic tower, under the pretext of returning the ring he had borrowed the previous day. The Death God accepted the invitation without suspecting anything, initially unconcerned. However, to Wei's, who had an outside perspective, it was very clear that this was highly suspicious. Even with several people already infected by that bizarre mental state, none of them ever approached Randolph directly. Not even the prince himself made direct contact when requesting the ring. He used the king as an intermediary. And then, suddenly calling Randolph for a face-to-face meeting in the tower, at night, was extremely suspicious. And as if to confirm the worst expectations, several reports mentioned sounds of battle coming from inside the magic tower that night. When the official inspection was carried out after the incident, even traces of the ability of the demon Eye of the Absolute Void were detected. And when the Death God emerged from the magic tower, he left nothing but blood and death in his wake. The third prince, all the court mages, anyone who had been inside the tower, had been slaughtered by his blade. Then, he began his hunt. The first envoy sent to stop him was the Black Lion, King Leonard's personal guard, one of the strongest warriors in the entire kingdom of King Dragon. The few survivors who witnessed the confrontation reported the same empty, cold, and apathetic behavior in Randolph. He had been the Black Lion's best friend. But that meant absolutely nothing in their fight. With the unique ability of the Sword of Bewitching, Randolph killed the warrior. After that, he moved straight to the royal palace. It was as if he knew exactly where each family member was, and even where they might try to flee, as if he were omniscient. King Leonard, his brothers, his wives, concubines, children, and grandchildren. All exterminated. He who bore the title Death God proved himself worthy of that title more than ever. No warrior, no number of enemies was able to stop him. After completing his massacre, Randolph left the palace, and according to witnesses, departed the capital of the kingdom of King Dragon without delay. With the king dead, and the heirs practically wiped out, the Black Lion's son, John Connor, organized an insurrection. He executed 2 princes and nearly took the throne for himself. If it were not for the young Prince Richard having managed to get in touch with the Iron Legion, the entire royal lineage might already have disappeared. Now, Wei's faced a dilemma. He had reconstructed the entire process. He had the full picture of those physically responsible for the massacre. He even knew how it had happened. But the most important thing was missing. Who was really behind it all? He had no concrete clue as to the origin of that mental contamination. No explanation for the bizarre behavior of the third prince and the Death God. No way to know how Hitagami could have manipulated that entire disaster. The enemy had not left even a crumb behind. Wei sighed deeply. He needed to speak with the others. Perhaps Gino, Persina, or the others had discovered something that was missing. A short time later, the investigative group met again. But despite all effort, the result was the same as Wei's had found. No solid proof or lead. The true culprit remained in the shadows. With that in mind, Wei's issued a new order. 3 warriors will go to the small town attacked by the giant bird. Perhaps there we will find something that escaped our reach here. A few more days passed. With the capital under control and the situation stable, it was decided that Gino, Persina, and part of the contingent would return to the kingdom of Gaia. They would be responsible for delivering to Rigor a detailed report of everything they had discovered, even if the truth was still incomplete. Wei's, for his part, would remain in the kingdom of King Dragon for a while. The new prince did not yet have full support, and many would try to take advantage of the political crisis. Until power was fully consolidated, Ways would remain stationed at the Iron Legion's base in the capital. At the same time, news spread rapidly across the world. The Death God had rebelled. He exterminated the royal family and disappeared without a trace. Now, he is one of the most wanted men in the world. And so, the people were left with a name and a culprit to hate. Far from everyone's sight, the true responsible party, Beetho, the Nether King, continued unseen. His movements and intentions remained a closely guarded secret. No one knew his objective. No one knew when he would act again. But one thing was certain. The tragedy in the kingdom of King Dragon was only the beginning of his machinations. Chapter 298, Threads of a Changed Future. Before Gino, Persina, and company had even returned, Rigger had already been notified by the magic word device about the progress of the investigation. At first, he was as lost as they were regarding the true culprit behind the massacre in the kingdom of the King Dragon. After all, none of this had happened in Oldgar's timeline. Since this had not happened before, Rigger thought the future guide would not be very useful, but, even so, he decided to take a look. As he read again, his eyes stopped on a note that made him frown. There was described the modus operandi of one of Hidegami's apostles who operated in exactly that way. The Nether King, Beetho. The former guardian of the Inferno Labyrinth, or, more precisely, the being who had taken possession of his body. After cross-referencing the guide's information and searching specifically for him, Rigger realized there were many similarities between the events. The methods were the same, but there was a difference between the two. Beetho was being excessively cautious. According to the information recorded in the guide, the Nether King was extremely confident in his Miko powers. Being so careful and methodical, to the point of erasing every trace perfectly, was not his manner. It was an exaggeration. He spent a long time thinking and analyzing the circumstances. This was the first really big event that had changed compared to Oldgar's timeline. Later, he called Verdia and Aisha to discuss the case. Both reached conclusions similar to his. After pondering everything, Rigger concluded that the Godman was trying to reduce his forces and eliminate his allies, rather than attacking him head-on. That perception was both good and bad. It was good news, because it meant Hidegami was afraid. The mere fact that he was avoiding direct confrontation indicated that Rigger was on the right path. He was a real threat to his opponent. But it was also bad news. Because Hidegami was acting with extreme seriousness. He would use everything he had, every apostle, every trick, to try to stop him. In the last year, since the moment his daughter went back in time, Rigger had been dedicating himself almost entirely to contingency plans. Knowing much of the future, it was impossible for him to remain passive. And as he expected, Hidegami had been acting differently because of that. And, consequently, everything was different. Rigger had sent hunters to search for geese Nicadia on every continent. He sent trackers to accurately identify the location of the Technique God residence. He even dispatched infiltrating investigators into the world's major nations. And all of that was only a small fraction of what was being done. On the surface, the kingdom of Gaia remained at peace, but behind the scenes, they were preparing for the calamities to come. Thinking about that, Rigger sighed. Even with all that structure, with all the planning and accumulated power, fighting an omniscient deity was an extremely complicated thing. At that point, fighting Orsted even seemed simpler. If Orsted were his enemy, he would attack him head-on, without many tricks. He would try to kill you, and you would try to kill him back. Simple and direct. Well, who said he could choose his enemies? Rigger was, at that moment, sitting on a branch, high up in a tree that bordered a training field. Down below, his sister, Ruby, exchanged blows with Norn, Zenith's daughter. Young Ruby, despite being the youngest, seemed to have a slight advantage. Her reflexes were quick, even if she wasn't especially talented, she was still a Doldia. Norn, on the other hand, although she had good technique, was still a bit hesitant. While the two fought, Lysena, Lilia and Zenith watched, seated on a stone bench, chatting casually. Rigger watched in silence. He really wanted to have a little more time to spend with his mother and his sister. But lately, his schedule had been completely full. Still, seeing his mother looking happy, and Ruby there, growing, fighting and laughing, was good enough for him. Having watched no more, Rigger leaped from the branch and moved on, making his way through the trees. Within minutes, the landscape before him opened up. The combat temple stretched ahead. Arenas spread across different levels of stone, each occupied by warriors training, exchanging blows and honing their techniques. Rigger passed by them all quickly, without stopping to watch. And then, he felt a familiar presence, Taze. Taze was carrying a child on his shoulders. When Rigger approached, Taze noticed him immediately. "Oh. Hey, Squirt," he said, drawing the child's attention. "This is the boss I told you about." The child turned his face curiously, his eyes were light red. His hair was brown, identical to Tay's. Humph, the boy grunted, crossing his arms with an arrogant expression. He doesn't look that impressive. Daddy is way more amazing than him. Taze let out a bitter laugh, scratching the back of his neck. To his son, he was number one in the world, and Taze couldn't help but brag a little to him. Rigger raised an eyebrow, amused. He knew that boy, Taze's eldest son, Cody. He seemed full of energy. So Lisa finally agreed to let him train? Rigger asked, crossing his arms. Taze smiled satisfied. Of course. He's already 4 years old, he answered proudly. He put the boy down on the ground. Go play a little, Cody. Daddy needs to talk to the boss. The boy snorted, but obeyed, running toward a nearby arena. When he moved away, Taze sighed. He's more stubborn than I was at that age, he commented, then turned to Rigger. Rigger watched him for a moment and then said. If you think he has talent, consider leaving him in Eris' care. I think she was thinking of training a disciple. Taze was surprised for a moment, but soon nodded. If I see he has talent, I'll bring it up. All right, how is Ornthorn's mission going? He managed to capture a blue dragon, Taze recounted. He used the same method you used with Escalar. It took a bit longer than expected, but it worked. Rigger nodded slowly. And where is he now? At the Dragon Sanctuary, Taze replied. He is trying to fully tame it now. Escalar's presence there is being a great help. Rigger nodded. At the Dragon Sanctuary, there were more than 20 blue dragon eggs about to hatch. He had given Ornthorn the mission of capturing an adult blue dragon precisely so he could take care of the hatchlings when they were born. Ornthorn might not be the most powerful among his subordinates, but his physical strength was certainly the greatest, even above Baron, who was an ogre. If anyone could subdue a dragon in direct combat, it was him. Rigger then turned to Taze. Most of the preparations I could make in the Kingdom of Gaia are already underway, he said calmly. And those that remain are in the final stages. He paused and looked toward the horizon. Soon, I will leave the Kingdom of Gaia for a few months. The serious tone in Rigger's voice made Taze change expression. You will leave the kingdom, he asked, tense. Rigger nodded. Since I finished reading the future guide, I knew this would be inevitable. There are many things that need to be done urgently on the demon continent. Rigger's voice grew colder. The Godman has already acted in the kingdom of the King Dragon. If we are not faster than him, we will simply be crushed. Even Orsted can make an unforeseen move. Taze frowned and replied. I understand. While you're away, I'll make sure everything is in order here. Rigger nodded, satisfied. I will not be traveling alone this time, but I will not take many. Ghislaine, Ornthorn, and Gino will still be here to assist you. He paused briefly and added. Gino is already very strong, what he needs now is experience. And Ghislaine, although she will spend most of the time at our home, can help if something goes wrong. So don't try to handle everything alone. Taze nodded with a slight smile. Leave it to me. So, Eris is going with you? Yes. Rigger confirmed. She, Verdia, Skoll and Escalar. I see. Taze scratched his chin, thoughtful. Right, I'll need to make some extra preparations. He looked up again. By the way, when will Killian return from the mission you sent him on? Killian was usually second in command and very important in the administration of the Iron Legion, but he had been on a mission for a long time. In a few months, Rigger answered. But the new magic word will not suffer interference as easily as the last device, so you don't need to worry about his security. Taze nodded, satisfied with the answer. Understood. He then turned in the direction where his son was playing and went to him. Rigger watched for a few moments, and then continued on his way toward the magic tower of the combat temple. Shortly after, Rigger reached his destination. Inside, amid a pile of notes, crystals, and metal parts, were Godbard, Rufus and Brightstone, the 3 dwarf masters responsible for the Iron Legion's most complex projects. This was unusual, since they usually worked in the dwarf territory or in Teniver. The reason for this was that the project they were working on was too important to be carried out in the Star Rise Academy's facilities. The Skullviner armor would be Rigger's best hidden ace. And the security of the magic tower was naturally much higher. Only Rigger and a few authorized people could enter, and today, besides the 3 dwarves, Aisha and Verdia were also present. Rufus wiped the sweat from his brow and reported. The process of fusing black mithril with the alloy is stable, but the problem is magical conductivity. We're missing the final catalyst. Brightstone added. Well, we're still missing Raven Knight ore, which is found only on the demon continent. Without it, the armor's structure won't reach the necessary synchrony with the magic core. Rigger nodded. That was precisely one of the reasons for the trip he was planning. That's good, when I return from this trip I'll have the ore. In the remaining time, you should focus on becoming increasingly familiar with the forging process. God Bard laughed, pounding his hammer against his chest. Leave it to us, boy. Skullviner will be the work that marks an era. Shortly after, when all the adjustments had been discussed and confirmed, Rigger, Verdia and Aisha left the tower together. During the return trip, the trio talked about the journey. At first, Aisha would also go, that was the original plan. But in the last meetings, she herself decided otherwise. She had many things to do in the kingdom, mainly at the Star Rise Academy. Also, she mentioned she was practicing a new fighting method and wanted to get familiar with it as quickly as possible. Rigger agreed without insisting much, he trusted that Aisha would know what was best for herself. Thus, the trip would be made only by Eris and Verdia, alongside him. The following days were peaceful. Rigger enjoyed every moment beside his children, Diana, Perseus, Iris and Aurora. Even if his absence would not last long, a few months was still a long time for a newborn baby. Iris was trying to take her first steps, since she saw her siblings walking everywhere, Perseus was learning to jump, Aurora was perfecting her teleportation more and more, and Diana was always sleeping in Verdia's arms. Time passed quickly. When they realized it, the day of departure had arrived. Chapter 299, Surrender and Revelations. Interlude, POV, Rudeus Greyrat. I surrendered to the Dragon God. Has some time passed since then? As for the reason for my surrender, I got badly beaten in our fight. Even the final weapon Sarah fired was only able to take off one of his arms, he survived even that. And well, having become his ally, I needed to know a few things about his goals and who his enemies were. But that was quite a lot of information. I needed to step back a bit and review all of it. First of all, Orsted was a member of the ancient dragon race, brought to this era from the distant past by a special method of reincarnation. There were two other unusual things about him: he was cursed and was under the influence of a secret art. The curse made everyone in the world despise him. The secret art had only one disadvantage: it made his mana regenerate very slowly. In return, it made him basically invincible, since he would be trapped in a time loop until he killed Hitagami or died. The technique also hid him from the eyes of the godmen. Why did he come here from the past, curse and all? Well, the godmen murdered the first dragon god through a twisted plot, which gave rise to insoluble grudge among those involved. All the many dragon gods that followed lived only to seek revenge. Destroying the godmen was a goal shared by the entire dragon race. As a son of the first dragon god, Orsted traveled to the future in order to fulfill that dream. Is that basically it? Yes. You certainly understood all that quickly. How many times have you reset the loop so far? I stopped counting at the 100th, he answered. 200 years multiplied by 100 would be 20,000 years. Just thinking about it is staggering. For now, I must have gone through that cycle hundreds of times, I suppose, said Orsted. Anyway, that was a really crazy story, and considering he told me all of it, he seemed to trust that I wouldn't betray him for some reason. Throughout the many loops, the godmen had probably done all kinds of horrible things to Orsted. There were some things I still didn't fully understand, but I probably knew what I needed to about Orsted's past at that point. Whatever the case, he definitely had something that motivated him to fight the godmen. That made him the enemy of my enemy. There were many other questions I needed to ask as well, and since he seemed willing to answer them, I didn't hold back. I asked about the Laplace factor, which led him to share the whole story of the demon dragon god. To be honest, that guy was pretty impressive. He himself created the only weapon that was capable of killing him, and even dead, he somehow still remained alive, in a way. Well, let's see if I understood correctly. First of all, the first dragon god sent Orsted to the future to kill the godman. Laplace was one of the 5 dragon generals at that time, but did he remain loyal to the dragon god or join him after realizing the godman was not good? He survived the death of the dragon god and the destruction of his world, and fled to this one. Once he was here, Laplace began to wander the world, teaching generations of dragon gods his secrets and perfecting his techniques so that he could end Hitagami someday in the future. Then the godman set the fighter god against him and put an end to it. But Laplace used some last-ditch technique to save himself. Although he was split in half and lost his memory, he managed to live on as 2 separate individuals. That was the general idea. It was kind of confusing. Orsted still hadn't finished speaking. The demon god Laplace retained the belief that his purpose was to kill all humans, as well as his huge knowledge of magical arts. And so, he united the demons to eradicate humanity. The technique god Laplace, on the other hand, retained his vast knowledge of martial skills, and a vague compulsion to pass his knowledge on to others. Consequently, he created the 7 great powers and devoted himself to refining his techniques. The technique god created the 7 great powers. I think I had heard of that before. It made sense, since he was number 1 on the list. Anyway, it was from the demon god that the Laplace factor arose. With that subject settled, I decided to move on to my next question. I heard that the displacement incident happened as a result of Nanahoshi's summoning. Can you explain in more detail? There is much about those events that I still do not understand. This never happened before. Well, I am a reincarnated, and I was near the epicenter of the disaster when it happened. I feel there is some chance I caused it, somehow. I cannot deny the possibility, I admit. You, Rigor Adoldia, Nanahoshi and the displacement incident are all new additions to the story. I already knew that the so-called Rigor was a reincarnated from the information Hidegami gave me, but I didn't know anything about the reason why we reincarnated. Anyway, it seemed Orsted didn't know much about the displacement incident either. Nanahoshi had come up with some strange theories on her own, but there was no need to get into that now. I felt like I had asked enough questions for one day. Anyway, I felt I would be busy enough with Orsted's undertakings, so I asked for some funding, which he did not consider a problem. Not that it was extremely necessary. If I was out of money, I just had to hunt some dragons and everything would be sorted again. After we talked about various other matters, Orsted finally mentioned the most important thing. Alright, now, I would like to know what you and the Godman talked about in the past. Tell me everything. Spare no details. Yes, of course. I told him everything I could remember. Our first meeting happened immediately after the displacement incident. After that, I saw him a few more times during my travels across the desert, then in the King Dragon Kingdom and right after we entered the Demon Continent. After that, I saw him again when we were arriving at Gaslow Province to rescue my parents, just before crossing the sea to the Celestial Continent, and immediately after we received the news of Paul's death. We also met while I was preparing to face Orsted. 10 times in total. I gave Orsted as many details as I could remember from each conversation, including what the Godman ordered me to do and how his instructions played out. I basically followed most of them, although some harmed me. In general they helped more than hindered. It was only when I received a mysterious letter from someone called the Immortal Fairy that I realized Hidegami was targeting my family and my descendants maliciously. And then, he told me to kill Rigor and Orsted. With no other option to protect my family, I obeyed and began to prepare for our battle. It was during that process that he visited again to give me all kinds of advice. He told me information about Rigor, and told me the little he knew about Orsted. He also gave me ideas on how to weaken Rigor's forces. It was also thanks to him that we were able to finish the magic armor so quickly. Orsted listened in silence while I spoke. He did not ask any questions. He remained completely silent until I finished. And that's all, I said. Did you understand anything from all that? I understood practically everything about how he was using you. Well, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, since I was talking to Orsted. He used you to change the course of history, said Orsted. History? Yes. Normally, the hand of fate is so strong that certain things must be immutable, but he found a way to circumvent that, using you and Rigor Adoldia. Because our destiny is too strong. Precisely. Couldn't you do the same thing, if you wanted to? Yes, but I cannot see his goal in altering history so much. Isn't it to avoid being killed? I asked. Don't take his words too seriously. Anyway, there is one thing I know for sure, said Orsted. What would that be? Hidegami's plans were unfolding normally until Rigor did something that turned the board. You said he hid himself from the Godman's sight. Yes, Hidegami seemed extremely agitated the last few times, even darker. That started right after I received the letter. He seemed anxious to kill you and Rigor Adoldia as quickly as possible. Orsted thought for a moment. Did he tell you why? Not exactly, nor did he know precisely, since he could no longer see him, but he mentioned that his death was closer than ever due to the beast god's actions. He wanted me to act quickly. I see, that's surprising. If his death is closer, it means the beast god may possibly create a way to reach Hidegami earlier than expected. I can't imagine how he would do that. Well, that guy is an ultimate monster. He was probably a great scientist or fighter in his life on Earth, really not something to compete with. If he is going to do that, why not ally with him? Orsted frowned. Rigor Adoldia holds immense resentment against me. That would be difficult. Why does he hold resentment? I killed a close friend of his, because that friend would be a problematic apostle in the future. At that time I didn't know what he would become. If that had been the case, I wouldn't have minded sparing Rida to keep a friendly relationship. I fell silent upon hearing that. I couldn't say I really disagreed with the beast god's point of view. If Orsted killed someone very close to me, like Roxy, I would also probably seek revenge. Of course, I would probably die doing it. But Rigor seems to have some real chance of succeeding in his revenge. And what if Rigor kills you before reaching Hidegami? That is unlikely, although he is very skilled. I would still defeat him fighting seriously. But if it happens by some great coincidence or change, then the loop would simply return. That made me a little nervous. After all, the Apocalypse Beast had the support of an entire kingdom. Could Orsted fight against that? I suppose I'd better not question it. Anyway, Orsted seemed to place great importance on the beast god's role, so I suppose we wouldn't come into direct conflict if he didn't attack first. In any case, in order to steer the future toward a course more beneficial to me, you will change your current trajectory. I'm not good at that, guess what my opponent planned, thing, I said. Do you really think we can win this? Yes, Hitagami is not invincible. I am only one step away from finishing him. He seemed confident about that. It seemed more like he was reassuring himself than me. In any case, he intended to win. Then, let's change the course of the near future, said Orsted. Near future? Yes. He paused, then continued, we will make second Princess Ariel Anemoi Azura Queen of the Azura Kingdom. All right. So we were going to give our support to her. Wonderful. In fact, I was thinking about how I wanted to help her. If this was my first mission, I would do it gladly. It seemed to have been a good decision to ally with Orsted. Orsted continued his explanation. Originally, Ariel Anemoi Azura would become queen. Her course was protected by a strong destiny, as if it were predestined. It wasn't very hard to believe that looking at her now. Ariel's position had only improved in recent times. She had Perugius as her political ally, had a sword god and a north god as her blades, and even had excellent advisors at her side. For her to become queen, Ariel needs the support of 3 people, explained Orsted. The first is the guardian mage Derek Redbat. Right, that guy was really responsible for most of Ariel's successes. Derek is highly intelligent and ambitious as well. Even without the displacement incident, Ariel was destined to one day meet Perugius. And as you should know, it was Derek who convinced Perugius to join her. So, basically, he is Ariel's golden boy. Derek continued to advise her after that, leading him to assume the position of Prime Minister in the end. Prime Minister. That's a very important position. Well, that point at least is saved. The other key person is Eris Boreas Greyrat, although now she calls herself Eris Adoldia. Eris Boreas Greyrat. My eyes widened. The beast god's second wife, the dragon knight Eris. This woman's fame had spread a lot lately, as had many heroes of the Gaia kingdom. Those who met her on the battlefield and survived to tell the tale often called her the Crimson Terror. She frequently fought alongside a huge fierce red dragon. Originally, the Azuran Guard had chosen her for her sword skill. She joined their ranks, and it was thus that she met Luke. The two were to be married. I was still bewildered by how different things had become. Orsted continued. The Eris Boreas Greyrat I knew was a skilled swordswoman, although less so than her current self, but she still reached the level of saint. Despite her beautiful appearance and impressive status, her fiery personality earned her the epithet of Red Lioness. She seems to have gained a similar title this time. Well, it seems she outdid herself this time. Eris and Luke worked together to protect Ariel from assassination countless times, guarding her on her path to royalty. In other words, there is no one who took Eris's place. Correct. All right, but it seems there were no major problems with Eris not being there to protect her, right? Indeed. The fact that Ariel still lived is proof of that. At one point, I suspected that Hitagami might be secretly supporting Ariel, since it was all so easy. Although having Eris at her side also meant that Ariel had the support of Philip Boreas Greyrat and Soros Boreas Greyrat. They were also victims of the displacement incident. Fine, but you said there were 3 people. Who is the last? Tristina Purplehorse. Right, a name I had never heard before. She is the daughter of high-ranking nobility, House Purplehorse. She was kidnapped when she was 8. The High Minister Darius Silva Ganius keeps her as a sexual slave. That name was not unfamiliar to me. I was sure he was supporting the first prince. But an 8-year-old sexual slave, huh? What a bastard. Tristina would have been secretly disposed of, but, luckily, Ariel saved her. Even with her status, Darius could not escape reprimand for having confined a daughter of House Purplehorse for years. He lost his position as a result of the scandal, which also marked the fall of First Prince Grabble. So the first prince's name is Grabble. All right, I said. So, where is this Tristina in this timeline? Dead. That certainly was some bad news. Orsted continued. Although it's problematic, there are still other ways to bring down Darius and gain the support of other nobles, but it will be more complicated to achieve. Darius had several enemies, and they didn't care about the details of his scandal. All they wanted was an excuse to get rid of him. As long as they could tell the public that he forcibly kidnapped the daughter of a high-ranking aristocrat, that would be enough to strip him of his status. This country is really a nest of snakes and rats. I agree. However, it is precisely because these dishonest people reside there that Azura holds the greatest power in the world. It would be so even if the land they lived on were not so abundant, although the current Gaia kingdom is probably on its way to change that. That made some sense. Even so, he continued, we have to remove Darius one way or another. With him gone, we will have no problem with the rest of the opposition. Is he really such a powerful figure? Orsted nodded. It is not an exaggeration to say the current king could not hold his throne without Darius. If Ariel somehow cannot remove him from his current post, then it will be up to you to kill him. I understand. I didn't care in the least about killing him, he was an evil minister, anyway. If my opponent was such a pig, then he couldn't even be considered human. And what will happen to Ariel if we fail? She will die, I'm sure. I believe repeating that so many times made him insensitive to the outcome. I didn't care if he was more focused on winning than the path to get there, but if Ariel died, there was a good chance a few more of ours would get involved. Orsted did not linger on the subject. Don't worry about the other prince, I'll deal with him alone. In about 3 or 4 months, the news should arrive that the current king fell ill. Begin your preparations before that and alert Ariel, said Orsted. Understood. Take this. He pulled a scroll from his pocket and handed it to me. I unfolded it and saw a magic circle that had been drawn on it. What is it? A guardian beast summoning circle. I was impressed that he had made it so quickly. Put your mana into it and imagine something that will protect your family. It can even be a word. That should be enough to summon something you need. Will such a vague image really be enough? I asked. Your mana reserve is enormous. You will gain a better partner that way than if you tried to summon something specific. Well, if he was saying it, it was worth a try. After that, I said goodbye to Orsted and returned home. The next day, I went to the garden under the watchful eyes of the whole family. It was time to summon a guardian beast. Chapter 300, Across the World. At the residence of the beast god, in the great forest, Persu was struggling to chase Leo, the sacred beast, with all his baby power, while he ran circles around him. Gwa. Hi-ya. Persu roared in his baby warrior dialect as he ran with boundless motivation, trying to grab Leo. The scene was somewhat cute. Leo trotted fast enough to look like he was playing, but slow enough to keep the baby motivated. Aisha was seated in an armchair nearby, calmly reading a grimoire on barrier magic. In her lap, little Aurora slept deeply, breathing softly. There was a special concern about who watched Aurora, and that concern was simple: could that person deal with random teleportation? Celine had already tried to take care of her alone once. 5 minutes were enough to lose sight of the baby. Aurora reappeared hanging from a ceiling beam, completely calm. Fortunately, Ghislaine was nearby and followed her scent instantly. After that, random teleportation became a very serious matter. Aurora could only teleport a few meters, but it was still problematic. Aisha, however, could handle it easily using disturb magic. Iris and Diana were bathing with Ghislaine at that moment, so she was responsible for taking care of those 2 little rascals for the time being. At the exact moment Aisha turned a page, something caught her attention. She looked at Leo, he was glowing blue. Persu stopped, eyes wide, amazed by the glow. Woof. Leo barked, as confused as Aisha. But Aisha reacted first. In an instant, she raised her hand toward the sacred beast, moving her mana in a second. Disturb magic. The blue light flickered violently. Aisha recognized the phenomenon immediately: someone was trying to summon the sacred beast. She had already seen her master testing that magic before. And for that to be possible, that someone needed to have more mana than the current summoner. And Leo's summoner was none other than Rigor. Aisha's heart froze. It was unlikely someone would simply overcome Rigor like that. She quickly realized that disturb magic would only delay the inevitable. Dropping the grimoire, she ran to a nearby pouch, pulled out a scroll and opened it immediately. The magic circle written on it glowed, forming a transparent barrier around Leo. But she did not stop. She took a deep breath and began to cast a new spell. Those who challenged the firmament were silenced beneath their own shadow. The first raised his wings to touch the sun, and was crushed by the light. The second sought to break the chains of the wind, and became a prisoner of the air. The third understood the weight of the sky, and knelt in reverence. Before the will that rules the high heavens, no movement is free. No gesture is allowed, no step is taken without divine consent. Heaven's restriction barrier. As she spoke, she raised walls of earth, sliding Aurora and Persu away as if they were on a slide, protecting them behind her. Golden lights appeared in the air, forming overlapping magic circles. Leo remained perfectly still. He knew Aisha would not do anything to hurt him. The yellow barrier closed around Leo, and the blue light in his body was interrupted immediately. Silence. Aisha let out a long sigh of relief. This was a king-level barrier magic she had not yet fully mastered, so she recited the incantations as fast as possible. Fortunately, it was enough. It was then that the door was forcefully kicked open. Ghislaine burst into the hall like a gale, hand on Hiramun's hilt, ready to behead the first enemy she saw. She stopped when she saw Aisha, the children, and Leo protected by a barrier. Confusion crossed her face, followed by relaxation when she confirmed everyone was safe. Aisha opened a radiant smile, put both hands on her hips, proud. Don't worry, Ghislaine. Crisis averted. Ghislaine breathed in relief, nodding. Aisha then quickly explained what had happened. Unknown to the two, on the other side of the world, in the magic city of Sharia. Rudeus Greyrat, standing before the extinguished magic circle, sighed deeply. Another attempt to summon a guardian beast had failed. Again. He murmured. First I summoned Aramanfi, and now my summoning was blocked. Roxy, Sarah, and the rest of the family watched confused. After comforting Rudeus for a few moments, he finally began his third attempt. Meanwhile, in the only port city of the demon continent, Windport, an unusual scene was unfolding. The day was sunny, near noon. The sea shimmered under the intense sunlight, and, as always, was full of sea monsters. Swimming in that ocean was something only a madman would do. Or, of course, someone strong enough to ignore the danger. At that moment, a huge ebony wolf cut through the waters calmly, as if it were its natural habitat. It was Skoll, the beast god's first mascot. Lately, Skoll had become even more deadly, consuming demon beast cores of the wolf type using a special method mentioned in the future guide. The result was that he was now as dangerous as an adult dragon, and, in combat, probably superior to many of them. An authentic rank S creature, perhaps even SS, depending on who judged. Near him, diving and swimming cheerfully, was a woman with red hair tied in a bun. Eris Adoldia. She wore a bikini that did little to hide her athletic and seductive curves. After she learned to swim, this had become one of her favorite activities. She was so engrossed in the moment that she didn't immediately notice when a man simply appeared on the surface of the sea, a few meters away. He walked on the water as if it were natural. Rigger was smiling as he watched her have so much fun. Eris, Skoll, he called. We already have the maps and supplies. We can go. Skoll lifted his head immediately and began to swim toward the beach. Eris looked up, blinking in surprise, and swam to him. Ah. Rigger, how are you walking on the water without freezing it? Rigger extended his hand, and Eris took it. Her wet body floated slightly, gravity magic assisting her movement. Just a trick with barrier magic, he laughed, picking Eris up in his arms without effort. He floated with her toward the shore, while she clung to his neck. If it weren't for the fact that Rigger had made good use of the previous night with Verdia and Eris at the same time, that sight would certainly have been a mental trial. When they landed on the sand, Skoll also emerged, shaking off his wet fur. Nearby, a huge red dragon lay sleeping deeply. Escalar only opened his eyes when Rigger approached. A blonde elf was on top of him, organizing the supplies tied to the dragon's back. Verdia stopped when she saw them arrive, and jumped down from the dragon to go to them. Eris left Rigger's arms and began to dress, still dripping. Rigger crossed his arms and said, We already have the maps of the places we'll pass through. From now on we'll be traveling or fighting from one place to another. Instead of discouraging Eris, that made her even more excited. Verdia paused for a moment and asked, Are we going to visit Greta too? Rigger considered for a moment. If we're too early, we can stop by on the way back, but it's better to be home as soon as possible. With everything settled, they finished the last preparations and climbed onto Escalar. The red dragon had grown considerably, now more than 60 meters long, impressive even by dragon standards. Big enough to easily carry the great wolf Skoll, who despite his strength was only about 5 meters. Escalar beat his wings, raising sand and sprays of salt. With a powerful thrust, he took flight, breaking the air with ease. The port city of Windport grew small beneath them, its inhabitants still stunned by the sequence of events they had witnessed. In the Red Dragon Mountain Range, in the central continent, a vast and endless chain of mountains that divided the conflict zone from the northern territories, a strange silence took hold. Crossing that region was impossible for ordinary people. Only transcendent beings, like the 7 higher powers, could claim with confidence that they would get out of it alive. But, at that moment, a young man was there to challenge the impossible. Sitting on a jagged rock, calmly chewing dried meat taken from his provisions, was a warrior of the bestial race. Dark brown hair, light red eyes, and a light black armor covering his agile, firm body. Ghislaine and Eris. He adjusted the cloak over his shoulders, an almost perfect replica of the hazy walker cloak used against Rigger in the Siege of Melitian, and looked at the landscape ahead. And there, in front of him, stretched a vision that crushed the soul. A colossal crater, so vast it seemed to tear the world in half, extended for kilometers. All that could be seen was endless darkness. The Dragon God's Hole, one of the 3 great labyrinths of the 6-faced world, located at the heart of the Red Dragon Mountain Range. Ghislaine did not dare to stare at the crater for more than 2 seconds. Out of curiosity, he did so once, trying to investigate the crater. But without knowing how, his body began to run toward the abyss to throw itself in, as if his will had been ripped from his body. Thanks to a magic ring that blocked mental invasions, he managed to regain consciousness and stop, but the sensation was like facing a living, ancient, hungry being that had existed since before any recorded memory. Something the entire world should fear. During the few days he had stayed in that place abandoned by God, he witnessed 3 dragons fly over the crater, only to be mercilessly swallowed, dragged to the depths by the invisible force of the precipice. Killian had not come within 100 meters of the labyrinth, but he feared it as if the devil himself were down there, looking at him. He quickly looked away, pushing dark thoughts aside, and raised his head to face his true objective, the top of the highest mountain in the world. Rigor had sent him there with a singular mission, to investigate the technique god. Killian was not the strongest in the kingdom of Gaia, but he had been the second to obtain the title of Beast King under Rigor's guidance. He had a great talent in that style. Combined with his versatile wind magic and his superb hiding abilities, Killian was the most suitable for that mission. He carried a pouch of magical items, concealment tools, and kept Rigor informed via the magic word whenever he could. And, thanks to all that, he had not entered combat with a single dragon since he set foot in the mountain range. And even so, witnessing the labyrinth had almost killed him without him even noticing. Finishing his meal, he stood up, breathing deeply. He needed to continue. His route was simple, he had to climb, scale and survive. The residence of the technique god would be at the top of what they called Dragon's Roar Mountain. He advanced. Silently, like a shadow. It was night, the best time to move. If he were surrounded by hundreds of dragons, death would be certain, therefore, no mistakes were allowed. Thus days passed. Then weeks. Eventually, a month. He climbed, slinking between rocks and snow. His movements were measured and calculated at every moment. His supplies were ample, but not infinite. At some point, he needed to speed up his pace, and that was where he made a mistake. A dragon detected him. He reacted in the same fraction of a second. A wind blade sliced the air in an instant and decapitated the creature before it could roar. And after bringing the dragon down, he fled immediately, disappearing into the rocks like a ghost. Caution. That was the mantra he had to follow. No deviations. He climbed. He climbed until he passed the clouds, and then continued climbing. Above the world, above the mists, where only silence and violent winds existed, he persisted. There were fewer dragons, few dared to approach the top, but that did not mean he would lower his guard. He continued. Always alert. Always on guard. Until the day he saw what he sought. Footprints. Of a person, not of a dragon. Killian rejoiced in his heart. Footprints meant he was near. He advanced. And then, finally, his eyes saw. At the top of the highest mountain in the world, above the clouds, where no man should exist. There was a simple house. As if it belonged to any common village, except, of course, that it was located in the most inaccessible place in the world. The home of the technique god. Chapter 301, The Technique God Laplace. Killian did not move immediately to investigate. Instead, he remained motionless, watching the small house from a distance, hidden behind a rock covered in snow and moss hardened by the extreme cold at that altitude. The thin air pressed on his lungs with every breath, but he did not react. His eyes were fixed on the solitary building before him. He had no intention of making contact with his target before obtaining more information. If he made a single mistake, he could end up dead. This mission had the potential to be a great success or a great failure. The current intentions of the technique god were a mystery. So Killian simply watched. Silently. Patiently. Waiting for his target to appear. With the hazy walker cloak, combined with his stealth techniques and other magical concealment items, Killian was relatively confident he could remain hidden, as long as he did not display open hostility. The number of people to whom Rigor had revealed anything about the future did not reach 10. And Killian was one of them. He did not know many details. Nor did he need to. Killian was one of Rigor's most loyal subordinates, and his serious personality made him treat his leader's orders as absolute. Since he was a child, he had resolved to follow him with all his heart. He felt that Rigor would accomplish great deeds around the world, both for the beast race and for himself. And the nearly 20 years he had spent following Rigor had unquestionably proven he was right. So, when Rigor told him information about the future and gave him this mission, Killian did not question it. He simply thought about doing his best to carry it out. His objective was simple. Understand technique god Laplace and investigate his intentions. The technique god was an isolated eccentric. He was the dragon half of Laplace, the half that inherited all the martial knowledge and the Tuki ability of the dragon race. Unlike the unshakable hatred that demon god Laplace carried against the human race, technique god Laplace retained a vague memory, the will to defeat God. Within him existed an unrelenting desire to refine his martial techniques, teach his arts and create new ones, with the ultimate goal of developing a technique capable of killing God. Obviously, he was incomparably powerful. Rigor had said that the future guide claimed he was superior even to Demon Laplace and the fighter god in combat. His techniques were above everyone and everything. There were theories that Orsted had learned to fight mainly from the technique god, although there was no confirmation. These were the only relevant known facts about him, the result of countless investigations from the future kingdom of Gaia. Unfortunately, in that future, the main target of this espionage was dead. When the technique god came into conflict with the kingdom of Gaia, the kingdom had already been flourishing for many years, far more powerful than in the current era. Even so, the appearance of that dangerous adversary was an unexpected surprise. Together with Laplace, Perugius Dola, his 12 spirits and a small elite army of Azura ambushed the beast god in Tinaver. The future kingdom of Gaia eventually managed to discover Azura's intentions, and even understand Perugius's personal motives behind the attack. But the technique god remained an enigma. He simply appeared alongside the enemies. Without announcing his presence. Without speaking his name. Without questioning, without declaring any motive. He simply moved his blade, with intent to kill. It was only thanks to the problematic union between the armored dragon Perugius, a god-level mage in summoning and barrier magic, and the overwhelming technique god that even the invincible beast god nearly fell. And, according to the records, the victory that followed was only possible by pure luck. The technique god did not expect Rigor to resurrect almost immediately after his death with god-level healing magic. After returning to life, Rigor used Doomsday and Skullbinder to kill the technique god definitively. But it was a bitter victory. When Rigor sent Killian on this mission, he left two very clear instructions. If the technique god seemed hostile, senile, or some kind of insane madman, he should investigate from afar, discover as much as possible and then retreat decisively. But, if Laplace showed traces of cordiality or kindness, then Killian should, with extreme care, establish contact. The reasons for the technique god's future attack were unknown. Therefore, Rigor was being pragmatic. If it were possible to obtain an alliance, or even friendship, with that man, it would be the best alternative. Replacing a terrible enemy with an ally before fate was fulfilled was the ideal solution. After all, the Rigor of the future had even died once at his hands. This confidence in approaching him only existed because Oldgar believed the technique god's attack had been the result of Hidegami's machinations. With that in mind, Killian waited. The small house had a modest garden, with fruit trees and some vegetables planted in short rows. Nothing exuberant, very simple. The residence itself was made of wood, built simply. Behind it, there was a huge dark cave. He did not feel anything coming from that residence. No smell, no sound, no presence. But he did not find it very strange. This was the home of the technique god. If it were ordinary, it would be shocking. Approximately half a day passed. The sun was already rising when the wooden door creaked softly, and a man stepped out. Killian held his breath and forced his heart to steady. Who? The man had silver hair that shone in the sunlight. His golden, reptilian eyes were deep and luminous. His face was flawless, inhumanly beautiful, clean, and without a single imperfection. Two discreet fangs emerged when his lips moved. He wore a wide white cloak, absolutely clean. His skin, although mostly human, had sparse scales. And on his back, the most unmistakable mark, a pair of folded wings. Killian needed nothing more to confirm. Before him stood the first place among the 7 world powers. The legendary technique god, Laplace. An existence that many would only hear of in legends, and yet, would not even know his true name or story. Killian felt his heart ripple, but contained his own emotion and remained watching. Laplace walked to the garden calmly, carrying something similar to a handmade watering can. Each step was light and unhurried. He watered the plants carefully. He watered the vegetables. The fruits. All in silence. The expression on his face was serene. When he finished, he raised his eyes, and looked in the general direction where Killian was hiding. For a moment, the warrior's heart almost exploded. But he did not move. Nor did he breathe. He was ready to flee immediately, if necessary. But Laplace only looked away and headed for the cave behind the house, leaving the watering can beside the door. And so 17 days passed. His routine repeated. Laplace went out, watered the plants, glanced at some fruit here and there. One day, he picked some. On all the others, he only watered. Then he would enter the cave and disappear in there for hours, sometimes days, doing something Killian could not discover. Then, he returned to the house. And the next morning, he repeated the cycle. Killian, for his part, endured the cutting cold, the sudden snowstorms, the mountain winds and the thin air. It had already been 2 months since he entered the mountain range, completely alone. No conversation. No voice besides his own thoughts. It was the kind of test that would destroy the sanity of many people. But that was one of the reasons he had been sent. His mind was firm and unshakable. Observing the smallest details, he gradually formed a profile of his target. Until, on the 17th day, something changed. Laplace left the house as always. He watered the plants. He picked a yellow fruit from one of the trees. And then, without warning, he began walking toward Killian. All the warrior's senses buzzed. His body instinctively tried to pull back, but he could not move. His muscles were heavy. His mind slowed for a moment. It was like sleep. That was impossible. He was under the effect of some strange technique. Laplace approached until he was only a few steps away. And then he smiled, a simple, pure, friendly smile. "Hey," he said, in a light and warm voice. "How long do you plan on staying there standing?" He tossed the fruit. Killian caught it reflexively. The instant his fingers touched the smooth skin, his body began to respond again. He could move once more. Laplace smiled like a simple man offering food to a tired traveler, with no malice, no arrogance. Killian felt his mind spin looking for an explanation. How had he been discovered? When? How had he located him so perfectly? But now there was nothing to be done. The cloak would not help him anymore. He took a deep breath. He removed the hazy walker cloak with one movement. And, with absolute seriousness, declared, "Lord Technique God Laplace, it is an honor to meet you personally. I hope you will forgive my rude intrusion." Now, there was no turning back. He could only go with the flow. The events that followed after being discovered were hard to describe. It was so unexpected that Killian was still trying to process it. But the end result was that he was sitting in a simple chair, inside the Technique God's small wooden house. Face to face with Laplace. On the table, 2 cups. Steam rose slowly, a light herbal aroma filled the air. The Technique God was drinking tea. Calmly. Killian was far from relaxed, he had ended up entering the target's house. Now, there he was, seated before one of the 3 most dangerous beings in the world. Laplace sipped the tea with elegance, then broke the silence. "So, what brings you?" His tone was light, almost amused. "I must admit, this place is not exactly accessible. And since you stayed watching for so many days, I imagine you came to meet me." Killian kept a serious expression but inwardly was in shock. He had been prepared to face an implacable monster, a warrior fanatic for combat, perhaps even an unscrupulous assassin. But the man before him seemed like an eccentric uncle, almost friendly. Breathing discreetly, Killian decided to answer honestly, to some extent. He did not dare lie in front of the Technique God, who might have all kinds of mysterious techniques. "I am here to investigate you, sir. To determine your intentions and, if possible, form a formal alliance or friendly ties." Laplace raised an eyebrow. He took another sip of tea before answering. "I understand. Although I must say, you seemed a bit too cautious for someone seeking friendship," he chuckled softly, calmly. "You know, some might be quite offended to have their home watched like that." Cold sweat ran down Killian's neck. But before he could formulate an excuse, Laplace smiled openly and finished. "Fortunately for you, I became more interested in that technique you were using." Killian froze. Then he blinked, confused. Technique," he tried to keep his voice neutral. "I cannot imagine that something I am using could be useful to you. May I ask for clarification?" In Killian's mind, only one possibility made sense: it must be a joke. He was good, yes, but there were levels in this world. Being compared to legendary monsters was far beyond him. Laplace, however, leaned forward, eyes shining with interest. "You may be below still, of course. But what interests me is not your power, but the technique itself. It was not you who created it, right? But the intention behind it, that is wonderful. The person who taught you must have reached a remarkable level. I want to learn it." Silence. Killian finally understood. For someone like Laplace, seeing the structure of a technique was as simple as breathing. And that technique was a creation of rigor, an equally monstrous genius. Laplace's gaze softened even more. "Naturally, I'm also willing to teach some techniques in exchange. So," he raised his cup in a casual toast, "I can accept your invitation." Killian blinked. Invitation. Laplace smiled as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "Of course. Let's be friends." It was, surprisingly easy. "Very well, Lord Laplace," he replied, keeping a respectful tone. "I will inform my leader of your intentions. I believe he will be extremely pleased to exchange martial knowledge with you." "Great," Laplace replied, seeming excited. After that, Killian began asking questions. He still had to confirm his target's intentions and personality. And Laplace answered, and also asked his own questions. Not everything, of course, but enough to provide valuable information. Killian memorized every detail, to later record everything via the magic word. Until, in a casual moment, Laplace said. "Oh, yes. It would be perfect if you stayed here for the next 20 years. That way I can study this technique of yours in more depth. The beast god style is fascinating. I appreciate it, but I must respectfully decline." Decline? Laplace blinked. Oh, that wasn't a request. It was a statement. Eccentrics were terrifying. It took time, much diplomatic effort, patience and persistence, but he finally managed to convince Laplace to let him go. Just as Rigger had planned, Killian handed a communication device to the technique god before departing. And then, after 3 long days, he finally left Dragon's Roar Mountain. Chapter 302, 302, Flying Too Close to the Sun. In the yellowed skies of the Demon Continent, Rigger read and carefully analyzed the reports he had received via the magic word. There were only a few messages, and among them, only 2 really mattered. The first was a message from Aisha, saying that someone had tried to break the summoning contract he had with Leo. If it weren't for Aisha being there at the moment and interrupting the summoning, the person might actually have succeeded. That would be very problematic, in several ways. Fortunately, she was there. Rigger wondered who could have done something like that. To attempt to break that kind of contract, the person would need to have an amount of mana greater than his, at minimum. And he knew very well that there were only a small handful of people in the world with enough mana to even try. In any case, Aisha was making some preparations to protect Leo from this kind of thing in the future. There were some methods for that. The second message was even more important. It was Killian's detailed report on the technique god. Overall, the mission had ended with a very good result. He had discovered truly crucial information, among them, the fact that the technique god had reincarnated about 3,000 years ago and, since then, had remained isolated atop the highest mountain in the world. Almost always training. Descending only every few hundred years to learn and teach new techniques. Killian had also included observations about the technique god's personality, which, to Rigger, drew considerable attention. Curiously, the technique god was very different from the demon god Laplace, his other half. While the technique god seemed to have a friendly, carefree disposition, the demon god was described as cruel, cold and relentless. Perhaps the difference was a natural peculiarity of a single being splitting in 2, each inheriting a distinct part of the original personality. Rigger had no way of knowing for sure. And, to be honest, he wasn't particularly interested in that detail either. What really interested him was the possibility of training with the technique god. But he knew he would have to be cautious. Perhaps it would be better to postpone that visit until the Skullviner armor was completed, and until he himself had accumulated more experience and strength. After all, in Oldgar's timeline, the technique god had attacked Rigger with the intention of killing him, without warning and for no apparent reason. Who could guarantee that he would not do the same here? In his current state, he doubted he would be able to win. Probably not. Still, it was good that, for now, relations between them were friendly. That would reduce the chances of the technique god suddenly turning on him. Thinking that, Rigger let out a long sigh. POV, Rigger Adoldia. Currently, the 5 of us were flying above the clouds. The sun was high, but the thick carpet of clouds made it feel like we were strolling through paradise. Escalar's flight was smooth and steady. There wasn't a single flying monster that dared approach a beast of that size. Skoll lay beneath the dragon's red scales, comfortable, watching the sky while his ebony fur was tousled by the wind. Lying on him were the 3 of us, I directly atop Skoll, his fur serving as a huge couch for us. Verdia leaned against my shoulder while leafing through a book, looking relaxed in her mage's attire. Eris was lying on my chest, dressed in her light swordswoman clothes. I stroked her long, vibrant red hair as she remained lying there, relaxed, thoughtful. It was one of those rare moments in which I could admire the beauty of the world from a unique perspective, a pastime that had never lost its charm for me. I watched the demon continent below contemplatively. We passed over a series of yellow canyons, the Liner Canyons, a famous region of the demon continent, named after a demon king killed in the first human-demon war. Seeing that landscape from above the clouds was impressive. With my enhanced vision I could clearly see monsters fighting, the shapes of the crevices and the peculiarities of that ecosystem. Along with the pleasant wind caused by the high-speed flight, it was all wonderful. I loved the feeling of freedom of being able to traverse inhospitable regions that only mystical abilities allowed. After all, how many in the world could freely fly atop a dragon? Or, even if they could, how many dared to? I took a deep, satisfied breath. The smell and proximity of 2 of my wives made the moment even better. Eris had a refreshing and striking scent, like a wildflower, and some smell of sweat, which had its own charm. Verdia exuded a sweet, soft, delicate perfume, almost like a confection. Eris traced her fingers along the blade she had received upon becoming a sword king, her hair rippling in the constant wind. Then she suddenly spoke to me. Rigger. My attention shifted from the landscape while I continued to stroke her hair. What is it? I asked. What are you going to do after you resolve everything? She replied. I was a little confused by the question. What did, after everything, mean? So I asked. What do you mean? Eris appeared uneasy as she answered. I mean, I don't fully understand everything, but we have to kill or defeat all the 7 world powers, except you, right? Spoken that way, it almost sounded as if we were declaring war on the world, and, in part, it wasn't entirely wrong. I confirmed. That's right. Eris went on. And besides that, there are heroes and monsters in our path, we have to raid legendary labyrinths, there's even a god in another world plotting against us, and in the future several people will be born who will be against us from birth, right? I chuckled a little at her version of things. I had told my wives some things about the future, I trusted them and wanted them to know the dangers to come, though I omitted the most crucial points. Eris's perspective was interesting, she mixed excitement and worry as she spoke. I had already noticed that lately she had been somewhat melancholic. Well, yes, I replied. All of that is true. At that point, Verdia had stopped reading and was paying attention, Eris concluded. After winning all that, you'll still be the same rigor, right? I was talking to Nina the other day, and she told me you seem to be treading a path to become a literal god, that you would surpass all the legends and heroic tales we've ever heard. I was stunned. Shocked to hear that. Verdia began to laugh, Eris wouldn't stop. Nina said you could even become an incomprehensible superior being and forget ordinary people, of course, I know that's a lie, but I still wanted to ask. She seemed anxious. I, for my part, questioned the reality, was that how Nina saw me? Verdia was laughing even more. Eris remained uneasy, I sighed, disheartened. I'm not going to become any kind of real god, Eris. I finally said. Although I said it, internally I finished the sentence, I think. Eris didn't seem entirely convinced. I squeezed her cheeks, she tried to wriggle away, but without real effort. What really worries you if that happens? Eris stopped resisting, hesitated a moment and murmured. Even if I train. I can't see where I could be useful against our greatest enemies. I'm strong now, but it's not enough to keep up with you in a fight against the dragon god, the fighter god or even the technique god. My reproachful expression softened. I pulled her head back, looking into her eyes with her head resting in my lap. Eris, you know I can't do everything alone. I said. Even if I'm strong, there are still others stronger than me out there, moreover, there are many who surpass me in various aspects outside of combat. Eris pouted and retorted. You say that, but you could beat all of us with one hand behind your back if you wanted, without caring about everything else. I smiled and shot back. Alright, then if I'm so good, why didn't I save King Leonard Kingdragon and his family? Eris was surprised. But she soon countered, because you weren't there. If you had been, how could they have died so uselessly? I smiled bitterly at that, but I held my point. Alright, I wasn't there, so what's the use of me being strong if I can't be there? Why did so many people die in the war against Melees, before and after I returned? Why did I provoke the wrath of the sea race by killing their god without knowing? Why did my daughter from the future have to come back in time to warn me of my eventual destruction? Why, my dear Eris, if I already know all the enemies that are and will be against me, wouldn't I go to them and destroy them immediately? The sequence of questions seemed to confuse Eris. Even as we conversed, I was still stroking her hair. I just kept watching her red eyes, she looked away, embarrassed, but she didn't seem convinced. Verdia interrupted with a smile. Eris, you may have met Rigor when he was young, and he was already very amazing, but he wasn't always like that. Eris turned to Verdia, frowning. What do you mean? See, said Verdia, closing the book calmly, even when he was a child, he had to learn everything from scratch. Even being reincarnated, he made mistakes, only he learned faster from them. No one is free from the process of growth, perhaps, even in his previous life, he made many foolish mistakes as a child. He wasn't always so amazing. Eris became pensive. Verdia continued. Rigor may even be a bit abnormal compared to the rest of us, a talent born once every 10,000 years, but internally, he is still just a person. He feels affection, he feels pain, anger, and even powerlessness and insecurity when facing all these powerful enemies. What he maintains outwardly is a posture of strength, one that allows no weakness. I was surprised to hear that, after all, that was exactly what I did. It wasn't as if facing gods and dragons didn't make me doubt or feel fear, I was confident, but not insensitive to death. But I simply could not show that, if I, the pillar of confidence for so many people, showed hesitation and fear, what would they show? Still, it seemed Verdia knew my concerns, and even without speaking, supported me silently. Eris looked at me, suspicious, trying to confirm Verdia's words, she was surprised to see me silently agree. I took her hand and said. Verdia is right, Eris, I'm strong, so strong that I can act confidently and speak loudly, but, that is also considering that I have a reason to fight. You, Verdia, Ghislaine, our children, you are all the reason I fight. If not for that, why would I fight? For glory? To simply be strong? That seems cool at first glance, but it becomes empty very quickly. I continued. Everyone has their talents, and everyone has a motivation to tread their path, mine is you. Eris tried to answer, but I interrupted her. No buts. You are part of my strength. I could never walk this path alone. I could never have achieved what I have without your help. From an outside perspective, I had indeed been very lucky in this new life. In my past life, my only redeeming trait had been being hardworking, my mother taught me that. Probably, without something clear to strive for even more, I would have lived an ordinary existence, college, work, marriage, routine. Not necessarily a bad thing, but the lack of obstacles kills motivation at birth. If I can have an easy life, why strive for an extraordinary one? That is the decision most make in the face of everyday life, unconsciously. Here, in our world, slave traders, sacred countries wanting your head, magics capable of shaping the world and even a certain malicious god, all of this are constant motivators to improve, to protect yourself in a society where strength speaks louder. Want to protect what is important to you? Well, then become strong. I made the most of my new life, but I doubted I would have gone this far without having things to protect, without people constantly supporting me. My father taught me to be a warrior. My mother gave me unconditional love and affection. My master taught me magic, and taught me about the enormous world waiting to be discovered. An adventurer taught me to use a sword. Even the slave traders taught me something, they taught me to be ruthless with my enemies. Eris pondered, thoughtful, and then finally asked. So? I want to know what your old life was like, can I? Of course, I answered with a smile. I'll tell you in detail, everything I remember. Chapter 303, 303, Hunting the Evil Demon King Keblakabla. Among the main objectives in Rigger's coming to the demon continent, the majority of them involved some of the many demon kings. At present, there were about 30 of them, each ruling one of the provinces of the perilous demonic lands. And they all possessed a distinct and often strange characteristic. They were a diverse and grotesque group. There was the plunderer demon king Baglahagla, a glutton who resembled a pig with a man's body. The face demon king Linebine, who was literally just a head, similar to the Moai statues. Then, the shining demon king Patercedar, with a body translucent like glass, always wrapped in a pure white cloak. And the inquisitor demon king Idrifragon, who, even decapitated and dismembered, remained alive, his limbs constantly floated around his main body. They all had some way of standing out, even if not in a positive way. In comparison, Verdia's friend, the Titan demon king Greta, seemed almost normal. With her nearly 3 meters in height, muscular body, and the presence of a Spartan warrior, she was almost an exception among the aberrations. Even being an alchemist behind the fearsome facade, she was still somewhat normal. Anyway, the records of the future guide brought some information about ancient teleportation circles on the demon continent. Even though Escalar could not use some of them due to his size, it still made his journey much faster. He was probably among the fastest flyers of the entire Red Dragon race. That was why, considering the pace and the stopping points, they did not expect to take more than 2 months on their travels, although that, of course, depended on what they would encounter along the way. And one of their first stops would be to eliminate an especially vile demon king, who would become a rather inconvenient problem in the near future. In the mountainous terrain of a certain province of the demon continent, a bizarre scene was unfolding. A ball moved at very high speed, rolling and bouncing between the rocky gorges, in a hurried escape. The sphere was about 3 meters in circumference. Its surface seemed made of flesh and rock at the same time, misshapen, cracked and pulsating. From the holes scattered across its body, a nauseating smell escaped, similar to vomit. It moved, constantly deforming, parts of it flattened, stretched, or sank. Suddenly, the ball twisted violently and leapt to the side, transforming for a brief instant into an elongated and grotesque form. In the next instant, a flaming blast covered the spot where it had been moments before. The fire fell like a tsunami, sweeping entire slopes, reducing rocks to magma and transforming the atmosphere into a scorching hell. From the clouds of fire and dust, a scaly beast emerged with a deafening roar. Groo-oh-a-a-a-a. The sound reverberated for kilometers. The red dragon Escalar landed, causing destruction. His wings opened menacingly, the heat emanating from his body distorted the air, and his claws left trails of melted rock. He roared again. Then, a voice echoed, distorted, grotesque and hungry, coming from inside the ball of flesh. Gagulyalu. Insolent lizard. I am the vile demon king Keblakabla. A mere pet dares to bare its fangs before me. As the voice reverberated, the holes in the creature's body released a fetid, viscous mist, which spread like miasma. In an instant, the many holes of the ball began to suck in everything around it, fire, molten stones, dust, fragments of magma. The sound of suction was grotesque. Escalar did not recoil before the threatening demon king. He advanced through the mountains like a moving titan, cracking the ground beneath his feet. But Kebla, the vile demon king, was not common prey. His body pulsed grotesquely, swelling and deforming as it absorbed the fire and earth. In a matter of seconds, the monster sphere grew until it reached the size of a house, and then extended into a gigantic claw-shaped form, made of black flesh. The demon claw descended violently against the dragon's neck, faster than he could react. Gura! Escalar roared in pain as the claw crushed his neck. The ground around trembled with the impact, heaps collapsed while the dragon struggled against the grip of the demon claw. The pressure of the claw was such that even the impenetrable scales of a red dragon cracked under that infernal power. But, before the demonic flesh could crush his throat completely, a second voice rang out. Lightning. The dark sky flashed momentarily. And then, a devastating lightning bolt fell, striking the demon arm squarely. The sound was deafening, an electrical explosion mixed with a shock wave that swept the entire valley. The black arm exploded, cracking and disintegrating into rotten fragments, accompanied by a guttural roar. The sound of thunder continued to echo, repeating across the slopes to the horizon. In the midst of the devastation, Escalar roared again, free from the grip, his gaze turned to the shadow that was reforming before him. The smell of burnt flesh hung in the air. The caster of the lightning was none other than Verdia, who ran through the mountains like a cheetah. The cold wind of the heights made her golden hair, tied in a ponytail, whip through the air. She was dressed in light leather clothes, her magic cloak, which fluttered behind her as she leaped between the rocks, and her best staff in her hands. With a single impulse, she leapt to reach a particularly high peak, from where she had a wide view of the entire battlefield. There she positioned herself again to cast. Verdia did not care about the demon king's screams of agony, and would not interrupt her magical barrage again, since this demon was so slippery. The sky began to distort again, clouds spinning violently as a hurricane formed at the point of impact of the lightning. This proved to be a wise decision, for the misshapen mass of flesh and rock, the body of the demon king Kebla, burst out of the wreckage like a cannonball, trying to flee desperately. Escalar, the red dragon, roared fiercely, trying to keep up with the escape, but the demon king's run was erratic and unpredictable. Each jump and deformation of his body enabled him to advance through the mountains with monstrous speed. Kebla tried to escape by deforming his legs into tentacles and blades to propel himself, but before he could get too far, the hurricane summoned by Verdia pulled him violently to the center of the gale. The wind, her most powerful magical affinity, responded to the elf's command with violence. In seconds, the air current gathered around the demon king, lifting him from the ground and hoisting him into the air by force. He roared in anger, his grotesque body twisting and deforming in an attempt to claw at something. Accursed witch, the guttural voice echoed again. I'll make Greta pay for this later. My post as demon king will not be taken so easily. The vile demon king was one of the most fearsome creatures among his peers, a being of corrupt and vile nature. His capacity for adaptation and the abnormal abilities of his race made him a repulsive and unpredictable opponent. Vile, arrogant and proud as he was, he would never admit his weakness, but he knew he could not beat Verdia in direct combat, especially with the relentless dragon at her side. After all, it had been that same damned elf who had ambushed him while he was hunting a wolf drake, and even when facing her alone, the elf forced him to retreat to save his life. Verdia, unshakable, did not respond to the provocations. Her face remained calm, and only a slight confident smile formed on her lips. The hurricane tore the demon's flesh, ripping layers of muscles and rock. Still, Kebla resisted. He deformed and sank into the ground, escaping beneath the rocks and trying to flee through the bowels of the mountain. Verdia did not slow her pace in the pursuit. Blades of wind, bolts of lightning and spikes of earth rained down over the area. Escalar also incinerated everything around, relentlessly pursuing the enemy. The battlefield was completely reshaped, craters, fissures and mounds of melted rock sprang up everywhere, as the demon king fought for his life, being massacred by his two hunters. They continued their pursuit until they finally finished off their target. Verdia killed him with her bow, an arrow made of lightning condensed on the bowstring, emitting a sharp, electrifying buzz. She fired with precision, and the projectile pierced Kebla's core in a straight line. The body of the vile demon king convulsed for a moment, emitting a scream of shock, before collapsing completely, finally dead. Verdia watched for a few seconds, ensuring the death. Then, she let out a long, relieved sigh. Phew, he almost escaped. She murmured, wiping the sweat from her brow. I almost ran out of mana too. Escalar went to the corpse and picked up the demon's deformed body, carrying it carefully to where Verdia was. The elf smiled and said in a gentle tone. You did very well, Escalar. Come, let me heal your wounds. She then pulled a small bluish glass bottle from her bag, a mana potion, developed from the records left by the future guide. For Verdia, it was priceless. For someone like Rigor, it would not have much effect. As he drank the potion, Escalar lowered himself before her, bending his injured neck to receive the treatment. About 2 minutes passed before a figure appeared in the sky, descending slowly. It was Rigor, carrying what seemed to be a stone slab full of inscriptions. When Verdia saw him, her shoulders relaxed and a bright smile lit her face. "Rigor," she called, waving slightly. "Here is his body. But his abilities are very strange. Is he really dead?" Rigor landed softly on the devastated ground. After confirming with a glance that Verdia was all right, he turned to the grotesque corpse of Keblakabla, observing it in silence. He swept the battlefield with his senses. The wind carried the smell of burnt flesh and melted rock. With the strength he currently possessed, whether the natural strength of his body or his mastery of his Tuki, it was fair to say that Keblakabla would never be able to escape if Rigor truly wanted to find him. The ground was covered with craters, smoking trenches and fragments of the Demon King's body scattered everywhere. But, despite the evident destruction, there was no sign of escape. His demon eyes also detected nothing unusual in the corpse. Everything indicated that he had been annihilated completely. Rigor smiled slightly upon confirming. "He is dead," he murmured, approaching Verdia. "Who would have thought you'd kill him so decisively before I arrived? I was expecting to arrive and watch the fight without interfering. You've gotten much stronger." Verdia was alone this time because the vile Demon King was not in his castle when the group had arrived to greet him. To save time, they decided to split into 3 groups, Skoll and Eris, Escalar and Verdia, and Rigor alone. Eris and Verdia would be hunting Keblakabla, while Rigor would venture into the depths of the castle to search for a material that would be needed for future versions of his armor. By chance, the vile Demon King Keblakabla had been hunting in the direction where Verdia had gone to search. Upon hearing the praise, Verdia smiled proudly. Rigor approached and gave her a kiss, which she reciprocated lovingly. Rigor was genuinely surprised. Verdia's strength really was beyond what he expected. But, as he looked at her and reflected for a moment, he realized that perhaps it was a matter of perspective. Chantless magic had never been an option for Verdia, and she had never needed it to be a renowned mage. During 500 years of battles, all her experience had been concentrated on using her weapons and spells as efficiently as possible, always seeking to defeat her opponents by exploiting their weak points. Rigor followed a somewhat different path. He relied on his strength, power, and speed to overpower his opponents. Not that he did not need battle strategies to win, but he would rarely need a very refined strategy. His way of fighting had always been to overpower the enemy directly. Verdia was exactly the opposite, so it was somewhat expected that, with such a powerful tool as Chantless magic, her offensive power and tactical control would have such a great leap. After some time, they left there together. Their next objective would be a bit more complicated. She was well known on the Demon Continent as one of its most powerful generals. The Immortal Demon King, Atafratoph. Chapter 304, 304, Champion's Honor. Hero's Fame. Or the Demon King's Power. POV, Rigor Adoldia. We were in Gaslow Province, one of the most hostile regions of the Demon Continent. The monsters that appeared there were far stronger and more numerous than those of any other province. However, there was still a certain ecological balance involved. The environment was not favorable to life in general. For example, in Baigoya Province there were only a large number of acid wolves and pax coyotes, but the region also had native flora and fauna. By comparison, Gaslow had the basilisk, with its petrifying breath, the black drake, flying uncontrollably through the skies with its powerful jaws and poisonous claws, the giant water roach, which created pools with its own secretion and then attacked anyone who came to drink from them, as well as the white-fanged snake, highly agile and covered with hard, magic-resistant scales. Its environment was terrible, uninhabitable in a sense. Some places emitted poisonous gas, others opened into deep ravines. Given that all the monsters were extremely cruel, the entire place was filled with danger zones. Thus, the Gaslow territory in particular had the reputation of being an absolutely dreadful pit of demons. There were almost no towns or settlements there, and the few that existed were especially fortified. Almost no adventurer went there. Some, however, supposedly viewed this place as an aspiration. It was home to the greatest fortification on the Demon Continent, built by the immortal Necros Lacrosse, one of the 5 great demon kings of old. The current master of that fort was Demon King Atafratoph, the immortal demon king of the Gaslow territory. The immortal demon king Atafratoph was extremely famous. She is the daughter of the great immortal demon king Necros Lacrosse, and began to gain notoriety during the Second Great Human-Demon War. Atoph was used as an example of the demon race. Even if she was not very intelligent, she possessed insane dexterity and endurance in battle. She was feared as a ferocious demon king. Her subordinates made up for her intellectual deficiencies, but when their supply line was cut during the war, they were all wiped out. Because of that she was captured by humans and sealed. It was not until the Laplace War that Atafratoph was revived. Laplace was the one who gave her a new life, and she again made a name for herself as a demon king, working alongside him. She fought by unleashing her fury on the battlefield and crossed blades countless times with the armored dragon King Perugius. There was a legend about her that was well known among warriors and swordsmen on other continents, saying that anyone who desired power should ascend to Fort Necros. Even I was tempted to make the trip when I was younger, but compared to the mysterious fame of Fort Necros, the Sword Sanctuary was much more reliable. Who knows what would have happened if at that time I had decided to come to Gaslow Province instead of the Sacred Land of Swords? That was a question I would never know the answer to. In any case, it was probably a good decision back then. After all, no one who reached the fort managed to return quickly. About half of those knights died on the journey. Most of the survivors were integrated into Atoph's personal guard. I knew a bit about that woman's personality because of Verdia. She fought a few times alongside Atoph during the Laplace War. The only information that repeated in all the stories about that Demon King was that she was always involved in some battle. Verdia told me that she was a fierce and powerful woman. Her immortality allowed her to act recklessly and impetuously at all times. And those were her only positive points. Disregarding her fighting ability, Atoph was recognized worldwide as a legendary fool, enough to not even be able to follow a casual conversation. If not for her reliable subordinate, Moore, she would probably have gotten into a lot of trouble during her long immortal life. Anyway, our group that was going to see the Demon King consisted of 3 members, Eris, Verdia, and me. Escalar and Skoll would be left to hunt in the nearby monster-filled territories. There would probably be a fight, but I wasn't very worried. Others might fear Atoph's demonic force and immortality, but that wasn't so important to me. Death was not the only way to defeat someone. I had methods and a diverse enough set of magics to imagine infinite ways to subjugate her with ease. Even Eris and Verdia could face her in combat, if they were united. Although it wasn't certain whether they could win. After all, although a bit foolish, she was personally taught by the first North God, and was responsible for training the second North God. Her skill as a swordswoman was top tier. Some claimed that her prowess even surpassed that of the North Gods. Others said it was merely on the same level as a North Emperor. It was not possible to estimate for sure, since she rarely fought at full strength. She was very carefree in her battles and often allowed her opponent a free first strike. Being immortal, her concerns about injuries were near zero. In any case, in the Old Guard timeline, she was quite a big obstacle. Rudeus Greyrat defeated her in single combat and recruited her to the side of the Dragon God. She might not be a great threat to me, but to the Kingdom of Gaia she could become problematic. I preferred to have that mad demon under my command rather than allow her to strengthen my opponents. And it was surprisingly easy to win her loyalty. You just had to defeat her completely, unquestionably. And that, I was quite confident I could accomplish. Fort Necros was located very close to the ruins of the teleportation circle. It was not such a long way, but the ruins lay deep in the mountains and some black drakes used them as nests. The creatures came flying toward us and we sliced them up, one after another. Then, we made barbecue and an omelet with the eggs we found, since we heard their meat was tasty. Hordes of other monsters descended from above to attack us, but we pushed on, killing or driving off everything in our path, and when we reached the mountain's base, an entire day had passed. It was quite unusual for a teleportation circle to be so close to a populated settlement. Maybe it was related to the ambient mana being much denser. Didn't even sweat, said Eris. She gladly cut down all the monsters that came at us, as if she wanted to show the benefits of daily training. There were few opportunities to really fight, besides the temple's combat exercises. I think this place is a bit safer compared to before. Verdia pondered, although I couldn't even set foot here back then, so there's no way to be sure. Verdia was very excited. She had the chance to fight a demon king, and now with these many monsters, getting more and more used to her new abilities. Not that she was a fan of battles like Eris. She was more like a player testing a new item in an online game. Her excitement was high at the moment. With our strength, I think we need to invade a big labyrinth to get some challenge. Eris laughed. That would be interesting. I've heard that older labyrinths have different magical challenges and mysterious obstacles the deeper you go. Can't you just kill everything in the way? I don't think so. I mean, at least the labyrinths I invaded in the past had some puzzles that needed the mind to solve, traps and such. Well, you deal with that when we get there then. While Eris and Verdia talked, I looked at the fort below us. The first thing that stood out was that it was completely black. I imagined it was constructed from some kind of durable ore from the demon continent. It wasn't particularly large, just a castle and a town protected by thick walls, which is not uncommon. What qualified it as a fort was its structure. The walls divided it into 5 blocks, each attached to the other, forming a terrace. The 3 lower ones were an ordinary castle town and the 2 upper ones were filled with buildings not much connected to everyday life, besides a large amphitheater. A military facility, probably. Right at the top there was a black castle-like building that rose imposingly above the rest. That must have been the fortress. We ended up approaching the fortification from behind. Verdia had already sent a letter about our visit a long time ago, but they only knew it would be that week, not on which specific day, so they might not be ready. I observed the fortification with my demonic eyes and investigated with my senses. There was no protective barrier, and no form of concealment either. I could already sense everyone inside with ease. Doesn't seem very well fortified, I commented. Verdia laughed and said, it was well guarded 500 years ago. I guess peaceful times affect even a demon king's army. I silently agreed as we advanced. The guards appeared as we approached, 5 of them, wearing black armor, standing on the wall. They saw us and began shouting something. Eventually, we reached the base of the wall, and there was a large door, probably some kind of back entrance. It was a gate painted black in a black wall, so I hadn't noticed it from afar, but it became quite obvious as I got closer. All right, heroes. Congratulations on arriving at Fort Necros. Demonic language. Maybe they were prepared for our visit after all. Or perhaps that was a common greeting to anyone who passed here. You must be very strong of heart to have crossed the demonic mountains. Do you seek the honor of the champions or the power of the demon king? Either way, it doesn't matter. If you wish to enter, come. First, you must defeat us, Lady Atoph's personal guard. Well, exactly as expected. Verdia seemed excited and smiling, as if she were appearing on television. She had already heard about this in several places during her youth, but had never been here on her own. It was quite cute. Eris was as always, she seemed eager to test the strength of a demon king's army. All right, you fight first, girls. Just to be clear, I am the 6th world power, the beast god. I suggest you inform your superiors about our arrival. I said that because I didn't sense any particularly exaggerated movement in the fort. They probably thought we were just a few random heroes. Wait. You're the special guest who sent a challenge letter. Probably me. There was a short pause. All right. We are opening the gate. You can wait in the first room for a moment. Sure. The gates in front of us opened slowly, and we entered the first room. There were some chairs and tables, so we sat there to wait. A guard came in and served us a kind of red tea. In the meantime, we waited about 20 minutes. During that time, I just wanted to laugh at the whole situation. I could sense the entire fort, and I was trying to ignore the small theater they were staging in the center of the fortress. As I confirmed there was no malicious trap, I simply waited curious and amused. We were in the audience hall of Fort Necros, which was outdoors. A long staircase embedded between thick pillars carved with images of demons led to a platform surrounded by candles lit with purple flames. In front of each candle stood a soldier in black armor at attention. The platform had no walls or railings. From the edges, you would probably have a good view of the castle town below and, way at the back, there was a throne ornamented in a threatening way. Wait a minute, it wasn't really an audience hall, it was more like, I don't know, the place where you draw a huge magic circle to summon an ancient archdemon or something at a decisive moment. An arena where a band of brave souls fights to stop a demon king. That's the kind of place it was. It wasn't an audience hall. It was an arena. All right, heroes. Congratulations on getting this far. Sitting on the throne was a woman the height of Eris. Her skin was bluish, her hair white and her eyes blood red. She had bat wings and a thick horn projected from her head. Like the knights, she also wore black armor, although it was clear hers had been through far more battles than theirs. It was covered in scratches and all the decorative elements had long since been ripped off. A huge sword hung at her waist, one that looked much too large for her somewhat thin arms. Its sheath was far more extravagant than those of the other soldiers. She stood up, seeming genuinely excited, then opened her robe with a gesture. The light of the sunset behind the mountains cast deep shadows over her. She looked like a truly majestic and wonderful figure. That is, if you focused only on her appearance. I am the immortal demon king Atofratov Ribok, she declared. In the time we had been waiting, she had been making an effort to get everything ready, or she waited for the sunset because she knew it would add a touch to the scene. Regardless, it was an effort worthy of note, it looked quite like a demon king from my previous life. You should be proud to be here, mortals, said one of the guards. The others followed, one after another. Brave champions, you have overcome many trials. Now we want to know. Do you seek the honor of the champions? The fame of heroes? Or maybe the power of the demon king? Chapter 305, 305, Vanquishing the Immortal Demon King. Well, anyway, I knew all of that would lead to a fight in the end. It didn't matter which option she chose, the honor of champions, the fame of heroes, or the power of the demon king. With Atofratov, all roads led to the same place, beat her until she admitted defeat. That was how her head worked, she had to fight. Before deciding how to treat you, she needed to know who was the strongest in the relationship. Still, I had to admit, there was something thrilling about it all. It was almost like being in a fantasy movie, or inside an RPG. The arena like the castle of a demon king outdoors, the knights lined up reciting rehearsed lines, the sunset casting purple light on the flames, everything was so ridiculously demon king that it felt like a professional production. I had seen more dangerous and more impressive things in this world, but Atoph was very faithful to the role she had chosen. Not just her presence and appearance, it was the whole setting, the mood construction. It would be quite glorious and intimidating to any normal person. For me, of course, not so much. Eris was smiling, excited. She also liked those stories and seemed thrilled to experience it herself. Verdia, on the other hand, watched the scene as if facing an idol. The gleam of admiration in her eyes was obvious. When Atoph finished her rehearsed presentation, I answered naturally. It is a pleasure to meet you, Atoph. I am Reincarnated, the beast god, currently ranked as the 6th world power. I pointed to the girls beside me. These are my 2 wives. Eris, a skilled swordswoman at the emperor level. And Verdia, a king-level mage in multiple elements. Verdia bowed in greeting. Eris looked Atoph directly in the eyes in challenge. I had already told her that she probably couldn't beat her at the moment, and, predictably, that only inflamed her fighting spirit. Atoph followed my speech attentively at first, but in the end her gaze lost focus and she blinked confusedly. Lady Atoph. One of the armored black guards approached and whispered something in her ear. Before he could finish, Atoph exploded. Shut up. As if I didn't know something so simple. Her punch hit the subordinate violently. Poor Moore flew like a rag doll, bouncing on the stone floor before stopping against a wall. Atoph then turned to me and charged energetically. Her battle intent was overwhelming, crushing. But despite that intent, I felt she would not attack us immediately. Still, when she came too close, I stared at her with a sharp look. She stopped at once. My hand was resting on the hilt of Doomsday. If she took one more step, I would split her in 2. Atoph widened her eyes, and then began to laugh. Ho 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 ho. You're quite a fierce champion, huh? She put her hands on her hips while laughing with that immortal warrior energy who lives to fight. After all, she was a demon king. And a potential North god. Of course I wouldn't let someone like that get close so easily, especially with Eris and Verdia at my side. She stopped 2 meters from me, within my reach, but far enough to react easily. Atoph pointed at me with a threatening, excited smile. Even I know about the 7 great powers. Cal was one of them. Moore said you guys got weaker over time. Are you like that too? I smiled when I heard that. I had heard that a few times already. But I didn't fully understand nor agree. From what I know, only the last 3 positions had changed drastically over the years. The first 4 had been quite consistent over thousands of years. Although I didn't know exactly how strong the current North god was, I considered myself stronger than usual for my current position. Perhaps only the Death god was a bit below. Before I could answer, Eris stepped forward with her usual conviction. That's impossible. Rigor is much stronger than 6th place. He can beat anyone if he has enough time. Atoph turned her face to her, and opened a sinister grin from ear to ear. Hee, that fierce, blazing look, you want to fight me too. Actually, I can feel you want to attack me right now. Eris really wanted to fight Atoph. It was as if at any moment she would leap forward and challenge the Demon King on the spot. Of course, I didn't mind that, but first I needed to subjugate her. They would have plenty of time to fight among themselves afterwards. I cut through the rising tension between the 2. Fine, why don't we settle this once and for all? Atoph, as I mentioned in the letter, I want a one-on-one duel. You 2 can fight afterwards. Atoph looked at me at first with slight confusion, but soon laughed uproariously. Ha 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 ha. Fine. You 3 will be great additions to my personal guard. That reckless impulse of hers was even impressive. She really had total certainty of victory simply for being immortal. A solid ego. I looked straight into her eyes and answered. If I lose, I'll naturally be part of your guard or whatever. But if you lose, you'll be my subordinate for as long as I live. As I spoke, I let my battle intent spread. Atoph laughed even louder, opening a predatory smile. Mwahaha. Well. You may be considered more demon than human, so, want to start a new war? Are you the new Laplace? She spoke as if trying to intimidate me, but I saw the sparkle of excitement in her eyes. She probably wanted war, wanted a powerful enemy to face. The idea of a war seemed more like a gift than a threat to her. Well, who knows? Maybe I would really start a war, or maybe not. But one thing was certain, having Atoph on my side would prevent the dragon god from trying to recruit her later. As for how useful she would be, that was still to be seen. I replied calmly. That's not for you to know yet. But I admire and desire your strength at my side. That's all you need to know. Her smile grew even more sinister, and her battle intent exploded against mine like an invisible shockwave. The guards around, however, seemed quite calm. In fact, they were chatting among themselves about how long I might last against Atoph. They seemed used to that kind of combat prelude. The Demon King shouted. More. The knight who had been thrown moments before reappeared quickly, bleeding a lot from the head, but with correct posture. Yes, Lady Atoph. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw that. It was obvious he was used to her explosive temperament, probably being beaten frequently. Atoph asked enthusiastically. If I defeat this guy, will I be one of the 7 powers like Cal? Moore answered immediately. Yes, milady, that is the case. However, I must remind you that it might be ideal to use all your strength from the start. This is a dange. He didn't finish. Atoph's kick turned him into a projectile again, flying like a rag doll. That man really seemed to know a little more about me, maybe he had gathered information, and was even trying to warn her. But, unfortunately for him, Atoph did not take kindly to any doubt. Ah. You're doubting I can win. Humph. In a swift movement, she drew her huge sword. It was fast enough to surprise even someone of my level. It was strange, almost contradictory, to see such fencing skill in someone so impulsive and wild. The world was really full of the strangest kinds of warriors. I smiled, feeling the anticipation grow. Who knows? Maybe it will be a somewhat exciting fight after all. I said, laughing as I watched her behavior. You're pretty energetic with your subordinates, huh? I suppose I can use the same treatment on you then. Eris and Verdia immediately took a few steps back when they saw me advance. I drew Doomsday slowly, and the heat took over the environment instantly, as if the air itself were igniting around me. Atoph widened her eyes at the sight of the sword. For a moment, I could almost swear she shivered, but soon her expression turned into something even more fierce and euphoric. Ha 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 ha. What an interesting weapon you have there. But we still have to see who will be whose subordinate. She swung her enormous sword. Her demonic wings opened violently, pushing a gust of wind that swept across the entire arena. The guards finally stopped what they were doing, apparently. That was a sign that Atoph would really fight seriously, which rarely happened. She laughed and flexed her knees, preparing. Ha ha ha. I usually allow challengers a free first attack. But Moore told me to act serious. You must be powerful. So take this. With those words, Atoph leapt toward me, brandishing her giant blade in one fluid motion. Her wings propelled her body as if she were an artillery projectile. My demon eyes activated, and time slowed for me. I watched every detail. The movement of the wings. The thrust of the jump. The trajectory of the sword. Her crazed smile. As much as she had kicked Moore before, it seemed she really trusted his advice. She was fighting seriously from the start. A shame. I was one level above what she could handle. She was using the North God style. I immediately recognized the way she moved the blade. It was similar to Ornthorn's technique, but even more skillful. The weight, the fluidity, the intensity, the hip rotation, everything showed that Atoph truly mastered that style. So, I decided to respond in kind. I also used a North God-style technique, the counter blade, while simultaneously using the longsword of light. I struck at Atoph's sword directly, and amplified the blue blade with fire magic to full power. Of course, I focused more on power than scale. The truth was I was confident I could win that fight anyway, with or without magic, using one style or several, with my demon eyes or without them. But I needed Atoph to understand, with absolute clarity, that she had no chance in this battle. The battlefield ignited in an instant. A blue flaming light roared in Doomsday. The sword whooshed forward, colliding with Atoph's strike. Her sword split instantly, as if it were butter. The blue flames roared as if a dragon lived inside the blade, but I didn't stop there. The long sword of light pierced through everything along the motion, cutting without resistance. A blue, fiery explosion engulfed Atoph's body completely. The impact was so intense that even the sturdy ground of Fort Necros cracked, melted and disintegrated into irregular patterns, trembling under the blow. The flaming wave expanded like a wild sea of blue light, pushing Atoph away as she was cut in half vertically by my technique. A small blue sun emerged from the explosion, sweeping across the entire arena before me. The flames rose like pillars, dancing and roaring while the soldiers stood completely motionless, shocked, petrified, unable to believe what they were seeing. Just from that exchange, I could evaluate Atoph's level. She was, without a doubt, above a North Emperor. Her strength and martial prowess definitely reached the level of a god, albeit perhaps barely. Behind me, I heard Eris cheer. Yes. Who's celebrating now? She pointed at the guards who, before the fight, were commenting on how long I would last against Atoph. Now, Eris stared them down with ferocity, scolding and intimidating each of them mercilessly. They could only fall silent, still open-mouthed, shocked at what they had just witnessed. I laughed at the sight. Moore, bloodied but still conscious, got up and ran toward the flames. But I raised a physical barrier and stopped him from passing. I smiled amiably, but for Moore it probably seemed even more sinister. The fight is not over yet. I advanced calmly toward the still dancing flames. Doomsday at my side was still vibrating. It begged to burn more, to destroy more, to devour everything around. Lately, I was beginning to understand this weapon better, and its endless appetite. Among the charred debris, I found a scorched stump, what remained of Atoph's body. Even her formidable battle aura had been completely incinerated, a feat that few techniques in the world could accomplish. I levitated the stump into my hand with gravity magic. If she was an immortal demon, this should work. I placed my hand over the carbonized remainder and used Emperor-level healing magic, pouring the maximum amount of mana I could channel, with Doomsday serving as an amplifier. The stump began to tremble, then contort, deforming into strange, pulsing shapes. In about 15 seconds, the flesh rebuilt, the bones formed, muscles wove, skin stretched, and the complete figure of Atoph reappeared right in front of me. Holding my hand. And completely naked. This time, she had a serious expression, very different from the previous boastfulness. I, however, continued smiling. Chapter 306, 306, After the battle, drink and celebrate until you collapse. Atoph wore a serious expression as she watched me. I, on the other hand, forced myself not to look at her completely naked body, which was harder than I'd like to admit, since, after all, her body was well-defined, firm muscles, sculpted curves, and not an excess of fat. Still holding her hand, I cast earth magic. Immediately, plates of stone ran across the Demon King's body, sliding as if they had a life of their own. They molded to her shape, covering her completely in a few moments. Atoph widened her eyes, surprised for a second, but soon recovered her firm, serious posture. I extended my arm to the side. Her sword, or rather what was left of it, broken in two and half melted, flew through the debris and landed in my hand. I handed it to her, saying, "So, shall we continue the fight? You're an immortal demon, I've heard you're very persistent. That makes me curious to know exactly how Laplace and Kalman I beat you." The truth is I was actually eager to continue. I had already understood a good part of her strength, but Atoph could still show fascinating techniques. A genuinely immortal swordswoman, god level, where would I find a better training partner than that? But, contrary to what I imagined, Atoph was no longer in that intense violence from before. She seemed very unaggressive. I frowned, confused. And apparently she noticed, because she grunted. Humph. No more fighting. You won. She turned her back and began walking toward her throne. Just like that. She simply accepted. She walked through the flames, while I stood there, somewhat stunned. What do you mean? I said. I waved my hand, using wind magic and ice magic to suspend the arena's flames, extinguishing everything in a few seconds. The temperature dropped along with the fire. I sheathed Doomsday at the same time I followed after her. What do you mean there's no more fight? Are you going to give up that easily? As soon as I removed the barrier isolating the field, more came running, somewhat euphoric. Until he stopped upon seeing his mistress whole, and now wearing makeshift stone armor. Atoph was looking at me with a resentful expression. But she repeated firmly. That's right. You won. Okay, well, that was surprising. I expected many things from her. I expected her to call her guards and order them to surround me. I expected her to attack with new techniques. I even considered that she might try to restrict the fight to hand-to-hand combat. But giving up didn't seem to fit the character. Moore said. I will give you a new sword immediately, Lady Atoph. Eris and Verdia approached again, coming to my side. Is the fight already over? Verdia asked, confused. I heard Atoph wouldn't surrender even after being killed. Eris crossed her arms, puffing out her chest. Humph. Of course she realized rigor is much stronger. She didn't stand a chance. Surprisingly, this time Eris was right. Atoph confirmed, turning her head. That's right. You are very strong, I can't win. You remind me of Laplace from that time. I recognize you as king among kings, a demon among demons. Moore ran back, carrying a new broadsword and a bottle of wine in the other hand. Atoph took the new sword, sheathed the blade and opened the bottle, beginning to drink right there, without ceremony. I blinked. King among kings, what does that mean? This time, Moore answered. That means she recognizes you as her leader, Lord Rigor. If you want to unify the demon continent, start a war against humanity or whoever. She and all her guard will fight for you. He paused and then added. The only one to receive such treatment before you was demon god Laplace. Moore spoke now in a much more polite tone than before. I didn't know whether to celebrate or complain. Could it have been that simple? From the stories I knew about this demon king, I expected a bit more resistance. But she simply accepted. Not that I was going to complain about that. I understand, I said, smiling. Atoph turned her face to me. Her gaze was sharp, but there was no hostility. Who would have thought that demons could also have invincible champions? In fact, I replied, I'm of the beast race. Technically, I'm not a demon. Atoph laughed loudly, swirling the bottle of wine before taking another gulp. Ha! Who cares about details? The important thing is that a formidable figure was born on our side. It's hard for races outside of humanity to produce powerful champions like you. She raised the bottle and continued, excited. Humans, they live short lives, but every few centuries, one of them shines like the sun, only to sadly fade soon after. I blinked again. Is this the same crazy woman I had been fighting and talking to earlier? She didn't seem physically different, but her personality. It seemed as if she had switched into a more rational mode. Or perhaps being completely incinerated had really affected her. Verdia agreed with Atoph's words. That's true. Humans have that peculiarity. Each era tends to produce a genius capable of changing the world stage. I couldn't disagree. The history of this world spoke for itself. And I too had been human in another life. I sighed. I understand. Well, I don't intend to start a war for now. But I certainly have some plans for the demon continent, so I expect your cooperation. Atoph snorted, crossing her arms, but said nothing. Moore replied. Lady Atoph agrees. I hope we can host you at Fort Necros for a banquet, where we can discuss more details. He then turned to Verdia, all formal again, and said. Besides, it's a pleasure to see you again, Disaster Witch. Congratulations on your marriage. I heard you recently had a daughter. It was obvious he was trying to ease the tension and create a friendly connection. Verdia smiled brightly. So you remember me, Moore? Yes, I did. She's very healthy. Moore seemed to recall her from the days of Laplace's war, when Verdia was still feared as a relentless warrior. Seeing that, I said. All right then. We accept the invitation. After all that, there was a banquet at Atoph's fortress. A banquet to celebrate the death of the immortal Demon King, and offered by the very Demon King who had lost. Atoph's personal guards not only served as waiters, but were also the banquet's guests. The vast training field of Fort Necros served as the banquet hall. In the center, an improvised arena, surrounded by leather rugs and rustic benches. The guards sat around, drinking, shouting, laughing, egging each other on to fight. It didn't seem like any of them were about to rise in revolt over Atoph's defeat. Even so, I had instructed Moore to extend the personal guard's vacation period. At the moment, I wasn't particularly interested in freeing anyone, not until I knew whether we would have important battles soon. But in the future, freeing whoever wished would be simple. I would just have to order it. Despite everything, the guards seemed happy, truly enjoying the party. Roast meat, strong drinks, shouts, laughter and brawls, the culture of Fort Necros in its purest form. This is a joyful day. Let's drink. Let's sing. And let's fight. Atoph, even defeated, was in high spirits. She was seated on her makeshift throne made of black rock, drinking wine. While ordering her guards to fight in the central arena. She seemed genuinely happy, as if having been cut in half and incinerated a few hours earlier was only a fun memory. She reminded me of Batigati at that moment. That was exactly how he behaved in the Sword Sanctuary. After a battle, his priority was to drink, sing, and celebrate until he fell. Well, they were siblings, after all. Maybe the immortal Necros Lacrosse had been the same. Ahahaha, good. Smash him. Raise your guard. No slacking. Get up. Ah. Several demons pummeled each other violently in the center of the arena. No weapons, no armor. Just fists and kicks. The winner is Eris. Ah, yes. Eris was participating. She still had energy saved up from not being able to fight Atoph earlier, and was taking it out on the personal guards. She mixed the beast god style with the north god style. The lizard-faced guard was tough, worthy of Atoph's elite. Even so, Eris slaughtered him without difficulty. Several competitors lay unconscious in the corners of the arena, snoring or drooling on the ground. Eris had already defeated 3 of them. She had taken some hits, but healed herself with healing magic while continuing to advance. Atoph roared with excitement. You're tough. Exactly what you'd expect from the companion of one of the 7 powers. She stood up and shouted. All right. Who's next? Who will it be? I challenge you, Demon King Atoph. Come down here and fight me. Eris shouted, fired up. I looked at Atoph, curious about what she would decide. The answer came immediately. You're an idiot even greater than Kishirika, challenging me to unarmed combat. I like that. Fine, I'll fight you. Without a second thought, Atoph took off her armor as if peeling fruit skins. She literally ripped the pieces off with her hands. The banquet reached its peak. Applause, shouts, and whistles echoed so loudly it felt like the fort would collapse. Who would win? Eris or Atoph? I was almost certain Atoph would come out on top. Her immortality made too much of a difference. But who could predict? In the end, one of them was my wife, so I cheered passionately. Go on, Eris. Smash her face in. Okay. I had clearly drunk a little. Eris gained instant energy from my encouragement and launched herself at Atoph. The fight began violently. At first it was balanced, but eventually Atoph's immortality advantage began to show. Eris was losing momentum. Then, carrying a huge mug of beer in one hand, I entered the arena laughing. Come all at once. Whoever can knock down this beer-filled body will be named North King. Ha 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 ha. Several guards rose with fierce, or drunk, expressions and leapt on me. Meanwhile, Verdia conversed with more, discussing political strategies and future actions as if nothing were happening. Fort Necros really knew how to throw a party. Chapter 307, Slime Demon King Beetho to Vetha. The Rigger group spent a long time flying over the vast and hostile demon continent. The view from above always revealed desolate landscapes, wild territories and entire provinces covered by black hills, purple forests, and scorching deserts. In Oldgar's timeline, he himself had crossed the demon continent only once and, at that time, even formed some alliances, mainly political and non-aggression pacts between the demon provinces and the kingdom of Gaia. However, even with those alliances, when the demon god Lelass was reborn decades later, the whole demon continent united under his banner to wage war against humanity. Looking from a broader perspective, there were many reasons for that. Oldgar, after losing to Orsted for the second time, on the occasion when he tried to assassinate Rudeus, completely abandoned any administration of the kingdom and focused all his time and energy on improving himself. He lived only to become stronger. It is worth saying that, when Lelass was reborn, Oldgar had already defeated the Technique God and was the current #1 of the 7 great world powers. Even so, all the demons bowed to Lelass. The main motivation for that was not charisma, honor, or ideology, it was pressure. Lelass's demon half was relentless and cruel. He dominated everything with his overwhelming power and did not tolerate resistance. He killed those who opposed him and that served as a warning to the rest. Faced with that scenario, no one dared to confront him. At the same time, Oldgar was so obsessed with his personal growth and with the goal of killing Orsted that he left the rest of the world completely adrift. This, of course, allowed him to reach the strength of a true god at his peak. Unfortunately for him, mere power was not enough to kill the dragon god. Rigger would not make the same mistake. He had Oldgar's future records of techniques, he could reach the same power much more easily. That granted him some spare time to deal with secondary problems. There were many cruel demon kings who were already problems, some of them would become major enemies in the future. 2, in fact, had been pawns of Hidegami. One of them was vile demon king Keblakabla, killed by Verdia. The other was Badigadi, the current fighter god. Badigadi was hard to kill, but Keblakabla had not required so much work. Furthermore, Atoph and another demon king ended up, in that timeline, becoming allies of the dragon god under Rudeus Greyrat's influence. Knowing all this, Rigger would not stand idly by. There were opponents he still could not defeat and others it was not convenient to kill, at least for now. But what about the lesser characters? Those demon kings and regional leaders who would be future sources of chaos, destruction, or manipulation by Hidegami. Was it better to kill them or subjugate them now, before they had any chance to cause real trouble? It was also necessary to let them know that, even if Lelass returned one day, he would have to defeat Rigger before even considering starting another war. So, while passing through the demon continent, Rigger turned practically the entire region into a vast nation subordinate to the kingdom of Gaia, or, at least, most of it. As subordinate nations, they would naturally be subject to new rules and restrictions. Any evil demon king who was unwilling to accept changes or abandon his vile acts was simply eliminated by Rigger, Verdia, and Eris. Some of those demon kings were hard to find, but Rigger's tracking capabilities were practically inescapable, save rare exceptions. The group moved quickly, taking advantage of Escalar's flight and, eventually, teleportation circles to cross the demon continent with greater efficiency than any army could dream of. Great changes fell upon the demon races suddenly and abruptly. At that moment, the submerged realms of the Ringus Sea, many demon provinces and the entire expanse of the Gaia continent were under the reach and direct influence of the Iron Legion. They did not merge into the kingdom of Gaia but were, effectively, subordinate nations. Meanwhile, the kingdom of the Dragon King, despite being an ally, was too weak at the time and relied heavily on support from the kingdom of Gaia to maintain internal order. The roots of the kingdom of Gaia spread quickly to all corners of the world. After a flash of light, 3 figures suddenly appeared above a teleportation circle. The light dissipated quickly, revealing Rigger, Verdia and Eris. Verdia was calm, she was already used to the effect, no matter how mystical it still seemed to her. Perhaps the fact that her own daughter had teleported since birth had softened the impact. When you see a baby appearing and disappearing in flashes of light, few things really surprise you. Eris, on the other hand, seemed very excited to see the interior of the labyrinth. Rigger looked around with curiosity before Verdia asked, "Is this the right place?" He took a deep breath, sharpening his senses and his demon eyes. His perception spread through the environment like a wave. After observing everything carefully, he answered, "It should be. It matches the guide's description." The place had stone floors and walls, very similar to the ruins of the dragon race where they had been moments before. All the other teleport circles they'd found also led to environments of this style. The only notable difference was that this one had a door, and, moreover, the smell. The air was impregnated with ink, parchment and mold. That was exactly what confirmed they were in the labyrinth library, even if there wasn't a single visible book there. Rigger and Verdia immediately began working on modifying the teleportation circle. They had done this several times throughout the journey, and the process was now much easier for both of them. All these modifications were part of a plan Rigger had for the future. When they finished, they continued onward. "I'll take the lead," declared Eris, excited, advancing down the corridor that led deeper into the labyrinth. Verdia sighed in resignation while Rigger smiled. "Don't go more than 3 meters ahead." Eris only waved, not slowing her pace, full of excitement. Rigger had already explained to her that this labyrinth was different and that there were no aggressive monsters there. That, however, did not diminish her excitement one bit. He saw no problem with letting her go in front. The reason was simple: nothing could hurt her while she was under his watch. Caution was important, but Rigger knew his own strength. Only exceptional entities could pose a danger to him, and that did not include the Demon King who governed the labyrinth. A long and seemingly endless corridor stretched out before them. The 3-meter-high walls were composed of stone shelves that seemed to extend for dozens of meters. Countless books rested on the shelves. They walked for a long time, chatting casually as they advanced. They encountered several monsters along the way, creatures the group already knew they should not attack. Even so, Eris looked visibly tempted to cut them all in half. One of them was a gigantic snail, wide enough to block half the corridor. Thick, twisted tentacles emerged from its back, each holding a different book. Other monsters were black slimes, which slid slowly while pulling books into their bodies. There were also black bipedal ants carrying stacks of scrolls. All moved toward some deep point of the labyrinth, and, at the pace they went, they wouldn't get there anytime soon. The long, repetitive corridors were no challenge for Rigger. The whole labyrinth had been under his scrutiny since the moment they arrived. His senses covered the entire structure like a net. They knew exactly where to go from the start. "This place is kind of boring," Eris grumbled. Verdia covered her mouth, trying not to laugh, while Rigger answered, "I warned you. We'll explore harder labyrinths later. But this is a Demon King's domain. There probably won't be a fight." After some more time following the corridors, they finally reached their destination. When they turned at an intersection, a large open area was revealed. It was a wide pit, in the shape of an inverted cone. Around its edges, several circular levels extended, each connected by stairways built between long sections of shelves. In the center of the formation was a colossal slime. Its body trembled like a viscous ocean. From its interior, dozens of arms rose like tentacles, each holding a pen and scribbling frantically on stacked scrolls. Only one of those appendages stood out from the others. A single tentacle rose vertically, pointing upward, and at its tip there was a huge eye, fixed on the ceiling. That was Demon King Beetho Tvetha. The three fell silent for a few seconds, watching the enormous slime in the center of the structure. He was so disproportionate and so different from any other Demon King that even Rigger, who had already seen absurd things, took a moment to process it. Rigger turned to Verdia. "Master, do you know how to speak to a slime?" Verdia puffed her cheeks, clearly displeased. "So you only call me master when you want to ask something?" Rigger smiled shamelessly. "Of course. If I'm learning something new, it's fair to call you master." Her fake displeasure dissolved immediately, giving way to a satisfied smile. She took a deep breath and looked at the huge slime in the center of the hall. "For this Demon King, just speak to him normally. If he's interested in what you have to say, he'll answer on his own." Rigger did not hesitate for a second. "All right," he said, then raised his voice. "Hey, Demon King. Speak to me, or I'll rip that eye up there and take over this library myself." Verdia choked. "Wait. That's a direct threat." Eris, on the other hand, seemed to approve. She crossed her arms with a satisfied smile. Demon King Beetho did not ignore the words. The large eye on the upper tentacle moved slowly, staring at Rigger. There was no way to know if it was calculating ways to kill him or if it was afraid. A slime's expression was hard to decipher. Then, one of the tentacles extended toward Rigger slowly. Rigger felt there was no aggressive intent and remained still, just waiting. The tentacle stopped in front of him, holding a piece of paper with a newly written sentence. "Oh, Apocalypse Beast, you want to take this library? I cannot resist, but, if you want to destroy these books, I will fight until the moment of my death." Verdia's jaw dropped immediately at the Demon King's submissive posture. Rigger raised an eyebrow. "Oh. So you know about me?" He continued casually, "I was just calling your attention. I don't want to kill you to take this library. And, although I'm interested in the all-seeing eyes, I won't kill you for them." Beetho stood still for a few moments, trembling slightly. Then another tentacle came, bringing a new response. "I know about you. Some books I'm currently transcribing are about your deeds. I can also sense your strength instinctively because of a feature of that eye I possess. What would be your objective here, Apocalypse Beast?" Rigger replied bluntly. "I want this library and all the knowledge in it. I also want you to subordinate yourself to me voluntarily and continue your work here. Also, I want to know everything about the Nether King Vita, a member of your slime race." Silence filled the environment for a few seconds. Verdia was a little shocked and tense by how things had unfolded. Rigger remained completely relaxed. And Eris looked around, distracted by the shelves. Finally, another note was delivered. "I consulted some information and deduced that I have no chance of resisting your influence and power. I agree. But I will keep my domain and autonomy in this labyrinth. The only one who may command and order me is you, and no one else. I saw that you possess a book of the future that is sealed from my sight. I would like to be able to read it freely. I also desire protection against future attacks from heroes." The Demon King was surprisingly diplomatic and intelligent. That pleased Rigger quite a bit. He smiled. "Protection and autonomy are easy. Granted. As for the book, I can give you my book of the future, but I can only do so when I ensure that all my enemies are dead. That should take about 100 years. Is that okay with you?" The slime remained motionless for a few moments, as if processing the answer. Then a tentacle rose with a new note. "All right." And so, the Labyrinth Library, and its owner, the Slime Demon King Beetho, became subordinate to Rigger. The domination of the Demon Continent advanced one more step. Chapter 308, Capturing the Shimmering Demon King Samodinomdi. In the depths of the Illumination Labyrinth, located in one of the most feared provinces of the Demon Continent, a flash of white light streaked through the floors at absurd speed, fleeing desperately. The Illumination Labyrinth was famous, and feared, in that region. Composed of more than 40 floors, it was considered extremely dangerous even when compared to other rank S labyrinths. Its interior was a tangle of interconnected caverns, formed of blue and black rock resembling ice, although they emitted a constant heat instead of cold. Above the labyrinth, exactly at the point that marked its main entrance, stood the castle of the Demon King who ruled Kasvet province. That labyrinth was his absolute domain, at least in theory. The flash of light, which weaved through curves, narrow tunnels and irregular declines, illuminated everything in its path as it crossed the labyrinth. It was being pursued. As it advanced through the lower floors, it passed beside monsters similar to sentient stone golems, massive creatures whose joints dripped scalding lava, almost like a natural lubricant that ran down their arms and legs. Their bodies were slow, but powerful and huge, and although they had low speed, their perception was sharp. As soon as they felt the presence of the light, the monsters reacted violently, striking the beam with direct attacks. Each impact generated waves of destruction that echoed through the tunnels, cracking walls, breaking rocks and spreading lava everywhere. The Flash, however, dodged with familiarity, reacting as one who had already traveled that path many times. But something was following the white flash closely. A red silhouette crossed the group of monsters seconds later, moving so fast it almost seemed like teleportation. A sharp metallic whistling sounded through the air. The silhouette's blade described a perfect arc. And, without even being able to understand what had happened, all the golems were sliced in half, cracking into several pieces, as if the stone were melted butter. The only martial art capable of doing that with such ease was the sword god style, and the technique that had been used could be none other than the long sword of light. The shockwave generated by the cut only hit them a moment later, exploding the monsters into fragments of molten rock, spraying lava like rain and fracturing the ground. But the silhouette did not slow down for a single second. It was a woman. A warrior with vibrant red hair. Her fitted leather garb followed the classic style of swordsmen who valued mobility above all else. She was like a beast, and she moved as such. Using the walls and jutting rocks of the cavern, she advanced on all fours, propelling her body like a wild animal. The blade she carried was clenched between her teeth, while her forelimbs gave her speed. The Sword Emperor, Eris Greyrat, chased the Flash as if she were on a hunt. And she was. The distance visibly decreased. The Flash changed its route desperately, but Eris only accelerated, leaping from rock to rock, cutting across the way. With a feline movement, she launched herself in a final jump, like a tiger's pounce. The Flash, sensing the imminent attack, panicked. It stopped abruptly, dimming for an instant. But it was too late. When its body began to emit light again, Eris was already in front of it, blocking the escape route with a smile stamped on her face. She raised the sword, now in her hands. I got you. The Flash trembled. Its form began to contort, and there, revealed through the light, was the true fugitive. The shimmering demon king, Samodinomdi, trembled before the presence of the woman who blocked his only escape route. Samodinomdi was not an ordinary demon king. His entire body exhaled a constant white glow, and it was so dazzling that it became uncomfortable to look at directly. The light was so strong that it swallowed his silhouette almost completely, making it impossible to see specific details of his appearance. All that could be discerned was his general shape. He had 3 horns, 2 curved back, longer, and a small solitary horn right in the center of his forehead. His height was also curious, about 1.5 meters. Small for a demon king, but not enough to be considered a dwarf. No clothing could be seen, or perhaps there was, but totally swallowed by the white light that surrounded him. Still, his appearance was visibly humanoid, elbows and knees sharp like thorns, and prominent claws that shone like blades within the light. Eris took a deep breath, filling her lungs completely. Then she let out a cry that reverberated through the whole cavern. Rygar. I found him. The voice echoed off the cavernous walls, resonating from corridor to corridor. The effect was that some nearby monsters, shapeless masses of mud without definite form, began to crawl in the direction of the sound. The demon king let out a scornful chuckle. Hoo hoo hoo. You still think your companion is alive, crazy girl? Not even the demon kings dare face the boss of this labyrinth. He may very well be buried right now. The tone was taunting, but behind the light one could feel Samodinomdi's unease. He said that as if he were in control, but everything in his posture indicated he wanted only one thing, to leave. He needed to escape that swordswoman immediately. But to his misfortune, Eris didn't buy a single word. Heh. Do you really think something of that level can defeat Rigor? It's just a slightly larger golem. She spoke with a fully convinced smile. Rigor told me not to kill you, but tearing off an arm or leg shouldn't be a problem. After all, he can heal you. In the next instant, before the demon king could react, Eris assumed the sword god-style stance. Her figure vanished from Samodinomdi's sight. Realizing he had no way to avoid combat, the demon king activated his power to the maximum. The light around his body exploded, expanding like a small sun inside the cavern. The sudden luminosity blinded Eris's vision for an instant, preventing the continuation of the finishing attack. Taking advantage of the gap, Samodinomdi shot forward like an arrow, trying to pass by her. The confrontation began immediately. The two exchanged blows at high speed while the demon king tried to flee at all costs. Eris pursued him tirelessly, slicing the air with the blade at perfect angles, but because of the blinding light surrounding Samodinomdi, her strikes always missed by inches. The demon king spat beams of white light from time to time, trying to push her away or create space. But despite the glare that hindered her vision, Eris still had the advantage. She had visibly more battle experience than that demon king. In the few seconds of combat, it became evident that Samodinomdi could not defeat Eris. The fight advanced through the corridors of the labyrinth. In some spots, mud monsters appeared in the middle of the path, trying to devour the two. But they ended up being taken down at once, some by Eris's cuts, others by Samodinomdi's luminous attacks. The result was a chaotic sequence of explosions, light and evaporated mud while both pressed on without stopping. Desperate, the demon king tried to use words as a weapon. Hey, girl. Let's make a deal. Let me go and I'll tell you where to find a huge treasure in this province. But Eris only had one answer, shouted in frustration. Stop running, you annoying firefly. Seeing that she would not yield, Samodinomdi, completely out of options, pulled out a magic scroll in hopes of turning the combat. But before he could activate it, a casual voice sounded from the side. Lightning. He barely had time to turn his head. A thick blue lightning struck him violently. His small body was thrown against the wall like a projectile, bouncing, ricocheting and trembling in pain. A jet of blood escaped his mouth while his organs twisted inside him. Slowly, his consciousness began to fade. The last thing he heard was Eris's irritated voice. What an idiotic light. Rigor, how do you turn this off? And then everything went dark for him, despite the light that still emanated. Some time later, the group kept a steady pace, advancing through the final tunnels toward the exit of the illumination labyrinth. Ahead, Eris hopped as if returning from a pleasant stroll, showing an unusual mood for someone who had just chased a demon king. This labyrinth had many hostile monsters, and Eris was very happy to feel what it was like to explore a real labyrinth. Behind her came Skoll, carrying on his back a shining prisoner, Samodinomdi, tied with a chain and covered by a dark cloth to reduce the radiated light. Beside Skoll walked Rigor and Verdia. Verdia watched attentively the ore Rigger held. So this is Ravenite ore. It looks like the inside is liquid. Her tone was curious. Rigger smiled and said, I hope so. We can confirm when this guy wakes up, but it matches the description. The ore really drew attention. On the outside, the rock had the smooth, rigid texture of a transparent black glass. On the inside, however, there seemed to be a deep blue liquid, always in motion, flowing in a pattern that resembled ocean currents. But there was no real liquid there. When someone broke a piece of Ravenite, the inner layer disappeared instantly, and more black glass regenerated on the outer part, as if the mineral sealed the blue liquid. It was precisely this material that was missing to complete the Skullviner armor, one of the main objectives of the trip to the demon continent. Now, one more step was finished. Eris, though excited, still seemed a bit irritated. Rigger, why are we taking this guy? His light is so annoying. She snorted, crossing her arms. Samodinomdi's natural glow really was unbearable in a frontal fight, and she still hadn't forgiven it. Rigger answered. That light of his is exactly the reason. It is a necessary component for the second version of Skullviner. We don't yet have a way to forge it because of other items, but nothing prevents us from starting to collect the materials now. He put the ore into a large bag fastened to Skoll's back. Verdia frowned and touched her lip with her index finger, thinking aloud. But how can light be a material for forging? Eris immediately looked at Rigger, agreeing. Rigger shrugged. I don't know exactly, but it has something to do with turning light into a liquid form. I should be able to do that with a magic registered in the guide. So it's fine. At that moment, Verdia suddenly stopped as she felt a slight magical pulse. She put her hand in her pocket and took out the magic word. Ah. It seems Aisha discovered what the power of Aurora's demon eyes is. Rigger's attention turned to that at the same time. Eris also turned, interested. Oh. And what is it? She asked. Verdia read the message and then said. It seems to be a tracking method. Aisha discovered it when she saw Aurora following Leo without even being able to see or hear him. So Aisha followed her silently and deduced it. Eris wasn't particularly impressed. Tracking, huh? Doesn't seem that useful. Rigger shook his head. Well, we don't know the limits yet. My eyes have more than one ability, and tracking can have many uses. Eris then asked, with a subtle gleam of hope in her eyes. And Iris? Did she do anything new? Verdia sighed and replied. It doesn't mention anything here. She was trying to learn to walk like the siblings, but, apparently she still hasn't managed. A trace of disappointment passed across Eris's face, but she didn't show it openly. They continued walking, talking about what was happening in the kingdom of Gaia and about their children, updates, small problems, training progress and things more had relayed. At one point, Eris asked directly. Rigger, when will we have more children? Rigger became thoughtful. Verdia looked at him, also curious. After a few seconds, he answered. I don't think soon. We have many problems to deal with at the moment, although I don't want those problems to get in the way. I see. Eris murmured, pensive. Verdia commented. I think when we resolve the threat of the fighter god, we could go back to normal. Maybe just avoid the three of us getting pregnant at the same time. Rigger agreed. Sounds like a good idea. Let's do that, then. They continued talking until they finally left the labyrinth. At one point on the way, Samodinomdi woke up. But as soon as he remembered the blue lightning that knocked him out in the fight, he immediately fell silent. He asked only a few basic questions and proved to be a fairly cooperative prisoner. Outside, Escalar was waiting for them. Some demons tried to rescue the captured Demon King, but Eris knocked them all down with ease, without even losing the rhythm of the conversation. With the problem solved, the group set out for their final destination on the demon continent. They were going to meet the demon empress, Kishirika Kishirisu. Moore had just informed that he had found her. She was currently at Fort Necros. Chapter 309, The Prisoner Empress. POV, Rigger Adoldia. It had been almost 2 months since we arrived on the demon continent. We were once again approaching Fort Necros, in Gaslow province. Come to think of it, you could say we were fast, mainly thanks to the teleportation circles, but that doesn't mean it was easy. On the contrary, we encountered several difficulties along the way. The demon kings were extremely slippery. Some fought against us when they heard our demands, others hid in labyrinths or the deep layers of their territories, and there were still those who simply weren't in their provinces when we arrived. Fortunately, that last group was a minority. In the end, we ended up killing 6 of them over the course of the journey, whether because they were future apostles of Hidegami, or simply because they were vile, cruel, or disgusting creatures by nature. A perfect example was that demon king who devoured other sentient species as if they were cattle, humans, elves, dwarves. I killed him simply because I wanted to. He was too repulsive to leave alive. As I thought about all that, I heard Verdia say. I think this is our last stop on the demon continent, right? We were flying over Escalar, as usual, and she was lying on Skoll's fur, reading and reviewing the subordination contracts and agreements we had made with the various demon kings. I helped a little with that, but most of the diplomatic work fell to her. After all, Verdia fought in the Laplace War and even knew some of those demons personally. Really? I answered. It doesn't seem like that much time has passed, but I think we finished almost everything we came to do. I mentally reviewed every important point of the trip. The Raven Knight ore, secured. Now it would be possible to begin forging the Skullviner armor as soon as we returned home. We traversed the provinces of the demon continent, meeting, confronting, and subjugating every significant demon king, especially the most powerful of them, the immortal demon king Atofratoph. We also conquered Demon King Beetho of Teveth's Labyrinth Library, which, according to Old Gar, was the best source of knowledge in the entire world, and with it we obtained important information about the Nether King Vita. In the end, all that remained now involved Demon Empress Kashirika Kashirasu. Verdia sighed as she put the papers away again, relaxing on Skoll and stretching. They say the great Demon Empress is not easy to deal with, although Greta told me that those were just rumors. What do we want from her, after all? I looked at her, raising an eyebrow. What do you mean, what do we want from her? Weren't you the one who taught me that saying? The Demon Empress grants demon eyes. Verdia smiled knowingly. I already knew that, but I know you have another reason to speak with her. Eris, who was beside her, immediately became excited. Am I going to get a demon eye too? I smiled at her expectation. Who knows? It all depends on how the conversation goes. I thought for a few moments before continuing. But even if she doesn't want to grant demon eyes, Kashirika has an extremely strong destiny. As strong as mine, according to the future guide. So having her as an ally will benefit us regardless. As we talked, we finally saw Fort Necros rise on the horizon again. POV narrator. Deep within Fort Necros, in the Little-Use dungeons, a prisoner resided. Grrrrrr. The prisoner's hands were chained and a metal ball was attached to her feet. She had even been given a blue and white striped pajama to wear. She looked miserable. Grrrrrr. The low growl that echoed against the walls was not the girl's voice. It was her empty stomach. It growled to express all its discontent, agreeing with the frustration she felt at the current circumstances. Get out. The door of her cell opened suddenly to reveal two imposing figures, hidden in black armor. They forced her to stand and dragged her out. She had no choice but to go with them. A furious and unpleasant sound reverberated through the corridor as she dragged the heavy metal ball behind her. The prisoner, however, did not care about the weight. She was stronger than she looked. Led by the Black Knights, she left the dungeons. The path took them down a long corridor and up a flight of stairs. Finally, the journey ended in the fortress's throne room. Hurry up. Move. They shoved her forward. She stumbled into the circular space, lit by purple chandeliers. It was the kind of place where one might expect a criminal's punishment to be carried out. When she managed to lift her head, she spotted the throne in front of her. It was a place the prisoner had occupied in the past, but now a demon king was seated on it. Atoph. The prisoner murmured. The demon king was dressed in the same black armor as her subordinates. The moment the prisoner laid eyes on Atoph, her cheeks flushed red with anger. What is the meaning of this? The prisoner roared with all the strength she could muster, her voice erupting from the base of her very, very empty belly. Perhaps that had given her its power. In contrast, the demon king before her, the most feared in the entire demon continent, merely adjusted her posture and made a face at her prisoner. How pathetic, said the prisoner. The late Necros would be lamenting to see you like this. Dad told me to live however I want. Atoph shouted back. Just because you're an idiot who doesn't listen to others. He should have known that this was the only way for you to live. He gave up on you. I'm not an idiot. Demon King Atoph became absolutely furious, but the prisoner did not back down. Instead, she snorted with an ironic laugh. No doubt, you are an idiot. An idiot among idiots. Even you must understand that. All someone needs to do is show something promising in front of you, and you don't have the brain to think twice about it. Atoph shook her head vigorously. That's not true. Cal said I was smart. That I learned things quickly. Atoph, that was. The prisoner paused significantly, as if to prolong the moment. Just flattery. Gah. The demon king's rage overflowed. The black knights around her flew at her, trying to pin her down, but she easily knocked them over. Still, the black knights would not be dissuaded. They adopted a formation similar to a rugby team and immobilized their mistress. The demon king flailed her fists in the air, screaming. You rotten weakling. I'll kill you. I'll tear you limb from limb. I'll make you swallow those words. Yes, yes. If that bothers you so much, learn to count. Gah. The prisoner's provocation drove the Demon King to the point where she gathered her power to force her knights to step back. Lady Kishirika, please stop with these provocations. If you continue provoking Lady Atof, she... Shut up. Kishirika retorted to them. I only came with you because you promised me delicious treats, and look how you treated me. I won't be satisfied until I've fully expressed my complaints. Yes, the prisoner Kishirika had really been lured into a trap. One of them had taken off her black armor, her trademark, and tried to tempt her saying, "Little girl, we'll give you some sweets if you come with us." That's how she found herself in this situation. It was true, Kishirika was the one who fell for the promise of something promising without thinking much. She had fallen in love with the prospect of hook, line, and bait, only to realize later that she had been deceived. Worse still, the men didn't even keep their promise. She received no treats. You didn't even tell me why you took me captive. What are you claiming I did wrong? I didn't. Kishirika hesitated for a moment. I didn't do anything wrong, did I? She began to fidget, rubbing her hands. There were many possibilities to dismiss. Kishirika was involved in all kinds of mischief, too much, one might say. Even she had enough self-awareness to know that most of what she did with her time was wrong. It wouldn't be very surprising if someone were angry with her for that. To her surprise, the Demon King declared. Humph. You didn't do anything wrong. It only took a few seconds for her fury to subside. Atof knew how futile it was to stay angry with that particular captive. Then tell me why. Kishirika demanded. No matter how irrational you are not so evil as to capture me for no reason at all. The only time you do something like this is when you have a wrong idea about something or someone tricked you into. Her voice trailed off as realization struck her. So that's it. Someone tricked you again. No. No one tricked me. Atof shouted back, denying Kishirika's claim. That's what people who were tricked say. Fine then. If that caused all this, tell me everything. There's still time. I can save you before it's too late and you do something irreparable. So why don't you remove those shackles first? Kishirika held out her hands. Atof wasn't looking at her. She looked away, lost in thought. Deception is committed through conversation. That wasn't our case. We fought each other and, in the end, I admitted defeat. You liar. Are you trying to tell me that someone as ridiculously competitive as you admitted defeat? The one who forced me to admit my defeat, is that man there? Atof pointed her finger at a tall, dark-skinned man who stood beside them. You. Kishirika looked at the men, but then quickly added, wait, who are you? It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Demon Empress. I am the beast god, Rigor Adoldia. Kirishika seemed to understand the situation immediately. As soon as she looked at Rigor, her eyes shone with recognition. Ah. So it's you, she exclaimed. If it really is you, then it's possible you were able to defeat Atof. Rigor blinked. You know about me. The Empress snorted as if the question were absurd. Who doesn't know you these days, you monster, she said in a somewhat indignant tone. Besides, I can't even see you with my eyes. What exactly do you have? Did you take some crazy potion like Batty? As she spoke, her eyes spun like real slot machines, changing color in sequence, purple, blue, green, pink, back to purple. Rigor observed the phenomenon with deep interest. That was the way the Demon Empress manipulated her various demon eyes, freely alternating them, as if she were merely switching lenses. It would be a lie to say he didn't want those eyes for study. It was all very fascinating. However, he decided to set that curiosity aside, since Oldgar had described her as a great ally. She was eccentric, but loyal to her own principles. Rigor smiled. I didn't take any potion. I just possess a magic that can conceal me from that kind of sight. Then, he looked away at one of Atof's demon guards and ordered. All right, release her. I didn't come here to talk to a prisoner. By the way, why did you imprison her? Atof puffed out her chest, proud, as if she had made the most logical decision in the world. She ran away many times when I wanted to talk to her in the past. Imprisoning her is the best method. Rigor sighed, a long sigh. Don't do that in the future. We will be allies from now on. All right. Atof replied, without arguing. Kirishika was shocked to see this. Rigor commanded Atof's guards, and they really obeyed without thinking twice. The most impressive thing about the situation was someone being able to command Atof so directly. The Demon Empress couldn't help but become more serious, re-evaluating Rigor. After they were released, everyone proceeded down the black stone corridors to a meeting hall of Fort Necros. The room was spacious, with thick columns and a heavy table in the center, probably made of some sort of sturdy demonic wood. Eris and Skoll were not present, they were outside, training with the fortress guards. The sound of fights echoed even from inside. When Atoph heard that, she immediately became excited and went to join the fight. So, in the hall there remained only more, Rigor, Verdia, and Kishirika. Verdia was the first to speak, smiling warmly. It is an honor to be in the presence of the great demon empress. I heard that you like sweets, so I made some new recipes I learned from Rigor. I hope you like them. Kishirika's eyes lit up at the word sweets. But there was suspicion, after all, she had just been deceived because of treats. Well, I think there's no harm in trying, she murmured, taking a spoon with some hesitation. The sweet smell of the pudding rose slowly. Kishirika brought the spoon to her mouth, closed her eyes. And tears began to stream down her face immediately. This. Her voice trembled. Something this delicious really exists. I can't believe it. On the table there were several kinds of sweets. The industrial advancement of the Gaia kingdom had allowed some of Rigor's old recipes to finally be reproduced: pudding, dango, anko, the latter especially versatile. The empress seemed hypnotized as she tasted each one. Verdia looked on the verge of exploding with joy. After all, Kishirika was also one of her idols, alongside Atoph. For her, it was like serving dessert to a celebrity she had admired since youth. As she devoured the sweets, Kishirika sighed deeply, as if she were experiencing the meaning of life. Maybe the reason I was born was to savor the taste of these divine creations. Chapter 310, Kishirika's decision. Kishirika had a very large appetite. Even by demonic standards, that was something worthy of study. There was an entire variety of sweets spread across the table, but she didn't seem to have the slightest intention of letting any of them escape her hungry fury. While she mercilessly devoured each dessert, the other three in the hall talked about much more serious matters. Rigor's group had eliminated some important demon kings on this trip. That would inevitably generate instability in the corresponding provinces. So more needed to know what actions the Fort Necros should take in the coming months to prevent those regions from collapsing. The political and territorial consequences were not small. A province without a leader could turn into chaos within a few months. From Kishirika's side, all that could be heard was the constant sound of spoons hitting the bottoms of the containers. After long minutes, silence fell suddenly. She had finally finished. The empress stood still, staring at the completely empty table, with a blank, apathetic expression. Ah, she murmured, as if her soul had been ripped out. Then she looked at Verdia and Rigor with a look full of sadness. Is this all you have? Verdia opened a dazzling smile. We have more on the Gaia continent. If you want to pay us a visit, we'd be happy to host you. But Kishirika immediately shook her head vehemently, moving her hands in an X. I cannot leave the demon continent. But if you can bring more here, I can do anything in return. Rigor raised an eyebrow, intrigued. And why can't you leave the continent? Kishirika crossed her arms, puffing out her chest in a somewhat theatrical pose. I made a promise when I was revived. The world is living in an era of peace now, so I mustn't start wars. She sat down in a chair, swinging her legs casually, and continued. Besides, I can only continue to grow while I'm here. Rigor tilted his head, reflecting. Can only grow here? Is that related to the fact that you are a demigoddess, a daughter of the demon god? Kishirika grew visibly more serious upon hearing that. Her relaxed posture became a bit more solemn. Very few people still knew that information. She narrowed her eyes. Something like that. But very few people know that these days. She looked at Rigor suspiciously, but Rigor just smiled calmly. I have some inside information. Well, since you said you'd do anything, can I ask a few questions right now? Kishirika still looked distrustful, but she raised her chin. Of course. But this body belongs to Batty, so I can't give it to you. Verdia choked immediately, coughing loudly to cover it. Rigor sighed. I don't want your body. I want you to find someone for me. Actually, I wanted to ask your help to find Batigati, but I'm sure you won't do that. So I want you to look for a guy from the Nicadia tribe. His name is Geese, and he looks like a monkey. Rigor gave the most accurate description he could. Kishirika listened attentively, and then her eyes began to turn, changing colors, activating the all-seeing eye. She stood motionless, staring at a distant point. After a few moments, she murmured. I found him. He's in the central part of the Bigaret continent. He's talking with someone. How strange, this guy looks like a villain. Kishirika let out a little chuckle before leaning forward, a bit curious. Now, let's see who he's talking to. She squinted even more. And then, suddenly, her expression changed completely. She frowned. I can't see him anymore. The Empress became serious in an instant. Mortally serious. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and tilted her head back, letting her eyes rest for a few moments. After a few seconds, she finally opened her eyes again. That feeling, yes, I know it. She turned directly to Rigor. Your current enemy is the Godmen, correct? Rigor answered indifferently. That's right. Kishirika continued. If you're fighting the Godmen, that must mean you've allied with the Dragon God, right? Rigor replied without hesitation. Actually, both are my enemies. Kishirika blinked slowly, confused. Ah. What do you mean? Which one of the two are you helping, then? Rigor gave a small smile. Neither of them. I want to kill both. The Dragon God and the Godmen. She blinked again. Again. Her expression clearly said, this makes no sense. Both, she repeated. Both. Rigor confirmed for the third time. Verdia looked at her with a resigned, sympathetic expression. Moore just nodded, he had already lived through this moment. Kishirika fell silent for a moment. Then. Ha ha. And soon after. Fwaha. And finally. Fwaha ha ha ha. Kishirika burst into laughter, finally accepting Rigor's impossible answer. A moment earlier, Kishirika had become extremely serious upon hearing the name Hidegami, but now she was laughing. She laughed loudly, clutching her belly. Fwahaha. And a Toph joined up with that lunatic. That's hilarious. Boy, it's been a long time since someone told me such a good joke. Hee 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 hee. Rigor just smiled calmly. Until now, no one really understood the scale that the Dragon God and the Godmen represented. So when Rigor said he intended to defeat them, everyone simply accepted it as if it were plausible. But Kishirika was different. She knew well the power those two names held. To her, the idea of someone aiming at both at the same time was so absurd that it could only be laughable. After a while, she finally stopped laughing. The atmosphere grew heavy with strangeness. Verdia asked, with a forced smile. Does that mean you know the Godmen, milady? Kishirika answered immediately. Yes. We have a bit of history. Frankly speaking, I'd like to avoid getting involved with him again. Verdia insisted. A history? Kishirika waved her hand, describing. Nothing remarkable. Just that, about 4,200 years ago, he manipulated me and Badigadi to fight for him. He wanted Laplace's head. Badi used the fighter god's armor to protect me and faced the demon dragon king, Laplace. Rigor nodded. That aligned with what the guide had mentioned, albeit briefly. Kishirika continued. It's been a long time since he lost the fighter god's armor. But if Badi shows up, he might be his enemy. He still feels indebted to that rotten godman after all this time. Ah, but you said you wanted to find him. You must know that, right? Rigor replied naturally. I already knew. Kishirika crossed her arms, thoughtful. Well. I doubt Badi would be a match for you in his current state. But I would ask that you spare his life, if you can. Rigor agreed. I wasn't planning to kill him to begin with. Although, he's not someone who can be killed easily, in any case. Kishirika confirmed. No, he isn't. The strong point of immortal demons is their tenacity. As she said that, she cast a sidelong glance at Toph. Toph immediately assumed a proud stance, chest puffed, chin raised, but Rigor had the feeling that Kishirika was not praising him. Then, Kishirika returned to the subject. Anyway, you mentioned that you wanted me to be your ally, right? Impossible. You're simply crazy. Ha 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 ha. This time, it was Rigor who began to laugh. Kishirika was startled. What are you laughing at? Rigor answered while his smile remained. Nothing. It's just, you might be the first person who truly understands how difficult it is to defeat those two. It's kind of refreshing. His gaze was calm as he observed the demon empress. That gave Kishirika a chill down her spine. Hey anyway. Don't count on me. Verdia tried to argue. Wait a moment. We don't need you to fight them directly. Kishirika pointed at herself, indignant. No. I didn't fight directly before either, and yet I died without even understanding how. Verdia kept trying to convince her. Moore also joined the attempt. Rigor, however, simply watched for a while, interested in what Kishirika would do. She was extremely firm in her refusal. Then he spoke. How about this? If I prove to you that I can challenge them, will you become my ally? I'm sure you must want revenge. Kishirika simply laughed again. Fwahahaha. Long-lived beings do not hold grudges over such petty things. But Rigor did not back down. Maybe. But now Hidegami is using Badigadi again. Who guarantees he won't continue plotting in the future? Upon hearing that, she stopped laughing. She was thinking and her expression turned sour. Those words finally made Kishirika hesitate. Moore took advantage. Lady Kishirika, I saw Lord Rigger's strength in person. Even Lady Atoph doesn't stand a chance in battle. I don't know about the godmen, but if there's someone who can defeat the dragon god, it's him. His title of Godslayer isn't in vain. Kasharika fell silent for a moment. She raised her face, looking at the sky. Her demon eyes changed shape a few times, analyzing something. Her expression was one of deep contemplation and hesitation. She alternated her gaze between Rigger and Moore. After a few seconds, she finally spoke. Since you defeated Atoph so easily that even Moore admits it, I can believe in your strength. But how could you defeat Hidegami? Those words made Rigger light up internally. If she was asking that, then she was willing to cooperate. It was the first step. Rigger answered calmly. You can't see me with your demon eyes, can you? Kasharika nodded, suspicious. And what of it? Rigger continued. That technique is a magic originally created to obscure Hidegami's vision. He cannot see me, and he also cannot see anything related to my future. In other words, any situation in which I intervene can be taken off his plane. Kasharika opened her mouth to counter-argue, but Rigger went on before she could speak. Also, I already have a method to reach him. Don't worry about accessibility. And I'm building an armor that will rival, and even surpass, the fighter god's armor. When it's fully complete, I'll have the confidence to face any opponent. Kasharika narrowed her eyes, distrustful. One of her eyes changed again, and she then turned her face to Verdia. Is all this true? Rigger supposed it was a demon eye capable of seeing lies. That was quite convenient. Verdia answered, somewhat surprised. Yes, it's all true. Kasharika observed Verdia for a few more seconds, and then seemed convinced. Rigger couldn't help but admire her versatility, each eye with a different function. It was impressive. Kasharika sighed, thought for a few more moments, and finally declared. All right. But as you said, I won't fight directly. I haven't grown enough for that yet. But, from today, consider me your ally. Verdia opened a radiant smile. Moore nodded solemnly. Rigger replied with a smile. You won't regret it. All right. Kasharika grumbled, somewhat impatient. But then she looked directly at Rigger. More specifically, at Rigger's eyes. She clicked her tongue. TCH. Then she turned to Verdia. Pointed with her finger. You. Come closer. Verdia understood her objective immediately. Rigger had already warned that something like this might happen, so she stepped closer, a little expectant. Then, without further warning, Kasharika stuck her fingers into Verdia's left eye. Verdia kept her body rigid. She had already expected the pain, so she didn't scream, but her shoulders trembled a bit. Kasharika commented. Oh. You're quite resilient, huh? A few moments later, she withdrew her fingers and stepped back. Done, I'm finished. Verdia kept one eye closed, breathing deeply to relieve the pain. Even so, she asked with a touch of excitement. What is this demon eye, milady? Rigger was paying close attention to this. After all, the future guide had specifically mentioned to let Kasharika choose a demon eye for Verdia, rather than asking for a specific one. That naturally made him very curious about which eye it would be. Kasharika crossed her arms and answered proudly. This is the spiritual eye. I recently recovered it. I never had much use for it. But I think you might, since you're an elven mage. Verdia was completely shocked. The spiritual demon eye really exists. Moore also showed surprise, standing up immediately. Rigger, however, could only think. Spiritual eye. What does that do? Chapter 311, Spiritual Demon Eye, an Ordinary Girl. The importance of the spiritual demon eye dates back thousands of years, even before the start of the First Great Human-Demon War, and is closely tied to the creation of the magic system as people know it today. In the old days, magical techniques were extremely rare. Few people mastered them, and almost all were innate abilities of their own races that could not be taught or replicated. At that time, the concept of learned magic simply wasn't common. Either you were born with it, or you weren't. Little was known about it for a long time, but the truth is that, during the ancient war between the demon world and the dragon world, some magical advances arose. Both sides developed new techniques to face each other more effectively, powerful and innovative methods born from the conflict. However, with the brutality of the war and the eventual destruction of both worlds, most of those techniques were lost to history. And even if they had survived, they wouldn't have been of much use, since they were all highly specific, difficult to apply, and almost impossible for ordinary individuals to use. They were weapons created for naturally combative races, the dragons and the demons. But if that was true, then where did the elemental magics that the modern world knows come from? Most people know, at least superficially, that the elves were responsible for creating that path. However, few know how it was actually achieved. The real origin of it all began when the demon empress Kashirisa gifted an elf named Isolde one of her demon eyes, specifically, the spiritual demon eye. The use of that eye was, in essence, simple. It allowed the user to see and communicate with nature spirits. Dryads that dwelled in ancient forests, Oreads that resided in the hearts of mountains, Naiads that inhabited crystalline rivers and deep seas. Even in current times, the effects and mysteries of magic in the six-faced world have never been fully unraveled. Phenomena such as random teleports, the dragon world with its inverted gravity, or the barrier between the worlds remain enigmas to this day. And it was the same with spirit magic for a long time. The first recorded instance of real interaction with spirit magic goes back to the ancient armored dragon king, Dora, one of the 5 dragon generals under the first dragon god. It was Dora, during the war between the demon world and the dragon world, who documented the first concepts of what would later be called summoning magic. Guided by the spiritual demon eye, Isolde was able to see and converse with spirits that normally no one could perceive or see. He had a friendly, free-spirited disposition, something rare for an elf, and precisely because of that easygoing temperament, the spirits naturally approached him. During his long journeys, conversing with every spirit he encountered, Isolde ended up discovering an ancient ruin of the armored dragon tribe. Inside it, there were fragments of records left by Dora containing information about her spirit magic, which today was called summoning magic. But they were only initial ideas, without complete instructions. Even so, Isolde did not set himself to study summoning magic. He had no haste, no ambition, he was a long-lived elf who treated the spirits simply as new friends, not as tools. However, that didn't mean he lacked talent. He had read the armored dragon tribe's research, even without dedicating himself to it, the concepts never left his mind. Over 100 years living with those spiritual beings, observing how they shaped the elements simply by manipulating their own mana, Isolde ended up creating, almost without realizing it, a way to replicate those feats on his own. A method to command the elements using his own mana, converting it directly into magical phenomena. Magic chants that used mana to shape the world to one's will. Although some magics and chants already existed in antiquity, most of them were concentrated in the hands of the dragon race and a few demons. The dragons were heavily ostracized by all other races of the world, treated as dangerous and unpredictable beings. The demons, despite possessing certain techniques, had no intention of sharing them, nor of continuing to develop their magics. Without a clear enemy like there had been in the war between worlds, the motivation to evolve them simply disappeared. In that scenario, Isolde became largely responsible for disseminating common and accessible magical knowledge. He was the one who made it possible for other races to learn basic spells and advance on their own. Above all, Isolde was the pioneer of the elemental magics, which allowed manipulation of fire, water, earth, and wind, a milestone that would forever change the way the world understood the use of mana. Rigger heard Verdia give him a basic explanation about the spiritual demon eye and, in the next instant, understood perfectly why Old Gar had left that suggestion in the future guide. The potential for communication and cooperation with spirits was simply too attractive to ignore. Just look at the current Perugius Dola. He possessed 12 powerful spirits, each with strange and unique abilities. Even if one completely disregarded his personal strength or the Chaos Breaker Fortress, those spirits alone were enough to place him among the most influential figures in the world. That was precisely the sort of advantage a spiritual demon eye could offer. Verdia, for her part, was very excited. Still, she couldn't control her new demon eye, not yet. She would need to train before she could use it correctly or demonstrate its potential. Even so, she kept thanking Kashirika profusely. They continued discussing various subjects for a while. To test the Empress's capacity, Rigger used his own demon eyes to analyze Kashirika. She had Emperor-level mana, even in that small, childlike body. Kashirika commented that her mana would increase much more by adulthood. According to her accounts, Rigger calculated mentally and estimated that she would probably reach an amount of mana similar to his own. Since Kashirika could not leave the demon continent, that meant the Iron Legion's presence there would need to increase sharply in the coming years. However, that wasn't really a problem. They already had access to the teleportation circles and had subdued most of the demon kings, so keeping the region safe and organized would be relatively simple. At one point, Rigger looked at the demon empress and said, "Actually, before we go, I have another favor to ask. Can we send new sweets or anything you want?" "Oh. And what is it?" Kashirika replied immediately, curious. Rigger averted his gaze for a moment, looking out the window of the hall. Outside, several warriors were simultaneously fighting and celebrating. Among them, Skoll and Eris were clashing fiercely with members of Atoph's guard. Seeing Eris fighting so spiritedly, moving with her usual characteristic intensity, Rigger couldn't help but smile slightly. Then he turned his attention back to Kashirika and said, "I need another demon eye." Star Rise Academy. At that moment, a girl with long, curly blonde hair, wearing the Academy's light blue uniform, sat alone in a library. Her eyes were blue, and there was a subtle gleam in them that only someone truly attentive would notice if they looked for long enough. Sunlight streamed gently through the large window beside her, filtered by the fine dust suspended in the air, illuminating the nearby shelves with a calm, yellowish glow. But the girl seemed oblivious to all of it. She was immersed in thought, completely absorbed in the magic book open in front of her. This girl's name was Jasmine. A name she had only received a few years earlier, due to some special circumstances. Before that, she had been known in another way, by a title. The Memory Miko, a former priestess of the Temple Order of the Kingdom of Meles. She had once been a symbol of the brilliant future the sacred kingdom believed it possessed. A religious pillar, a figure that represented faith and hope. But now, she seemed just like an ordinary girl. Who would have thought that, after the total fall of the Kingdom of Meles, she would be treated so negligently? Some might argue that, having been considered a daughter of God in Meles, she should be honored or protected as such. But in practice, beyond some initial tests and formal questions about her Miko powers, the Kingdom of Gaia simply left her free to do as she pleased. The only condition was to completely abandon any political, military, or religious power. She could continue to worship her Saint Meles on her own, if she wished. They even gave her a simple but comfortable house and a monthly stipend to live without worries. And, of course, they gave her a name, Jasmine. In the first months after Meles' fall, she was absolutely stunned. Her entire routine had been destroyed. But, unlike what some expected, she did not try to reclaim authority or cling to old rituals. There was no longer a position to be filled in any case. Some even tried to use her as a symbol to secretly rebuild Meles. But all of them were easily suppressed by the Iron Legion. After that, the population gradually simply forgot she existed. Until one day, Saint McKerntown, now formally serving the Kingdom of Gaia, visited her. He said she couldn't continue living like that, with no goals, no direction, merely carried along by life. But what could she answer? When she had been in Meles, there was always something to do. Her life had been planned by others, always full of meetings, cults, religious rituals, public responsibilities. She never had to think about her own path. However, in the Kingdom of Gaia, none of that existed. The only price for the comfort she received was to use her Miko powers when the kingdom needed them, but, in truth, that only happened twice in years, both extraordinary situations. It was then that McKerntown recommended she join Star Rise Academy. He said she might find there something she truly liked to do. Having nothing else in her life, Jasmine simply accepted. Nearly 3 years had passed since then. The former and legendary Memory Miko was now a dedicated student of the barrier team at Star Rise Academy. She also stood out in healing and detoxification magic. All of this began because, in her first year at the academy, she was noticed by Aisha Greyrat, a direct disciple of the beast god. Aisha was younger than her, but her posture and way of thinking never seemed juvenile. The amount of experience Aisha had was so great that, if their ages were reversed, Jasmine would find it more natural. Under the guidance of that peculiar girl, Jasmine discovered her natural vocation for barrier magics, and, for the first time in many years, found a purpose of her own. She also made several friends in the class, including Aisha herself. From time to time, however, her thoughts would drift away, remembering what she had done before the rise of the Kingdom of Gaia. All of that seemed, with each passing year, more distant. Almost like a dream she had lived in another life. And looking at one of the shelves in that silent library, she was trapped exactly in that kind of recollection when she heard her name called. Jasmine. She looked up and saw one of her closest friends running toward her. It was Tersena, a direct descendant of the leader of the Adoldia tribe. Tersena's sister was none other than Persena Adoldia, one of the beast princesses. Jasmine smiled in greeting. Tersena. What's up? Why the rush? There's no time. Tersena was completely agitated. You've been summoned by Lord Gino Brits. Miss Aisha is there too. Before Jasmine could react, another presence suddenly appeared in the room, and the entire library shook with the gust of wind. A woman wearing light armor, with golden hair and an impressive posture, approached the Miko. Her figure was dignified and dazzling. Jasmine recognized her immediately. It was Eleanor Hangel, the Flash Sword. I apologize for the discourtesy, Miss Jasmine, Eleanor said, already preparing herself. But it really is an unusual situation. Without giving any further explanation, Eleanor simply vanished from where she was, reappeared beside Jasmine, and lifted her easily over her shoulder. In an instant, they were gone. The speed was so great that a blast of wind scattered papers and sent several books tumbling from the tables. With the aid of her magic item, Eleanor was literally like a golden flash cutting through the city. Jasmine tried to say something, but she had no opportunity. The speed was so extreme that she simply fainted. When she woke, she was in another room, a wide, silent chamber, with a complex magic circle drawn on the floor. Aisha had woken her with a spell. Eleanor and Gino were there, on guard, with serious expressions. In the center of the circle, imprisoned, was a man with blonde hair tied in a ponytail near his right ear. He wore a fox mask on his face, a buttoned white blazer, and long trousers. He was Aramanfi, the Brilliant. One of the 12 spirits of the armored dragon king, Perugius Dola. Chapter 312, 312, The Resolution to Destroy the World. POV, Badigadi. Labyrinths tended to appear in areas of high mana concentration. The true nature of mana was still poorly understood, but it altered animals and plants and sometimes could even cause changes in inorganic materials. The labyrinths themselves were caves and ruins that had undergone such changes. As more and more mana accumulated, it brought unfavorable effects, monsters multiplied, trees grew densely, and sometimes diseases spread. For us demons, it was one thing, but a human body would wither if exposed even once to a large volume of mana. Although it seemed that humans had become unexpectedly resilient in recent times, since such cases were now rarely heard of. The laws of how mana accumulated were a mystery to me, but perhaps mana had some property that attracted itself, monsters attacked humans to feed on their mana, and the labyrinths absorbed the creatures that perished within them. Because of that, humans built their settlements and flourished in places where the mana concentration was lower. Cities and towns of the present day arose in places where the mana concentration was low. Even Rikarisu, where Kashirika's castle stood, was like that. There was northwest other place on the demon continent with such thin mana. Or at least, it had been so once. Things seemed different now. None of that applied to Atoph's fortress, by the way. I imagine she thought living in a monster-infested place was fitting for a demon king. My older sister was simplistic like that. Let us return to talking about the labyrinths, however. Labyrinths often sprang up in places that teemed with high mana concentration, in other words, the so-called mana wells. The denser the mana, the vaster, deeper, and more enigmatic the labyrinth became. Thus, labyrinths usually sprouted in forests, wild places, mountains, places far from people. Such places began rich in mana and thus were prone to the development of mana wells, which, although natural occurrences, had a limited capacity. Wells that exceeded that established capacity were, in a way, artificial creations. When a person dies, the mana remains. Under normal circumstances, the mana quickly dissipates or else is used to transform the body into an undead. If a large number of lives ended in a small area, the mana, through its mutual attraction property, would not spread out but instead begin to converge. At the end of the Second Great Human-Demon War, the explosion that occurred when Lelass and I struck each other down swept the continent and, along with it, crowds of people, animals, and monsters. The mana produced converged at the origin of the explosion and gave birth to a labyrinth. That labyrinth was the Devil's Cave. It was the worst of the worst, worthy of being one of the 3 great labyrinths, as humans call them nowadays. Phew. So, this is where we're going down. Fwaha. That's right. It was dangerous to venture into the depths. First, there was a vertical tunnel of about 20 meters connecting the entrance to the first level. The walls were waterfalls flowing in reverse and behind them lived large broods of sea serpents big enough to easily swallow an entire person. Even for me, it would take 3 days to properly clear the place. I decided to consult my companion first. Did Hitagami tell you anything? Jump. The serpents go after any fool who goes on the water's surface, but if you fall through the middle, they don't care. Fwahaha. Then this will be easy. Hup. Ooh. I jumped without hesitation. With geese still on my shoulder, I leapt and let the momentum carry us to the center of the hole. The wind blew over my body as I fell into the abyss. Ah, the feeling of falling was always good. Let's see, when was the last time I jumped from a high place? Was it when I leapt off the cliff in the red Wyrm mountains or when I jumped into the Great Canyon on the Demon Continent? I cannot soar through the skies like Atoph or Kashirika, so it had been quite a while. There were many eyes spying on the surface of the water. They were the sea serpents. I suppose that if I so much as touched the surface with my fingers, they would immediately rise and attack. They called themselves autumn dragons. Humans had the bad habit of slapping the name dragon on anything with a head a little like a lizard, even when it bore no resemblance to dragons. W.O. You can land, can't you? Fwahaha. Contrary to what you might think, landing is my specialty. Better be. What a skeptical man. On the other hand, Geese's fears were justified. The bottom of the hole was dark and it was hard to see where we would land. I myself did not yet know, so I suppose he could not help but worry that I might miss. Light as a feather. I never miss anything. I landed on both legs, using my knee ligaments to the maximum to absorb the impact, even as the bones cracked. My hip bone cracked too. Using my internal organs as shock absorbers, I prevented the force of the impact from reaching the upper part of my body. Then one of my arms to lift Geese and I finished off the remaining impact force with my elbow. It was perfect. Guh. At least, I thought so, but Geese went blue when all the air was expelled from his lungs. Ack, ack. After a few moments of silence, he gave a strong cough and began to breathe again. How weak must he be in combat to breathe like that after a small impact like this? I landed very well, don't you think? Yes, I think so. He seemed displeased, but could not complain. His life had never been in danger. We were on the first level. Scattered across the bottom of the vast hole was an equally extensive underground lake. Large pillars rose to support the ceiling. Strangely enough, there was water pooled on the ceiling as well. The place was flooded above and below. Like the kind of puzzle you might find in ancient ruins. Land was visible here and there, but the edge of the lake was out of sight. If we were to descend further, we would have no choice but to submerge into the depths of that water. At the bottom of this lake, there were tiny creatures resembling crabs. I mean, truly minuscule, no larger than your little finger. They gathered on the bottom. At first glance, you might not think of them as a great threat, but when an enemy dove below a certain depth, they all attacked at once and stripped the flesh from bone in seconds. If I were alone, I could endure. But geese would be turned into a skeleton. By the way, none of the monsters from here on had names. If Laplace were still alive, the old dog would probably have come and named each one. They say he was meticulous to that level. Fwahahaha. What do we do from here? Give me a second. Guy said, then climbed down from my shoulder and closed his eyes. He spun 3 times in a circle, then raised his arm and said, I think it's that way. Fwahahaha. Fascinating. Some little charm your people use, is it? Nah. Hitagami told me if I did that, we'd pass easily. Fwahaha. You asked for the answer. How boring. When you explore a labyrinth, you have to discover things yourself, no. We don't have time for that. Shorter-lived races always wanted to cut wasted time. Even if wasting time was what made that time so special. Fwahaha. Then let's go. Yes. I laughed, then put geese on my back and began to swim through the absolute silence of the underground lake. I noticed something writhing far below us, but I was sure it would not come up. I swam like that for a long time. Around the time geese began to doze on my back, I saw an island rising from the underground lake. Cautiously, I went ashore and discovered there was a stone floor and, at the center, a staircase leading down. Took so long to get past the first level. At top speed. How big is this place? Indeed. While listening to Geese's complaints, I squinted at the staircase. There seemed to be something familiar about it all. After that, we continued descending level after level. Geese had the method to pass each level memorized perfectly. Those methods, shown to him by the godmen, were completely insane. I spent the entire journey wondering how we managed to get past a level or why we didn't encounter any monsters elsewhere. It was incomprehensible. Did Geese ever question it? No, he wouldn't. That man would not be alive today if he had doubted the words of the godman even once. His gratitude to him must be absolute. Fwahaha. What is this grand door doing in the depths of a labyrinth? I don't know. I think even labyrinths have to keep up appearances. Fwahaha. Appearances, huh? That was a good one. Fwahaha. Before us stood an enormous door about 10 meters tall. It was almost as large as the gate that had been installed in Kishirika's castle during the Second Human-Demon War. From the time it was built until when it was lost, that door had never been opened. See, its excessive size made it very difficult to open. Even beings larger than me used a side entrance to enter. That brings back memories. In those days, I used to complain about why anyone would make such a large door that didn't even open, saying we should melt the metal and turn it into weapons for the soldiers. However, Kishirika rejected the proposal with an absurd argument. If a champion appears and finds a ruined gate, that would ruin my reputation as the great empress of the demon world. Did she ever open it, in the end? Maybe Laplace opened it. Although, if he destroyed it, then that meant there was some meaning in its existence. At the time, I thought I was right about everything. Only now, in the challenger's role, I wondered if that gate was worth the reputation. But no, I think it wasn't worth it. Fwahaha. This gate was clearly too big. It looked like just a wall. A champion facing this gate wouldn't try to force it open, they'd simply pass through the side entrance. Our objective must be behind that door. Seems so. I agreed with Geese. Labyrinths had grand things like this at their deepest point. The stronger the labyrinth, the stronger the inclination toward grandeur. Among those I had seen, the deepest point of the black steel labyrinth was particularly magnificent with its golden door. Kishirika would have liked it. Back to the point. What lay behind the door at the deepest point of the labyrinth was its guardian, the final boss, so to speak. When we opened that door, a battle with the most powerful monster of the labyrinth would begin. Of course, the level of the guardian of the Devil's Cave would be beyond my wildest imagination. But that was not a problem. Geese would have been told how to beat it. It could be a tough fight, but we would win in the end. Suddenly, I lost the urge to laugh and examined the door closely. What's wrong, friend? Lost your courage, huh? Yes. I said, briefly. Geese turned to look at me. Hey, what's up? What happened? I can't hear that from you. Yes, we're about to face the guardian of this infernal labyrinth, I get it, but we have to take it seriously. You're an immortal demon king, right? How can you have something to fear? The tone of the monkey-faced demon was ironic. Geese always used a playful voice when trying to persuade someone. Then, when the moment came, he grew serious and stuck his words straight into the heart of his target. I suppose that was his charm, but it didn't matter. Don't tell me you're really intimidated. I wasn't, of course. First of all, as an immortal demon, I had nothing to fear from a battle. Whatever happened, I would not die. Fwahaha. Anyway. Take a good look at this place. I turned. Behind us, death was everywhere. Flames appeared from nowhere. Endless earthquakes. Fissures opened in the ground and swallowed everything on the surface. Spread throughout the space were the undead. Broken bones, ghosts that vanished like mist, and scattered pieces of blackened armor. Geese observed the place before saying, yes, well, it's a hell. If you came this far fighting, that would be a story to pass down through generations. Only this time, well, I can't tell anyone, and even if I did, no one would believe. Fwahaha. Is that how it is for you? Well, this place makes me nostalgic. Geese looked at me shocked and said, sorry. You said what now? You mean you've been here before? Indeed. But not in this place. It was on the day the Second Great Human-Demon War ended. To rescue Kashirika, I donned the fighter god armor and returned to the demon's headquarters. It was when I saw this. Because of the incredibly high mana concentration in front of Kashirika's new castle, everyone who died there became undead within an hour. I knew their faces. They were true warriors who had sworn loyalty to Kashirika and had their power recognized by her, Kashirika's personal guard. I expected them to fight prepared to die and to resist, but in the end, all fell by the same strike, repeatedly. I knew this, because they were all turned into Dullahan, all decapitated. I saw many with the same face. These undead had been generated as copies. Now that I thought about it, the entire labyrinth was familiar. First, there was the spiral stone staircase that connected the first level to the second, then the structure like the interior of a fortress. The room with a ceiling that shone as if filled with stars. The fracture in the collapsed outer wall. The small flowers that did not grow anywhere else, but had bloomed by the path. The monsters that should have been extinct. I had seen all of this before. I had a strong sense of déjà vu. To calm my anxiety, I sat down and said, come on, sit as well. Geese said nothing, but sat opposite me. Sitting like that face to face with another man made me want to drink, but unfortunately we had no drink. This was not the kind of conversation to have soberly, but anyway. Have you heard that the world used to look different from how it is today? That's about that story that the strike of the Golden Knight Aldebaran not only brought down Kashirika Kashirisa but also split the continent and created an ocean, right? Yes, that's it. That legend is treated as mere fiction nowadays. It is completely unbelievable that a man could change the shape of a continent. People know, when they look at the vastness of the world, that they are small and that nature is gigantic. I included myself among them. The mountains, the ocean, all of nature had always been magnificent and far beyond our power. I really can't see how it would be possible, but you were there, right? I was, indeed. In the days of my birth, there was no Ringus Sea. I heard geese gag, and with good reason. Who wouldn't make that face upon learning that the ocean they had crossed just a few days earlier once did not exist? I suppose he believed it because the words came from my mouth. Mount Idats, the Ares Hills, the Mimishilin River, Lake Cabre. Have you heard of them? Geese shook his head. They are all names of places that used to exist. Each had its own story. Mount Idats, for example, was renowned as the mountain where the great elven swordsman Iditslade perfected his sword art. Wow. He didn't know. Iditslade died in the First Great Human-Demon War. He was an elven swordsman who killed thousands of demons. Finally, in the decisive battle against Necros Lacrosse, one of the 5 great demon kings, he died heroically. No books remained containing that episode. Even the mountain that symbolized this had disappeared. It was natural that Geese was ignorant of it. It seemed that all evidence that man had lived had vanished. The story of the great swordsman Iditslade was very popular during the Second Great Human-Demon War. Not to the point that everyone knew it, but all who wielded a blade had heard some version of the tale. However, now no one knew it anymore. People, buildings, and not only that, but even the shape of the land is gone. We lost everything. When I said that aloud, I felt a tightness in my chest. That is the power contained in the fighter god armor that we are going to fetch. I thought of the things and memories lost, of all the beautiful sights that no one remembered anymore. It is the power to destroy the world. Did Geese understand how much could be lost from here on out? And it could be even worse this time, in fact, it probably will. Hitagami already told you, right? Rigor has the power to surpass the fighter god armor. We are gathering a truly terrifying group this time, but we can still lose. Hitagami is probably planning a large-scale war against the dragon god and the beast god. Geese listened in silence. This time, it will not be just the fighter god and the dragon god. Rigor is very talented, but he is also an excellent leader. His kingdom is already very powerful. This time, many others of that level will also join. If it ends like last time, even the landscapes of the continents will be modified beyond comprehension. The central continent may end its current era of prosperity. The Great Forest may become a desert. The demon continent may be swallowed by the ocean and the Begarit continent may be pushed even further away. The races would be forced together and there would be countless conflicts. Although it hasn't been recorded in any history book, 4,200 years ago, an age of darkness reigned for almost 3,000 years. All races wandered, searching for land to call their own, fighting among themselves. I remember how, after many years, humans expelled the demons from the central continent and drove us to the demon continent. The land changes, cultures change, ways of life change and thus conflict erupts. The end of the world is less flashy than one expects. After a few thousand years, no one remembers the world that once was, except us, the immortal demons. I changed after that war. I became engaged to Kishirika and stopped worrying about trivial problems. We lived in contentment through days of peace. Thus, I only have pleasant memories of the last 4,200 years, although I also conveniently forgot the bad memories. Fwahaha. Geese was silent. In his position, he could not understand. With all that in mind, I simply had to stop. Fwahaha. Unlike a Toph, I am relatively quick to notice things. However, now that I stopped, I would not move again until I was convinced. After all, I had once been a demon king of wisdom. I will not act unless convinced. Which meant I was waiting to be persuaded. This was the trial for Geese, this was a judgment of a demon king. Hey, friend. After a period of silence, Geese spoke, you are an immortal demon, so I think you see the world differently than I do. I believe so. When the land changes and cultures change, well, it probably can seem like a different world to you. Certainly it would seem that way to anyone, wouldn't it? Nah, it wouldn't. No way. Geese shook his head. The way I see it, even if you do nothing, just going to the neighboring country is like, damn, it's like a different world. If you return to your old country 10 years later, it will look totally different. Like a new reality. 10 years, he said. I knew that in theory, but 10 years was truly a long time for most of the other races. In just 10 years, there are many things that don't change much, so you have moments when you see those things and feel at ease. However, you begin to think about how you haven't changed either and that really depresses you. Guy spoke with his usual indifference, but there was weight behind his words. Destroy the world. If you ask me, that's an honor. After the world ends, I would like to build a monument to myself. It sounded like a joke, but his tone was quite serious. Only, if there's such a big explosion, I don't think I'll survive. Damn. I'll probably die in a secondary shock in the middle of the fight. Geese looked directly into my eyes as he continued. Rigor, he's an exceptional guy. He has magic literally coming out of his eyes, can cause natural disasters with his spells and his combat talent is so absurd that it's almost a bad joke, even for the sword god. He paused. I could see he truly admired Rigor. But, did you know he was like a beast when he was a child? He even attacked his own allies and massacred innocent people lost in fury. When he was a child, slave traffickers attacked the Doldia tribes without limits. With his talent, he was pushed into the battlefield very early. He had every chance of being a promising genius who died young. However, he did not let himself be defeated. On the contrary, he took control of the situation. He trained the members of his tribe and killed the most powerful enemies himself. Instead of staying and protecting himself in the Great Forest, he went out and massacred the slave traffickers directly at their base. He was still quite young at the time. He went out, traveled, trained and defeated everyone in his path. Going against the tide of the world, he is a person born to change the course of history on his own. I am not strong enough to face him. I know that. See, this time, I'm only helping to gather people. Rigor is so amazing, he makes you want to win at least once, doesn't he? Unlike him, I have nothing but that. Yes, I'm borrowing the powers of the godmen, but he is also borrowing my strength, right? This is my debt to him. I think I can gather a force as great as possible. Just with what we have now, it's already a group never seen before. I've thought about that, I gathered them, I want to win. So it's nothing to me if I die along the way. I lived a shadowy life, doing what the godmen told me. That's how I valued my own skin. I took care of it very carefully, so I won't lose it. That's how I felt. I thought it was the most important thing, but I also thought maybe there was something more important out there. Anyway, it ends here. I'm aware I might die, but I won't stop. So you have to commit. Could the world be destroyed? Think about who we're facing. If there weren't such a risk, Rigger wouldn't deserve the title of Apocalypse Beast. Orsted wouldn't deserve the title of strongest dragon god in history. Risking one's life was an idea unknown to me, an immortal demon. The dragon god Laplace had the power to kill immortal demons. That's what killed my father, Necros Lacrosse. However, it did not seem real to me. Even Atoph was still strong after being sealed numerous times. I was not familiar with death. That said, I knew that people with finite lives valued them immensely, sometimes more than anything. People like geese valued them especially. They did nothing important with their lives, but valued them nonetheless. That was all. Now he had the chance to do something important and was willing to give his precious life in exchange. There was nothing forcing me to join him. I myself had decided to oppose the terrifying dragon god and the awe-inspiring Rigger. I decided to join the godmen. Although I had told myself, at the end of the Second Great Human-Demon War, that I would never do it again, I explored the depths of the Devil's Cave to recover the fighter god armor. Indeed, I had to commit, just like geese, fwahahaha. Maybe that could be considered his skill. Fwahahaha. Very well, let's take the armor that destroys the world. That's what I like to hear. Let's go. Dear me, I got a bit tangled in my thoughts. After that day, I should already have known that it was better to move forward without thinking about what might await me. I was clever, but also foolish, and thought that would make me a man worthy of Kashirika. Well, if that's the case, better to get on with it. I knew the Labyrinth's guardian. He was one of those who had been called the 5 Great Demon Kings during the Second Human-Demon War. When I arrived at the site of the final battle, that man had long been dead. He had been the captain of Kashirika's personal guard. We were at the deepest point of the Devil's Cave, so I was convinced we would find someone in the image and likeness of Laplace. It was an anticlimax. That this man, loyal but rigid and the type to throw himself into everything, would be the guardian of the Devil's Cave. He did not live up to the Labyrinth's name. Aoi. This guy looks dangerous. Fwahahaha. It's true, he looks pretty scary. But he's not a serious threat. Before us stood, of course, a headless knight. What had changed from the old days was that he wasn't holding his head. He wore pitch-black armor and was studded with swords. He fought until his bitter end. Not against Laplace, however. He led an army half destroyed by Laplace against the humans. In the end, they cut off his head. When you are not an immortal demon, you die when your head is cut off. I thought his body had been destroyed in that explosion, but it turned out it was here. Ah, what a touching reunion. It moved me. Now it was time I would have liked to share a drink and swap old war stories. Back then, he and I did not understand each other at all, but nowadays. I'm sure we could have enjoyed a drink together. Unfortunately, we had to defeat the Guardian if we wanted to obtain the object we came for. I went straight to the point. It's not as if he had a head to drink from anyway. Fwahahaha. Come and fight me, if you dare. I raised my fists and advanced. In the past, I might have hesitated before this Demon King. The captain had been a strong man, especially in single combat. He could even contain Atoph. She was immortal and had an endless reserve of stamina, so he could only contain her, but still. He reigned supreme as the strongest of the 5 Great Demon Kings. It was undoubtedly a power to be reckoned with. I, the old scholar, never challenged him. He would send me flying in an instant. Since those days, I trained and trained. Using the memory of the time I spent wearing the fighter god armor, I developed my own unique martial style and honed my muscles so I could use it. I put up with Atoph, who beat me every day. I worked so I could act with reckless arrogance too. Who would have thought the day would come for me to show the results? Engu. As I approached, starting to get excited, his fist struck me and sent me flying. I did 3 somersaults. My face sank, but it would soon heal. Fwahahaha. This is bad. I won't win like this. I stood up immediately, fists raised, but the difference in strength was evident, as expected of a high-level labyrinth guardian. He looked even stronger than I remembered. It was clear that even with a bit of training and work on my personal fighting style, he still outmatched me. This would not be an easy battle. Oh okay then, listen up, got it. He has a weak point. Fwahahaha. Ridiculous. A weak point, does he? Yes, just what the Godman says is that his weak point is words. Got it. At Gisa's answer, I stopped advancing toward the Demon King. The second I stopped, he struck me with the flat of his blade and sent me flying backwards. As I flew, I thought. Words. Even if I said them, he has no ears to hear. Aha. I get it. Words. Words. It is true that he and I fought side by side for a long time in the Second Great Human-Demon War. Although we had not come into direct conflict, of course we exchanged words and many promises. Many of them we kept and so many others we broke. In that case, there are many to choose from. I don't know. I took another hit. No, it didn't even count as a blow. His sword was so blunt it couldn't pierce my body. Swords. That's it. A long time ago, he tried to give Kashirika a sword as an offering. The day before, he said someone broke it, but actually, it was me who broke it. I'm sorry. I resented the idea of you rising even more. It was on impulse. Forgive me. Gaia. He lost control. Although he had no head, a cry of rage arose from somewhere. Then he could hear without ears. The ears of his race were not on their heads in the old days, so perhaps they also did not speak with their throats. But now was not the time for such questioning. I regretted not being, come on, you must have another one. Geese shouted, you're not the demon king of wisdom. There are many possibilities. I can't narrow them down. Then just try them all. So I did. Remember when your daughter? That shining blue horse we found on Ruzan Island. That. When we defeated the human army on the Cohiba Hills. None of my words reached him. Every time I said something, his sword flew and threw me away. If I were an ordinary demon, I would have died hundreds of times. I called myself the Demon King of Wisdom and, although I had my own opinions on wisdom and knowledge, it was impressive how memories continued to surface. It was as if I had returned to my former self, reliving my memories. I had already gone through more than 100 memories when I realized something. Oi. He slowed down a bit, didn't he? The Guardian, moving with a horrible noise as his armor creaked and his sword scraped, had lost some of his vigor, certainly. I did not know which of my words had hit its mark, but one of them must have. All right, now it's your chance. Don't give him time to recover. No, that's not right. I thought so while looking at the loyal Guardian. Nothing I said had been the answer. The Guardian looked at me as if suffering, as if my stories led him to remember something. Maybe my old stories made him realize in some way that I was not an enemy. He had lost his sense of self, but knew that I was not someone he should raise his sword against. Why did he try so hard to keep fighting? He was the Guardian, that was part of it. Monsters were subject to such roles. Certainly it was some regret that turned him into the Guardian. As such, I knew what to say to him. We demons lost the war, but we were not destroyed and Kashirika Kashirisu is alive and well. We will fight another day, lower your sword. The Guardian stopped moving. Then, without a word, he slowly knelt, then fell forward. It was as if he was satisfied. He was saying that he could finally rest. Even after becoming the labyrinth's guardian, he was still bound by loyalty. What a stubborn head. I hope I don't become the guardian of a labyrinth after the war that awaits me, I thought as I walked on. At the deepest point of the labyrinth was the throne where Kashirika had sat. Currently, it was occupied by an armor. If it had been displayed in an armorer's shop, it would not fail to draw attention with its perfectly efficient design. Whatever metal it was made of, it shone in gold and in the dark emitted a faint glow. The efficiency and the bright gold produced an impressive effect that fascinated those who saw it. It was a little smaller than the last time I saw it. No, there was no way the size had changed. When I first saw it, the fear it inspired in me must have made it seem larger. Now, however, it seemed far more sinister. This is the fighter god armor. Wow. You can tell it's incredibly powerful just by looking at it. Be careful not to touch it. It will consume you. Oh, okay. Geese then stepped back cautiously, his fingers extended. Fwahahaha. I was joking. Nothing will happen simply by touching it. Dude, don't scare me like that. Honestly, it looks like something would happen if you touched it. The fighter god armor, built by Laplace as the supreme armor. Nothing would happen if you touched it, but it cursed those who wore it, inciting them to battle endlessly. Remembering the old days was enough to give me chills. But unlike the last time, I had a method to remove the armor. For some reason or another, Hidegami taught me the method to take off the fighter god armor. Probably the only ones who knew it were him and Laplace. With that, if I started to lose control too much, I could take it off to recover. But apparently, that method got worse each time it was used, the armor would manage to strike you more easily every time you wore it. Besides, even possessing that method, caution was necessary. Geese. Yes. You will be responsible for warning me when I am losing control, don't let me wear it for too long. Sure, I can do that. Fwahahaha. I'm counting on you. Nice. Now, we just have to fetch one more guy, This will be the most dangerous one, we have to unite forces to make it work. Guy seemed satisfied with the outcome. All right then. Well, then, for the first time in 4,200 years, I will show our enemies what it's like when I get serious. Yeah. You can do it, big guy. Fwahaha. Ha ha ha. Gisa's relieved laughter echoed through the walls of Kashirika's ancient throne room. Chapter 313, Swordsmanship Gods. In a dense, snow-covered forest, two men walked side by side. Snow fell softly between the tall trees, muffling the sounds of the surroundings. Both clearly had the build of swordsmen. The one walking behind spoke excitedly, while the one in front walked in a calm, composed manner. This was a dangerous forest in the north of the central continent, territory known for harboring snowbucks, giant deer-like beasts, and also ice-claw tigers, predators that could even camouflage themselves in the snow. Still, neither of the two men showed any concern about the presence of those monsters. Come on, man, the young man behind complained. You got lucky last time. You won't beat me again if I'm serious. He wore a tattered brown cloak. A huge sword was strapped to his back, it looked like an impressive blade, incongruous with the swordsman who carried it. The young swordsman's hair was black, his eyes red, and he appeared to be about 20 years old. You already said that when you lost the second time, the man ahead replied without changing his pace, and also the third and the fourth. He wore a serious, sinister expression, and his face resembled a skull. His skin looked sickly, slightly deforming around the cheekbones and jaw, creating a somewhat strange appearance. The young man snorted, frustrated. You're not using real fencing. Since when do you have a demon eye? I have a demon eye, the cadaverous-faced man replied impassively. And you have the strongest sword in the world. Where is the injustice in that? The black-haired youth ground his teeth. Silence hung for a few moments, until he complained again. Let's fight one more time when we find that guy you mentioned. Also, why is he in this place, after all? Don't ask unnecessary questions. We just need to go there and recruit him. The young man smiled scornfully. You, besides getting weaker, have you also become a dog, Randolph? I've already said more than once, Randolph Marianne is merely the body I'm possessing at the moment. My name is Vita. The youth snorted again. And who cares? You're still him anyway. His whole body and his memories are under your control. Isn't that the same as you being him? The man turned his head just enough to stare at him. No. Nothing more was said for a while. They continued walking among the frozen trees. No monster dared approach them. To creatures of that forest, the two men were simply too threatening. The young man was Alexander Rybak, the current North God, also known as Kalman III. The man in front of him was Randolph Marianne, the Death God. However, at that moment, his body was under the control of the Nether King Vita. Months ago, Randolph had deserted the King Dragon Kingdom, now dominated by Vita. Following the advice of Hidegami, Vita used his new body to find the third North God and challenge him to a battle with a bet at stake. The loser would have to follow the winner and complete 3 missions. Alexander, impulsive and confident, accepted without hesitation. In his youth, he and Randolph had trained together under the old North God. Both were promising candidates for the title, and their rivalry was fierce. However, after a fight with the second North God, Randolph abandoned the dojo and went out into the world, where he faced powerful enemies, created his own style, and eventually received the title of Death God, becoming the 5th world power. Alexander, for his part, was now the North God and held the position of the 7th world power. Defeating his former rival would be a golden opportunity to advance among the 7 great world powers. But, to his shock, he lost. Vita was not particularly surprised by the result of that battle. Following the advice of the man god, he had already known in advance that he would win. But Kalman was deeply shaken. To him, it simply made no sense. In his mind, defeating him should have been impossible. With the Dragon King Kajikut's gravity sword in hand, he believed himself invincible. And, in a way, he was not wrong, the current Randolph really could not beat him. Perhaps at his peak, when he had defeated the former Death God, he might have achieved victory, but with his level of skill at that time, even possessing the Eye of Absolute Void and his Sword of Bewitchment technique, he would lose against the force of the gravity sword. But the man Kalman faced was not just Randolph. At that moment, he was Vita, the Slime, the Nether King. With his powerful Miko abilities, Vita put Kalman III into an illusion and decisively won the battle after some resistance. Normally, this would be impossible. Vita would never be fast enough to place the North God in an illusion. He didn't have that kind of ability. But, while controlling the Death God's body, he could. Using Randolph's unpredictable fencing techniques, touching the opponent just a single time was simple. And it was all Vita needed, one touch. Moreover, the ease came from another crucial point: the young North God was especially vulnerable to Vita's illusions. Vita's Miko power could read the target's memories, visualize possibilities of alternate futures, and mix them with the victim's deepest desires, plunging them into an endless mental prison. And there were few people in the world as dreamy as Alexander Rybak. To simplify, Vita just told Alec that those illusions were powers of the demon eye. It was easier than explaining the true nature of his powers. Naturally, the arrogant youth did not accept the defeat. He challenged him again and again, and lost all 4 times. Vita's illusions were a natural nemesis for someone like Alec. Before he could fully unleash the powers of the Kajikut sword, he was captured by new illusions, and was constantly frustrated because of that. Even so, he followed the result of the bet. Of course, he also had ulterior motives. He would accompany Randolph until he could eventually defeat him. Furthermore, Randolph's 3 missions, or rather, Vita's missions, piqued his interest. After all, Alec aspired to become the greatest hero in the world. And what Vita was trying to accomplish was something unprecedented in all of history. The two kept walking through the silent forest until they reached a ravine. A freezing wind blew through it, sharp as blades. The cliff walls were completely covered in ice, and blocks of ice floated in the river that ran at the bottom. Following the bank, they finally found their target. The man was sitting beside a huge rock, holding his sword rested on his knees. In front of him, a fire burned while a piece of meat on a spit roasted slowly, fat hissing against the flames. Just behind the man, stretched out in the snow, lay a gigantic carcass. Covered in scales white as ice, with colossal claws and long fangs, a snow dragon. A rank S monster. These creatures were recent mutations of the rank A white drake, but twice the size. They exhaled blasts of ice and had access to high-level water magic. Technically they were not true dragons, but they were much closer to that than a simple white drake, and they were that strong. The man looked up at the visitors and immediately exuded a dense murderous intent. But, to his surprise, young Alec responded with an equally powerful battle intent. His lips curved into an eager smile as his hand slowly went to the great sword on his back. Hey, is that the guy?" he asked, excited. "Yes," Vita replied, activating the Eye of Absolute Void at the same moment, raising around him an impenetrable barrier. He did it just in time. The man drew his sword like lightning, attacking without asking a single question. But Alec was the North God. Gravity fluctuated around him as he moved, dodging the opponent's decisive blow from the sword god style, the long sword of light. A sword light cut the ground, leaving a deep trench where Alec had been a second before. Without exchanging even a greeting, the two began a fierce battle. Watching from afar, Vita was not surprised. Everything was happening exactly as Hidegami had said. POV, Gal Farion. When I was a boy, I fought a snow dragon. I was foolish and arrogant back then, and I barely escaped with my life. That day, I vowed that one day I would kill it. But, when I finally became strong enough, the damn thing never appeared again. Until a being called the Godman began to appear in my dreams, promising to grant all my wishes. Ha! Who did that miserable creature think he was? Naturally, I ignored him and cursed him. My most promising pupil, the one who defeated me in the Sword Sanctuary, had already warned me about that malicious god. I didn't know much about him, but I knew that pupil was rarely wrong about anything. I soon realized that, just as my pupil had warned me, he was trying to manipulate me into doing something for him. So I asked the Godman directly what he wanted. He told me where I could find that snow dragon. Where I could take revenge for that old defeat. Isn't it interesting? I knew I was being manipulated, but I went ahead anyway. Why? You ask. What did I have to lose, after all? I was already so strong that any scheme he had wouldn't work. Am I walking into a death trap? Well, let's go. Am I being manipulated into fighting a powerful opponent? That's even better. It so happened, after losing my title many years ago, I shed my restraints. Leading the Sword Sanctuary? Not for me. Training disciples to defeat me? I have no interest. And yes, I even abandoned my daughter and my wife. It's not something I'm proud of. But hey, a man needs to make some hard choices in life, right? Anyway, I dedicated myself again to improving my strength. I was defeated by the absurd talent and will of my pupil, that is a fact. But as he himself once told me, a man's life ends when he no longer has ambition. Those words rekindled my old flame. I will kill the dragon god Orsted. And I will do it before my crazy pupil does. Live only for the sword. Live only to become stronger. Glimpse the next stage of power each day. My pupil was capable of casting sword lights with his blade. Rida could cut anything that moved in her domain. Well, if they could, why couldn't I? I became stronger. More than I ever imagined. I believe I owe it to my monster pupil. He had such a unique vision that it made anyone see life from another perspective. Who would have thought? Here I am now, fighting against another young swordsman. This one wields a sword that controls gravity, very problematic. Could Orsted do something like that? Well, it doesn't matter. After fully understanding his strength, I stopped the fight. The brat seemed surprised. Ah. Hey, old man, don't you want to fight anymore? You're giving up. For a moment, I was stunned. Then, I began to laugh. Ha 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 ha. The boy watched me, confused. But I could only think that this guy, he is just like I was when I was young. Then I looked at the other fellow. He looked like a dying man, pale as a corpse. I shouted. Hey, you. The white guy told me you had a way for me to get stronger. What is it? That was the content of the God-man's last dream. Rigger had warned me about him, and I was on the lookout for traps, but so what? He couldn't do anything to me. What made me stay and listen was simple. The Godman said he had a method to further improve my swordsmanship. Who knows? It might work. If it didn't, I'd simply turn my back and leave. The skull-faced man finally spoke. Old sword god, you managed to fight against the gravity sword up to that point. Impressive. Stop wasting time. How can I get stronger? I wasn't interested in conversation at all I cared about was how to get stronger. I had been stuck at a bottleneck lately, any means that allowed me to overcome it was welcome. The skull-faced man then said. Straight to the point then, we can arrange for you to be taught by the best, they say this man even taught Orsted. Oh. Taught Orsted, that's an impressive title, and what do you want in return? Nothing that goes against your own goals, we want you to fight the dragon god and his subordinates. Ha ha ha, and here I was thinking you'd make me fight my own disciple. I was saying that more as a test, to be honest. The guy I was fighting earlier snorted. And what about this guy? He just became famous, he shouldn't be that strong. I smiled as I looked at the brat who said that. I may not know exactly, but I'm sure the beast god already far surpasses your strength, even with that sword you have there. The young man seemed to get irritated when I said that and was about to start a fight, but the skull-faced man interrupted. Alright, we don't have time to waste with this, you need to make a decision. Indeed, this group we're assembling also has the beast god as a target, but it is also true that we want to kill the dragon god. You can keep training alone, and you can even go train with your disciple at the combat temple of the kingdom of Gaia. But you will not be able to get stronger alone, and you certainly will not defeat the beast god or the dragon god. Are you coming with us, or staying? Dude, this skull-faced guy was pretty arrogant, but he wasn't entirely wrong. I had realized for some time that my individual growth would not reach my goals, but I would never ask to be trained by my own disciple. The only alternative is to find someone stronger than the dragon god and the beast god, and learn from him. Alright, I'll come with you, let's see what you have to offer. Chapter 314, Imprison Light. Aramanfi of the Bright. He was one of the 12 spirits of Perugius Dola, and, like most of them, he possessed a very unique ability. But even among them, his ability was especially impressive in terms of utility. He could travel by literally transforming into light. Aramanfi could not reach the literal speed of light, but because his magical source was intimately tied to the element of light, his speed surpassed that of any living creature. Therefore, he was recognized as the fastest traveler in the entire world, vastly outpacing even monsters like Rigger or Laplace. In fact, only teleportation circles were capable of movements faster than his. But teleportation lacked maneuverability, and was limited to predefined routes. Aramanfi, on the other hand, was sentient. He could move freely, bypass obstacles, change course at any moment, and cross continents in a few minutes. That mobility automatically made him the best scout in the world. By observing the world from the sky, from remote hills or distant mountains, he could literally keep watch over the entire world, crossing borders at the speed of light. Even though his combat speed did not approach his travel speed, Aramanfi was considered a king-level fighter, and, above all, someone who simply could not be caught. In his opinion, it did not matter who it was, even the sword god, the north god, the water god or even the powerful fighter god, he could escape them all. Lately, however, a single exception had arisen. The beast god. When investigating the newly formed kingdom of Gaia, Aramanfi had only one absolutely explicit order. Never get close to the beast god. That was the only being in the world that awakened his caution. Not that he was the strongest in the world, but he was unpredictable. The combination of supernatural senses, detection capability, and strange magical methods that still baffled even Perugius made it uncertain whether he could perceive and even capture Aramanfi. By that time, the world already knew about Rigger's monstrous instincts, and about his magical techniques that defied any traditional classification. Things like lightning magic, gravity, vacuum, regeneration, and even barrier magic so complex they were impossible to study. And Perugius knew that long before the rest of the world. Having established that order, the rest was simple. As long as Aramanfi completely avoided the beast god, using the concealment methods created by the armored dragon king himself, there should be no one in the kingdom of Gaia capable of detecting him. The main reason for this was that his mission did not even involve delving into Gaia's territory. He did not need to uncover secrets, research, or weapons. The mission was simply to observe the growth of the new kingdom. Collect general information. Monitor its rise up close. Rigor was a huge variable in the future war against Laplace, and Perugius Dola was someone used to having control over everything. Thus, instead of attempting direct contact, he opted for investigation. And, for some time, everything went perfectly well. Aramanfi watched from a distance and never approached Rigor. Exactly what Perugius had expected from the start. But every plan is subject to setbacks and changes. And this time, the Unforeseen came from Gino Brits. Now called the Martial Emperor, Gino had established himself as the second strongest in the kingdom of Gaia, surpassing even Ghislaine and Eris. At 18, he held the title of Emperor in the 4 sword styles taught at the Combat Temple: North God style, Sword God style, Beast God style and Water God style. He was also proficient in the combat techniques of demonic, beast, elf and even merman warriors. His fame was at its peak. The story of how he mastered the pistol shrimp in battle had circulated the whole world. Some even dared to claim that he could defeat the current Sword God or North God. That naturally caught Aramanfi's attention, but it did not worry him. In his mind, the boy was an absurd talent, but still a boy. And, after all, Aramanfi moved at the speed of light. Who in the world could capture him? If he wanted to withdraw, no one would be able to follow him. That's where his mistakes began. Centuries of watching the world from above any living being, centuries accustomed to seeing everything from an omniscient perspective. In a way, he was somewhat like a certain god who liked to visit people's dreams. His arrogance and confidence became unconscious and intrinsic to his nature. And his caution diminished, little by little. While Gino trained the long-range prediction technique of the Beast God style, the luminous presence of Aramanfi entered his field of perception. And so, without even realizing it, Aramanfi stopped being the investigator. Now, he was the one being investigated. Gino followed him silently for hours. The North God style and the Beast God style possessed stealth and presence suppression methods far superior to those of the Spirit of Light, who had always essentially relied on his speed. Thus, all of Aramanfi's patterns and methods were exposed before the sword genius. Knowing he could not stop the light from moving, Gino did something different. He went to Aisha Greyrat. And so, Aisha, with her innate talent for barrier magic, created a magic circle of magic restriction, specialized in interrupting Aramanfi's luminous transformation. A circle designed specifically to prevent the instantaneous movement of light. And so, after hundreds of years roaming unhindered across the world, Aramanfi of the Bright was captured. His shock was absolute. A few days later, Aisha walked across the Star Rise Academy campus with a cheerful smile on her face. She looked particularly happy as she guided a young blonde-haired girl at her side. "Come on, Jasmine, this time you made a big contribution." "Ask for something better," said Aisha, full of enthusiasm. The blonde girl smiled bashfully, clearly not knowing how to deal with that excess of praise. "I really don't know what to ask for besides this, Lady Aisha. I think a promotion would be great." The powers of the memory Miko Jasmine were mysterious and powerful. Thanks to those powers, even someone as loyal as Aramanfi had revealed his own secrets, and more importantly, the secrets of his master. That had allowed the kingdom of Gaia to obtain really important information. Aisha puffed her cheeks in immediate displeasure. "Look. Even the master wanted information about the inner circle of the Princess of Azura. I can't simply promote you to the barrier division and leave it at that." She crossed her arms, dissatisfied with the simplicity of the request. "How about this, when you know what you want, ask me in the future. I won't forget, so just mention it." Jasmine could only sigh, accepting. "All right, Lady Aisha, but he escaped in the middle of the interrogation. Is it really appropriate to reward me so much?" Aisha shook her head nonchalantly. "No problem. We discovered most of what we wanted about the fight for the throne. The memory Miko's ability was very simple. All Jasmine needed to do to see someone's memories was to look into that person's eyes. With just a fleeting glance, she could see the superficial thoughts. If she kept the gaze fixed for longer, she could see more hidden memories, gradually revealing all the target's thoughts. This, however, caused great mental strain, which prevented continuous use of the ability. During the interrogation, everything proceeded as expected, until Aramanfi had his summoning abruptly terminated by force. Aisha deduced that this was probably Perugius's doing. Perhaps he had discovered something strange and cancelled the summoning. Or perhaps the spirit had some hidden means of alerting his master to warn about his situation. In any case, in the middle of the interrogation, Aramanfi managed to escape. But that no longer mattered much, because the main information had already been obtained. Aisha said goodbye to Jasmine and, shortly after, called Helios. the red dragon was growing larger and larger. His draconic body had strong muscles, the result of the rigid training to which Aisha subjected him. Thanks to that, he was the most obedient red dragon in the entire kingdom of Gaia. Mounting him, Aisha crossed the city of Tinaver, heading quickly to one of the teleportation circles that led directly to the combat temple. She had already been informed that Rigor was about to return from the demon continent, and that he would go to the temple first. She had a lot to report, and it would be better to do it in person. Meanwhile, in the combat temple, in a spacious arena, the sound of blows and impacts echoed throughout the place. At the center of the arena, Linnea Didoldia was in direct confrontation with Ornthorn. Although Ornthorn was a North Emperor, with explosive physical strength and devastating strikes, he simply could not reach her. Linnea moved across the field like an agile cat. Linnea was not very good at using magic directly in her weapon-like Taze and Rigor, but she made up for it in another way. She was extremely proficient at combining magic and swordsmanship simultaneously. Thus, even while attacking with her blade, Ornthorn was still met with fireballs, gusts of wind and stone cannons flying toward him at the same time. But the Beast Princess's greatest trump was howling magic. During the war against Melees, countless enemies had fallen before the deadly combination of the longsword of silence with howling magic. It was visible that, despite being lazy in training, Linnea had talent. As the fight unfolded, 3 spectators watched from the stands. Linnea finally reached the level of Sword Saint. "What did Eris do to her?" asked Clint, the Sword Emperor, sitting in a butterfly position and analyzing every movement in the arena. Ghislaine replied. "A few months ago she threw Linnea into the depths of the Leaf Tiger territory. After she returned, Linnea continued training incessantly until she reached the saint level." Ghislaine spoke while holding 2 children on her lap. Iris, completely asleep, breathed softly, while Diana looked distractedly at the sky. Clint made a sound of understanding. So she realized her weakness and started dedicating herself after almost dying. Before Ghislaine could answer, someone else did. "Hee, actually no, I wish it were that," said Gino, who was standing beside them, also watching the fight in the arena. He continued. "She came to ask me for help to train. I also thought she had resolved to become stronger, but her reason was much simpler than that." Clint and Ghislaine looked at him. Gino explained. "She said Eris threatened to release her into the Blue Dragon Mountain range if she still wasn't a sword saint when she returned from the demon continent." Clint's eyebrow twitched, while Ghislaine only smiled faintly, as if not very surprised. Gino added. "Well, don't question the methods but the results. After all, didn't she become a sword saint in the end?" Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, the fight in the arena gradually came to an end. After a sudden and explosive advance, Ornthorn finally managed to strike Linnea, and she lost the match. But even so, she had done very well. Clint sighed. Well, it worked, but... He looked around and remembered, once again, that this was not the sword sanctuary. He needed to remind himself of that frequently, because the oddities he encountered in the combat temple were many. Maybe he would never fully get used to it. He sighed again. Those sighs had been becoming more frequent lately. "And your son, Gino? How is he?" asked Clint. Gino smiled immediately, proud. "He is very healthy. Nina is also very caring with him, so I don't need to worry much." Ghislaine looked at him sideways. "I think our children will grow up in the same generation, then. Tell Nina to bring Nell to meet Diana, Iris, and the others." "I'll pass the message," replied Gino, still smiling. They continued chatting casually while watching other warriors enter the arena to fight. Then, on the horizon, a red dragon appeared cutting through the sky, its immense silhouette approaching rapidly. Chapter 315, Arrivals, Hunts and Battles. In one of the ports of the Kingdom of Gaia, located in the Hobbit territory, a red-haired woman stepped off a merchant ship. The smell of sea air still hung in the air. The woman watched the busy surroundings, merchants shouting prices, workers unloading crates and various travelers moving along the quay. She wore a dark brown cloak that covered most of her body, but even so the sheathed sword fastened to her waist was clearly discernible. And, despite the heavy cloak, it was also noticeable that she was a woman of striking curves and a voluptuous body. As she looked around, the absurd variety of races present caught her attention. This redhead had come from the northern territories of the central continent, where there was also considerable racial diversity, but nowhere near as vast as in the Kingdom of Gaia. In a few seconds she spotted hobbits, beast folk, dwarves, humans, demons, and even figures she did not immediately recognize. It was as if the port were a meeting point for all known peoples. Before she could even take a few steps through the place, a man of the beast race suddenly approached her, which aroused her immediate caution. "Lady Hilda Greyrat," he called. "I am Oigar. I am here to escort you on your journey through the Kingdom of Gaia." Hilda widened her eyes, surprised to have been approached so quickly, practically the moment she disembarked. "How did you know I had just arrived?" she asked, still a little stunned. Oigar answered promptly. We were instructed to ensure your safety, Lady Hilda. So we knew your position since you passed through the kingdom of Sanakia. While he spoke, Oigar began to reflect inwardly. Lately, he had been taking on missions like that very often. Several times he had been summoned to escort someone important who arrived in the kingdom, and he was beginning to wonder whether that was a good thing or a bad thing. Hilda, still suspicious, narrowed her eyes. So you were following me since then? Not specifically following, but our agents were reporting your location to those ahead. You could say, we kept an eye on you. He kept an impassive look as he added. Also, your current husband did not come with you and stayed in the capital of the kingdom of King Dragon. Is there any special reason for that? Hilda hesitated for a moment, but answered still suspiciously. He doesn't want to meet my daughter and get involved with the high echelons of the kingdom of Gaia. As much as that was true, she had softened her words considerably. The reality was that her current husband had called the high echelons of the kingdom genocidal monsters, and was genuinely terrified at the idea of meeting the infamous Red Lioness, Eris. Of course, Hilda would not say that out loud. Despite being cowardly in some aspects, she liked her husband. Oigar only nodded understandingly. Shortly after, a carriage drawn by 2 horses, which were rank C monsters, approached the spot where they were. The carriage's structure was reinforced, clearly made for speed and long distances. Hilda seemed to relax a little on seeing the vehicle and after asking Oigar a few more questions to confirm travel details. For a moment she considered refusing the escort and going alone. But, remembering her daughter's current position within the kingdom, she realized that would be imprudent. She had been a noble before, she knew very well that some things simply could not be refused. And even if she refused, someone would certainly follow her closely, so it was much better to know exactly who was in charge of it. Okay, then, she said finally. Let's go already. She entered the carriage without further hesitation. Thus, toward the great forest, Hilda departed, traveling at high speed into the interior of the kingdom of Gaia. In the immensity of the great forest, a little beast girl sprinted among the trees at high speed. Her eyes, ruby red, shone with determination as she ran with a short sword in one hand. Although she appeared to be only 10 years old, her speed was considerable. Her target was a huge lizard monster, 3 meters wide, whose scaly skin was dark green. The creature rushed through the bushes fleeing while the girl pursued it. Ruby, Rigger's little sister, seemed determined to slay the monster at any cost. But suddenly the lizard disappeared into the vegetation. Ruby paused for a moment, surprised. In the next second, before she could perceive the danger, poisonous thorns were fired in her direction, launched by the tail of the creature hidden in the thicket. The speed was too great for her to react. But then, a violent gust of wind swept through the forest, completely diverting the shower of thorns. The impact of the gust messed up Ruby's hair, making it fly up and fall in a disordered way. Soon after, a dry, cutting sound echoed. Schnick. The sound of a blade slicing flesh. Ruby, confused and trying to fix her disheveled hair, blinked a few times, until she heard someone calling. Ruby, 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 didn't Aunt Celine tell you weren't ready to hunt alone? Sitting comfortably on a thick branch of a tall tree was a woman of the Adoldia tribe, her legs swinging slightly. With one hand she held a blade stained with green blood, the lizard's. In the other, she chewed a generous piece of bacon. It was Persina. Ruby raised her face, irritated. Humph. You can't convince me, Aunt Persina. I've heard that my brother was already fighting dragons and slave traders when he was my age. Little Ruby was about to turn 10, and the more she grew, the more she understood the stories about Rigger, and how absurd he had been from youth. Persina sighed deeply, sliding off the branch with a light leap. Look, we are from the same generation as him. Do you think I don't know how incredible your brother is? He's an untouchable target, Ruby. You don't need to try to equal him or anything like that. Ruby puffed her cheeks, still annoyed. I'm not stupid. I don't want to be like him. She hesitated for a moment, averting her gaze. Then she added, embarrassed. I just want to be a little amazing too. It doesn't have to be much. I think being like you is already fine, Aunt Persina. Persina froze as she felt the invisible blow. A blow that hit her confidence and self-esteem directly. That brat was saying she wasn't that amazing. A vein throbbed on the Adoldia's forehead. Her smile changed from friendly to malicious as she slowly approached Ruby. Well, you want to be like me. Fine. I think I can put you through the same special training Rigger used to put us through when we were your age, hee. Ruby took an instinctive step back, immediately realizing the danger. SS special training. That's right. Without giving her a chance to flee, Persina leaped at her, capturing her prey easily. Meanwhile, in the combat temple, another young beast faced an equally cruel fate. Linnea Dodoldia ran with all her might, completely desperate, while a red-haired swordswoman advanced behind her with savage energy, an eye patch covering the right side of her face. Aowa. No, no. My tail. Hey. That's my tail. Eris Adoldia, the Red Lioness, was in top form. Linnea was not fighting. She was just fleeing, trying to avoid becoming target practice for the crazed redhead. Many warriors watched the fight, or massacre, from the outside, commenting among themselves. Eris had returned from the demon continent and was now holding a series of fights to test her skills again. No one seemed interested in poor Linnea's deplorable situation, who was being chased like a cornered little animal by a predator. How can you always hit me with that eye patch? Linnea whined as she ran. Yes. Eris was wearing an eye patch. That was the favor Rigger had asked Kurashika for, a demon eye for Eris. That would be very useful to her in combat, and besides, Ghislaine and Verdia already possessed one, so Rigger wanted them to match, simple as that. But she obviously couldn't use it just yet. On the side, Clint watched, arms crossed and a bitter expression. Who would have thought, in less than 10 years, that girl rose so much? She beat me with a single blow. Even though Clint was a sword emperor, within the combat temple he was already beginning to be treated as an extra in the presence of the monsters of that kingdom. The flash sword, Eleanor Hangel, crossed her arms and murmured in frustration. At least you saw the strike. I can't even see her move anymore, this is frustrating. Eleanor had already been a sword king during the Melee's War, still in her early 20s. Now, approaching 30, even with extensive training inside the combat temple, she simply couldn't keep up with the absurd rise of Eris and Gino. Eris had challenged almost everyone present, and everyone lost, except Gino and Ghislaine. Gino was the first. Eris wanted to take first place among the Gaia 12 kings, but simply lost. Gino was an explosive prodigy, driven by infinite motivation. He wanted to defeat Rigger, and for that he needed to evolve to extraordinary speed. She pressured him, but Gino left no room for defeat. Against Ghislaine, however, it was different. If Eris hadn't been missing an eye, Ghislaine would have lost without a doubt. Ghislaine herself stated that as soon as Eris got used to her new demon eye, she would lose without question, especially considering the nature of the eye. An explosive laugh echoed through the training hall. Ha 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 ha. You are all idiots. Ornthorn laughed, pointing at Gino. I'm the only one who didn't get beaten except for this monster here. You know why. Just give up. Didn't you see she arrived with blood in her eyes? Eleanor laughed with disdain, facing him sideways. Of course you're proud of fleeing a fight. Why am I not surprised? Huh. You want to fight, woman. I may not be able to go against Eris, but you're no problem. The two seemed about to fight when Ghislaine intervened. It doesn't matter much. If Ornthorn doesn't want to fight, so be it. But he can't run away from an official challenge after all. Ornthorn opened a proud smile, which died instantly when he heard the end of the sentence. The others laughed. Gino then turned his face toward Verdia, who also wore an eye patch, and asked. And you, Verdia? Aren't you going to fight to climb your ranking? Verdia smiled gently and shook her head. Not for now. Maybe when I have some results in summon magic research. Then I'll fight a few times, just to test. The group continued talking about various subjects. The Gaia Kings were always split into different missions, so it was rare to gather so many in the same place. McKerntown had to constantly protect the king. Killian was still returning from a mission. Taze supervised Legion affairs. And so on. Even so, those who were there already made up a good number, and therefore trained and fought among themselves to measure each other's progress. At that moment, a scream echoed. Dash. Everyone looked toward the arena. Linnea had been hit by another blow and was defeated by Eris's fury. Higher up, in the central hall, built near the top of the mountain, inside, Rigger lay comfortably in a hammock. Aisha, beside him, wrote with a quill while organizing several papers. Rigger commented. The spirits of Perugius are quite complicated. They are quite mystical, master. Aisha replied promptly. But don't worry. Since I know their abilities, I've already begun to create countermeasures. They won't be a very big obstacle if we are prepared. Rigger nodded. That was Aisha's way. Upon hearing a problem, she would already begin to create 2 or 3 solutions mentally. He then asked, looking at her for a moment. What do you think about the war for the throne of Azura, Aisha? After rummaging through Aramanfi's memories, a plan had already begun to form in Rigger's mind, but listening to Aisha was a habit ever since she was a girl. Now, she was a grown woman and extremely competent. Aisha toyed with the quill, thoughtful. It's a chance, master. A chance. That's right. Let's see, logically speaking, the dragon god Orsted should be used to experiencing this event, because it's quite important. That means he probably won't be expecting our interference. Also, even if it's not in our interest to kill Princess Ariel, Rudeus, or Orsted himself now, that doesn't mean we shouldn't weaken them, since they will be enemies in the near future. Rigor watched her in silence. Hitagami has also been very quiet lately. It's possible he intends to act in Azura. If we go there, he won't be able to predict any future movement related to the Master, so that's a big advantage. She paused, analyzing Rigor's reaction. Seeing that he agreed, she continued. Emotionally speaking, Ghislaine and Eris have scores to settle with the nobles of the Kingdom of Azura. And, honestly, most of them are a bunch of pigs anyway. Besides, with the formation that Princess Ariel is invading, the Grandmaster Raida, the water god, could end up dying, and I know the Master doesn't want that. Rigor smiled proudly as he looked at Aisha. Very insightful. Although you left out some personal grudges. Aisha averted her gaze, feigning innocence. Other than that, it's a good analysis, he concluded. Gather those down there for a meeting. We will participate in a royal selection. Chapter 316, Back to the Sea, Marriage and Revenge. In the depths of a coastal city of the Kingdom of Gaia, a vast dungeon stretched out. This prison was popularly called the Dark Hole, and inside it there was one particularly special prisoner. A young demon walked calmly through the cells. The keys at his belt swung rhythmically, announcing his presence to all the prisoners. But it was not lunchtime yet, so many of them glanced at one another, curious about the unexpected visit. Maybe someone was getting released today. The young guard whistled softly and carried 2 long daggers strapped to his waist. He continued walking until he reached the most remote cell of the entire prison. When he finally arrived, he stopped in front of the occupant. Inside there was a shrimp. Or something very close to that. It was a man with the body of a shrimp, the infamous pistol shrimp, of the sea race, sitting cross-legged, completely calm. He was neither chained nor tied. In fact, he was quite free within the space of the cell. The guard turned the key. Hey, man, he said casually. You're finally getting out today. You can go by yourself, you already know the way. He opened the cell and stood there waiting. The pistol shrimp stood up and left silently, without causing any commotion. When the sea race had attacked Gaia, he was defeated and captured by Gino Brits. Most of the invaders had been killed, but he remained alive because he had some value. In the end, he made a deal with the beast god. During his time imprisoned, he cooperated with the Kingdom of Gaia's scientists while they researched the phenomenon of sonoluminescence. The agreement was that he would be freed once considerable progress had been made. And in recent days, indeed there had been. The research advanced to the point where they no longer needed his assistance. So, as promised, he was released. He left the dark hole walking alone, climbed the stairs and reached the exit. Outside, someone was waiting for him. It was the commander of the Iron Legion, Taze. Taze stood with his arms crossed, looking directly at the ex-prisoner. This is my last try. You really don't want to join the Legion, he asked. The pistol shrimp looked toward the sea that stretched into the distance, as far as the eye could see. Then he answered in his hoarse voice. I appreciate the offer, but I have a debt to Balord. Even if he is no longer the ruler of the sea races, that doesn't matter, my debt is only to him. Taze sighed. I give up then. Just remember the agreement you made, kill anyone who appears in the Ringa Sea in the name of Hitagami. If you break that agreement, we will not be as lenient with the sea race as last time. The pistol shrimp nodded seriously. He knew he was powerful, but he also knew that Gaia's top elite still outmatched him by a wide margin. Besides, as he had already promised, he would definitely fulfill what had been agreed. Taze whistled to call Freki, his enormous ebony wolf. As soon as Freki arrived, Taze leaped onto him and shot back toward the city. Left alone on the coast, the pistol shrimp looked around for a moment, watching the sun rising on the sea horizon. Then, without hesitation, he leaped into the deep waters, finally returning home. In the great forest, in a small and cozy treehouse, a young blonde teenager was training her fencing strikes. From the style of the movements, it seemed she was practicing techniques of the North God style. She, however, was clearly not very good at it. The strikes came out a little misaligned, and it was evident she was trying to execute intermediate techniques she had not yet mastered. Meanwhile, inside the house, 2 women, both very similar to the young woman outside, were talking. You're going to marry Taze Dodoldia. Zenith almost spat the tea she was drinking. Therese Latria covered her ears with an expression of discomfort. Huh, yes. No need to shout. Zenith kept staring at her sister, completely perplexed. For a few seconds she even thought she was in front of someone else. Had someone replaced Therese? Had she been kidnapped? Was she in danger? Or was this some kind of code asking for help? Zenith narrowed her eyes, suspicious, while her sister averted her gaze, avoiding eye contact. So, does that mean you're being coerced? Do you want me to ask Aisha for help? No. I am not being coerced. Zenith didn't look convinced in the least. She stared at Therese for several seconds, until the sister finally sighed, impatient. Come on. Is it so hard to believe that I found a husband? He's already married. Zenith retorted. And what's the problem? Your husband Paul also had 2 women. Therese realized too late that she had touched a sensitive point and fell silent. But Zenith was too shocked to be hurt. I can't believe it. How did this happen? You were a faithful follower of Melis. A Templar knight. Therese only turned her face, visibly uninterested in reopening religious discussions. It just happened. Zenith took a deep breath. All she knew was that her sister had joined the Iron Legion 2 years ago. They talked occasionally, and Zenith knew Therese's mentality had changed a bit since Melis's fall, but she hadn't imagined it would be this much. Taze Dodoldia, where did you 2 meet? Therese explained. When I joined the Iron Legion, I did very well. I already had leadership experience, so he ended up noticing me. I rose through the ranks until I became his direct subordinate. And how did that lead you to marry him? Doesn't he already have a child with Lisa? Therese's expression turned bitter. Yes, he does. Well, we got very close while working together, and I kind of fell in love with him. Lisa is pregnant again, so he went a while without doing that, and I seduced him. Zenith's jaw dropped. Where had her pure and devout sister gone? Since when was she the kind of woman who seduced a married man? And someone of the beast race? For the former Therese, that would have been unthinkable. She even had prejudices against non-human races. Ignoring her sister's shock, Therese continued. I was drunk, and he was too. I just let myself be carried away by the moment. I didn't intend to marry him, but he said he would take responsibility. She stirred her drink with her finger. Personally, I didn't resist much when he said that. Lisa seemed a bit irritated with him. Zenith finally snapped out of her daze. My God, you really are a slutty woman. Who's a slutty woman? Therese blushed. You were the one who fell in love with the first womanizer you found. And so the two began to argue, fight and exchange accusations. After a while, Norn entered the house, sweaty from training. The 2 women were still mid-argument when she simply said, without stopping. Congratulations on the wedding, Aunt. And continued on her way to the bedroom. Therese and Zenith looked at her, surprised. Then they stopped fighting and sat down. Well, actually, this could be something good in the end. Zenith said. You'll be the second wife, so try to get along with Lisa. Therese seemed resigned. Hee, who would have thought I would be a second wife one day? House Latria really fell, didn't it? Zenith smiled bitterly. Therese added. Also, Norn seemed pretty unconcerned. I thought she'd react more aggressively. She has changed a lot over the past years, Zenith replied. Aisha influenced her a lot, and living in the Great Forest also changed our perspectives. But I think that's a good thing. The 2 continued talking. The initial shock passed, and little by little the subject turned into a lively conversation about the wedding. After a few hours, Therese stood up. Taze wants to have a dinner, just family, to get to know each other better. I hope you can go, since I don't know if inviting Mother is a good idea. Of course, we'll be there. Zenith confirmed promptly. While the world moved constantly, changing without stopping, in the heart of the demon continent there existed a small and resilient village belonging to the Telamonian tribe. There lived the Telamonian demons, beings with wheat-colored hair and small horns on their foreheads. On the outskirts of the village, brandishing a scimitar, stood a boy of about 10 years old. He also had short horns like the other Telamonian, but his hair had a caramel shade. He was only half demon on his mother's side, his father was human. Despite his young age, his movements were incredibly sharp. His skill with the sword would be enough to surprise even a veteran warrior. A hidden talent, growing silently in the depths of the demon continent. Beside him, watching attentively, was his mother, Vedette. Ajax, that's enough. The boy stopped immediately and looked at her expectantly, his eyes shining, waiting to receive praise. But instead, he heard. You can still improve a lot. You won't be able to kill that man if you keep getting stronger so slowly. Disappointment clearly passed across the boy's face. He had trained hard, yet he was reprimanded. Even so, he always kept the hope of receiving words of praise and encouragement, even if they rarely came. He knew his mother cared for him, but there was something as important to her as maternal love, vengeance. I'm sorry, Mother. I'll train more. I'll look for Uncle Jay-Z. No. Vedette interrupted him before he could finish. The woman breathed deeply, approaching him with hesitant steps. Son. I have already taught you all the magic I know, and the Telamonian village cannot increase your strength any further. The boy's heart tightened. He knew something was coming, something he didn't want to hear. I will send you to train at the Sword Sanctuary. Ajax's determination crumbled inside. Vedette Telamonian possessed an ambition, a hatred impossible to contain in her heart. She wanted to kill the beast god. She wanted to avenge the deaths of Larix and Hector. To avenge everything that had been taken from her. But she was only a mage. What could she do against the beast god and his armies? Fortunately, she had her son. She trained him to achieve her dream for her. And she poured into him all her bitterness and hope. Over time, to her surprise, Ajax proved to be a genius, both with the sword and with magic. This also happened because she applied Rudeus Greyrat's theories that mana is more easily moldable during childhood. She truly created a little monster. And, little by little, she came to believe that maybe Ajax could one day defeat Rigor. But whenever a spark of confidence arose, news came to crush it. Rigor becoming one of the 7 great powers. Rigor wiping Milshan off the map. Rigor killing a divinity of the sea race. Even if her son was talented, how could he defeat the apocalypse beast? Desperation led Vedette to pressure him more and more. Perhaps she would not have done it if he hadn't shown so much talent. But now that she knew there was a chance, how could she not try? She loved him deeply, but Ajax was also her only chance for vengeance. Ajax obviously did not want to leave, he liked the village and the life he lived there. But she knew he needed to do it. He also couldn't train at the combat temple, because it was governed by the beast god. And he couldn't go to Fort Nekros, because Atofratov was now subordinate to Rigor. Only the Sword Sanctuary remained, on the other side of the world. Tears began to stream down the boy's face. Vedette intended to let him go alone. But, upon seeing her son's sad face, her heart wavered. She came closer, stroked his head, and said in a soft voice. Don't worry, son. Mommy will go with you. We will cross the world together. Ajax finally found some comfort in her words. Although sad to leave the village, his mother was more important than anything. He inhaled deeply, wiped his tears and affirmed with renewed strength. Don't worry, mother. I will become very strong. I will avenge father. Vedette smiled sincerely upon hearing that. After a few days of preparation, mother and son left the Telamonian tribe, beginning their long journey toward the Sword Sanctuary. Chapter 317, The Azura Turmoil. Time passed quickly, and the gears of the six-faced world continued to turn. And then a turning point approached. Across the central continent, the news spread that the current king of Azura was gravely ill, confined to his deathbed. To the common people, that provoked only surprise. After all, kings aged, fell ill and died like anyone else. But to the truly important individuals, to those with power and influence, it was the sign of the storm about to break. Despite the Prime Minister's attempts to contain the information, many had already heard about the growing influence Ariel Anemoi Azura held within the magic triumvirate, as well as the forces allied to her. High-ranking nobles knew they had to begin to move, to prepare for the inevitable chaos that would consume the kingdom. And, as if to confirm all these expectations, Ariel Anemoi Azura departed as soon as she received news of her father's illness. She traveled with her retinue, moving with urgency. Ariel's original plan involved using teleportation circles to arrive quickly in the capital of Azura. But when they tried to use them, they discovered they had been destroyed. That confirmed to the dragon god that Hidegami had some apostle inside the kingdom of Azura. With no other alternative, Ariel's retinue was forced to cross the continent the traditional way, by road. Now, inside a luxurious carriage making its way through the lands of the kingdom of Azura, 4 people conversed. The current political situation of the kingdom is not in our favor, said Derek Redbat, Ariel's guardian mage, with a worried expression. Darius could very well be drawing us into a trap this time. Another voice replied in a somewhat unsettling tone. But, is that really that important? If he has a political advantage, we can simply kill him. That was Rudeus Greyrat, wearing his battle mage cloak. Sandor, seated near the window, let out a laugh. It's not that simple, Lord Rudeus, he replied. Using force against Darius would be irresponsible. It would be a poorly disguised coup d'état. We would probably succeed, but, and then. Lady Ariel would be seen as a usurper who murdered nobles of the kingdom of Azura while her father was ill, in order to seize power. What kind of queen would be respected by the general populace after that? Moreover, why wouldn't the other nobles fear the same could happen to them? Rudeus thought about it for a moment. I suppose you're right, this situation in the kingdom of Azura is very complicated. This time, Ariel spoke. We still have some allies in the kingdom we can make use of, especially with the influence I currently possess. The political situation is not completely lost. But as a last resort, a coup d'état may not be the best path, but it might end up being the only one we have. Derek nodded slowly. Lady Ariel is right. Darius's influence is simply too great. He lacks neither political enemies nor allies. They balance each other out. If we cannot find a definitive way to deal with him cleanly before the court, we will be forced to initiate a coup. He looked at Rudeus and Sandor seriously. At this moment, we will rely heavily on the two of you, gentlemen. Sandor let out an energetic laugh. Ha ha ha. Let us hope it does not come to that. The current water god is rather difficult to face. Ariel smiled faintly. I don't believe the strength of you two is inferior. But, contrary to her light tone, Sandor grew serious. Do not trust that too much, Lady Ariel. Everything depends on the right moment. If that old woman has room to activate her ultimate technique, our chances are minimal. He paused briefly and turned his head to look directly at Rudeus. Unless that other guy decides to interfere. Rudeus fell into thought for a few moments. I do not know what he intends to do. The last thing he told me was that he would deal with the political allies of the second prince, Halfous. Derek furrowed his brow. We have not had many assassinations along the way so far. Could that be his doing? Rudeus shook his head immediately. Impossible. He would not do that sort of thing. Ariel entered the subject, looking out the carriage window. As for that, I think I know why we have had so few assassination attempts. The three waited for her explanation. We simply have a very powerful force with us. So far we have had 3 attacks, but Lord Sword God handled them all in an instant. The others hardly had a chance to act. Besides, we have Sylphiette, Lord Rudeus and Lord Sandor. I believe Darius has some information about our forces, and therefore is preserving his resources for a more important battle. If he risked losing key allies, his own political and military structure could collapse. Everyone fell into thought. Finally, Derek exhaled a sigh. I had not given much consideration to that possibility, since that is not Darius's usual style, but it is quite possible, given the current situation. Rudeus remained silent. Darius's prudent attitude did not match his habitual manner. This could be due to Hidegami's interference. Perhaps Darius really is the apostle after all. He made a mental note to report this to Orsted as soon as possible. Anyway, we still have Lord Perugius as a hidden card. Derek looked up at Rudeus. Has he been in contact in recent days? Rudeus shook his head. No. He told Zenoba that he had some internal matters to resolve at the Flying Fortress. He had not planned to accompany us on the journey, but, in any case, he will be there on the appointed day. Derek nodded. As long as we have Lord Perugius's support, we can force Darius to reveal his final cards. If he attacks first, fearing the loss of his position, we will have justification to eliminate him. Everything depends on correct timing. So we will have to coordinate with Lord Perugius. Of course, we will prioritize dealing with him cleanly first. Sandor leaned back further in the carriage seat, crossing his arms behind his head. And the beast god? He asked directly. Everyone's expressions darkened at once, except Sandor's, which remained impassive. Ariel answered. It is certain that the information must have reached the kingdom of Gaia. Those communication devices of the Iron Legion are very convenient. Rudeus completed her line of thought. Furthermore, we have already confirmed that the beast god has access to the locations of some teleportation circles. By whatever means, he could easily come to the kingdom of Azura in that time. Unless Hidegami wanted to block the beast god as well by destroying the teleportation circles. Rudeus considered that, but did not say it aloud. Everyone fell silent for a moment, until Derek spoke. He would be an unexpected variable, but he ought not to be participating this time. The situation in the kingdom of Gaia has been rather stable lately. But he must have his own problems to deal with at the moment. Ariel frowned, somewhat uncomfortable. We have no choice but to believe that. According to Lord Timothy's report, the beast god could very well ruin any plan and throw everything into the air with his own strength. If he really comes. I fear we can only count on Lord Orsted to stop him. Rudeus remained silent for a few seconds. The beast god had long been a thorn in his heart. Not only was his younger sister, Aisha, a direct disciple of the beast god, but he even kept Zenith, Norn and Lilia in the kingdom of Gaia, under his protection. And on top of everything else, he was the murderer of his father. Orsted had said he would eventually help him bring back his mother and Norn eventually, but Rigger could not be killed. Mainly because his role in the fall of Hidegami was very important. Rudeus finally spoke. The dragon god informed me that the beast god had been traveling across the demon continent in recent months, subjugating demon kings. It is unlikely he will appear this time. But if he does, Orsted will intervene. Ariel and Derek relaxed a little upon hearing that. The conversation continued. The four debated everything that could happen and all possible countermeasures. On one hand, the few assassination attempts were a sign of temporary safety, but on the other, their scarcity also meant they had little notion of the military power available to the enemy. That was why discussing alternative plans was essential. The sword god, Timothy Britz, could easily participate in these meetings. But he had refused, saying simply that he was not good at that sort of thing. Typical of a practitioner of the sword god style, all that mattered to him was defeating any opponent who appeared in his path. Even though he was considered weaker than people like Gall Pharion and Rigor Adoldia, Timothy still stood at the absolute top of the world of swordsmen, a force no one dared underestimate. Besides Timothy, Sandor and Rudeus, Ariel still counted on other important allies. Among the main ones were Sylphiette Greyrat, known as the Love Fairy, thanks to the power of the demon eye of affection. Sarah Greyrat, the #1 sharpshooter of the North. Satarvos, the Wandering Knight, currently under the command of the former Pope of Meles, Harry Grimoire, now serving as an advisor in Renoa. With a force of that level, they could even take an entire country by force. But the conflict in Azura was unpredictable. Gradually, the carriage approached the capital. Some lesser assassins tried to attack along the way, but none posed any real danger. Thus, after a long journey, the retinue finally arrived at the Azura capital, Ars. Shortly after arriving in the capital, most of the group remained idle. Meanwhile, Ariel, Luke and Derek went to visit their old allies. They needed to understand exactly where they stood in the minds of the noble houses of the kingdom. And after several days, seeing that Minister Darius and his faction would still not attempt any assassination, Ariel made her move. The reserved location was one of the great reception halls of the Silver Palace, used primarily for large meetings and parties. The hall was so richly decorated that one would never suspect the entire event had been organized in only 10 days. Sandor and Rudeus stood near the entrance to the waiting room, studying the faces of the attendees as they arrived. There was a kind of pre-party happening there, with guests circulating among the refreshment tables. Most of the conversation in the waiting room involved speculation about what Princess Ariel would say and how Prince Grabble's faction might react. The majority of the first guests were minor nobles who would not be greatly affected regardless of who took the throne. The first major player arrived a little late. It was Paimon Noto's Greyrat, accompanied by his eldest son. Paimon stopped at the entrance to stare at Rudeus with undisguised hostility. Do you really think you can return to the house of the Noto's Greyrat after all these years? Rudeus was surprised that he addressed him. I never planned to do that, actually. Remember this, boy, by all rights, you should not even be allowed to call yourself a Greyrat. Rudeus remained apathetic. And do you think I care? After the confused attempt at insult, Paimon studied the faces of the guests in the waiting room and then disappeared into a private room reserved for the high nobility. Sandor merely laughed at the interaction. After Pauman's arrival, the rest of the important guests began to appear. The heads of the 4 houses and the heads of the great noble houses of Azura arrived one after another. Finally, after everyone had appeared, the Prime Minister Darius arrived. His only companion was a single bodyguard. Darius looked at the two with visible hostility, then a grimace of fear crossed his face. But the bodyguard came toward the two. He was dressed casually, his hair made him look like a poisonous mushroom, and there were 4 swords at his waist. It is a great pleasure to meet you, Lord Rudeus. I am the North Emperor Aubert Corbett, although I am commonly called Peacock Sword. The pleasure is mine. I have heard much about you. My name is Rudeus Greyrat. The North Emperor nodded and then turned to Sandor, kneeling on one knee. It is a pleasure to see you again, Master. I would have liked to meet you in a less complicated situation, but even so, I must thank you once more for your teachings. Rudeus was a little shocked. Aubert was a student of the second North God. Sandor smiled amiably. Do not worry about small details, disciple, just follow the path you have chosen. Aubert rose again and smiled. I heard there were some assassination attempts, I hope you have a fair dispute next time. Aubert smiled lightly, but his eyes did not look amused at all. In fact, Rudeus's theory about the assassinations was wrong. The reason Darius had not made any serious assassination attempt was Sandor's reputation. They said one could not catch the second North God, Kalman, by surprise. Ready for combat at all times, even if you attacked him from behind, he would turn as if he had eyes at the nape of his neck and end the threat before it struck. Aubert warned him about that before he committed any foolish act. That was common knowledge among swordsmen. For just a moment, Aubert's face grew strangely serious. Then he turned and left. The most important guest, the first Prince Grabble, would not go to the waiting room. Instead, he was expected to appear directly in the main hall once the party began. The nobles entered the hall in a specific order and took their seats along the enormous central table. Ariel had arranged for almost no palace guards to be on duty, so most of the nobles had brought their own. Ariel stood behind the place of honor at the head of the table. As soon as all the guests took their seats, she stepped forward. Thank you all very much for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend this party. At first, her welcome speech was fairly conventional. She began by mentioning the king's illness, made some observations about the state of affairs in Azura, and spoke about how she felt watching events unfold from afar during her studies abroad. However, her offensive soon began. Tristina Purplehorse was dead. That removed an important piece to use against Minister Darius. So Ariel had to look for other weaknesses. She managed to cooperate with the White Spider family to create a victim. If there is no evidence, then simply create it yourself. There was also a young woman allegedly kidnapped by Darius from House White Spider, but she had been dead for a long time. But that did not mean she could not be used. House White Spider was an old ally of the princess's faction and wanted to overthrow Darius, so they decided to help her with their lie. She presented the young woman as young Beatrice White Spider, who had escaped and forged her death after living for years as Darius's sexual slave. The young woman bore a strong resemblance to the deceased, and told a fairly convincing and moving story. Several nobles began to cry during the tale. But many others, especially Darius's allies, wore clear expressions of shock and dismay on their faces. Particularly, the members of House White Spider were pale and sweating visibly. Darius himself maintained a placid expression. At no moment did he appear to lose his composure, at least apparently. When the young impostor Beatrice finally finished her speech and stepped back, Ariel advanced. "Now," said the princess, wearing her usual bright smile. "This is all quite surprising, Minister Darius. I certainly did not expect such shocking revelations to be revealed in front of everyone like this. It is truly hard to believe. Could you really have abused your power so blatantly? Kidnapped a noble-born girl and treated her as your personal slave?" Her tone, calm at first, began to heat quickly as she advanced in her speech. "Is this how a prime minister of Azura behaves? Is this truly the conduct of a man who manages our entire kingdom? Shameful. Do you have anything to say in your defense, sir?" With a disdainful snort, Darius slowly stood. "Princess Ariel, today you took your games a little too far." His narrow eyes gleamed with malice. He turned to stare at Beatrice. "I hardly expected you to pick up a woman in the street and insist on calling her a member of House White Spider. I know my enemies delight in spreading malicious rumors of this sort behind my back, but, in truth, this is the first time someone has thrown these lies directly at me." Laughing loudly, he turned to face everyone around the hall, intuitively encouraging the other nobles to agree that Beatrice was indeed an impostor. "You claim her story is false?" Ariel asked. "Of course. Now, I have a question for you, Princess Ariel. Do you have any proof that this Miss Beatrice is indeed the second daughter of House White Spider?" Beatrice. At Ariel's request, Beatrice slid her hand into the bodice of her dress and took something out. It was a ring. It had a beautiful white jewel at the center, with the image of a spider carved on its surface. Obviously, she had procured that ring from the White Spider family to collaborate with the ruse. Ah. A diamond with the image of a spider. Certainly that is what members of House White Spider use to prove their identity. Darius admitted all this quite easily, yet his face did not lose composure. On the contrary, his smile became even clearer and more hateful. I understand. Since this lovely girl bears that ring, it seems that she is indeed a White Spider." Pausing for effect, Darius looked at Ariel and Beatrice. Or so one might believe at first. In that moment, the smug smile on his face was sickening to behold. "By chance, I have news to share about Beatrice White Spider. I am afraid she has been recently identified." Identified? Ariel tilted her head slightly to the side, a clear sign of doubt. "I am sure everyone remembers, ladies and gentlemen, a certain operation we carried out in the capital about a month ago," said Darius. "Its objective was to find all the members of certain criminal organizations that had rooted themselves in the royal capital. During that operation, I regret to inform you that Miss Beatrice's body was discovered." Ariel drew a deep breath at that. A month ago. He had been preparing for this in advance. Of course, her ring had already been sold on the black market, so it was difficult for us to establish her identity conclusively. However, Miss Beatrice's body had a distinctive feature that only her family knew, a birthmark. I believe the head of House White Spider can confirm all of this for us. Isn't that right, Lord Fabius White Spider? If the head of House White Spider supported that, the falsehood would become the truth. And if Darius then demanded that Beatrice expose her skin, he could prove she was an impostor. A man who appeared to be the head of House White Spider rose silently. Darius appeared completely confident. Ariel's faint smile had not left her face. "Am my daughter?" Slowly and hesitantly, Fabius began to speak. "My daughter was stolen from us, by Minister Darius." "Lord Fabius!" Darius shouted. "What are you saying? That woman standing there is my daughter, Beatrice White Spider. There is no doubt in my mind. Princess Ariel, I beg you, give this man a just punishment for the kidnapping and abuse of my daughter." Ariel stepped forward. "Then now, Prime Minister. Given this testimony from the head of House White Spider." She still wore her smile. "It seems you really kidnapped, imprisoned and raped an innocent noble-born girl. Regardless of your importance to this kingdom, such crimes cannot be excused. I hope you are punished according to our laws." Darius's face contorted horribly in fear and rage, and his eyes scanned the entire hall. However, he no longer had a single ally sitting at that table. All of the Prime Minister's former allies, the men and women who had eaten from his hand for years, abandoned him in the blink of an eye. But suddenly, another person entered the hall. It was a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes. The first prince. Grabble and Azura walked straight to his younger sister without averting his gaze from her. What is the meaning of this shameful commotion, Ariel? Have you forgotten that our father is gravely ill? What commotion? I am simply defending the honor of our nobility as a whole. I'm saying there are times and places for this sort of thing, said Grabble, shaking his head irritated. With our father incapacitated, the kingdom of Azura can hardly afford to lose the many talents of our prime minister. Maybe yes, maybe no. In any case, his crimes are real. Even if these accusations are true, Darius is a high noble, and the members of House White Spider are mid-level. It should be obvious which of them is more valuable to our kingdom. I do not dispute that, Grabble, but I repeat, his crimes are real. As a kingdom ruled by laws, we cannot simply ignore them. So he must be punished. I understand. You are not entirely wrong, Ariel. But you know as well as I do that there are many others in this room whose deeds should be exposed and judged. Do you intend to throw each of them into a prison cell? Of course. If necessary. Reading between the lines, Ariel was promising she would not punish anyone she deemed necessary. No one cared about that, of course. That was how rotten and fetid this kingdom truly was. Practically every noble in that hall had their share of heinous crimes, some even worse than Darius's. But so long as they were useful and did not become too important in the grand scheme, the truly important people simply kept them around for convenience. So you are convinced punishing Darius is necessary? And I believe otherwise. With a small laugh, Grabble smiled condescendingly at his sister. It seems we are at an impasse. I believe so, Ariel replied. Shaking his head theatrically, Grabble finally turned his attention to the others in the room. According to tradition, we must put the matter to a vote. Conveniently, it seems we have almost all the main men and women of Azura in this same hall. Would you be so kind as to decide which of us is right? There was an implicit threat in that speech. Anyone who voted against Grabble would be added to his list of enemies and likely purged from power at the first chance. But Ariel simply spoke with a bright smile on her face. That sounds very reasonable, Grabble. But before we come to that, there is another person I would like to present to everyone. What? Ariel snapped her fingers. Taking the cue, Rudeus casually raised his arm toward the roof. With a deafening roar, a huge column of fire spiraled into the air. It was the intermediate spell Pillar of Flames, but Rudeus had amplified it greatly with mana. The flames rose unceasingly into the air, burning the palace walls as they climbed. What is the Maya? What? It cannot be. The nobles rose to see the flames. Something enormous moved across the night sky, lit by the fire. And it was something not seen every day, even in a city like ours. That is the Flying Fortress. When did it arrive in Azura? The Flying Fortress Chaos Breaker had arrived. Perugius's majestic castle approached at an absolutely terrifying speed, flying so low it seemed likely to crash into the castle. The floating fortress hovered in the sky just above the Silver Palace. The hall fell completely silent. After a while, footsteps were heard approaching. From the sound, it seemed there was only one person out there. But 12 others accompanied him silently. The footsteps stopped outside the door. Our guest has arrived, said Elmois. When the door finally opened, the atmosphere changed immediately. Oh. It's him. It really is him. A man with gray hair and golden eyes wearing a white cloak entered the hall. He did not look exactly like his portrait, but his overwhelming presence and the 12 servants who followed him left no doubt. Some who saw him trembled or shrank back in fear. Others looked with deep respect and admiration in their eyes. Indifferent to all of this, he crossed the room, parting the crowd of nobles as he walked. Finally, he reached Ariel and Grabble. His 12 spirits split into 2 groups of 6 and positioned themselves on both sides of the hall. One group now stood beside Ariel's bodyguards, the other beside Aubert, who served Darius. My thanks for your kind invitation, Ariel Anemoy Azura, but it seems I may be a little late for the party. No. Not at all. The guest of honor should always be the last to enter. Perugius had a small smile on his face, and Ariel glowed with delight. Grabble, on the other hand, appeared at a loss as to what to do with himself. He simply stared at Perugius with wide eyes. Turning, Ariel spoke in a confident tone. Everyone, allow me to introduce you to the Armored Dragon King, one of the legendary 3 God Slayers. Perugius did not bow, but simply swept his gaze across the crowd like a true lord. When the nobles met his eyes, they hastily knelt and bowed their heads in respect. Greetings. I am Perigius Dola. Now, everyone, please raise your heads. I join you tonight as a guest, nothing more, nothing less. At these words, the nobles rose uncertainly. Soon, all the guests had taken their seats once more. Oh, said Perigius, looking around the table with curiosity. Only 3 seats remained empty, the seat of honor at the head of the table and 2 others beside it. 3 participants still stood. Ariel, Grabble, and Perigius himself. Well, that is a problem. It seems we have only 3 available seats. Tell me, Ariel Anemoy Azura, Grabble Zoffin Azura, which of them shall I take? Grabble inhaled sharply, and others at the table audibly swallowed. By all means, please take the seat of honor, Lord Perigius, said Grabble in a trembling voice. He could not have said anything more at that moment. Perigius did not have the authority to decide the next ruler, or to assign himself a seat at that table. Someone at the table could have pointed that out. Normally, someone would have. But at that moment, most of the guests were incapable of considering the matter with such calm and coldness. Perigius spoke in an almost casual tone, and no one dared interrupt him. No, I think not. I have spent many years away from this country to put myself in the place of your next ruler. Extending his hand, he gently pushed Ariel's back while speaking the words, next ruler. Ariel, you take it instead. I will content myself with the seat beside you. In that moment, all the nobles in the hall knew Ariel would be queen. Of course, in that kind of situation, everyone imagined that all the pieces had been set and that nothing could shake the final outcome. Ariel had triumphed. But no one there expected that, even with the people present, the main characters of this event had not yet entered the scene. And at that moment, the first hint of that was revealed. Lord Perigius. As Silveril shouted those words, the ceiling of the hall gave way. A large chandelier fell to the floor, crushing a noble beneath it. Fragments of stone and metal flew, injuring several others. The scale of the damage was not particularly large. It was only the part of the ceiling above the central table that collapsed. And among the rubble was an elderly woman. Chapter 318, Shaking Heaven and Earth. Everyone in the hall was shocked or surprised by such a development. The ceiling had collapsed with a sudden crash, and in the middle of the suspended dust that old woman remained standing. Still, there were some who knew exactly what was happening. Sandor was the first to truly react. His body leaned forward and his hand clenched the golden staff tightly. He seriously considered attacking immediately, crushing the threat the moment it had appeared. His instinct told him to strike at that very instant, before it was too late. But he hesitated. Only a fraction of a second, but he hesitated. Because he did not know what kind of repercussions that action would bring upon Princess Ariel. It was too politically complicated a situation, and that fraction of a second of thought was enough to stop him at the crucial moment. His instinct told him to attack, but his logic pushed him back. However, there was someone who did not hesitate for even an instant. Timothy Britz. The current sword god advanced without even waiting for the reactions of the others. For him, political repercussions didn't matter, only the opponent in front of him. He had carried a principle with him since the first time he held a blade. Attack first. Attack fast. When Gal Farion took over the Sword Sanctuary, this became even more important. His teachings wholly and exclusively reinforced that dogma. And there was a particular case, a specific warning Gal Farion had given his students. A warning about a woman. The reigning water god, Rita Rhea. Gal had said. If she is your enemy, strike before you even talk. If she can activate the deprivation sword realm, it's game over. Even I would lose. Obviously, Gal Farion was fast enough to defeat her before that, and so he was regarded as the strongest swordsman of his generation. Even knowing he might not be as fast as Gal Farion, Timothy attacked. Timothy's body became a blur. He advanced with absolute determination, without considering orders, politics, or repercussions. His blade vanished like a streak of light even to the most trained eyes, there was no warning or preparation. But however fast he was, however perfect his attack, he did not overcome the old woman. For 1,000th of a second, he was late. An oppressive, indistinct sensation filled the entire space, as if an invisible dome had been spread over the hall. A short metallic clang echoed. Clang. His blade was deflected upward, casually. The counterattack passed close enough to superficially tear the sword god's clavicle. Rita could not kill him with a single counter blow. But the result was still clear. The long sword of light had been deflected. Timothy's eyes shone with bitterness and disappointment at the failure, but also relief at survival. He knew that not defeating Rita there, at that moment, would be a harsh blow to the reputation of the sword god's style. Still, he did not dare make a single additional move under the pressure of the killing domain. He stopped only 5 meters from her. Everything had happened in milliseconds. Now, finally, everyone could see the real situation. The old woman was small in stature, her skin marked by deep wrinkles. She held her beautiful yellow-golden sword naturally. She spoke, surprised. My goodness. I really thought I was going to die right now. Gaul taught you to be fierce, Timothy, you've grown a lot. She then looked directly at Darius. Well. I suppose I can pay my debt now. The next to react to Raida's sudden appearance was Aramanfi of the Bright. In the blink of an eye, he moved directly behind the old woman, and was cut in two at the same instant. His body dissolved into particles of light, vanishing without even touching the ground. Next was Rudeus Greyrat. He activated the ring on his finger, and at the same moment Raida cut his left hand. It was not severed thanks to the magically enhanced gauntlet, which absorbed the impact. Next was one of the high nobles at the table. He tried to flee, rising desperately. Raida cut the tendons of his leg in the same instant. A second blow fell upon him, silencing his cries. She had used the blind side of the sword. None of the bodyguards dared to move. Not even Sandor, a North god. And not Timothy, the sword god. Raida had pinned them in place like insects in an insectarium. By that point, everyone had already realized that the entire room was within her reach. Any movement would be instantly fatal. It seemed that everyone had frozen. All right then, Aubert. When Raida turned her gaze toward him, Aubert stood rigidly still like everyone else. What can I do for you, madam? You can cut off some heads, to start. Let's see. She raised a finger, pointing as one chooses ripe fruit, go kill Timothy, Ariel, and Perugius. And the Magic King as well. But, instead of taking a step forward, Aubert looked at Raida with an uncertain expression. You want me to do that? Use your head, boy. Who else will do it? But. Aubert cast a quick glance at Sandor. Raida noticed from the corner of her eye and spat with disdain on the floor. Of course having your master on the other side would be a problem, huh? Going to hesitate now? You've already received your payment. If you don't kill them, they'll come to kill you later. I guess you're right. At that moment, Aubert drew his sword. He began to walk toward the head table, where Ariel sat. Sandor's face tightened. He was ready to act. After all, he had immortal blood, as long as he didn't receive a fatal blow, he could survive. Trying to save Ariel was his priority. Rudeus, for his part, was secretly preparing a lightning spell, ready to electrocute multiple nobles at once if necessary, just to get a chance to strike Raida. Perugius just watched unconcerned, as if watching a theatrical play. As Aubert walked across the hall, Darius and Grabble cheered inwardly. Grabble wore an inward smile full of self-indulgence. Darius, for his part, displayed a repulsive expression, twisted in barely concealed satisfaction. But then, something changed. Aubert suddenly flinched, as if hit by an invisible wave, and stopped in mid-step. He bowed, hands trembling. A large drop of sweat ran down Raida's face. It wasn't just those two. Almost everyone in the room began to tremble. It was not a voluntary tremor, it was as if their bodies were responding to something their minds could not process. Their faces went pale. Their legs shook even without moving. This happened even while they remained frozen by Raida's technique. Well, this isn't good. Raida murmured. What is this? What's happening? Darius shouted, panicking. Why can't I stop shaking? Raida did not hesitate for an instant. Change of plans, Aubert. I hate to do this to you, but, can you take Darius and flee? Now. The overwhelming sensation increased by the second. It was as if something abominable was approaching. Aubert wanted to question, why save Darius? But under that terrible pressure, he did not hesitate further. He ran to the noble, grabbed his hand and began to pull him toward the exit. Before Raida could say anything more. Boom. The central doors of the hall were ripped off at once, flying as if they were made of paper. And a figure entered. The silence transformed instantly into pure terror. Some nobles lost control of their bladders. Others fell to the ground convulsing with fear. Some stared at the figure as if it were their mortal enemy. Timothy looked at the newcomer with pure murderous hatred, but forced every fiber of his rationality not to move. He knew that if he attacked, he would die. Sandor had an analytical but equally hostile expression. And everyone thought almost the same thing. He's going to kill all of us. Only Rudeus seemed particularly relieved. The man who entered had silver hair, like Perugius's, and his eyes were also golden. Orsted had arrived. Raida was tense, but her voice sounded casual. It's been a while, Dragon God. Are you here to take an old lady to the afterlife? Yes. You are an apostle of the Godman. That means you have to die. An apostle, huh? So I wasn't your target before because I wasn't an apostle at the time. Good God. I guess I'll end up fighting a hellish opponent, at least. Orsted took in the room with a single glance. And then he took a step toward Rida. He did not hesitate. Deprivation Sword Realm. Rida's golden blade turned into a blur, so fast it seemed to disappear. With each step Orsted took, she struck him, or tried to strike him, briefly connecting them by an illusory golden thread. And yet Orsted repelled every strike. With his bare hands. Sparks filled the air, ricocheting off the marble floor. Rida increased force and speed, and Orsted kept advancing. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. She was being surpassed by an absurd margin. But before Orsted could get even closer. Boom. Another violent crash tore through the hall. Prince Grabble was nearly crying. Is everyone trying to bring down this palace today? The outer wall was demolished as if it were glass. Several nobles were instantly crushed. And a blue-silver light sliced through the air toward Orsted. The dragon god's reptilian eyes contracted. And, unbelievably, he dodged. A laugh echoed through the hall. Ho ho. Looks like we're late for the party. Blue flames dominated the hall, illuminating everything with a mystical glow. Rigor entered the hall accompanied by 3 people. Gino Brits, Eris Adoldia, and Ghislaine Adoldia. Gino looked around curiously, Ghislaine was serious, and Eris wore a bloodthirsty smile. Rigor walked between the flames as if they were part of him. I was wanting to test something new. He looked at Orsted with an unmistakable murderous glare. I hope you'll act as my guinea pig, O dragon god Orsted. The moment he said that, a black armor with golden details began to spread over his body like a living liquid. It fed on the blue flames emitted by Doomsday, taking shape, growing as if it had a will of its own. The aura emanating from that armor was overwhelming. A silver sweaty sheen covered the armor, giving a sense of invincibility. It was impossible for ordinary people to look directly at it. Several nobles had their eyes burned in an instant. Aya! The shiny black metal seemed to contain an entire sun within. The dragon god looked at the unknown armor with caution. And in this way, at the heart of the kingdom of Azura, a battle began that would redefine the concept of the world's power. Meanwhile, at the same time, in the vast and endless Red Dragon mountain ranges, which crossed the central continent like natural walls, another group advanced with a mission. They were exploring the deepest part of the range, the central territory, where the dragon god's hole was located, one of the 3 great labyrinths of the 6-faced world, situated exactly at the heart of the mountains. Even one of the 7 great world powers would be helpless in that place. But the group in question didn't bother to pass through the place stealthily. What was left behind was a trail of unprecedented destruction. If anyone else had appeared to witness what had happened there, they would probably say that a true god had descended to the world and walked through those mountains. Monsters' blood flowed in great amounts, forming red rivers that wound through the mountain range. Hundreds of fierce red dragons lay dead. Some crushed. Others cut into pieces. Others reduced to wreckage. The very landscape had been destroyed. Mountains were shattered, peaks broken, valleys ripped mercilessly. Everything showed that whoever had passed through there had no intention of remaining hidden. The tracks led, without exception, toward the highest mountain in the world, known as the Dragon's Roar Mountain. Nothing in its path had been spared. At the highest point, the cold wind was so violent it seemed capable of cutting skin, but even so it did not disturb the small dwelling built at the peak, motionless as if part of the mountain. The door opened. A man stepped out of the small house. He had long silver hair, pure white clothes that fluttered in the wind, and 2 long wings on his back. His pupils were reptilian and golden, shining with calm. He stepped out of the dwelling with a calm smile, as if he had been waiting for it. Curiously, he was carrying a long silver spear. At that very instant, a laugh burst in the sky, so loud and powerful it seemed to make the whole mountain tremble. Fwahahaha. A gigantic golden armor appeared from the sky, descending as if it had leapt from an absurd point, defying any physical law. It landed near the peak, the impact resonating like thunder. It emanated an infinite fighting spirit, as if made of pure will to fight. The armor was over 3 meters tall, with 6 arms projected majestically. The golden metal it was made of shone intensely, and emitted a faint glow constantly. The efficiency of the design, combined with that shimmering gold, created a hypnotic effect for anyone who looked. A voice inside the armor roared. I am the fighter god Batigadi. Fwahahaha. Technique god Laplace, I challenge you to a one-on-one duel. No, you idiot. It won't be one-on-one. One detail to note is that on the shoulders of the golden giant, 2 figures were sitting. One was a man with a monkey-like face. The other, a youth with black hair, carrying an enormous sword on his back. The youth leaped, his sword almost the size of his body, speaking impatiently. That's right. Uncle Batty, how can you want to fight Laplace alone? Where do I fit in? Ha ha ha. I am the North God Kalman III. And I also challenge you the same way, Laplace. Guy sighed as he also leaped from the shoulders of the giant, moving away to ensure his own safety. But then another laugh echoed, a light, cheerful laugh. Ha 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 ha. Seems I underestimated that godman. Well. I guess that's why he gave me this thing. Technique God. Laplace laughed as he withdrew from his clothes something like a communication device of the Iron Legion. He pressed a button. Guy's expression changed upon seeing this action. Meanwhile, Battagati did not seem interested in it. Laplace advanced, skillfully wielding his spear. The sky began to change. A storm was forming. Thunder shattered the air. Lightning tore the clouds above them. And then, two other figures appeared behind the fighter god. One of the men, with a pale, skull-like face, commented. This could be problematic. He must have called the beast god to come here. Battagati laughed. Fwahaha. If he arrived now, wouldn't it be interesting? The other swordsman who had arrived laughed. I have to agree with him. Guy was increasingly worried, and said. This is not important right now. Anyway, remember the plan. And so, on the top of the highest mountain in the world, a battle began, a battle involving several members of the 7 great world powers. In 2 different places in the world, 2 confrontations that would shake the sky and earth. Chapter 319, If you die, you lose. In the Silver Palace of the Kingdom of Azura, Rita was completely bewildered. Her entire body was tense, her nerves on edge, her heart pounding too hard. A moment ago, she had felt that this was the moment of her death. Dying in battle against the fearsome dragon god would even have been a good outcome. But everything fell apart when Rigor, her former disciple, the most talented she had ever had, arrived and threw the whole situation into chaos. Rita felt control slip through her fingers. Rigor was about to attack the dragon god without warning. Wait. Move and I'll attack you too, you brat. She shouted hurriedly. The attempt was somewhat pathetic, but it was all she could do at that moment. To her surprise, Rigor actually stopped and looked at her, and only then was Rita finally able to properly observe the armor he wore. That was no ordinary armor. Even a casual glance was like staring directly into the sun. The eyes of anyone who tried to stare were instantly burned, and many Azuran nobles fell to the ground screaming, clutching their faces, blind or near it. Even Ariel and Rudeus Greyrat were affected. Rita quickly deduced that this effect hit those with low proficiency in Tuki more strongly. But what made Rita shiver was the silvery glow surrounding the black armor. She had a bad feeling about that glow. Moreover, from within the slit where the eye should be, blue flames shot out in uncontrolled jets. She had no idea how he was even alive inside that. Before she could ask anything, Rigor's stance changed abruptly, and in that same instant, Rita felt her own domain completely subjugated. A cold sensation ran down her spine. She reacted with a quick attack, but the blade was parried by a strike so fast it seemed to have happened at the speed of light. Shock plastered across her face. The realization came immediately. Rigor had already perfectly blended the water god style and the sword god style into a single technique. And she wasn't the only one who noticed it. Sandor, Timothy, and Orsted also wore serious expressions. They were all within his reach, and they knew it. The blue flames continued to spread through the hall, stirred by the presence of the Doomsday Blade, but the armor itself absorbed those flames insatiably, as if being fed by them. But there was a swordsman there who did not notice the overlapping styles. All he felt was the water god's domain retreat for an instant. And that was enough. He charged at Ariel in an instant. In his view, once she was dead, there would be no more dispute. The North King, Wtaa, a small, short-statured halfling, crossed the room with surprising speed. But before completing his third step, his body was cut in half horizontally. The upper and lower half separated, falling to the ground as he gurgled to death. A trail of blue flames followed the strike, scorching the air. Rita, what are you doing? Grabbles, the first prince of Azura's sentence never finished. His neck flew off at the same instant. His body tumbled to the floor while the head rolled down the stairs. A second trail of blue flames marked the cut. Despite all this intimidating posture, Rigor was extremely cautious with Orsted. He did not plan to attack now, his goal was to buy time, as much as possible. This would benefit Aisha and the rest of the group enormously, who needed to complete their mission without interruptions. Additionally, he wanted to try to recruit his master at that critical moment. But, to everyone present, Rigor seemed like a beast about to pounce on anyone. The blue flames around him still burned fiercely. Even overpowered, Rita reacted immediately. What are you doing here, brat? Want to die? This isn't your territory, and the dragon god isn't your opponent. Do you think you can kill a prince and walk away unpunished? Her voice was harsh and scolding, but what she most wanted was for Rigor to back down. He was the only one who had fully inherited her techniques. She did not want to see him die from recklessness. Rigor replied coldly. A mere prince is not important, master. Many more nobles will die today, and in the end he'll be just another of them. I'm also not interested in the political games of this rotten kingdom. His words were enough to shock the court of the kingdom present, but he continued. As for whether the dragon god is my opponent, that remains to be seen. I'm quite confident, actually. Why don't you join me? I even have a method to make you younger. And I want you to teach swordsmanship to Aisha. She is quite talented. Rida was paralyzed. In fact, almost everyone in the room was. Invading the kingdom of Azura. Killing several nobles and threatening to kill more. And even trying to recruit the water god amid the chaos. Rigor seemed completely insane. Sandor sighed, but did not dare to comment. Timothy looked at Gino with an inscrutable expression. Rudeus trembled slightly, restraining himself from attacking at that moment. Sylphie was much worse, seething with rage. Perugius watched everything with watchful eyes, his calm expression was nowhere to be found. Rida analyzed the whole situation in an instant before speaking hesitantly. Do you really have confidence to defeat the dragon god? If so, then I hope you can spare Darius. Impossible, that pig will die without a shadow of a doubt, in truth. Rigor began to respond, but was interrupted by an alert on his communicator, which was merged with the Skullviner armor. He knew exactly whose alert it was. The technique god. Rigor's expression lost its composure for a moment. That alert was a call for help. They had warned the technique god about Hidegami, and even knowing his power, had given him this communicator to call for help if he found himself in difficulty. What would constitute a difficult situation for one of the most powerful beings in the world? The timing could not have been worse. He spoke to the three who stood by his side. Change of plans, we are out of time. You know what to do. Without further explanation, Rigor struck Rida with the long sword of light. She didn't even have time to react, for he used his maximum speed, but struck with the blunt side of the blue blade, and with greatly reduced force. Even so, Rida was hurled away like a projectile, slamming into the wall and losing consciousness instantly. In the very next instant, the entire ground cracked as the beast god lunged at the dragon god with an overwhelming murderous intent. Simultaneously, Gino, Eris, and Ghislaine also attacked. The hall was taken by absolute chaos. The dragon god was extremely cautious. Not only because of the strange armor Rigor wore, but also because the blow that the beast god had struck against him had more than enough power to penetrate his dragon Tuki, his greatest advantage against other opponents. This caused Orsted to prepare himself mentally. He first wanted to fully understand Rigor's limits before truly fighting him. It was an old habit he had developed after living through many loops. However, against this opponent, he also had to worry about not being killed in the next instant, so he was serious from the start. Rigor gave him no room to breathe. He pursued Orsted relentlessly. His speed was unlike anything the dragon god had ever seen. He moved like lightning, as if physics did not apply to him. His movements were instantaneous, impossible curves, attacks that appeared out of nowhere. It was as if Rigor were a being from another plane, mastering space and time with his devastating speed. Orsted continued to retreat and observe each of Rigor's attacks. It had been many years since he had fought him, and he would never have imagined Rigor had grown so much in so little time. The blows were strong, fast, fluid, perfectly executed, a true perfection in swordsmanship. It was like fighting the fighter god, whose techniques were elevated to perfection by his armor. Orsted even wondered if Rigor's armor might have a similar effect. But before he could think further, his sense of danger spiked, alerting him to an imminent threat. The beast god advanced once more, he flashed with instant lightning, and with a sword strike, a white-blue bolt leapt toward Orsted with the intent to turn him to ashes. Orsted had no choice. With a swift movement, he drew his sword. He knew that if he did not summon it at that moment, he would have no chance to withstand it. He cut the bolt in half. The bolt's energy dissipated into several smaller lightning strikes, and the explosion destroyed the ground around, cracking the earth and sending sparks everywhere. The dragon god watched cautiously. The fight between them had gotten out of control, and, at the same time, he noticed that Rigor, intentionally or not, was avoiding collateral damage, directing his battle through parts of the palace where there were fewer civilians. Their chase and flight took them beyond the Silver Palace and beyond the walls of the capital. They had already left the city. Meanwhile, the beast god looked at his god's word, clearly interested in the sword. He approached Orsted slowly while the blue flames still dominated the surroundings. "Is that the famous god's word?" he asked with a malicious smile. "I didn't think you'd draw it so quickly." Orsted's expression grew even more intimidating. "How do you know the name of that sword, beast god?" he asked, his voice deep and cold. Rigor gave a calculated smile and replied, with an ironic tone. "I have my ways. But that won't be of much help to a dead man." Orsted, with his penetrating eyes, observed Rigor from head to toe, even more serious. Is that armor and sword your confidence in killing me? He inquired. That will not be enough, Randolph. I know you are not affected by my curse. I believe you can think for yourself. The true enemy between us is Hidegami, and I have a method to reach him. He looked directly at the beast god with a somber expression. Moreover, if it matters, I ask forgiveness for killing your longtime companion, Rida. At the time, I thought you two were both apostles of Hidegami. Orsted could not see Rigger's expression behind the armor, but he imagined that the beast god was either surprised or pondering what he had said. The truth was that the best scenario for Orsted would be to earn Rigger's forgiveness and ally with him to kill Hidegami. This was because, according to Hidegami himself, Rigger was somehow responsible for bringing forward his death by several decades, a fact Orsted was extremely curious to understand. Orsted, even though he knew Rigger wanted him dead, would not kill him so easily. He could not afford to lose this opportunity to reach Hidegami. Rigger replied with his voice muffled by the helm. You are more naive than I expected, Dragon God, perhaps it's because of your curse that you cannot keep an open mind. Orsted did not show surprise. That was what he had expected, a direct refusal. But Rigger did not stop there. He continued speaking, and it was not difficult for him to act that way, because each word represented his true thoughts. You still don't even say his real name, you still call him Rida, as if he were a clown. I can see how, at that time, you saw him, and still see him, only as a number. Your view hasn't changed since then. The blue flames over his armor intensified. Everything in this world, all beings, in your view are just pieces that can help or hinder the quest to kill Hidegami. Rigger began calmly, but his tone gradually rose. Even your apology to me must be because you believe I will be useful in killing your enemy, make no mistake. Hidegami is certainly my enemy. He is despicable. He must be killed, yes, but I don't care about your spiritual journey to reach that guy. The air around grew heavier. All I care about is how your actions affect me, and those I care about. The personal grudge I hold against you is certainly strong, after all, it's kind of obvious, but an apology won't bring either back to life. The flames surged, spreading ripples of heat. But there is another reason. What if, one day, my children become an obstacle to your goal? Or other friends of mine? Or, even my wives, as was the case once before. He was not speaking idly. In Oldgar's future guide, one of his children died at Orsted's hands. The current Rigger did not know the reason, but could deduce. Inside the helm, only flames came out, but Orsted was absolutely certain that Rigger was looking directly into his eyes when he said, You are certainly powerful, Dragon God. So strong that you can view everything from an external perspective, you can kill whoever you want dead, and spare whoever you want alive. And you know what? That's a consequence of strength. But, unfortunately for you, I was born with some talent. That is the weakness of using strength to solve your problems, Orsted. All your plans will be useless if someone proves to be more powerful than you at some point. A storm began to form on the horizon. Rigger looked at it impatiently. His instincts told him that the technique god's signal was a bad omen for himself. But the timing was too precise, and that made him certain that Hidegami had a hand in it. Meanwhile, Orsted wore a horrible expression, even by his standards. At first, he thought Rigger was rejecting him out of pure hatred and vengeance. He could understand that and deal with it in the best way. But Rigger's words were cutting. The dragon god spoke gravely. You do not understand the danger of the godman. Killing him is the priority above all else. What? He killed your family? Killed your girlfriend? Massacred your tribe? Or did he do all that and more? Rigger laughed under the armor. Don't be mistaken, Orsted, I'm not denying the validity of your little revenge against him. It's simpler than that, if you want to know. Rigger assumed the stance to execute the longsword of light. You want to kill Hidegami, and I want to kill both of you. If you resist, you win. If you die, you lose. Rigger vanished again while a blue sun rose on his sword. Orsted, still with a grim expression, advanced at the same time with the god's word. Chapter 320, A Kingdom Overrun. While two monsters fought outside the capital, the city of Ars itself was not exactly in a state of calm. In the corridors of the Silver Palace, the North Emperor, Aubert Corvette, ran at high speed while carrying his own burden in his arms. His body moved nimbly, dodging columns and servants that appeared occasionally, never slowing his pace for a moment. And that burden did not stop complaining for a single second. Stop swinging me around like that, the voice shouted. Where did you learn to carry people? And why are you running so fast? Aubert did not dare stop for an instant. As soon as he left the hall, all he heard were shockwaves and explosions echoing in the distance. He could hardly imagine what kind of battle had broken out after he left. Then his instincts reacted. Aubert threw a knife instantly in an apparently empty direction. At the same moment, a grayish dark shape appeared, blocking the knife to the side with ease. Only then did Aubert see her. In a quick movement, he threw Darius to the side, making him fall clumsily to the floor, and drew two blades, one short and one long, immediately taking a combat stance. The minister shouted. "Oh bear, you bastard! Why did you stop? You must help me get out of the palace now." But, ignoring him completely, Obear laughed. "Lady Black Wolf," he said. "How have you been these years?" In front of him stood Ghislaine, walking slowly toward him. She was serious. She wore a black, tight and light armor that covered only the important parts of the body, without restricting her mobility. Her green magic power eye shone in the corridor due to the lack of light, further emphasizing her intimidating presence. She stopped. She wiped her face, removing a smear of blood, and then shook Hiromion, flinging off the blood that was still running down the blade. Her eyes moved first to Darius, then to Obear. Then she spoke. "Peacock sword, Obear Corvette. Rigger asked me to try to recruit you if seen. Although you are protecting this pig, you can still be absolved if you kill him with your own hands and become subordinate to Rigger." Obear's expression turned somber. Darius immediately began to shout at her. "Who do you think you are, you bitch? You're just a filthy bitch from that dirty forest. Obear, cut her to pieces right now." Obear continued to watch Ghislaine cautiously, ignoring Darius, who was truly spitting like a pig as he yelled. Ghislaine ignored Darius completely and spoke to Obear again. "Keep in mind that I do not have the power to subjugate you without killing you, as Rigger could. If we fight, one of us may die." She adjusted Hiromion's stance, planting the sword more firmly. Obear thought for a few seconds before trying, hesitantly. "Miss Ghislaine, for our old friendship, and for the short tutelage that Lord Rigger had with me, couldn't you let me take this guy this time?" Ghislaine remained impassive. "That offer I made you is already out of consideration for our friendship. I hope you consider it wisely. I have a particular grudge against Darius, whom you are protecting. Killing him is a personal vengeance, besides being a mission." She continued. "The king of Azura was already killed by this sword even before we came here. Most of the nobles from that hall are also gone. The only one left, at this point, must be Darius." Obear was shocked. "Why you killed the king," he stammered. "And most of the nobles? What are you trying to do, start a war against Azura?" Ghislaine frowned. "Many questions. I don't have time for that," she said. "But, if you want to know, Rigger told me there will be no war if the two sides are not more or less equal. Azura can no longer compete with the kingdom of Gaia, so they will not fight," she concluded. "So decide now. Fight or surrender." She seemed ready to attack. Cold sweat ran down Obear's forehead, while Darius continued to shout incessantly at his side. At that moment, Obear made a decision in his mind. He would test Ghislaine's strength. If he could escape easily, that would be ideal. But if she were much stronger than him, Obear would surrender and kill Darius without hesitation. At the moment he decided this, his muscles tensed. He was ready to throw smoke bombs by surprise. But, in the next moment, all he saw was a blood-colored flash. His world spun as he felt his consciousness fade, his head cut off at the base. As soon as he felt the intent to fight, Ghislaine unleashed a decisive strike, killing both Darius and Obear. She looked for a second longer at the two bodies on the floor. Both were significant to her, in some way. Mainly Darius, who had been primarily responsible for the death of her former lord, Soros. She felt a little lighter after paying that old debt. Rigger perhaps mentioned something about making Darius have a slow and painful death. Well, it must not have been that important, he's dead. She did not linger. There was still much to be done. Expanding her senses with Tuki, she moved toward her next target. A few minutes earlier, the banquet hall had collapsed in a matter of moments, mainly due to the fight between Rigger and Orsted. Columns fell, the ceiling gave way and the ground shook violently, forcing everyone still there to retreat hastily. Amid the chaos, Sandor managed to get away carrying Princess Ariel under his protection, advancing through the destroyed corridors until finally meeting with Rudeus, Timothy, and Luke. Luke was visibly euphoric, his eyes wide as he looked around. "What is happening?" he exclaimed. "The beast god really invaded the Silver Palace?" Timothy was already in a defensive position, alert to any strange movement around. Rudeus, on the other hand, could only think about Orsted's fight. Others might not know, but he did. The dragon god would not kill the beast god, even though he was stronger than him. That fight was completely disadvantageous for Orsted, since he would be constantly spending mana. With his absurdly slow mana regeneration, that could hinder many future plans. Thinking about that, Rudeus could only come to one conclusion. He should help him in the fight, it was the only option to contain the damage. He would need the magic armor for that. Ariel looked around, still trying to get her bearings, and asked. "Where are Derek and Sylphie?" Rudeus answered promptly. I didn't see where Derek ended up, but Sylphie was on Lord Perugius's side when we separated. So she should be safe. Sylphie's safety had been Rudeus's first priority when Rigor invaded the hall. However, in the widespread chaos, Sylphie ended up with Perugius, which meant she should be safe. Or at least that was what he thought. In any case, that reassured him. Sarah was not participating in the banquet, so, in theory, she should be even safer than Sylphie. When Rudeus turned his attention back to the group, he noticed Sandor's grave expression. He set Ariel carefully on the ground, the princess still seemed a little dazed, and spoke directly to her. Princess Ariel, the situation is critical. The beast god killed Prince Grabble and appears to have hostile intentions toward all the nobles of the kingdom of Azura. I recommend retreating from the capital immediately. We don't know how many they came in. If all the generals of the kingdom of Gaia are here, we are in an extremely bad situation. Rudeus looked at Ariel. Depending on her decision, he would have to act against her orders. Timothy seemed focused on something else, attentive to the surroundings, while Luke spoke in an anguished tone. Lady Ariel, we cannot leave the nobles behind like this. We have many allies among them. We cannot rule over a dead people. Besides, they are invaders, the kingdom can unite against a common enemy. He was visibly agitated. Sandor frowned. I won't deny Lord Luke's words, he said. But at least the princess must be evacuated from the capital at this exact moment. He then looked directly at Luke. Surely the Guardian Knight does not want to keep her in this battlefield, right? Luke made an ugly face, clearly about to retort. Ariel interrupted them. That's enough. She took a deep breath, regaining calm and composure, and then looked at Rudeus. Lord Rudeus, what do you think of our situation? Rudeus read between the lines. Ariel was asking about Orsted's attitude. She wanted to know if he could defeat the beast god and then come to their aid. But Rudeus was not confident about that. He shook his head as he spoke. You must leave the capital, princess. But I believe we should stay and stop the generals of the Iron Legion. With the beast god contained, they are threatening, but nothing we cannot handle. Ariel thought for a moment. All right. Lord Sandor, I will ask you then to accompany me leaving the capital. Lord Rudeus, Timothy, and Luke, I count on you to protect the nobles and bring Derek and Sylphie back. But avoid direct contact with the beast god, in any case. Also, notify Lord Perugius of our retreat, if you have the chance. The three nodded. Shortly after, the two groups separated. Rudeus felt the urge to summon his magic armor immediately, but restrained himself. He knew how much that thing consumed his mana, and had no idea if he could keep it active for the necessary time if he used it now. Advancing through the destroyed corridors, they finally began to hear voices and calls for help. Cutting sounds echoed, followed by screams and bodies falling. The palace was in pieces at that point, and the invaders clearly had no intention of keeping discreet or preserving the structure. Luke suddenly advanced upon recognizing one of the voices. Dad, he shouted. Where are you? Timothy sensed something was wrong and spoke immediately. Don't advance blindly, you idiot. He advanced to help, but he and Rudeus reacted at the same time upon feeling a new danger. Rudeus perceived it thanks to his foresight eye. He raised an earth wall while retreating quickly, and Timothy leapt nimbly out of the trajectory. In the next instant, a huge ebony wolf appeared with a brutal leap, landing between the two and destroying the earth wall with its claws, growling fiercely. Luke barely had time to look back. Before he could react, he tasted something sweet in his mouth. His body fell forward, split in two at the waist. Dead. Rudeus and Timothy could barely make out the red figure before they heard a voice speak to them. Oh, Timothy. Long time no see. The voice continued, amused. Skoll almost got you this time, huh? Wait, if I kill you now, I become the new sword god. That sounds cool. The red-haired woman emanated the murderous intent of a tigress, momentarily interrupting her massacre. It was Eris. Rudeus froze upon seeing the long red hair blowing in the wind that swept through the destroyed corridors. She wore the characteristic black, tight and light armor of the Iron Legion, with her abdomen exposed, made so as not to restrict movement. There were fresh bloodstains on both her sword and armor, some still dripping slowly. That was not only Luke's blood, it was clear she had already killed others before finding them. Rudeus possessed some privileged information about other timelines, things he had learned directly from Orsted. He knew that Eris Boreas Greyrat should have been Ariel's bodyguard, and even marry Luke. But there, before his eyes, Eris Adoldia had cut Luke in two as if he were merely a minor character. He barely had time to process the irony of the situation before the tigress's attention turned completely to him. Eris looked directly at Rudeus. The excited expression on her face disappeared little by little, giving way to an assassin's smile that formed slowly, almost with pleasure. Hee hee, she laughed. Rudeus Greyrat. Remember me. Rudeus rarely felt fear of any opponent since he had faced the dragon god in battle. Still, that smile awakened a bad feeling in him. It was as if in that instant he were only a rabbit before a lion. For a brief moment, he almost forgot his long combat experience. But he soon recovered. Before he could answer, Timothy spoke, pulling some of Eris's attention toward himself. "That's right, Eris. If you kill me, you can become the sword god," he said calmly. "But do you have that capacity?" Timothy showed no fear. He had heard of Eris's rise in strength, but still trusted himself. In fact, he had always hoped his own son would come to take his place one day. If he were killed by someone much more powerful than him, it would be a good death. And Timothy knew that Gino had grown a lot during his time in the kingdom of Gaia. But he did not expect to meet Eris first. Eris replied with a wild smile, tightening her grip on the sword's hilt. "Well, if I don't try, how will I know?" Timothy smiled back. Eris was, without a doubt, a true swordswoman of the sword god's style. At that moment, Rudeus heard another explosion echo outside the capital. His thoughts returned immediately to the fight between Orsted and Rigger. Every second that passed meant more mana being drained from the dragon god. He spoke impatiently. "Timothy, hold Eris and the wolf for a while." Without waiting for an answer, he retreated, already preparing the summoning of his magic armor. He could not care less about the mana consumption at that point. The less time Orsted fought, the less mana he would have in the future, and that would be problematic. But as soon as Rudeus withdrew, Eris reacted instantly. She threw a short blade in his direction with a movement, her expression becoming slightly more serious. Timothy advanced at the same instant to intercept her, while Skoll leaped toward Rudeus, its claws tearing the ground. Rudeus's headache increased at that moment. His opponents were not willing to give him time. Chapter 321, The Martial Emperor Faces Pelagius. In the midst of rubble, dust hanging in the air and partially destroyed walls, a beastman with rabbit ears was blocking Gino Britz's path. The beastman approached with great confidence. "I am North King Knuckleguard, one of the 3 blades of the North God. They call me Twin Blade." As he spoke, the men began to split into 2, half of him moving slowly to the left while the other half shifted to the right. "Alone, we are only half a man. Together, we are a whole man." Gino looked at the twins, confused. "I am Gino Britz, you 2 are of the beast race, of the Mildit tribe, correct? Why are you still working as mercenaries in the kingdom of Azura?" Normally, given the situation, Gino would not hesitate to kill them both before any introductions. Still, in that case, he had to ask. The kingdom of Gaia was well known for accepting all races under its rule, and the Great Forest was still the beast race's territory, led by the strongest beastmen in history. Gino saw no logical reason for 2 warriors of that level to keep roaming around as human mercenaries. Why hadn't they returned to the kingdom of Gaia? With their strength, as long as they followed the rules, they would do well there. The 2 glanced at each other for a brief moment, exchanging a simple, almost casual look. "Ah. Why not be mercenaries? It's quite profitable. We fight strong opponents. And we're even very well paid." The 2 spoke, completing each other's sentences. Gino wore an odd expression. He finally concluded that the 2 were simply idiots. However, at that instant, his senses abruptly alerted him. He turned his face toward a specific area of the rubble and spoke, in a calm but resolute tone. "It's a pity I can't stay longer, I have an important mission this time." The 2 swordsmen sensed the danger immediately. Both retreated instantly. Even so, all they had time to see was Gino completely disappear from their sight. In the next moment, the sound of blades slicing through flesh echoed down the ruined corridor. Oh. Both Knuckle and Guard had their leg and arm tendon severed when Gino passed by. The bodies lost support and collapsed among the rubble, blood spreading across the cracked floor. Gino was already far away when he left a few words in the air. "If you survive, consider this a favor. Your contractor is already dead, so I'm hiring you for the kingdom of Gaia, travel there." Gino ran through the corridors while using wild dash. Everything around him became a distorted blur as he reached his maximum speed, reaching his target in an instant. Some time earlier. At another point, where a small group had gathered, an anxious voice echoed amid the confusion. "Lord Pelagius, Princess Ariel, and Rudeus are still over there. We have to go look for them." It was Sylphiette Greyrat, who had stayed by Pelagius's side since the beginning of the chaos. Her expression showed evident concern. Before Pelagius could respond, Silvril spoke in place of her master. "Miss Sylphiette, with his strength, Lord Rudeus will be fine alone, and Lady Ariel was being protected by the North God, her safety is not a concern." She turned to Pelagius and added, seriously. "Instead, Lord Pelagius, I recommend we retreat immediately to Chaos Breaker. With the Beast God present with his generals, it's difficult to sense their exact intentions." At this point, the 12 spirits were only 9. 3 of them had already been destroyed, but that was not important, since Perugius could revive them simply by summoning them again. Still, all the remaining spirits were surrounding Perugius, forming a solid defense around him. Sylphie spoke furiously. You are our allies. How can you think of retreating at the first opponent who shows up to fight? Silveril looked at her calmly, without changing her tone. Lady Ariel is using Lord Perugius's influence to support her rise. We never promised to get involved in any sort of fight for the throne, much less a fight against the Apocalypse Beast, which puts Lord Perugius's safety at risk. What? It's above you to get involved in fights. Prince Grabble is already dead. Even if Darius survives, he can't turn the tide. All we need is to kill these invaders and we win. Sylphie was still angry. It was at that moment that Perugius, who had been calmly contemplating and observing everything around him, finally spoke. Clear Knight, can you tell us the exact situation on the battlefield? Without hesitation, one of the 12 spirits, Clear Knight of Thunder, narrated everything she could see. On the Dragon God and Beast God's battlefield, I cannot see either of them, probably because one or both possess means of concealment, but they seem to be holding back each other for now. Princess Ariel decided to retreat and is being escorted by Lord Sandor, while the remainder will stay to fight. The spirit continued speaking and reported most of what was happening on the battlefield. It was as if she had some kind of naturally clairvoyant sense, for she was aware of everything happening around her across a wide radius. After hearing everything, Perugius thought. Sylphiette was anxious for him to go help. Silveril wanted him to retreat immediately. Even if he had to be cautious regarding the Beast God, it was still true that he himself had taken on a responsibility by supporting Ariel. After pondering, he said. We will fight. Help Ariel and her allies drive away their enemies, but do not kill any general of the Kingdom of Gaia. If you cannot win without killing them, then retreat. Our second priority besides helping Ariel is not to make the Beast God an enemy. Now is not the right time. At that moment, Harkenmail of Life, one of the spirits, suddenly lost her composure while looking at the sky. This drew everyone's attention. She was looking in the direction of the flying fortress, Chaos Breaker. With a trembling voice, she said. Lord Perugius. Chaos Breaker has been invaded by external forces. Perugius's expression finally underwent a significant change. He was truly agitated now. However, just as he was about to give the order, a blue light passed like a flash. Harkenmail of Life was split in two, instantly. The remaining spirits turned to the threat. Trophimus of the Wave was the quickest, for he had a spell ready. Huge ice spikes formed in sequence, transforming the terrain instantly. But that was not much for his opponent. Standing atop one of the spikes of ice newly formed by the magic, he said. I'm still one step late, anyway, Perugius Dola, why don't we keep each other company for a while? The spirits were about to leap and eliminate the threat. But Perugius raised his hand in a gesture to contain them. The movement was enough to signal that no one should attack. This paralyzed everyone present, who were already about to advance against Gino. Spirits, guardians, and allies stood still, weapons at the ready, spells interrupted midcast. For a moment, everything was motionless. Sylphie was clearly about to lose her patience, but before she could say anything, Perugius spoke in a grave voice. Young swordsman, we do not intend to take part in your fight. For the sake of our relations with the Kingdom of Gaia, I beg you not to obstruct our retreat, unless you wish to make us enemies. Gino was surprised to hear Perugius speak directly to him. For a brief instant, his eyes widened, before he opened a lively smile. Haha, who would have thought that one of the 3 god killers, the great armored dragon King Perugius Dola, would one day even try to negotiate with me? He tilted his head slightly, clearly amused. I have to brag about this to Nina when I return, without a doubt. Even masked, it was possible to perceive that most of the spirits were furious at Gino's blatant disrespect toward Perugius. The atmosphere around them grew heavy. Gino, however, had a much broader view of things due to his time with Rigor. So, even if he admired Perugius, he still did not revere him like most people. Unconcerned with the hostile looks, he continued. It's a pity that today I have to stop you right here. You cannot leave, so your negotiation is doomed to fail. In this situation, he could try to stall or contain the group simply by talking to them, but Gino was not good at that. Someone would certainly notice his act at the moment he began. After all, it was good to know one's strengths and weaknesses. He then stood and looked at the blade of his sword, Storm Tremor Hunter Sword, watching the reflections of his opponents on the silver surface. Despite his casual posture, Gino was analyzing the position, stance, and strength of each opponent present with his sharpened senses. Facing that formation required extreme caution. He had some advantage in information, but he knew that if he made a mistake, one of the strange abilities of that group could defeat him in an instant. His greatest advantage was that his opponents knew very little about his true abilities. Perugius's expression grew dark. The scenario he most feared was unfolding. If Gino Brits was there to contain them and prevent their return to Chaos Breaker, then the conclusion was obvious: the kingdom of Gaia itself was invading the flying fortress. Rudeus was at a severe disadvantage in terms of information. He did not know how they had managed to get through the barriers he himself created. He did not know who was behind the attack, what their objectives were, nor how long it would take them to reach them. With no time to hesitate, he said. Then so be it. Take him down. At that same instant, without wasting a moment, Furious full of fury attacked. He leapt like an enraged bull toward his opponent, using only his fists. He wore the characteristic white clothing of Rudeus's spirits, which contrasted with the black gauntlets on his arms. His brown hair swayed with the force of the leap. Furiousful was one of the best fighters among Rudeus's spirits. The moment Furiousful was in the air, a word sounded, coming from another spirit. Collapse. A white light emerged from the ice crystals beneath Gino's feet, while a violent tremor ran through his body. However, thanks to his immediate reaction, a jump at the right instant, the impact was minimal. That was an ability of Gall of Earthquake. At the same time, Sylphie looked directly at Gino, activating the demon eye of affection. Gino was barely reacting to the rest when his instincts fired. He felt a strange heat spread through his body, while his eyes were drawn to Sylphie at Greyrat's charming, enchanting beauty. For an instant, his mind wavered. At that exact moment, a ring on his finger shone. Hiya. He regained consciousness in time to notice a gauntlet inches from his face. In fragments of a second, he wielded his sword, redirecting Furiousful's attack with the secret technique of the water god style. Upon touching the ground again, Gino smiled. Then, he vanished. He used a technique he had only recently mastered, taught personally by Rigor. Wild Light. Instantly, Gino's figure became only a flash. 1 second late, ice spikes grew exactly where he had been before. Only 3 people managed to keep up with his speed: Furiousful of Fury, Rudeus, and Gino's true target, Silverl. He crossed the battlefield in an instant, attacking directly the only one among the 12 spirits who was not a true spirit. Silverl was not weak. She drew a blade to defend herself, but how could she withstand a supreme speed technique? Gino's blade passed through Silverl's short sword without losing momentum. But then, another blade blocked the blow. In fact, overpowering it with greater physical strength. Gino reacted immediately. He was a genius of fencing, one of the few in the whole world capable of transitioning freely between styles without compromising effectiveness. In an instant, he used a defense of the North God style, moving his Tuki in an instant and throwing himself in the direction he would be thrown, reducing both the cutting power and the impact of the enemy. These were defenses in which the Water God style did not specialize. Even so, Gino was thrown by the power of the blade. Who had protected Silverl was none other than Rudeus Dola himself, who had drawn a powerful two-handed sword. Although not specialized in close combat, his focus being summoning magic and barrier, he was still a genuine member of the dragon race, a direct descendant of the armored dragon General Dora and the sturdy dragon General Crystal. The dragon Tuki granted him innate superiority over ordinary Tuki users. Of course, against a genius like Gino, that would not be of great help. Spells rained down on him as he was thrown, projectiles of various natures cutting through the air. Still in mid-flight, Gino recovered, dodging and cutting through each spell with ease. Then, he vanished again, using Wild Light. Only his voice remained on the battlefield. Let's see what one of the 3 god killers can do. Chapter 322, Rotten Roots, Light and Darkness. The Kingdom of Gaia had several objectives in this invasion of the Kingdom of Azura. Of course, an operation of that scale was subject to change, but, overall, there was a concrete plan to follow. The simplest of the objectives was to massacre the Azuran nobility. Ever since Rigor reincarnated in this world, the stories Verdia and her mother told him about the rot of that kingdom had never left his mind. The Kingdom of Azura was known as the largest kingdom in the human world, the most powerful among them, surpassing even the Holy Kingdom of Meles in influence, economy, and military might. Although Rigor was almost certain that the demons would be stronger if they were truly united, the strength of the Kingdom of Azura was nonetheless undeniable. But that strength was relative. After all, power came in many forms. Political power. Economic power. Physical power. Magical power. Among them, physical and magical power could exert a much more direct and immediate influence on the outcome of a battle. A single powerful individual could turn the course of a war, destroy cities, or crush entire armies. Of course, that did not mean the other 2 types of power were irrelevant. On the contrary. In everyday life, in the actual functioning of society, political and economic power were even more important. For example, what would happen if in the War of Meles, Rigor simply massacred all of Meles' superiors with his army and then returned to live in the Great Forest, completely ignoring the consequences? The kingdom would fall into chaos and disorder in a few weeks, or months, at most. Removing the ruling power of a region completely and suddenly without replacing it was more than enough to throw any society into a state of anarchy. Armed bands would arise, hunger would spread, internal revolts would multiply. Of course, at that time, Rigger already had the Iron Legion as an established power. A disciplined army, a functional hierarchy and leaders capable of administering conquered territories. That was how he founded a new kingdom. In any case, Rigger knew that, specifically in the case of the Kingdom of Azura, politics, economy and, above all, the nobility were even more critical pillars. Their nobles might be rotten, but they were the ones who sustained the fragile balance and the superficial prosperity of which the Azuran kingdom was so proud before the world. Therefore, the Iron Legion did its research. With members infiltrated in the Kingdom of Azura for several years, they gradually approached the high society of the kingdom. They frequented halls, served as mercenaries, servants, guards, merchants, intermediaries. And, little by little, they began to catalogue the nobles. Slowly, but steadily, they created a list. From the most disgusting to those who had nothing serious against their name. In that small operation, the only target would be the Azuran capital, Ars. That was because most of the truly important nobles would be gathered there during the commotion caused by Princess Ariel and her troop. It was the perfect opportunity. And so, the nobles who committed the most heinous and abominable acts were systematically exterminated that day. After all, it wasn't only Eris, Gino, and Ghislaine who accompanied Rigger on that mission. On that specific day, Ars was not safe for anyone. Obviously, amid the fighting and the killings, there would be innocent collateral damage. That was an unavoidable reality of wars. Often, soldiers and generals fought to the death because of conflicts started by kings who would never set foot on the battlefield. The kingdom of Meles, before it fell, and even after its fall, called the beast god a tyrant and bloodthirsty. And that was not far from the truth. The number of lives Rigger had taken was already in the many thousands. Maybe tens of thousands. He also knew that not everyone was evil. It was impossible for someone like that to be seen purely as a people's hero. To his enemies in the war, he was a ruthless butcher. It was no wonder he was given the moniker Apocalypse Beast. In view of that, all they could do was minimize collateral damage as much as possible. Rigger was willing to accept the collateral damage to eliminate every kind of rot that existed in Azura. To him, it was worth it. But, after all, who was Rigger to decide what was right or wrong? Well, that did not matter to him. After all, that was the culture of that world. It was rooted in people's minds. The nobility held absolute power. Slaves were no more than pigs in their owners' eyes. Even the royal crimes of that world could be hidden with money and influence. If an important noble were a cannibal and wanted to buy slaves of different races to taste, who could stop him? Who could stop Minister Darius from turning young noble girls into his sexual slaves? You stepped on my shoe. Then I will hang your children's heads on a stake while I rape your wife, forcing you to watch the whole process. That was how power corrupted and rotted that kingdom to the roots. Rigger made a promise to himself when he was still young. He wanted to leave this world a little better while he lived. He might not be sure about many decisions. He might lack discernment at times. But, regarding the nobility of the Kingdom of Azura, he and the entire high command of the Kingdom of Gaia agreed. They did not need to live in this world any longer. Princess Ariel would have a big surprise when she returned to rule her kingdom. With 70% of her nobility exterminated in a single day. In the skies above the Kingdom of Azura. The flying fortress, Chaos Breaker. A young red-haired teenage girl walked along a huge tiled path toward a castle. Her hair moved slightly with the constant wind at that altitude. She had green eyes and wore a silver armor fitted to her body, carrying a sword strapped to her waist. In her hands she held a map, watching it carefully as she walked, appearing to follow a specific route. Beside her was a tall man, appearing to be in his 20s. He did not wear armor, only fur clothes covering his body simply. The most characteristic aspect of his appearance was, without a doubt, the long deer antlers growing from his head. A stagman of the beast race. The castle ahead of the two must have had at least 50 floors in height, being equally wide. Its form was massive and imposing. A wide garden stretched out in front of the gigantic structure. There were trees of different sizes and colorful flowers in sufficient quantity to form a true natural maze. A canal ran before the garden, its water glittering under the light as it flowed quietly on its course. The two walked along the tiled path with some haste, or, at least, the girl was in a hurry. She followed the map carefully, looking at several points around, comparing the environment with what was marked. The young man beside her, on the other hand, seemed distracted, watching the statues scattered through the garden while merely keeping pace with the girl. Gradually, they entered the castle. For that, the girl had to use some kind of spell to unlock the door. Inside, there were carpets laid on the floor, adorned with golden embroidery. The walls were painted, and refined ceramics and expensive statues decorated the corridors, evidencing the luxury of the place. At a certain point in the route, a sound came from the girl's armor. She brought her hand to the spot quickly, removing the communicator, and after reading the message, she said, "Garrison, it seems we're going to have company." Without giving any more time for any reaction, a flash of light blinked before her vision. The stagman's distracted posture changed instantly. In a quick movement, he drew a silver spear before anyone realized and attacked directly where the flash had appeared. The flash dissolved and a metallic clink echoed through the corridor, revealing Aramanfi, with his two daggers in hand. At the same time, the girl raised her hand, casting a spell almost instantly. Light Restriction Barrier. A blue barrier formed around the flash, enveloping it completely. Still, he seemed prepared, for he escaped the range instantly. TCH. The girl barely made that sound as she drew her own blade, disappearing from her position while the air around distorted. Another opponent appeared, an assassin. However, before he reached the girl, he felt a barrier in front of him. In the next instant, he suffered a violent counterattack from the girl. He blocked with his own blade, but the impact violently threw him against the wall. A barrier began to take shape around the girl, while gravity increased gradually, but imperceptibly to her opponents. She then looked at the two men dressed in white, both masked, one with a fox mask, the other with a goat mask. Aramanfi of the Bright, and Paramount of Darkness. She smiled. "So Perugius can really summon you inside the fortress, is it through a magic circle? By the way, am I the only one who noticed the coincidence? Light and darkness." Seriously. Aramanfi was standing a few meters from Garrison. In their last exchange, he had almost been pierced repeatedly by his opponent's spear, and now his arm was injured. He was shocked, for it had been centuries since he had encountered a skilled warrior with a spear. Aramanfi responded. "Aisha Greyrat, disciple of the beast god. If you already know we are here, then retreat immediately. Lord Perugius is magnanimous and will forgive your transgression for now. Leave the flying fortress by the way you came." Aisha smiled. "In other words, Perugius can't handle the master, so you're going to let me go so as not to attract his wrath. Cool." Gravity increased even more. "It seems you were prepared not to fall for the same trick twice, Aramanfi, but I also came prepared." Aisha raised her hand again toward Aramanfi, gathering mana and concentrating it to bring him down with a single decisive blow. At the same moment, Paramount of Darkness felt that something was wrong. Without hesitation, he struck. His body sank into the surrounding shadows, dissolving into them, advancing toward Aisha in a shadowy form. Aramanfi also tried to attack her at that moment, but Garrison charged at him. The silver spear traced continuous arcs, forcing Aramanfi to respond immediately. Meanwhile, a purple and bluish light began to form in Aisha's hand. The mana condensed into the shape of a sphere, its center dark and purple, almost black, while the exterior emitted an unstable bluish glow. Paramount of Darkness emerged from the shadows, his blade already very close to Aisha, the minimal distance for a fatal strike. However, suddenly, he felt his weight increase several times at once. In a fraction of a second, he crashed violently into the tiled floor, a crack spreading with the impact. Ugh! Aisha turned her gaze to him. The purple sphere was the source of the gravity. It floated gently above Aisha's hand, spinning slowly. Phew! Aisha exhaled. "You really fell for that. I thought it wouldn't work." Aramanfi watched the scene from the corner of his eye while continuing to fight Garrison. His thoughts were troubled. How can this girl use gravity magic so proficiently? Paramount of Darkness had the same question, but could not voice it. Cracks began to form in the castle floor beneath his feet, spreading rapidly. He could barely move, let alone fight, and had to concentrate everything just to stay alive. Shortly after, Aisha used a series of barrier magics, one after another, completely trapping Paramount of Darkness. After that, she clapped her hands casually, as if she had just finished a simple task. "Who knows, Perugius might even be able to summon you again if you die, so I think I'll just imprison you for now." She then turned to Aramanfi, displaying a mischievous smile. Chapter 323, Fighting Against the Beast God. POV, Dragon God Orsted. After passing through the same scenarios hundreds of times, living the same loop repeatedly and experiencing the same events, I gradually became numb to everything. Emotions, expectations, surprises, all of that was worn down over time. Rudeus Greyrat tends to call this the regressor's aura. Apparently, in the fanciful stories and tales of his previous world, those with regression powers similar to mine usually assume a similar posture. According to him, this helps those characters stay focused on their objective and not be distracted by external things, but it usually fails. I don't know to what extent I resemble those so-called regressors, but from the description, it's not far from my situation. Living the same events repeatedly in search of the best way to reach Hitagami, even I ended up becoming attached to the existence of certain people. Where I'm going is simple. Rudeus Greyrat told me something very pertinent about my situation, and about how I was walking a dangerous path. Rudeus is an excellent fighter, with an extremely unique perspective on combat. Still, he was at a level where I could test his full strength without any risk to my life. In our fight, when he tried to kill me, even though I used the god's word at the end, it was only to test the extent of that strange magic armor's durability. One could say his unusual way of fighting was the biggest surprise. However, from beginning to end, he never represented a real threat. But it was precisely he who told me that this would not happen with Reincarnated. He repeatedly warned me to be careful if I ended up fighting him. According to Rudeus, the beast god had something he called a protagonist's aura. At first, knowing what I know about the future and fate, I doubted the importance Rudeus attributed to the beast god. In my view, even if at his peak rigor were to become a being comparable to the dragon demon god Lelass, it would be just that. A powerful destiny, coupled with even greater strength and determination, he would be exceptional. But for me, what really mattered was that rigor was a path to reach the man god in a few years. You could say I was being arrogant. Yes. I was. But what's wrong with that? I defeated monsters like the demon god, the fighter god and the technique god hundreds of times. In a few loops, I even faced my true enemy, the man god, at the end of the cycle. I was confident I could beat him. Strength hadn't been the problem for a long time. Currently, mana expenditure was the only obstacle. However, in that moment, I began to understand a little of what Rudeus Greyrat was trying to tell me. I was being struck by powerful howling magic, the air vibrating around me, while rigor advanced, lightning wrapping his body, making him look like a true moving lightning dragon. The blue blade called Doomsday and that black armor were like handing gasoline and a match to an arsonist. Dragon Gate, open. I had barely finished summoning the Dragon Gate to contain his momentum when I felt a severe interference in my mana. Reincarnated had not only become absurdly proficient in disturb magic, but that black armor seemed to naturally interfere with the flow of my own mana, breaking my casting rhythm. But by forcing my control, I managed to barely stabilize the gate. A moment before impact. Point blank, Rigor swung that flaming sword again. I blocked with a direct strike from the god's word, metal against metal colliding in a dry impact, but the sea of incandescent purple fire advanced like a tide. The Dragon Gate contained most of the attack, but the remaining heat was still enough to kill most monsters simply by proximity. The air distorted, the ground melted, and the thermal pressure made even space itself feel unstable. Then, proving his skill once more, the apocalypse beast vanished, retreating in a streak of black light. In the next instant, I felt a monumental pressure surround me. It was as if I were becoming the center of an orbit. Late, I realized what had happened. There was a spell on my god's word. A small orb of purple and black light had formed, sucking everything around it. The terrain began to deform violently. Rocks, debris, even the ground itself detached and were dragged toward me, with the clear intention of crushing me. He intended to crush me by turning me into a walking mountain. Another utterly abnormal spell, something I had never heard of in any previous loop. I had already learned bitterly in this fight that allowing those spells to complete their effect would be a terrible mistake. As the rocks came toward me like heaps and hills, I activated my Dragon 2 key in an instant. My body floated, nullifying part of the attraction. The god's word shone with a blinding white light. My technique pierced through space, remolding the terrain in front of me as an absolute cut swept everything within my horizon. Inverted sky departure. The shockwave echoed once more, shaking everything around. Even though I had cut the horizon and the power of the god's word remained unstoppable, I knew Rigor would not give me rest. His battle intent yearned to destroy his enemy every second. In the end, I had no intention of killing him. If I had, I would have pressed the fight much harder from the start. I was confident in my power. If I were truly trying to kill him, he was not on my level. But I was in a passive position because I couldn't kill him. Rigor acted as if he had infinite mana to spend. I knew he possessed a large mana reserve, but even so, that exceeded reason. He shouldn't be able to sustain such intensity. The conclusion I reached was that sword must directly influence his disproportionate mana capacity. Before that thought could fully take hold, I felt a new attack. Hundreds of projectiles came toward me at the same time. Wind bullets. No, perhaps it was wrong to call them that. I could see, clearly, that it was an extremely complex application of wind magic, but the result wasn't an ordinary blade of air, it felt more like vacuum. Each projectile carried great piercing power, far greater than conventional magic, and at a lower mana cost in comparison. It was an extremely efficient and lethal form of attack, one of the beast god's most dangerous weapons. The most alarming thing was the magical control necessary to execute that. This kind of control was far beyond ordinary. I immediately used a movement technique, accelerating my body beyond the trajectory of the bullets. My displacement created a sequence of air explosions behind me, as the projectiles failed to hit me and collided with the mountain chains where the fight had extended. But the vacuum bullets did not cease their pursuit. I moved evading each projectile, but they chased me as if Rigor had some kind of tracker fixed on me. the projectiles adjusted their trajectories mid-flight. However, I knew the origin of that was the beast god's own vision and supernatural senses, tracking every micro-movement of mine, predicting my route even before I completed it. Rudeus Greyrat was right, after all. Even fighting seriously from the start, this battle with Reincarnated was different from anything I had ever witnessed. Rudeus's fighting style was unusual, but it could still be framed within the limits of what this world had already seen. Rigger's was not. Reincarnated's fighting style was from another world, literally. He did not fight conventionally, and even when he used known techniques, he altered them and left his own mark on them. I'm almost certain that even the fighter god and the technique god would be defeated by him. I cannot say the same about the demon god, since he is a supreme master of magic, a natural counterpoint to Rigger. Still, give the beast god a few years to grow even more, and he would be able to defeat even the demon god. His swordsmanship could only be described as overwhelming and demonic. Although he did not fight like the sword god style, seeking to finish everything in a single blow, his style was extremely aggressive, yet at the same time indecipherable and absurdly versatile. His speed was staggering, greater than that of any combatant I had ever witnessed. Speed was, without a doubt, his greatest strength. From what I observed so far, his technique far surpassed geniuses like Galfarion, Rita Rhea, and Kalman III in their own styles. If he could train hard for another 10 years, it was possible he would even reach monsters like the technique god in swordsmanship ability. That alone was inconceivable. It was unthinkable that such a combat genius could exist. And yet, as the fight unfolded, Rigger proved to be a magical genius as powerful as, or perhaps even more than, he was in swordsmanship. He demonstrated god-level magical feats one after another. God-level lightning magic, capable of providing an overall boost to his physical, defensive, and offensive capabilities. It was as if he himself were a walking lightning bolt, crossing the battlefield at high speed, impossible to track. Even when a sword light hit him, I felt his instant regeneration, correcting the damage almost at the same moment it occurred. His fire magic, amplified by the sword he calls Doomsday, was so destructive that, if he truly wanted, he could destroy the entire world with those flames. Within days, or weeks at most, he could consume the entire world in fire. Vacuum magic, with its unparalleled penetrating power. Gravity magic and barrier magic, with strange and deeply complex effects, to the point that not even I could comprehend them. But the most problematic elements of all were two. The black armor and his demonic eyes. Those two factors were what allowed the Apocalypse Beast to use all of his strengths at the same time, without visible restrictions. His understanding of battle, coupled with that absurd set of abilities, made his enemies feel as if they were fighting the world's own will. As I analyzed him, coming from the sky, I felt lightning falling like incessant tribulations. Each impact made the very atmosphere tremble. Our fight had reached such an extreme level of speed that, without noticing, we had moved close to the Red Dragon mountain range, far from the capital. The scenery had completely changed. As the lightning fell, the beast god advanced once more. His body moved using a mixture of sword styles, alternating postures and rhythms so that his figure looked like a bolt of black light cutting through space. Blue lightning always accompanied him, enveloping his silhouette as an extension of his will. We engaged in a direct sword fight. I had the advantage in technique and raw power. Each strike of the god's word was immensely powerful and destructive, capable of remolding the surrounding terrain. However, the lightning that fell upon me created momentary gaps. Wounds began to accumulate on both sides. They weren't fatal, but they were constant. At that point, I abandoned any thought of holding back my mana. Gravity inversion. With a single thought, my magic unfolded violently. The world was turned upside down. The effects were immediate, the sky and the earth swapped places, orientation was lost, and even the incessant lightning was dissipated by the sudden change in the forces governing the battlefield. That certainly disconcerted and shocked him. It was sudden enough. At the same instant, I brandished the god's word. Ephemeral dragon laceration. A white and green light covered my blade. The cut traversed space in a straight line, striking Rigger squarely. The blow split him in two as he barely managed to block part of the impact with Doomsday. At the last moment, a mysterious barrier also appeared, reducing the damage enough to avoid his complete annihilation. Even so, the world brightened. The green light exploded, destroying everything in its path and hurling the beast god kilometers away in an instant. The impact reverberated through the mountain range, making mountains shatter and tremble. Initially, I still hoped to be able to defeat him and retain some amount of mana. But gradually, I realized the truth. To deal with the beast god, I needed to be even faster than with the fighter god. To subjugate him, it was necessary to use a force even more overwhelming than his. Moreover, the longer this fight dragged on, the more mana I would have to spend. Reincarnated was not an opponent who could be worn down slowly. As I decided to subjugate him, I had to do it with brute force. My wounds healed in an instant. The dragon Tuki circled my body again as I wielded the shining god's word, advancing with a ferocity that few in the entire world had ever witnessed. Chapter 324, Fighting Against the Dragon God. POV, Rigor Adoldia. Although not everything was going exactly as planned, overall this mission was basically a guaranteed success. Even if not all objectives were achieved, the balance would still be positive. The biggest variable was the battle involving Eris, Ghislaine, and the others. Although they had a clear informational advantage over their opponents, caution was still necessary. No fight of that level could be treated with levity. Still, everyone was equipped with protective magical items, and they also had reliable quick retreat methods in case the situation turned unfavorable. I knew their strength very well. That's why I decided to trust them, even though I was still inwardly worried about their safety. Besides, I had my own danger to face, and I couldn't afford distractions. My enemy was the dragon god Orsted, the strongest being in the world. When I returned from the trip to the demon continent, I was genuinely surprised to learn that Aisha had captured Aramanfi and managed to interrogate him. Honestly, my disciple showed herself to be increasingly exceptional every day. Unlike me, she was a true genius in every sense. Although she wasn't as strong physically or magically as I was, she was even more talented in other aspects. My talent had always been geared toward direct combat, both physical and magical, plus the advantage of possessing a unique perspective, thanks to knowledge of the modern world of Earth. I also had much keener reaction time and reasoning compared to my previous life. Aisha was different in other respects. She was a born strategist, a natural leader, with intellect and comprehension far above that of an ordinary person. Brief interaction with someone was enough for her to begin to fully understand their personality, nature, motivations, and weaknesses. She had a strange ability to see which path would be most advantageous, considering countless variables at once, and then exploit them to the fullest in her favor. Most of this plan had been proposed by her. Of course, no plan is perfect. All are subject to failure. There were things that simply no one could foresee. Who could have imagined that the technique god would ask for help just as the plan was getting started? He was far too important to be ignored. Especially when the most likely culprit for his situation was Hidegami. When I attacked Orsted, and even while we were fighting, I was slowly and imperceptibly steering the confrontation toward the Red Dragon Mountain range, where the technique god's abode was located. I couldn't ignore Orsted. But I also couldn't simply set aside the technique god's request for help. Naturally, in the process, I was already dealing with more than enough problems just by facing Orsted head-on. That guy was an absolute monster. Truly worthy of the title of the strongest being in the world. I was already very strong before, but after beginning to learn the techniques from the future guide, my strength had skyrocketed. New spells, new approaches to magic, new directions to refine my swordsmanship, so many possibilities that I couldn't afford to explore them fully at that moment. I didn't dare say I could defeat Orsted. But against the fighter god, I was confident of victory. One of the main reasons for that was the Skullviner armor. When I returned from the demon continent with the last missing material, Godbard, Rufus, Brightstone, and I immediately gathered to forge what would become the strongest armor in the world. And it was a resounding success. The moment I donned it, I could clearly feel every aspect of my strength being reinforced and unified. My magical casting became faster and more natural, my power increased, and even my combat techniques seemed to refine themselves, becoming more precise and lethal. The power I felt was extraordinary. Exactly as described in the designs. And yet, during the fight against Orsted, I could sense that he was holding back. Although he had drawn the god's word from the start, at no point did he attack with the real intention of killing me. That only confirmed that Orsted never planned to truly kill me. That fact was central to my plan. From the beginning, I had 3 clear objectives in this fight against the dragon god. The first was to gain experience. I would probably fight Orsted again in the future. Therefore, I needed to understand how he fought. Also, facing someone of his level was simply an irreplaceable combat experience that no isolated training could compare to. The second objective was to exhaust his mana. Even if I had a reasonable notion of what Orsted's actions would be in the near future, I couldn't fully trust it. I had already changed events too much. The butterfly effect had completely distorted Oldgar's timeline. To constrain him as much as possible, the best path was to make him spend mana. Orsted's mana regeneration was very slow due to the loop technique. If I could get him to consume a considerable amount during that fight, the dragon god would be severely limited in his future actions. The third objective was to test my own capability. I knew my abilities. I could test them in the Blue Dragon Mountain range, under controlled conditions. But using them against a real enemy was the only true way to become familiar with my own power. Of course, I also didn't plan to kill Orsted. Doing so would reset the dragon god's loop. But he didn't know that. And that meant I could fight without holding back. Meanwhile, I remained in constant contact with Aisha and the others via the Skullviner communicator. The moment I lost that battle, it would be the signal for everyone to retreat immediately. Until then, however, I would do everything in my power to wound Orsted. Thanks to the ability of my demon eyes and the prediction of the beast god style, I could see his movements clearly. Doomsday burned intensely, wreathed in shimmering purple flames. We exchanged hundreds of blows in a matter of minutes. The sound of blade against blade blended with sonic explosions, the mountains and valleys below us cracking and collapsing repeatedly. It was then that I saw an opening. Without hesitation, I used the howling magic at the same time I advanced using the purple flame light technique. It was a technique that consisted of attacking with the long sword of light while channeling an emperor-level magic, the purple beam flame, directly into the sword's blade. One of the combinations taught in the future guide, and one of the most powerful instant attacks in my arsenal. My movement was so violent that it broke the mountain behind me. As I advanced, I still maintained control of the storm of lightning above us, deliberately complicating Orsted's actions. While he fought, he had to deal with the various lightning strikes that fell upon him incessantly. The concentration required to sustain so many techniques at once was only possible because I was wearing the Skullviner armor. I attacked aiming directly at the opening on his left flank. In a battle where both moved far above the speed of sound, a single mistake could mean a fatal wound. But before I could land it, I felt something change. Orsted was different. Until then, his expression had been cold and analytical. But at that moment, his eyes carried a visible murderous intent. My instincts fired violently upon perceiving it. It was a late warning. It was already too late to stop my attack. Before I could react, the gravity of the entire region inverted. My body was ripped from the ground without any resistance. I floated, completely vulnerable, still stunned by the magnitude and speed of that gravity magic. Up until that moment, Orsted had barely used any magic during the battle. I knew he was conserving mana. But suddenly, he launched a spell on an absurd scale. Even the storm in the skies was dispelled instantly. Before I could react, Orsted brandished the god's word. I reacted by pure reflex. I conjured a barrier at the last instant and still managed to block part of the blow with Doomsday. Even so, it was useless. The impact was devastating. The white and green divine light of the god's word completely consumed my vision. I felt the Skullviner armor collapse. My torso was shattered. A colossal explosion occurred at the point of impact, distorting the space around it. For a brief moment, just a moment, my mind went completely blank. In the next instant, I came back to myself. My body was regenerated almost instantly by my regeneration magic. The feeling of flesh, bones and nerves being rebuilt was strange, but there was no time to reflect on it. Gravity had already returned to normal, but I didn't believe he would stop his attack that way. Lightning ran through my body, propelling me out of my location in an explosive displacement. A large part of the Red Dragon Mountain range had been obliterated by Orsted's strike. Entire mountains had been split, reduced to debris and fragments. As I expected, he didn't stop there. In the next instant, a sword light pierced the space where I had been only 1/100th of a second before, tearing the air with a cutting sound that echoed for miles. If I had hesitated, even for an instant, I would have been struck full on. Orsted stared at me with a ferocity I had not seen in him until then. He advanced in pursuit, with no intention of letting me recover. The pressure he exerted on the surrounding space made the air tremble as we moved at high speed, far beyond what any ordinary being could follow. I knew immediately that he had reached his limit. I never expected Orsted to wait until his mana was completely drained to react. It was obvious that upon realizing the accumulated wear, he would decide to defeat me with absolute force before that happened. But speed had always been my strongest point, so he couldn't catch me. I brandished my sword, and a tsunami of purple flames surged forward toward the dragon god like a wall of destruction. The flames swept everything in their path, fusing the ground and leaving only an incandescent trail behind. At that moment, I activated one of my trump cards. My muscles began to burn under the influence of the Skullviner armor. The pain was excruciating. It was as if my organs and bones were being incinerated from within. I felt my body being forced beyond its own limits, kept whole only by the magic. True to form, Orsted cut the tsunami of flames with a single blow while still advancing in pursuit, wielding the god's word. The flames split in half, dissipated by the divine blade. Then, he noticed that I hadn't moved, that I was no longer fleeing. I smiled behind the armor, feeling it constantly reconstruct itself as it consumed the flames of Doomsday. I raised the sword. Blue and purple flames gushed from it incessantly, enveloping my figure. The black armor began to change as it absorbed the flames as if it were the source of a black hole. It became incandescent in a matter of moments, taking on an intense orange hue, then white and blinding. The temperature around me rose absurdly, reaching unprecedented levels since the creation of the world of six faces. The very air around me began to distort, space was rippling due to the searing heat that surrounded me. Orsted finally felt that something was wrong. Without hesitation, he moved to decapitate me before I could activate whatever was forming. But it was too late. I activated a god-level magic, a spell that could only be performed by someone who possessed both the Blade of Final Judgment, Doomsday, and the Sun-Devouring Armor, Skullbinder. I made a point of saying the name of the magic. Sun Devourer. The moment the sentence was completed, a sun was born. Skullbinder exploded in light and energy, as if it had surpassed a nuclear fusion point. The world was flooded by an absolute, white and golden brightness, so intense that it seemed to erase colors, shadows, and even space itself. For a single moment, I smiled as I saw the dragon god Orsted take on an expression of genuine astonishment. And then, he was consumed. The newly born sun expanded violently, devouring everything around it. A colossal explosion swept the Red Dragon mountain range, breaching its limits, rising to the skies and illuminating the vast heavens of the Azura kingdom as if it were a second dawn. Mountains disappeared. The ground was raised and vitrified. The shockwave spread for dozens of kilometers, crushing the range and leaving behind only a gigantic, smoking crater where once stood one of the most imposing regions of the world. A large portion of the Red Dragon mountain range ceased to exist. The sky remained illuminated for long moments, as if the world had a second sun for a few seconds. And even before the region could adapt to its new form, two figures collided again in the center of the crater, relentlessly reshaping the terrain once more. Chapter 325, The Silver Palace Massacre. As long as someone was outside, anyone could see the extraordinary event that rose above the skies of Azura. Peasants plowing the fields stopped their movements, trembling hands gripping plows as they lifted their eyes to the burning sky. Travelers on dirt roads halted their carts, horses neighing restlessly at the sudden change in the air. Adventurers, in the middle of battles against monsters, forgot their own survival for a moment as they saw the firmament light up as if a second sun had been born. The entire kingdom watched that divine spell with a mixture of astonishment, fear, and admiration. There were not many dwellings close to the Red Dragon mountain range, but cities and small villages closer to the center felt the effects almost immediately. A great wave of heat swept across fields and plains, devastating entire crops, burning still green leaves and causing the soil to crack in some places. The cattle panicked, sheep scattered with desperate bleats, and the farmers could only watch, helpless, as months of work were partially destroyed. Meanwhile, in the royal capital, many were also able to observe the scale of the conflict. The light on the horizon painted the skies with shades of orange and yellow. For those who knew what it was, the shock was far greater. Ministers, nobles, military leaders, and court mages felt a chill run down their spines. They were aware that this was not a natural phenomenon. That was the clash between two people fighting. Knowing that neither of those two beings was under their control was frightening and dreadful. Worry took hold of those leaders' hearts. What kind of monster had become their enemy after all? Of course, there were some people who were living their own personal calamities, people who had no time to watch or admire the sky, for they were too busy fighting to survive. Running through the cracked underground corridors of the Silver Palace in deplorable fashion was Rudeus Greyrat. His state was pitiful. There were tears and bruises on his body, and blood streamed from his temple, mixing with the sweat that covered his face. Still, he had no particularly serious wound. His breathing was heavy, yet controlled. Despite being a mage, Rudeus was in excellent physical shape, and his footsteps echoed quickly across the marble floor as he ran with all his might. He had no time to admire the palace's exquisite ornamentation, nor to notice the cracks forming along the walls. Firmly held in his hands was the staff he had carried since the Begarit Desert, the scaled king of the Fire Desert. Suddenly, he turned abruptly and stopped. Lightning began snapping violently at the tip of the staff, illuminating the corridor with bluish flashes. A huge ebony wolf rounded a corner about 10 meters from the mage, invading the spacious corridors of the underground palace. Its run was interrupted by a violent collision against the side walls of the corridor, stone and dust scattering with the impact. A tremor ran through the floor at the same time a deep growl echoed through the passages. The wolf bore several lacerations along its body, scorched flesh and burned fur in some spots, but its eyes remained fixed on Rudeus, filled with murderous intent, as if it wanted to split him in two. At that moment, Rudeus's voice echoed through the palace for the umpteenth time, full of tension and anger. Lightning. Thick bolts shot from the staff as his mana was consumed rapidly. The electrical discharges tore through the air, cracking the marble floor as they advanced in a straight line and slammed violently into the ebony wolf. The electricity enveloped the monster, electrocuting it brutally and hurling its body against the wall with enough force to crack the walls and open deep fissures. And he did not stop. Rudeus continued channeling mana, keeping the lightning active without giving any opening. He was furious with that wolf. After all, that crazy wolf did not fight at all like an ordinary monster. You would think that an S-rank monster would charge blindly to kill a human upon perceiving that he was physically weak, right? Wrong. Rudeus had been through 2 near-death experiences for believing exactly that. This wolf was different. Extremely strange. Whenever it perceived Rudeus preparing or casting some offensive magic, it ran and dodged skillfully, using walls, debris and even palace structures as cover. It hunted Rudeus tirelessly, pressing him without giving a single moment of rest. From the start of this desperate fight, Rudeus had been trying to perform a single action, summon his magic armor. But thanks to that insane wolf, and that damned red-haired woman, he never had enough time to complete the summoning. That was why he lured it into that corridor. There, the wolf could not hide. And it could not run. Using the foresight demon eye, Rudeus had more than enough time to prepare. Anticipating movements and escape attempts, he kept the lightning active, channeling even more mana while the ebony wolf was electrocuted and flailed, desperately trying to free itself. Convinced that he would finally kill the terrifying creature, Rudeus kept the attack unrelenting. But then, he saw a few seconds into the future again. A cold ran down his spine. In an instant, he stopped the lightning striking the wolf and conjured a tower of stone beneath his feet, raising himself from the ground without any warning. In the same fluid motion, Rudeus aimed upward and fired a powerful stone cannon. The ceiling was pierced violently, opening a huge breach, an escape route. At the same moment, a silver figure appeared on the other side of the corridor. She watched calmly as the newly opened hole in the ceiling was sealed by earth magic, closing Rudeus's escape route with terrifying efficiency. It was Ghislaine. She cast a brief glance at Skoll, who, despite being gravely wounded, was still alive, breathing with difficulty among the rubble. The woman-beast made her decision instantly. Using the wild dash, she shot down the corridor like a projectile, the floor cracking beneath her feet as she reached the enormous wolf that was still trying to get up, black burn marks and residual static still running through its muscles and ebony fur. Wasting no time, she pulled a scroll fastened to her waist and unfurled it in the same movement as she channeled mana. The paper shone intensely, and a soft green light enveloped Skoll's wounds. The advanced healing spell began to act immediately, reducing the severity of the burns, dissipating residual electricity and stabilizing his condition. Without waiting for the full result, she spoke urgently. "Where is Eris?" As the static left his body completely, the huge wolf's gaze returned to ferocity. He barked as he leapt. Woof! In the next instant, Skoll bolted up the stairs, running back along the path he had descended earlier. The woman-beast followed without hesitation. As they began to climb the stairs, they encountered about 20 Azura knights rushing down. The leader, fully armored, raised his voice with authority and desperation. "Stop the invaders. The one who kills the beast will be rewarded with the title of Baron." The knights, filled with anger and fervor, advanced in formation. Cries echoed down the corridor. "Ohu! Aia! Dee!" Beasts were launched, bolts whistling through the air, while knights advanced with shields raised. However, against Skoll's ebony hide, all of that proved useless. A deep growl resounded as the wolf leapt forward. The bolts ricocheted off his armored pelt as if they were toys. Skoll crashed into the vanguard, shredding a knight with a bite in a spray of blood, while two others were thrown aside, bodies torn by monstrous claws. "Damn! Where is that damned mage?" shouted the leader, looking around in panic. But all he saw was a flash of red and silver. And then, darkness. Ghislaine pierced the knight's guard in a single move. With Skoll and Ghislaine advancing together, the 20 elite royal guards were killed in an instant, with no real chance of resistance. Even so, Ghislaine felt a bad premonition as they advanced. As in Beast Emperor of the Beast God style, her sixth sense could never be ignored. Still, she continued up the stairs. The scent of Eris was clearly in the hall above, along with the odor of another man. They were fighting just above. Before any decision, she needed to check the situation. So, she stopped. This time, she followed her instinct. She felt an immediate deadly danger. Using Wild Dash again, Ghislaine became a blur, forcing her Tuki to the limit to retreat. In the next instant, dozens of stone cannons began to rain down the corridor like a machine gun, tearing through side walls, shredding them as if they were made of thin glass. Fragments flew in all directions, pillars collapsed, the corridor was deformed in seconds. Ghislaine watched the scene with her magic power eye, and confirmed exactly what she suspected. A huge source of mana, firing recklessly from behind the walls. It was the Magic King Rudeus. Luckily, he did not seem to know her exact location. He was only firing blindly in the direction of the loud voice he had heard from the Azura Knights. The stone machine gun ceased abruptly. From the rubble, an armor emerged. It was about 2.5 meters tall, with a bulky, camouflaged appearance. Ghislaine made a short gesture with her hand. The enormous wolf did not hesitate for a second, dashing toward Eris's hall without thinking twice. Rudeus's magic armor turned. With the foresight eye constantly active, he saw the future clearly, the third-rank swordswoman of the Kingdom of Gaia cutting his armor 2 seconds ahead. However, in the vision, she could not penetrate it. Rudeus smiled behind the visor upon realizing this. He prepared the magical blade embedded in the armor, ready to cut her in two when her attack failed. But then, something went wrong. The image of the beast swordswoman in the future split into multiple images. The vision fragmented. Where? Confused, Rudeus took a step back, forcing his concentration to the maximum. His focus could not fail now. Cutting through collapsing corridors, Ghislaine thrust Hiromun in a perfect stab, aiming directly at the magic armor's visor. At the last second, Rudeus reinforced the whole helmet with mana. A dry crack echoed as Hiromun ricocheted, tearing off only a chip from the stone helmet. Ghislaine's eyes widened slightly as she noticed the mana accumulating there at the last moment. Rudeus counterattacked immediately, with the blue magical blade attached to his left arm, spending mana without any concern, attacking with the greatest possible speed. Thanks to the prediction technique, Ghislaine retreated at the same instant. Still, the armor's speed exceeded her wildest expectations. A deep scratch was opened in her leg, a strike that aimed to cut her in half. Ghislaine frowned in displeasure. She had been repeatedly warned about that troublesome armor, but hearing warnings and facing it personally were completely different things. That would, no doubt, be a major headache. She saw lightning crackling threateningly in the armor's hand. And disappeared again in a flash, moving so fast the lightning could not reach her. The palace continued to collapse in yet another section, the result of spells cast by Rudeus Greyrat without any scruples. He hesitated for a brief moment, looking toward the hall above. Then, he pursued Ghislaine at high speed, cutting through the rubble, ignoring completely the palace collapsing around them, firing the barrage of stone cannons in her direction, causing even more destruction. At that moment, Ghislaine heard a sound from her waist. Beep, beep, beep. Upon hearing this, she ignored her pursuer completely. Without thinking twice, she retreated. If she wanted to retreat, Rudeus could never stop her. She cut through the rubble unobstructed, while the Magic King tried to track her, unsuccessfully. Chapter 326, The Death of the Sword God. Hey everyone. I already have 4 story ideas for after Mushoku Tensei, now that we are getting closer and closer to the end. Keep in mind that I'm not planning on drastically changing these ideas, because the most important thing while I'm writing is that I want to and am interested in what I'm doing. If I write an idea that I'm not that excited about, it might make me abandon it, it might make the writing bad, tiring, or automatic. Your support so far, and the fact that I really wanted to write this story, are what made me continue, even when I had some obstacles along the way. Anyway, the ideas I have in mind are Attack on Titan, Naruto, Shadow Slave, and One Piece. Soon, I'll be doing a poll on Patreon with a brief synopsis of the stories, the premise, the tone of the story, and other things, and as mentioned in the levels, anyone contributing from Emperor level upwards will be able to participate in the poll. For now I'll keep it a secret, to create suspense. Timothy Britz. The current sword god, the one who succeeded Gal Farion after his voluntary abdication of the title. Over the course of hundreds of years, the title of sword god passed through many hands. Some of its bearers were impetuous warriors, battle maniacs who lived only to test their limits against ever stronger enemies. Others were cold and absolutely devoted to the refinement of the blade, always seeking a higher level of martial proficiency. All were powerful. But their strength always fluctuated according to the era in which they lived. Timothy Britz also had a goal. He wanted to make the sword god style prosper and spread across the world. For him, that martial art was not just a method of combat, it was his faith, his religion, something deeply rooted in his existence. Something he would never give up. Over generations there were times when the sword god style flourished strongly, and others when it nearly fell into oblivion. Until a few years ago, the style was living its golden age. The greatest swordsman alive was its leader. Every disciple of Gal Farion was a force to be reckoned with. Saints, kings, and emperors trained by him often surpassed practitioners of the same level from other styles. The prestige of the sword sanctuary was unquestionable, its influence reached kingdoms and continents. That influence reached its absolute peak with the emergence of Rigor Adoldia in the Sword Sanctuary. Rigor traveled across continents, made his name echo throughout the world, defeating countless combatants and demonstrating exceptional dexterity. Although he had been a disciple of both the Water God and the Sword God, he rose above them all in a few years, proving a talent that simply transcended generations. And then, finally, he claimed his master's position among the 7 great powers, replacing the Sword God and assuming a new title. The Beast God, the 6th world power. It was a classic story, the disciple surpassing the master. Heroic, inspiring, even admirable. In the kingdom of Gaia, that story was told with pride. But for the Sword Sanctuary, that moment marked the beginning of a precipitous decline. Timothy Britz became the new sword god. Even without taking into account that a third of the practitioners left the sanctuary along with Clint after Gal Farion's departure, those who remained lost their pride. Timothy, over the years, grew as sword god. Challengers came from all parts of the world, and he defeated them one by one with undeniable skill. He was an exquisite swordsman. But it was not enough. Every month, a practitioner abandoned the dojo. Every year, some considered switching to the North God style or even the Beast God style, traveling the world in search of a more promising path to power. The decline of the Sword God style became gradual, steady, and unstoppable. This put crushing pressure on Timothy. He was, in essence, a simple man. A man born to wield a blade. For as long as he could remember, his whole life had been dedicated to the Sword God style. His belief in that truth was so absolute that he refused to allow everything to end that way. So he accepted an alliance with a princess of the kingdom of Azura. An opportunity that would not come twice. It was a chance to fight personally, to make the name of the Sword God style resonate again across the world. Princess Ariel's group counted influential figures such as the Armored Dragon King, a North God and the Magic King. Being part of that group meant prestige and recognition. With the backing of a kingdom, new practitioners would arise. The sanctuary could rise again. The style could prosper. Thinking that, Timothy did not hesitate. To make the Sword God style great again, he would use every means. He would fight tooth and nail. He would not allow such a grand fencing art to die in his hands. That was why he had come. And that was exactly what he was living now. A curved, silver blade passed a few centimeters from his face, too fast for his eyes, blurred by blood, to track as before. The world seemed to move in slow motion for the two swordsmen. Timothy avoided decapitation by luck, stepping back and leaping over the remains of a fallen statue. It was the statue of an ancient king of Azura, originally 15 meters tall, now reduced to rubble. Like the entire surroundings of the Silver Palace, it had been shattered into countless pieces. Nearby, a large hall burned in flames. There were walls raised of earth, regions completely frozen, and fires spreading out of control, the consequence of Rudeus Greyrat's reckless spells. Timothy did not notice a follow-up strike, so he took advantage of the brief pause to observe his opponent. His own body was covered in cuts of varying depths. The mantle of the sword sanctuary was torn, sliced by blades, stained with blood. By comparison, the woman in front of him seemed to be in much better condition. Her long red hair was whipped by the wind streaming through the castle's destroyed structures. She wore an eye patch over her left eye. The only visible wound was a deep cut on her left shoulder, the strike Timothy had landed by exploiting her blind spot. Feeling blood flowing more and more, an unexpected curiosity took hold of Timothy. He adjusted his grip on his blade and asked, "Why are you wearing an eye patch, after all?" "I suppose I should have asked at the start of the fight." Eris, who was smiling fiercely, let that smile soften for a moment when she heard the question. She spun her wrist naturally, letting the blood run down the blade before wiping it clean with emotion. "Well, it turns out this is a gift from Rigor." Timothy blinked, genuinely surprised. "A gift," he repeated. "You received an eye patch as a gift. You do know that cut on your shoulder was exactly because of that, right?" He frowned, clearly confused. For a brief moment, he forgot that the conversation was taking place amid a mortal battle. Eris brought her hand to the eye patch and laughed. Hee, yes. "Well, it's a demon eye," she said, with no small pride. "But I still don't master it properly, so I need to wear the eye patch." She turned to face him again, appearing relaxed but ready to explode into motion at any second. Understanding hit Timothy. His expression became complex. "Ha." He sighed. Rigor advanced too fast. He can even give you a demon eye now. He shook his head slowly. "I really don't understand anything about magic, but that must be something impressive." Timothy waited for a response, but Eris remained silent, only watching him attentively. So he continued, feeling that talking more or less would not change the outcome of that fight. "I wanted Gino to take my place," he confessed, raising his gaze to the smoke-filled sky. Eris snorted, visibly irritated. "He's fighting the armored dragon." "Humph," she crossed her arms for a moment. "Do you believe Rigor told me I wasn't versatile enough to fight the spirits of Perugius?" Timothy widened his eyes for a brief moment, but soon understood. "So, I wasn't strong enough for him to come face me personally." His voice sounded melancholy. He really grew. Memories came to the surface. His genius son, training day after day, had become someone he could no longer fully reach. A pang of emotion pierced his chest. He harbored a hidden desire in his heart. Maybe, if his son became so strong, maybe that would mean he had done something truly great in his life. Eris seemed frustrated. "He won't be the strongest forever. I'll defeat him eventually. He's just more versatile." Timothy laughed loudly. "Ha. Don't be mistaken, Eris." He set his stance again, adjusting his sword grip. "I admire you even more than Rigor, or Gino." Eris blinked, surprised. "Ha. You fight with the philosophy of the sword god style," he continued, serious. "You yearn to kill your opponent in a single instant. Even while learning other techniques, it's visible, your only real weapon is a fast, direct and absolute strike. He smiled faintly. A true swordswoman of the sword god style. Not even Rigger's notorious beast god style managed to rip that out of you. Eris was puzzled by the compliment. Oh okay, she replied, somewhat awkwardly. You also became stronger than I expected. Honestly, if you had trained with rigor, you could have gone even further. She looked at him with apprehension, but also with a fierce fighting spirit burning in her eyes. Timothy's expression hardened. What? He narrowed his eyes. You think you're talking to a dead man? His smile turned sharp. I will still kill you. And after? I'll go after my ungrateful son. He raised the blade. This fight is not over yet, Red Lioness. Eris smiled challengingly. TCH, then let's see. In the next instant, both vanished. The metallic sound of blades colliding echoed repeatedly as they crossed the battlefield like shadows, appearing and disappearing among flames, ice and debris. The reason that fight dragged on so long was simple. They were very similar in strength. Timothy Britz had grown stronger in recent years. As sword god, he had refined his technique until he became worthy of the title. Perhaps, at the moment he assumed it, he could not be called a true god. But now. He carried the will, the essence and the philosophy of the sword god style within him. He had not surpassed Galfarion, but he was not someone anyone could face. And Eris? Eris was equally terrifying. From 7 years old training with the Sword King Ghislaine. From 9 years old accompanying Rigger, attempting to reach him, and surpass him. Becoming a Sword King at 14. And reaching the rank of Sword Emperor at 17. She fought against generals of the Holy Kingdom of Milis. Against depth giants of the sea race. Against demon kings of the demon continent. She trained every day at the combat temple, without exception. Her tireless nature, her hunger for strength and her dedication were perhaps the greatest in the entire kingdom of Gaia. Her potential was not merely realized. It was surpassed. Under constant guidance, motivation, and pressure, Eris Adoldia became something that would never have existed under normal circumstances. But her circumstances were never normal. The sword god and the red lioness cut through the battlefield like torpedoes, involved in a deadly dance of steel and murderous intent. The objective was simple. Cut before being cut. Silver lights collided with each impact. Blood pooled on the ruined ground. In the middle of the accelerated fight, Skoll finally appeared nearby. But he did not dare approach the storm of steel. And he did not need to. At that moment, without further surprises. The one who had been at a disadvantage from the start was overtaken. It took only a small distraction. Scattered thoughts arose due to the constant loss of blood, added to attention momentarily diverted by the presence of a new participant on the battlefield. It was enough. A lateral cut sliced diagonally through his torso. The blow was clean and decisive. An arm flew through the air, severed from the body in a single movement, spinning before falling among the rubble. No follow-up strike came. Timothy Britt staggered back, and his sword fell from his other hand. He brought his hand to the deep cut, which had completely eviscerated his internal organs, and then fell to his knees. His entrails spilled out, scattering across the ruined ground, while the blood streamed like an unending waterfall. His eyes began to lose color, the brightness fading quickly. Eris was looking at her opponent. Timothy raised his eyes, increasingly empty, and spoke as blood gurgled in his throat. Cough, cough, it was an honor to fall by your blade, Red Lioness. He tried to breathe, but only more blood escaped from his mouth. If possible, cough, cough, he continued with difficulty. Leave my blade to my grandson. Blood flowed from his throat, interrupting his words. He fell forward. A final silver flash covered his vision. His head rolled across the battlefield. The last thought in his mind was satisfaction. As long as Eris Adoldia lived, the sword god style would still be high and bright in the skies. He had died, but in his place, a powerful sword god occupied his post. Beep, beep, beep. Eris barely had time to contemplate the death of the sword god when a communicator beeped at her waist. Ah. Already. Phew. That was close. She turned immediately. Come on, Skoll. Eris picked up Timothy Britz's sword from the ground and leapt onto the ebony wolf, which had been watching from the side. Then the wolf dashed through the rubble at high speed, crossing the ruined field, while Eris began to heal her more serious wounds with her magic. Chapter 327, 327, this one didn't respawn. North God Style Diplomacy. POV, Sylphiette Greyrat. I could hardly believe what I was witnessing at that moment. If someone, someday, told me about the events I was living through now, I would never believe them. No matter how detailed the story. It was too absurd to be described with words alone. The Armored Dragon King, Perugius Dola. Lauded worldwide as one of the 3 god slayers, one of those responsible for the defeat of the demon god Laplace. Fighting with everything he had, side by side with his most powerful spirits, and still being supported by a powerful mage like me. Even so, he had been reduced to that state in battle. And the one responsible for that was a swordsman who looked even younger than me. The shock almost made me lose the rhythm of my breathing, but I couldn't relax for a single moment. If I made a mistake, if my concentration wavered, I could meet the exact same fate as Perugius's spirits that had already fallen. Ice shards. I shouted once more, gathering mana and aiming my magic directly at the elusive figure of the young swordsman. Even with my considerable mana capacity, my reserves were already running out. I wouldn't sustain this battle for another 5 minutes. Dozens of ice spears formed in the air and shot toward him. This was the spell I cast the fastest. It was also the most lethal in my offensive arsenal. An attack capable of wiping out an entire squadron of knights in seconds. But, incredibly, he kept advancing without even slowing down. The countless ice shards were cut in midair, shattered before they even neared his body. It was as if there were an invisible dome around him, something that blocked and reflected any attack automatically. Honestly, that didn't even look like swordsmanship. To me, it looked more like the effect of some extraordinary magical item. But, as Perugius had already confirmed, there were no tricks there. It was, without a doubt, pure swordsmanship. Gino was a monster with a sword in his hands. He moved like a wraith, as if teleporting across the battlefield. One moment he was far away, the next he was dangerously close. His advance took him directly toward Yuruzu of Atonement. But Perugius had already anticipated that action. The armored dragon king advanced, brandishing his long sword with both hands. His strength was crushing. The air seemed to tremble with the force of his leap, and I braced for the familiar impact that always accompanied his devastating strikes. The sword descended, charged with a golden light. It was the magical effect of the legendary sword, the armored dragon king hand sword. Even if it was damaged, its power was extraordinary. The blow accelerated even further in mid-motion, but Perugius's face was grim. Then, a crash resounded when the sword struck the rubble. A massive shockwave spread from the point of impact, and my view of the battlefield was swallowed by dust and the impact once again. The armored dragon's strength had always been his physical might. He manipulated the dragon Tuki. I didn't fully understand the difference, but it was obvious that was far more powerful than the ordinary Tuki used by normal people. Therefore, that enormous sword was the ideal weapon for him. But from the beginning of the fight, he hadn't landed a single direct hit on the martial emperor. Instead, he repeatedly suffered lethal counterattacks from the water god style, taking several wounds. And, of course, this time he didn't land one either. Even so, I felt relieved. Maybe, at the start of the battle, some of us really believed we could defeat, maybe even kill, Gino Brits. But as the fight unfolded, we all realized in the worst possible way that we weren't fighting to beat him. We were fighting for our own survival. Our objective had shifted from defeating him to surviving the deadly trial. And Yuruzu of Atonement was very important. She was our healer, she could not die under any circumstances. Perugius blocked Gino, and the young swordsman backed off quickly, only to reappear sitting on a part of the palace roof that had not yet collapsed. The other spirits arrived one after another, positioning themselves around, watching Gino with extreme caution. His lack of movement was unsettling. I was confused. He was smiling. He twirled the sword carelessly in his hand while resting his chin on the other, as if he were merely watching a boring scene. Then he spoke, in an almost amused tone. It was more exciting when you were trying. You don't even want to kill me anymore. I can't even feel a strong murderous intent. My stomach churned. Think about it, Perugius Dola, he continued. How can you defeat an opponent if you're not even trying seriously? A bad premonition ran through my whole body. I immediately looked toward Yuruzu. And then, my worst thoughts became reality. A short black sword pierced her brain. Her body fell lifeless to the ground, unraveling into threads of blue light as it dissipated. A single thought crossed my mind. How? The other spirits also stared at the scene, completely perplexed. This was very bad news. Only Furiousful remained calm, with a somber expression on his face. From the start of the fight, only he and Perugius were able to keep up with Gino Brits's movements. Maybe Aramanfi would also be able, if he were here. Observing the scene more closely, I finally understood what had happened. A chill ran down my spine when I thought that the whole scene had been part of his plan. Being attacked by Perugius had been merely the cover necessary to kill Yuruzu with a hidden weapon of the North God style. I looked again at the young swordsman, feeling even more fear. This was the terror of a swordsman who mastered all the styles of swordsmanship. His body was covered in wounds and blood. Perugius had broken his ribs, and one of the spirits had struck him with ice magic. His brown hair was disheveled, and it was obvious he wasn't at his peak either. Seen from a certain angle, his appearance was ordinary. Nothing particularly intimidating. But after fighting him up to that point, I couldn't help trembling as I stared into his eyes. The young martial emperor who, alone, had exterminated 6 of the armored Dragon King's spirits while fighting all of them simultaneously. POV, Gino Brits. I'm so fucked. That was, without exaggeration, the only thought passing through my mind as I met Perugius Dola's gaze. Outwardly, I smiled. Kept a relaxed posture, the sword resting carelessly, as if everything was exactly as I had planned. As if I were in complete control of the situation. But inside, I was slightly panicking. I had made a small, but considerable mistake. I killed Silveril of the Void. Right. At first glance, that woman of the celestial race was just another servant of Perugius. Just one of the 12 spirits that accompanied him. But, no. Silveril was not a summoned spirit like the others. She was flesh and blood, the only one among the 12 who couldn't simply be resurrected. She had accompanied Perugius for over 400 years, since the day he saved her during the Laplace War. That meant she was actually dead. Irrevocably. When I said I couldn't feel a strong murderous intent from them, that couldn't have been more wrong. The hostility of Perugius and the 3 remaining spirits was overwhelming. Clear Night of Thunder, Furious full of fury and Bath of Destruction seemed to want to tear me to pieces with their gazes. The only one who still didn't seem to have fully understood what I had done was Sylphiette. But what terrified me the most wasn't even the enemies in front of me. It was Rigger's voice, echoing in my head. Even if you're stronger than them, don't kill Perugius. And not Silveril either. But what could I do? That woman was much stronger than the report indicated. That attack nearly went through my forehead. I simply reacted instinctively, and used the flow. Instant decapitation. Damnation. I'm as good as dead when I return to the kingdom. Actually, part of me almost wanted to stay here. I'd die faster and suffer less. It felt more comfortable than going back and getting beaten by everyone. This shouldn't be that big of a problem, right? It was just a random woman who served Perugius. Right. I was just trying to convince myself. I'm really fucked. As I kept the outward smile and desperately tried to think of a solution, I heard Perugius's deep voice echo across the battlefield. Martial Emperor, may I assume your attitude reflects the will of the kingdom of Gaia? Does the beast god intend to initiate another war against humanity? I looked at him, my expression growing uglier. How do I fix this shit? And there was another problem. That malicious and seductive woman. Sylphiette. Her affection was far too dangerous. I'm absolutely certain I would have been enchanted if not for the magic ring protecting my mind. I would have been caught easily. What would Nina say about this? Well, no one else saw besides me, right? So no one needed to know. Trying to buy time, I said. No. What attitude? Wait, war against humanity. Dude, I'm human too, you know. It was only after speaking that the implication of his words hit me fully. My head started to hurt. Who was the idiot who decided I should negotiate? I can't even read properly. I only know how to fight with a sword. What I meant to say was simple. Hey, man, stop talking and let's fight. But, unlike Silveril, Rigger had been much clearer about this. Perugius could not die. Even if I had to retreat, even if the mission failed, I couldn't kill the armored Dragon King under any circumstances. Perugius's expression grew even darker. How else should I interpret that? He continued. The beast god subjugated much of the demon continent, toppled the Holy Kingdom and founded his own realm. He tightened his grip on the sword as he looked at the place where Silveril lay dead. Until then, I could accept that it was only retaliation against Melissa's corruption, and a prevention against the demon continent. His voice turned colder. But then you invaded Chaos Breaker. You invaded the Silver Palace. Started an indiscriminate massacre. Also, you attacked me and killed my longtime subordinate. How am I to understand this? As a gesture of goodwill. I shuddered without realizing it. This guy, he really had an aura. I might be stronger than him in direct combat, but why did he seem so imposing? Damn, I have to train that when I get back. I can't be here looking like a clown. Also, I had to admit, his composure was admirable. I clearly felt his rage, but he still managed to remain calm. I breathed deeply. Outwardly, I remained calm. I decided to just tell the truth. I wasn't clever enough to make up something better anyway. Actually, I killed Silveril by accident, sorry about that. I paused for a moment. But you're still wrong. Right, Gino. You've already messed up, but theoretically you're still right. The kingdom of Gaia doesn't discriminate races or anything. You should know that, since you were spying. We have demons, beastmen, elves, humans, a bit of everything. And we don't want any war against humanity or anything like that. I looked him directly in the eyes before continuing. We only saw a chance to exterminate those filthy worms that control Azura, and we did it. Your hypocrisy in hating all demons while protecting those filthy nobles, that's not our problem. Perugia stared at me in silence. Before he could answer, Sylphiette spoke, uneasy. And who gives you the right to decide the fate of all of them? This is not the right way to do things. This is just disguised genocide. I looked at her with disdain. So the right way is to choose a princess a bit better than the others and let her rule? Well, who knows? Maybe. I shrugged. But it so happens that my boss is a bit more direct than that. I turned my gaze to Perugius. As for Chaos Breaker, that's another matter. It turns out Aisha really likes barrier magic, and you're the best at that. So I just regret your bad luck of being robbed until your pockets were empty. Of course that wasn't the real reason, but they didn't tell me what it was. Also, that was very much Aisha's style. Perugia seemed surprised for a brief moment. But soon the surprise was once again replaced by coldness. I must say the same to you, then. I don't care about your conflicts with the dragon god or the man god. Nor about your racial impartiality. He raised the sword slowly. I, Perugius Dola, Armored Dragon King, chose to support Ariel Anemoi Azura to lead this realm, because I believe she is worthy. You initiated this conflict against me and my allies, and you killed my longtime subordinate. He pointed the sword at me. I will not forget this grudge, Martial Emperor. He was ready to attack again. Wait a second. I interrupted quickly. Perugius, the three spirits and Sylphiette looked at me cautiously. And then. Beep, beep, beep. I nearly jumped for joy. There it is. That was a good fight, Armored Dragon. I really improved a lot from it. I looked for a moment longer at Sylphiette. She's really cute. And then I used the supreme secret technique of the North God style. Running away is a battle tactic. My body became a blur as I left the battlefield toward the predetermined meeting point. Inside, I breathed a sigh of relief. Well, let's leave these political things for others to handle. Chapter 328, Convergence. The Red Dragon Mountain Range had not been the stage for such an absurd level of destruction for many thousands of years. Mountains were being forcibly reshaped, entire valleys disappeared under magical explosions, and the sky above seemed to be constantly collapsing, torn by lightning and heat waves. Two figures collided repeatedly against that relentless surface. One of them wore black armor, glowing at various points, wreathed in flames and electricity. The other had silver hair and fought shirtless, his torso marked by several wounds. Even at this point in the battle, despite Rigor literally being a living lightning, he could not press his opponent as he wished. Every advance was answered to perfection, every attempt by him to impose a tempo was neutralized efficiently. Rigor had already spent such a large amount of mana in that battle that he was beginning to be surprised the thing had not ended yet. Even with the extraordinary efficiency that Doomsday provided him, he had already consumed a little more than half of his reserves. That, by itself, would be unthinkable in any other confrontation. While he fought, he also analyzed his opponent. Rigor theorized that Orsted had spent about a third of the reserves he had when the fight began, maybe even less. It was difficult to analyze precisely, since the Dragon God was blocking the magic power eye, using some method Rigor did not know. The Dragon God's fighting abilities were simply, on another level. Much more powerful. Much more efficient. The God's Word, despite consuming a huge amount of mana to be summoned, did not require continuous expenditure afterwards. Once manifested, it remained there, offering Orsted a constantly lethal method of attack, at no additional cost. It was astounding. Rigor had already given the order to withdraw to his members in the capital Asurana. Aisha had achieved the main objective at the flying fortress of Perugius. From a strategic point of view, everything that needed to be done had already been done. Therefore, Rigor began to seriously consider the possibility of retreating immediately. He was no longer so sure that Orsted was merely trying to stop him or defeat him. Observing his violence and ferocity, there was a real chance that the Dragon God wanted to kill him. After all, Old Gar had been spared in another timeline. But since then, the current Rigor had made many changes. Who could guarantee that Orsted had not decided to eliminate him? That aside, Rigor had become too strong. With his current speed, he could retreat if he wanted. Unfortunately, there was another problem. The closer the fight between him and Orsted moved toward the center of the Red Dragon Mountain Range, the more Rigor felt the tremors, the shockwaves, and the smell. All of that came from Dragon's Roar Mountain, the tallest mountain in the entire world. And that was not the result of the fight between him and Orsted. It was something related to the technique god. Whatever was happening at that point of the range, Rigor was absolutely sure it was nothing simple. He quickly calculated his gains and losses. Ignoring the technique god was not an option for him at the moment. Its strength could very well change the whole board in an instant. The dragon god himself seemed to have realized that something was wrong. Although still pursuing rigor with the intent to defeat him, his movements were no longer as relentless as before. Even so, the mere movement and battle of the two continued to destroy the landscape chaotically. Fire melted entire mountains. Lightning collapsed everything around. Blade strikes cut mountains as if they were sand. Any red dragon unlucky enough to be in the way had a high chance of dying in the crossfire, reduced to ashes before even understanding what was happening. The fight was fierce. And as a beast born to fight, Rigor could not even contain his own excitement at facing such a powerful being. Like a true battle genius, he could feel his improvement in real time, adjustment after adjustment, strike after strike. All because it had been a long time since the last time he had really needed to fear for his life. That day, he stood at death's door once again. And that brought him an indescribable feeling of freshness and adrenaline. Gradually, as they exchanged blows capable of reshaping the world, the fight began to get closer and closer to the tremors of the neighboring battle. A few minutes earlier, at the center of the Red Dragon Mountain Range, a battle no less apocalyptic was unfolding. There, the fighter god Batagati, allied with the North god and the former sword god, faced the one who occupied first place among the world powers, the technique god, Lelass, at his absolute peak. To a layman, the conclusion would be quite easy. 3 combatants who occupied, or had once occupied, positions among the 7 great world powers against a single enemy. Even if that enemy was the top-ranked one, his advantage should not have been great enough to suppress numerical superiority. But reality proved cruel to Kalman III and Gal Farion. That fight revealed a crushing truth. Despite their titles, despite their achievements, in that battle of titanic proportions, both were reduced to supporting characters. They were nothing more than helpers. Support. The true confrontation took place between the two monsters. The fighter god advanced and retreated laughing like a fighting demon. His body, wrapped in a golden glow, cut through the battlefield with absolute violence, each step exploding the ground beneath his feet. Power, strength, and martial skill manifested at a level that seemed unattainable for any other living being. While Batagati wore the golden armor, he possessed more than 1,000 secret techniques, and he executed them always at the best moment, in the best situation, in the most efficient way possible. No wasted movement. His name did justice to the title of fighter god. A power worthy of being called something capable of destroying the world. And yet, by comparison, the technique god was even more terrifying. Lelass wielded a silver spear. With its blade, he was capable of cutting and piercing everything. With the shaft, he crushed with ease even the invincible golden armor that Batagati wore. Each of his movements was perfected to the extreme. Every action seemed the perfect solution for that exact instant. For Gal Farion, witnessing the clash was a shock of epic proportions. The apex of martial combat unfolded before his eyes, and his perception of the world was completely turned upside down. Everything he believed he knew about the sword, about technique, about limits, seemed small. Moreover, he still found it hard to accept that the Golden Titan was, in fact, the Batagati he knew. Amid the chaos, he even wondered why he had not stolen the fighter god's position when he defeated him at the Sword Sanctuary. In any case, Gal could hardly get close to the clash between the Golden Titan and the White Dragon. The shockwaves, flying rocks, and explosions of light made any direct approach a death sentence. All he could do was wait for the perfect opportunity. And then, in Lelass's weakest instant, use the long sword of light, his most powerful weapon. And, surprisingly, that strategy worked. Who would have thought he managed to wound the technique god once? Although most of the time he acted only as support and distraction, Gal was excited. The so-called man god was not lying. If he could learn from a figure as prominent as Lelass, he sincerely believed he could surpass his current power easily. He could surpass his disciple. And even surpass Orsted. When he understood that truth, his excitement reached its peak. Meanwhile, Kalman III was at the opposite extreme. From the beginning of the fight, he attacked with the same wild impetus as the fighter god, his great-granduncle Batagati. And he was rewarded with brutality. A silver spear pierced his chest. Kalman did not even see the movement, and he had no time to react. He had no chance to defend or counterattack. He was simply killed in a single strike. Therefore, he did not even take part in the first confrontation, he was still regenerating. When he returned, he attacked again, this time cautiously. And then he was again repelled like an irritating insect. Time after time. If it were not for his immortal blood and the healing magic circles Randolph carried, he would have died several times. Unlike Gal Farion, Kalman attacked furiously, and yet managed to help considerably thanks to the versatility and power of the gravity sword Kajakut. Despite being a warrior above any other, the dragon Lelass had no real means of defending himself from magic. He only reacted with his normal techniques, adapting as best as he could. But in front of the fighter god, those small errors were fatal. Even so, Kalman began to gradually realize how insignificant his ambition to become the greatest hero in the world was. Randolph had mentioned that the beast god and the dragon god were on the same level as these two monsters. How could that be true? A mixture of anger and rejection rose in his throat, causing a strange pain, hard to explain. He wanted to scream. He wanted to complain. He wanted to deny that reality. But there was no time. Before he could even organize his thoughts, he was defeated again by Lelass. To become the greatest hero the world had ever seen, he could hardly face an opponent who was at a numerical disadvantage. Alexander Rybak attacked with everything he had, his confused feelings mixing with the growing fury, while charging against Lelass with all his power. The battle continued. Not far from the battlefield, contrasting with the chaos that ravaged the Red Dragon mountain range, a man with a monkey face slept peacefully. His body lay on its side, breathing deeply, as if in ordinary rest, oblivious to the shockwaves tearing mountains a few kilometers away. Beside him, a man with a skull-like face watched the battle with absolute attention. He didn't even blink, making him seem sinister. Vita had only one function in that battle, but that function alone could decide everything. He watched carefully as Lelass was struck by the long sword of light, Galfarian's blow opening a wound in the leg of the technique god. At the same time, Badigadi advanced like a truck, the ground shattering under his steps, his three right arms retracting, ready to unleash a devastating triple punch. It was at that exact moment that the monkey-faced man, Geese, woke with a start and shouted. Now. The voice was urgent. Vita did not hesitate for a single second. His body vanished, becoming a blur as he rushed toward the combat. At that critical moment, Lelass was about to counter the fighter god's punches. His spear began to move, the trajectory forming in his mind. But then, gravity disappeared. For a single second, Lelass was thrown into zero gravity. The destabilization was minimal, but fatal. His body lost its axis, his strength ceased to align. He barely had time to reposition the spear in a defensive posture when the three golden fists of Badigadi struck his rib and his temple, with only one of the blows being partially blocked by the spear. Bwahaha. Badigadi's deafening laugh preceded the impact. A colossal shockwave exploded from the point of impact. Lelass was violently hurled backwards, his body colliding repeatedly against rock formations, destroying each one in sequence, being tossed like a weightless puppet across the range. Finally, he collided with a massive rock. Coincidentally, it was near where Vita was running. The rock exploded into violent debris, dust and fragments hurled in all directions. Vita approached. Lelass opened his eyes. He raised his hand, still gripping the spear firmly, but his arm had been broken by the fighter god's punch. The attack had been slower than expected. Vita, who at that moment was in Randolph's body, felt imminent death. But he did not hesitate. He only needed to follow the plan. Then, finally, he placed his hand on Lelass's forehead. For a single second, the technique god's mind went blank. His eyes lost focus as he sank into the realm of infinite dreams, the fruit of Vita's absolute power. Vita took a deep breath. And then he heard a laugh. Bwahaha. How exciting, let's. A voice immediately interrupted him. Batty, please, recite the enchantment. Geese said hurriedly. Badigadi blinked, confused for a moment. He wanted nothing more than to keep fighting, to crush everyone there to death. But then he remembered the agreement he had made with the little monkey. Ah, come on, how did it go? He cleared his throat. I declare the combat bond closed. Suspending the transfer of strength and withdrawing my will to fight and to battle. Closing the amplification circuit and initiating inert state. At that very instant, the golden armor opened at the back. Badigadi was thrown out as if he had been tossed, falling on his back to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Ah. Damn, he said, still laughing. I almost got caught again. Bwahaha. He crossed his arms, looking at the golden armor with curiosity, totally oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Gal Farion then spoke. Hey, what's that? He pointed off in the distance. On the horizon, it was already possible to see lightning, fire, and destruction rapidly approaching the world's highest peak. Randolph looked at Lelass's motionless body, making a deep grimace. We don't have time. Bwahaha. Badigadi cackled. Is the kid already here? We're unlucky, huh? Shall we say hello? The guy isn't subdued yet. Vita shook his head slowly. This is unexpected. The technique god possesses extremely high mental resilience. I cannot dominate his mind without at least a few days. He paused. And that assuming zero interference. If we move the body or give him external stimulus, he will not only resist for much longer, he may free himself. Oh. I understand. Badigadi replied, completely unconcerned. Gal Farion also seemed indifferent, as if it were none of his business, despite the wound bleeding in his stomach. Geese watched everyone in silence. His thoughts accelerated, searching for a solution. Then, his gaze fell on the young North god, who remained silent, in a somber mood. Geese smiled. He had an idea. Chapter 329, Meat on the Chopping Board, I refuse to be a spectator. Geese spoke with a somber expression, in complete contrast to the malicious smile that had hung on his face just a second before. We're in serious trouble here. His gaze swept quickly across the devastated field before settling on Badigadi. Batty, do you think you can use the armor again now and keep control? Bwahaha. Badigadi laughed loudly, and answered naturally, I'm sure I can't. In fact, I still feel its influence even now, and I'm fighting not to put it on at this very moment. Gall Farion frowned, clearly irritated. He had just obtained a concrete way to become stronger, and in that same instant, problems had come knocking at his door. Gall knew that in his current state he wasn't ready to face either the beast god or the dragon god, much less both together. What he needed most at that moment was time. Vita, on the other hand, kept most of his attention focused on gaining an advantage in the mental fight against the technique god. Something that proved much more complicated than expected. Laplace's mind was strange and complex, his thoughts were different from other lifeforms, and seemed to run like an endless river. Still, Vita was a Miko. His consciousness was vast, multifaceted, capable of sustaining multiple focuses simultaneously. Even while pressuring the technique god's mind, he was perfectly able to hold a conversation through Randolph's body, which had already been completely dominated. That was impossible to predict, Vita said calmly. Both the beast god and the dragon god are capable of deceiving Hidegami's vision. From the start, they were unpredictable pieces in this operation. He paused briefly. But for both to appear together, that can only be bad luck, and it will be even more problematic. Meanwhile, beside them, Kalman III remained silent. His mood grew increasingly dark as he replayed the previous fight in his mind. Each moment in which he had been overcome with humiliating ease. For those paying attention, it was easy to see that he was anguished and anxious. And, above all, furious at his own insignificance. It was then that Geese let out a deep sigh. The problem is that not one of us is even capable of holding these guys. He spread his arms in a resigned gesture. All of us here would be easily subdued. Bwahahaha. Badigadi laughed heartily. A vein bulged on the young North god's forehead. Alec turned his gaze slowly toward Geese, his hostility completely unmistakable. Those words were like throwing mud over his pride, which had already been crushed. Gall Farion remained silent. With his abilities almost entirely focused on offense, he knew he was truly terrible at holding any opponent. Randolph, for his part, looked curiously at Geese. Seeing Alec's furious look, Geese continued immediately. Ha! Who would have thought, he said ironically. In the end, everything is decided by the powerful. He turned and took a few steps, then lay down comfortably on the ground, speaking as he settled. We, spectators, have no chance against these guys. He crossed his arms behind his head. All that's left is to wait patiently for death. That was the trigger. Alec raised his sword in a sudden movement, pointing the blade directly at Geese. Speak for yourself, monkey, he snarled. You are the only powerless one here. Geese raised his hands immediately, in surrender. Everyone looked at Alec, who kept the sword pointed threateningly. Hey, hey, hey. Wait there, boy. We're in the same boat here. Geese spoke quickly, and tilted his head. Haven't I already told you that Rigger and Orsted have the same strength as Laplace? Whether it's you or me, it doesn't make much difference to them. His smile thinned. We're just meat on the chopping board. The North god's red eyes shone with murderous intent. Alexander was young and impulsive. But he wasn't stupid. Normally, he would have acted more calmly, however, at that moment, his emotions were far from under control. With his pride trampled and his dream destroyed before his eyes, all he wanted to do in that moment was deny reality with all his might. This is impossible. Pure nonsense. He exploded. He tightened his grip on the sword's hilt. Uncle Batty and that guy are exceptions. They've been alive for thousands of years. What can a mere dragon god and a beast god who just randomly appeared do? Badigadi turned to him with the most serious expression. You're wrong, boy. You mustn't underestimate. Shut up. Alec interrupted angrily. Without that armor, you're not my match either, uncle. His gaze fell on the golden armor. He was somewhat tempted to use it himself. But remembering its side effects, he restrained himself. He had recently discovered while fighting Randolph that his mental defenses were not particularly strong. Under the armor's control, his uncle Badigadi had destroyed the world and had killed his beloved after being dominated by the armor. Alec was a proud swordsman, he refused to be manipulated that way. He would not become a puppet because of an artifact. He lowered his gaze to the sword in his hand and gritted his teeth. Geese was nervous inside. He knew he was treading on thin ice by speaking like that. Who could say when the boy would lose control and kill him right there? Still, it was a necessary and calculated risk. After a brief moment of hesitation, he delivered the final blow, speaking in an apparently carefree manner. Anyway, we can only hope that Rigor shows mercy. He smiled. After all, Batty, Gaul and I know him. The rest of you will probably die without even a proper corpse. His gaze slid quickly to the gravity sword that Alec wielded with a clenched fist. Unless. Kalman raised his eyes at that instant. What? Geese opened his mouth to speak, but gave up. Forget it, you'd better fall back first, boy. Maybe you'll escape their hunt alone. I think it's too much to expect you to face them alone. Hey. Batagati interrupted him. Geese turned his head. What is it, Batty? Bwahahaha. Batagati laughed. The boy's gone. Geese looked around. The North God was no longer there. He shot down the mountain, but not in flight. He went straight to the source of the fight between Orsted and Rigor. A genuine joy crossed Geese's face. Now, he announced. Let's retreat now. It's our only chance. Gaul Farion looked into the distance with a terrible expression. What a despicable monkey. Vita seemed hopeful. Without any ceremony, he grabbed the technique god's body and began to run. Even knowing that external stimuli would interfere with the mind domination process, there was no choice. If the dragon god caught them, they'd be dead. If Rigor caught them, they'd also be dead. Bwahahaha. Batagati laughed. You're a sly one. He took the golden armor on his back and Geese over his shoulder, descending the mountainside on the opposite side. All right. Let's go back and fight at full strength later. That will be more exciting. He cast a defiant glance toward the storms tearing the sky. Normally, he would face everything head-on. But he was very interested in fighting Rigor wearing the golden armor. Maybe it was the armor's lingering influence. Maybe it was his own warrior spirit inflamed. He didn't know and didn't care either. He simply chose to retreat. The group fell back even faster than they had arrived. Time was limited. Limited to how long the young North God could buy for them. Rigor and Orsted were approaching the highest mountain in the world ever more dangerously. The colossal peak rose above the clouds as if driven into the skies, but at that moment, not even that overwhelming presence was enough to distract the two. Both were completely immersed in their fight, where technique, magic and power collided every fraction of a second. Still, the overall advantage belonged to Orsted. The dragon god raised the god's word, the divine blade emitting a glittering white light. Secret technique, inverted sky departure. At the same instant, Rigor brandished Doomsday, the steel wrapped by violent purple flames. Secret technique, shimmering purple fissure. The blades clashed once more, for the umpteenth time in that combat, and the impact was devastating. A shockwave exploded from the point of collision, the ground beneath them splitting violently. Cracks spread in all directions, forming a spiderweb that advanced for hundreds of meters, while fragments of rock were hurled into the air. This time, however, the fight did not continue immediately. Both felt it at the same time. A rapid approach. Someone was coming at them at high speed. From the speed shown, it definitely wasn't someone to be underestimated. Without exchanging words, Rigor and Orsted separated, each retreating several meters, opening space as they adjusted their stances. Rigor turned his gaze to the newcomer. With the acceleration of perception provided by his demonic eyes, he quickly analyzed the figure before him. A young man with black hair, red eyes, wielding a large magical sword that exuded an oppressive presence. So it's you. Rigor knew exactly who he was. Kalman III. The North God. A smile appeared behind Rigor's black helm. In fact, there was something he needed from that man. If possible, recruiting him to his side did not seem impossible at that moment. More importantly, Kalman probably knew a lot about the technique god's current situation, and about Hitagami's true intentions. Orsted also did not attack immediately. On the contrary, his posture indicated that he likewise intended to start a conversation. But, to both their surprise, Kalman showed no intention of dialoguing. His face was full of rage, hatred, impatience. He raised the blade without even asking a single question. Secret technique, gravitational fracture. Before Kalman even completed the strike, Rigor perceived it. An absurd amount of magic and Tuki began to stir violently in the air around, infiltrating the very body. Everything around began to float. Stones, debris, fragments of the mountain, everything was ripped from the ground, suspended by an invisible force. In the next instant, a flash exploded, sweeping absolutely everything in front of the North God. POV, Alexander Ryback. I observed the enormous destruction before me with renewed enthusiasm. If those idiots were still here, I would have screamed. Look. What are a beast god and a dragon god? Both cannot resist the most powerful secret technique of the North God style. Comparable to Laplace. These two are not worthy. Even taken by excitement, I did not dare to relax. The Apocalypse Beast was world-renowned for its phenomenal resilience. Therefore, I continued my attack, advancing without hesitation. The Beast God was an infamous beast, known for its numerous crimes. Of course, there was evidence of numerous gestures of goodwill, but that didn't matter to him now. First, I would defeat these two. Whether they would be spared or not, that would be decided later. I barely had time to observe the battlefield carefully, but a shiver ran down my spine when I glimpsed the absurd destruction they had caused before my arrival. I was really right to launch a preemptive strike. While thinking that, my mana flowed again into Kajikut, shaping itself around the blade, distorting space with gravity. Then, a violent impact hit my shoulder. Before I could turn to identify the source, I was thrown away by a kick. My body spun in the air, completely out of control. And before I could even complain or retaliate, a huge flaming beam swept the spot where I had been a second before. I was stunned. Did that almost kill me just now? I rolled awkwardly on the ground, forcing myself to regain balance as I retreated. Even so, I managed to watch the attack clearly. It was like a dragon's breath. No, it was something much worse. The scale was completely different. And, contrary to what I expected, the attack did not stop. The flow of flame continued, pursuing the figure who had kicked me. It was the dragon god. Orsted calmly dodged the breath, step after step, until the flames finally ceased. Then I looked to the other source. Rigor Adolia. The fire still burned around him, spreading like a living hell. The flames danced untamable in the air. I watched the scene, completely stunned. Okay, both surviving the gravitational fracture was already absurd. But the two of them. They didn't have a scratch. And worse yet. One of them tried to kill me, and the other had to save me. What the hell is happening now? Rage rose like an explosion inside me. Aya. I screamed as I attacked furiously. I raised Kajikut with more force than ever, unleashing the power of gravity without any restraints. I refuse to be a spectator. I am the hero. I will be the greatest in the world. With this sword in my hands, nothing can stop me. Chapter 330, What do I really know about the world? In the middle of a completely ruined mountainous landscape lay a man with black hair. His body was stretched out on the shattered ground, almost unrecognizable amid the deep cracks and scattered debris. Near him, fallen a few meters ahead, there was a great sword, its blade partially embedded in the earth, covered in dust and blood. The man's torso was almost torn in two. The flesh had been opened in a grotesque manner. His eyes were empty, unfocused, staring at nothing, while threads of blood slowly trickled from the corner of his mouth, mixing with the sodden earth. Alexander Rybak. The third North God remained there, motionless, merely contemplating the rain that fell over his face. The cold drops hit his skin without him reacting, running down his cheeks, mixing with the blood. His gaze remained fixed on the gray sky, completely empty. When did he become so pathetic? He had talent, he had a powerful weapon, and he had a goal to fight for. So, what was he missing? Maybe the world he had seen up to that point was a big lie. Kalman III couldn't shake that thought. The feeling was of having been deceived by everyone around him since his childhood. What great swordsman! What strongest sword in the world! Only that day, he had seen more than a few weapons capable of equaling, or even surpassing, the gravity sword Kajikut. The title he carried, suddenly seemed hollow. He didn't know when the rain had started, at some point the sky had simply closed. Still, the rain fit strangely with the crushing monotony of that moment. The constant sound of the falling drops created a boring, ironic rhythm in front of the absolute chaos around. What was he, after all? Maybe he should just die. That's what happened when a battle was lost, right? A silent, inglorious end. What strange times. Even so, he continued to hear the sounds of the ceaseless battle in the distance, making the ground tremble from time to time. Those monsters were still fighting. So, why hadn't he died? He knew the answer. He remembered once again that the dragon god Orsted had protected him from the beast god. Hat. Suddenly, Kalman let out a scornful growl. What was happening? Until yesterday, he, the great North God, didn't consider himself the most powerful warrior alive. So why, today, had four monsters appeared, treating him like a random rookie? Why was all this happening? Suddenly, everything quieted. The distant sound of the battle ceased for a brief instant. Kalman slowly turned his head in the direction of the conflict. There was the beast god. He still wore that fearsome black armor, wrapped in purple flames that distorted the space around it. Just looking at it made his body shudder. And that sword. Kalman felt a deep chill as he faced the translucent purple blade. He could feel the intent. Burn everything, destroy everything. Incinerate the world and all who live in it. That was the will emanating from that blade. The sword of judgment, doomsday. He didn't know what that armor was, but it seemed even more terrifying than the sword. It was as if it wanted to swallow everything around it, as if a sun were contained on its surface. A black cloak floated behind the beast god as he hovered a few meters above the ground. And, on the ground, was the dragon god Orsted. He watched him in silence. A blinding white light surrounded his figure, obscuring his contours. Still, Kalman could feel something behind that light. Malice. That dreadful being, a dragon so evil that it could outshine even the hatred Kalman felt for the beast god. He watched the two of them staring at each other. Two existences that seemed to belong to a completely different world than his. At that moment, Kalman finally seemed to understand something. In fact, what do I really know about the world? Rigger watched Orsted cautiously. The fight having stopped at that moment did not lessen his caution, on the contrary, he was even more alert now. Then Rigger spoke. Why do you protect the North God, Orsted? Didn't he just attack us? The light around the god's word diminished gradually. Orsted's voice sounded exactly as before. Direct and emotionless. He still has use to me. No further explanation was given. Rigger did not insist. He simply watched the dragon god with even more attention. There was something specific Rigger needed from that fallen man. The gravity sword, Kajikut. With it, he could forge the second model of the Skullviner armor much faster. Gathering the other materials wouldn't be a big problem, it would take little time. The true core of that evolution was the sword. But there was a serious problem. His mana had fallen to less than 30%. For Rigger, that was a critical state. Orsted was not his only opponent in that world. There were many things he needed to protect, many open fronts. He couldn't afford to spend all his mana just to drain the dragon god. Rigger activated his demon eyes, observing Orsted. Although it wasn't possible to measure precisely, he was sure that the dragon god had also spent a large amount of mana. At least more than half of what he had at the start of that fight. Still, Rigger couldn't measure something crucial. Orsted's fighting intent. Would he be willing to continue fighting just to protect the North God? Rigger doubted it. While keeping his serious, aggressive stance, Rigger quickly weighed the results of the entire operation up to that moment. The Skullviner armor had a built-in communicator, which allowed him to monitor most of his subordinates' information in real time. First, he clearly felt that the bottleneck that had been preventing him from improving further had broken. Watching Orsted's techniques up close was revealing. It wasn't just strength or speed, it was a new way of seeing combat. Almost like discovering a completely new world. A way of attacking and fighting by bending the world itself to your will. The dragon god didn't fight like an ordinary warrior, he was akin to a natural force, no exaggeration. Furthermore, Rigger had forced Orsted to spend an enormous amount of mana in that fight. Mana enough to leave him incapacitated for years, perhaps even decades. Rigger had also acquired enormous proficiency by fighting with Doomsday and Skullviner. More than that, he had completely tamed those two sentient artifacts. In front of Orsted, neither the sword nor the armor dared show arrogance. Second, according to the reports, the plan in Azura had been a success. 70% of the Azuran nobility had been exterminated. Among the dead were Darius Silva Ganius, the former regent king, and Philemon Noto's Greyrat, direct targets of Ghislaine and Eris's vengeance. Politically, this reduced the threat of the Azura kingdom to almost zero, considering the current strength of the Gaia kingdom. There were some unexpected problems. The recruitment target, Aubert Corvette, had been killed. On the other hand, Rita Rhea had been captured. The dragon god's forces had been reduced. Timothy Britz was dead. Not everything, however, went as planned. Due to the emergence of the technique god, the plan had to be hastened. The theft of the flying fortress, Chaos Breaker, was put on the back burner. Still, they had obtained most of what was necessary. All the knowledge contained in the fortress had been stolen. Barrier magic, summoning, teleportation, and many other advanced systems. Furthermore, the methods of controlling the fortress itself were now in their hands. Perugius Dola had become hostile after Silveral's death. That was a problem, but not a big enough problem to be a priority at that moment. Overall, a resounding success. There was only one real problem. Hitagami had also apparently achieved a resounding success in his mission. By coincidence or fate, both operations occurred simultaneously. Rigger still knew little about Hitagami's exact objectives in attacking the technique god, but his intuition told him that it was directly related to the fact that the technique god had become his enemy in the future. Connecting the dots, the name of the culprit was obvious. The Nether King, Vita. Unfortunately, Rigger was already tied up facing Orsted. He had arrived too late to interfere in that battle. With little information about his opponents, Rigger couldn't act rashly. Who could say if the fighter god and the technique god weren't waiting to ambush him? But that didn't mean he'd give up on them. He would still track and hunt them. All he needed now was to get rid of that hitch called the dragon god. Still, Hitagami had also made a mistake. Delivering the gravity sword into Rigger's hands was a mistake caused by Hitagami's lack of information. The Skullvine or armor had 3 stages: Ascendant, Transcendent, and Divine. As soon as Rigger forged the 2nd stage, his strength would increase again. More dangerous still, he would gain much greater control over gravity, mass, and space. At that moment, Rigger could walk the world freely. All these conclusions passed through his mind in microseconds. His superhuman reaction time, combined with the power of his demon eyes, allowed this kind of instant processing. Then he spoke. Dragon God Orsted, you are truly worthy of occupying 2nd place among the world's powers. I cannot defeat you. Internally, Rigger wished to kill that lizard. But not now. The aggressive posture, the murderous intent he emanated, was only an act. He continued. But you cannot stop me from leaving if I want. Rigger's gaze turned slightly toward where the gravity sword Kachikut rested. I will take with me the gravity sword, Kachikut. Try to stop me, and I will keep fighting you to the death. Without wasting time, Rigger reached out his hand toward the gravity sword. Interiorly, he was already prepared to restart the fight and flee immediately if necessary. He was, obviously, bluffing. If Orsted really decided to stop him from taking Kachikut, Rigger would abandon the sword and retreat. Rigger was betting that Orsted's mana had fallen enough that the dragon god would not want to get involved in another prolonged fight. For a brief instant, Rigger sighed inwardly. Then his gravity magic manifested. The sword responded immediately. Kachikut slid through the air toward him. It moved away from the North god's control without any resistance and landed in Rigger's hands. Orsted did not move. He simply stared at Rigger. The look he cast was terrifying. As soon as the sword rested firmly in his hands, Orsted spoke. Beast God, you have your own ideology. Your own way of living for your goals. I respect that. The god's word descended slowly. The white glow that still remained on it gradually disappeared. Orsted continued. We are enemies now. But we may not be in 10 or 20 years. There was a brief pause. If at some point you are willing to an alliance, I will be waiting. His expression became darker. It is as you mentioned. For me, the death of Hitagami comes first. I cannot bring your friend Idar back to life. And I will not give up on my objective, just as I do not expect you to give up on yours. He looked directly into Rigger's eyes. Orsted was obviously referring to the threat made at the beginning of the fight. Behind the black helm, his expression was completely unreadable. Then he answered. Yes, that is how it should be. His voice sounded monotonous and a little melancholic. Without saying anything else, Rigger shot into the air. 5 minutes later. Still in the Red Dragon range, Rigger entered a well-structured cave. He had followed the tracks easily. In the center of a large dark hall, there was a magic teleportation circle. It was deactivated. Rigger recognized the problem the moment he saw it. The circle had been destroyed on the other side. He observed for a few more moments, in silence. Hitagami was also putting his own plans into motion. He wasn't idle, he was also strengthening himself. Orsted, despite being the one who should have benefited most from Queen Ariel's ascension to the throne, ended up being the most harmed by recent developments. The biggest winners were Rigger and the Men God. In this chess game that involves the entire six-faced world, every move shapes the future in irreversible ways. The current timeline had diverged drastically from the original. From that point on, the winner would be only the one who could stay ahead. The one who could kill his opponents and remain alive. The six-faced world was complicating itself in ways no previous loop of Orsted had ever witnessed. Chapter 331, The world's balance shifts. Crossing the skies of the Ringus Sea at high speed, a red dragon flew close to the low clouds. Its reptilian eyes were fixed on the surface of the sea, closely tracking a large fish swimming near the surface. The fearsome reptile seemed extremely tempted to suddenly dive and snatch it with a single bite. Its body was about 8 meters long, relatively small for a red dragon, but it was even more threatening than many of them because of the intellect it possessed. Then a dry blow echoed. No way, Helios. You can go when we get home. The dragon snorted, releasing a hot blast from its snout, clearly annoyed. Still, it did not disobey. Instead, it beat its wings harder, accelerating further through the sky. On its back were 3 figures. Aisha, sitting calmly, an old lady, lying unconscious, and Garrison, seated in a relaxed manner, idly carving a piece of wood with a knife. At that moment, the old lady stirred. Her fingers trembled slightly, and then her eyes opened. She blinked a few times, trying to orient herself, observing the sky, the wind cutting her face and, finally, the dragon beneath her. Aisha immediately turned and gave her a bright, friendly smile. Garrison only cast a quick glance, stopping the movement of the knife for a moment, before adjusting his spear at his side. The old woman brought her hand to her head, feeling a dull pain. Her expression was confused and dazed. After a few seconds contemplating her current situation, she spoke slowly. "You must be Aisha Greyrat, the brat's disciple, right? What happened after I fell? Where are we headed?" Aisha answered promptly, with excitement and vivacity. "That's right. I'm Aisha, Master. After you were immobilized by the Master, we went ahead with the plan. So, most of the Azuran nobility is dead, including Minister Darius." She said that with a terrifying ease for a girl her age. The Master apparently fought the dragon god and drew, so both retreated. The old woman's eyes widened slightly. "Oh." A subtle smile appeared on her face. The brat managed to draw with the dragon god. Impressive. She ignored the part about Darius's death, but seemed a little affected. Her gaze then turned to Garrison. "And who is this?" Aisha replied proudly. "This is Garrison. He is my bodyguard until we return to the kingdom of Gaia. Although he looks a bit stupid, he is unmatched with a spear." Rida analyzed Garrison for a few seconds, observing his posture, the way he held the weapon, and his seemingly carefree bearing. He did not look back. After a moment, she murmured, "Interesting choice of weapon." Then she turned her attention back to Aisha. "So, I was kidnapped." Aisha nodded without hesitation. "Exactly. The Master wanted you to teach me swordsmanship, since I specialize in the water god style. Also, he wanted to prevent you from drowning in Azura's filthy politics." Rida frowned. "You are quite eloquent, but you also have a filthy mouth, don't you, girl?" She sighed lightly. "Anyway, I think I'm too old to accept another disciple." Aisha felt a little awkward. "Ah, well. Anyway, don't worry about age. The Master can rejuvenate you with a god-level magic." Rida raised her eyebrows. So he wasn't bluffing. She was silent for a moment, looking at the horizon. "Well, I won't lie and say I wouldn't want to be young again if that's true. But I still need to see what the terms will be like." Suddenly, Garrison stood up. His eyes fixed on something very far away. High above, a huge monstrous bird emerged from the clouds, watching Helios fly. Garrison's gaze locked with the creature's. The bird let out a shrill caw, and immediately turned its body, flying in another direction. Rida watched the scene with curiosity. "This boy has very good senses. Does he practice the beast god style?" Aisha nodded. "Something like that. You could also say he has strange talents for some things, not much pattern." While speaking, Aisha picked up her communicator and started checking it absent-mindedly. Rida yawned slightly. "How long does this trip take? I'm too old to travel so far." Suddenly, Aisha jumped in place. "What?" Garrison and Rida looked at her at the same time, confused. Aisha stared at the magic word with wide eyes. "The 7 great world powers," she murmured. "How did they change so much in just a few days?" In the silver palace of the kingdom of Azura, a blue-haired girl wearing silver armor knelt before the throne. The throne room was one of the few areas that had not been so severely damaged by the battles. Still, the scene was far from intact. Only 1/10 of the enormous palace remained standing, either due to small structural damage scattered across walls and columns, or entire areas that had been completely destroyed. Seated on the throne was Ariel Anemoy Azura, the current queen of the kingdom of Azura. To her right was Derek Redbat, who had been appointed prime minister of the kingdom. To Ariel's left was a middle-aged man with blonde hair tipped in white, observing the scene silently. "Stand, Isolde Cruel." Without delay, Isolde rose and began to observe the 3 people before the throne. Ariel continued, looking at a report that Derek had handed her. "So, let me see if I'm up to date on everything. First, your grandmother, the water god Rida Rhea, turned against the crown, attempting to orchestrate the assassination of Darius's main opponents and defend a criminal. After that, she was stopped by the dragon god, who intervened, and then she was rescued and kidnapped by the main responsible for the massacre of the Silver Palace, the beast god." Ariel raised her eyes from the report. "I know this is a pithy summary, but is there anything wrong with what I said?" Isolde looked at her, impassive. "To my understanding, no." Ariel nodded. "And what are your intentions at this moment, Water King Isolde?" She paused briefly before continuing. "I know that both of us know that your grandmother was kidnapped by the beast god, but he probably intends to recruit her to his ranks. Whether it's for the crime of attempted regicide or for the crime of aligning with the banner of the kingdom of Gaia, these are things we cannot ignore publicly." Ariel held Isolde's gaze for a moment, as if evaluating his intentions, and then proceeded. Of course you should know that the kingdom of Azura is very busy and weakened at the moment to engage in an armed conflict against the kingdom of Gaia. In fact, we will probably not be fit even in 10 or 20 years. We are fighting tooth and nail to maintain the fragile stability that still presents itself before us. If it weren't for the support of external allies, it is doubtful whether we would be able to maintain order. She tapped her fingers on the golden throne calmly. Given these facts, I would not find it strange if you chose to desert to the kingdom of Gaia. But I would like to ask you not to do that. Instead, I want you to offer your blade to the crown and help me prevent the kingdom of Azura from falling into anarchy and disorder. I would like to know what your thoughts on this are. The throne room remained silent for a few seconds. Isolde then placed a hand over his chest and spoke. Then I will choose to offer my blade to you, Queen Ariel. Derek and Ariel showed surprise upon hearing this. The new minister was the first to speak. With all due respect for your dedication as a knight, but why did you choose to serve Queen Ariel? I heard that you have friendly relations with the Apocalypse Beast, as well as his subordinates, Gino Brits and Nina Brits. Why, now that your grandmother is also in the kingdom of Gaia, did you choose to remain in the kingdom of Azura, which only shows you decadent prospects? Ariel shot him a reproachful look. The knight at her side seemed amused, while Derek observed Isolde with an analytical look. Isolde answered naturally. It is precisely because of that decadent image that I chose to stay. Like it or not, I was born and raised in the kingdom of Azura. These are my people, what I swore to protect in my oath as a knight. I will not abandon them at the moment they need me most. She then looked at Ariel. Moreover, although I feel no remorse for the purge led by rigor, I disapprove of the way it was carried out, and I believe Queen Ariel has shown characteristics I admire in a ruler, namely care for her people and discernment in dealing with internal politics in times of chaos. Again, the four remained silent. Indeed, in recent days, Ariel had handled exceptionally well the dreadful situation in which the Azuran capital found itself. She had only 30% of the nobles left to lead. All she could do was deal with them as best as possible, asserting dominance and containing insurgencies before they began. It helped that she had Rudeus and Sandor to contain the violence, but it was still her own political and interpersonal abilities that managed to reassure the nobles in the face of the enormous threat looming over their heads. The terrible Apocalypse Beast. The knight, Sylvester Ifrit, who had remained quiet until then, spoke with an amused smile. So you will still maintain friendly relations with the crown's enemies? Isolde turned to him, analyzing him for a brief moment before replying. Her expression remained calm. Pardon my frankness, sir, but I believe it is known to everyone here the nature of the nobles who were murdered. As I said, I do not disapprove of the judgment of these people, only the way it was carried out, which caused innocent deaths, injuries and instability in the kingdom that will lead to even greater damage. Sylvester chuckled softly. Hee hee, well, I won't disagree with that. Ariel then asked, in a curious tone. You seem to have some understanding of the beast god's will. Could you clarify what exactly your point of view is? What will be his next step? Isolde thought for a moment before answering. Well. Rigor always showed contempt and rancor for the nobility in general, but he seemed particularly averse to the Azuran nobility, mainly because of their heinous acts related to slavery. She spoke as if recalling old conversations. I believe this is because he is of the beast race. He fought slave traffickers even during his childhood and always seemed to abhor the idea of slavery in general. Isolde paused briefly before continuing. He also seems to have rooted in his heart that strength rules supreme. For ordinary people, nobles and kings hold great power and influence, but for him this power only exists in imagination. Without real strength, they are not much different from ordinary people. She held Ariel's gaze. I believe he particularly rejects the idea of such insignificant people retaining so much power in their hands, especially those with no talent in other areas and with distorted minds. Derek interrupted, his face serious. That is basically the mentality of a demon. He simply doesn't care to follow basic rules to live in society. Isolde nodded. That is not wrong in my understanding of him. He is strongly governed by his own sense of right and wrong. My grandmother once told me it was great luck for humanity that he had not harbored too much rancor towards humanity for enslaving his race. She observed the three before her, expressionless. But actually, he can be considered a rather reasonable person, or he could simply have blown up the entire Silver Palace. None of you would have left alive then. Silence fell for a moment. I believe the fact that you are alive now indicates that he does not plan to enter into conflict with the kingdom, at least for now. Instead, I believe he simply massacred all those who displeased him. Derek closed his features. That is a lot of arrogance. Who does he think he is to decide what is right or wrong? The beast god may be different from the demon god Laplace, but he is still a genocidal maniac. Ariel answered calmly. Don't compare him to Laplace, Derek. Rigor Adoldia is much more reasonable than the demon god. After all, isn't he himself the protector of a kingdom that gathers numerous races? She paused briefly. As Isolde said, he simply believes that his strength allows him to act as he wishes, and, from a certain point of view, isn't that true? Ariel interlaced her fingers before her. Despite our forces, we do not dare to enter into conflict with the kingdom of Gaia. That would only hasten our end. The beast god has many powerful subordinates, even without counting his own strength, and his unrestrained mind makes him an extremely dangerous opponent. Derek remained silent, seeming to understand. Part of the Red Bat family was killed on that occasion, so he had some personal grudges, but he was calm enough not to let emotions cloud his thoughts. Ariel then turned her gaze to Isolde. Thank you for your trust and loyalty, Isolde Cruel. Even if you are thinking of betraying the crown eventually, I hope you will convey to the beast god and the water god that we have no intention of entering into conflict. She paused before concluding. For now, I will appoint you one of the 7 Knights of Azura. Your oath ceremony will be held at a more opportune moment. I hope to count on you from now on. Isolde nodded. I appreciate the opportunity. She knelt again. As she was about to withdraw, Ariel spoke with a teasing smile. Oh, I recommend you stop by the Warrior District Training Ground. 2 of your colleagues will be competing for a position among the 7 great powers. Isolde turned in shock, clearly questioning what she had just heard. Ha ha ha. Sylvester laughed heartily, while Derek let out a tired sigh. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, a fight between a swordsman with confidence issues and a mage using a magical armor was about to begin. A battle that would change even more the already unstable ranking of the strongest in the world. Current ranking of the 7 great world powers. 1 degree fighter god, armored form, Battagati. 2 degrees technique god, Laplace, dragon side. 3 degrees dragon god, Orsted. 4 degrees demon god, Laplace, demon side. 5 degrees nether king, Vita. 6 degrees beast god, Rigor Adoldia. 7 degrees magic king, Rudeus Greyrat. Chapter 332, Gathering Momentum. Sighing with relief after finally defeating his opponent, Rudeus removed his armor, activating the internal mechanism with his mana. He completely ignored the devastated terrain around him, craters, blast marks, fragments of melted rock and vitrified soil, and turned his attention to the middle-aged man who was approaching him casually. The men wore simple yet elegant noble clothes. His hair was unusually long and black. It was Sandor von Grandeur, the 2nd North God. Well then, Lord Rudeus, he said, in a serious tone. How was it fighting the rookie? Rudeus looked at him, utterly incredulous. You still want to tell me that that guy was a rookie? He asked, exasperated and indignant. Before the fight, Sandor had introduced the boy as a rookie who had recently joined the Dragon God's banner. Although Sandor himself did not consider himself subordinate to Orsted, he at least saw him as an ally, especially because of his relationship with Queen Ariel. After all, even he had to admit that, without Orsted, Ariel probably would not have reached the throne. Still, Rudeus knew practically nothing about this new member. All Sandor had told him was that his name was Alec, and that, to fight him, he should use the same strategy he had used to beat him. Rudeus had thought it was nothing more than a simple test for a rookie. He was completely wrong. Alec was strong. Too strong. Perhaps even more difficult to face than Sandor himself, precisely because of his recklessness in combat. Rudeus almost lost several times. If the fight had started at close range, he was sure he would have been defeated, exactly as had happened when he faced Sandor for the first time. Luckily, the fight began with a reasonable distance between the two, and Rudeus had his magic armor equipped from the start. Even though it was a much more complicated battle than usual, he managed to win using his standard strategy, an unrelenting barrage of lightning, explosions, and stone Gatling guns, keeping the enemy under constant pressure until he had no way to advance. After repeatedly training with the 2nd North God and with Orsted, and after fighting Ghislaine and Adoldia, Rudeus was no longer a rookie in this kind of battle. Sandor finally dropped his serious facade and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Well, that was funny to me. He turned his gaze to the young man struggling to stand in the distance. Just as Sandor himself had in his fight against Rudeus, Alec accepted defeat the moment he realized he couldn't break through that wall of magic. Sandor said cheerfully. Actually, that's my son. Rudeus froze for a moment. Your son. He was very impulsive and arrogant the last time I saw him, Sandor continued, thoughtful. Honestly, I don't know what changed in the time we didn't see each other. I'm really curious to know how the Dragon God managed to force him to submit. A chill ran down Rudeus's spine. I see, wait a minute. His eyes widened. Your son. Alexander Ryback. Isn't he the 3rd North God? Euphoria mixed with apprehension as he stared again at the defeated opponent. Sandor smiled. That's right. I didn't tell you because I thought the psychological pressure would bother you. He crossed his arms, satisfied. Now you must be the 7th world power. Congratulations, Rudeus. Ha ha ha. While Sandor laughed openly, Rudeus was on the verge of a mental breakdown. At that moment, Alec approached again. His body still bled in a few places, but he didn't seem bothered. Don't worry too much about that, Lord Rudeus, he said, dismissive. I don't consider myself worthy of that position anyway, it's better that someone else holds it. Rudeus and Sandor were surprised once more. Sandor was inwardly wondering where they had taken his arrogant and impulsive son for him to change like that. Paying them no heed, Alec pointed to the edge of the battlefield. There stood a large man wearing a huge suit of silver armor. He held the haft of a gigantic axe, which was resting on the ground. And who is that? Alec asked, curious. Sandor answered. That is the other rookie. Don't worry, Rudeus, he's not some other hidden god. Rudeus was about to complain when he heard the end of the sentence and breathed a sigh of relief. But I named him North Emperor the day before yesterday, Sandor added casually. Rudeus's relief died instantly. Alec looked at the men at a distance, excited. So he's the Doga you mentioned. He seems pretty strong. I want to fight him too. Completely ignoring Rudeus's spirit leaving his body, Sandor gave his son a few pats on the shoulder, laughing loudly. That's the spirit. Ha ha ha. Rudeus looked up at the sky. Despite acting that way, his gaze was more determined than ever. He needed to become stronger, and faster. These training battles, along with the continuous improvements to the magic armor, would be the quickest means for that. The threat was at the door, and if he wanted to protect his family, he had to be ready. The enemy did not stand still for a single second. He clenched his fist and returned inside his armor. In the training that followed, the North Emperor Doga lost to both Rudeus and Alec, but demonstrated great resilience and colossal strength, a remarkable talent for the Dragon Gods faction. In 5 days, Rudeus and his family would return to Renoa. With the teleportation circles, travel would be simple. Still, the future remained uncertain. Even with powerful allies, they had suffered a great defeat at the hands of the Beast God, and Timothy's death had served as a warning to Rudeus, he was not immortal. A powerful destiny was not a card to be played recklessly. And that was without even considering Hidegami's schemes, which seemed to be preparing the ground to launch a war on a worldwide scale. Rudeus sighed, thinking of his children, who grew up whenever he looked away for an instant. An optimistic smile appeared on his face. It was time to get stronger. In the great forest, in an open clearing, an elf with golden hair was solemnly reciting a spell. The earth exists before names and after the end. It is she who sustains all and remains without will. Whoever calls her does not command her, only submits to what already is. By touching the soil, I accept its limits and its permanence. By the pact of the immutable ground, I invoke Gaia. At the final instant of the invocation, the ground in front of Verdia vibrated slightly. The earth rose, slowly shaping itself until it assumed a humanoid form. A woman appeared before her. She had brown, curly, voluminous hair, dark skin and strange markings spread across her face and body, resembling runic tattoos. Over her body she wore a faded cloak. She opened her yellow eyes and spoke. So, my name will be Gaia. Sounds like a good name, thank you for granting it to me, Miss Verdia. Verdia, unlike her summoned spirit, was jumping for joy. I did it. I did it. Hello, Gaia. Nina, sitting right beside her, smiled and clapped lightly. Congratulations, Verdia. You will definitely surpass the armored dragon in the future. Verdia blushed at the compliment and looked away, turning to her children. They were not as thrilled as she or Nina. In fact, Iris watched Gaia with admiration in her eyes, but soon got distracted by her siblings. Aurora was sitting on top of Ornthorn's head, pulling his green hair from one side to the other as if controlling a mech robot. Both had green hair, which made Aurora find him a particularly interesting figure to torment. AI. Let go, brat, complained Ornthorn. Do you want to rip out my scalp? He tried to grab her, raising his arms to remove her from his head, but before he could, a giggle echoed. Plop. Aurora disappeared, teleporting instantly. Bleed. She reappeared above Perso. The little beast boy rode Leo, the sacred beast, holding a twig as if he were a knight wielding a lance. Leo ran in circles, too fast for an ordinary child. Perso, however, had been born with the Laplace factor. His body was much tougher than a normal child's. Who could barely hold on was Malik, Taze's second son. He was almost thrown off several times, but Leo was skillful, always slowing at the last moment before Malik fell. When Aurora appeared above them, Perso tried to grab her, and the two immediately began a new fight for dominance, something that had already become routine in their lives. Watching that little chaos in the form of children, Verdia sighed. She turned to her newest, and first, summoned spirit. I don't need anything right now, Gaia, she said, with barely contained enthusiasm. But I'll want to run some tests later. Gaia nodded calmly and began to walk around the clearing, observing everything with curiosity. At one point she crouched and began to manipulate the earth, slowly shaping it into something that looked like a small statue. Verdia went to sit beside Nina. In front of them, Nell and Iris played with clay, building an improvised castle, as two children their age would do. Nell had blue hair like his mother's and was clearly stubborn. Iris, with her red hair and fluffy ears, created a striking contrast. Verdia sighed. And to think Rigger wants to have more children. She murmured. I guess I'll have to negotiate with him when he returns. One more is already enough for me. Nina laughed. Well, I wouldn't mind having about 2 more if Gino wants. She paused, thoughtful. But that would delay my skill a lot. Verdia laughed, teasing. Oh, if you don't want that, Gino may want to find another wife, like that Lozarina mermaid. Better be careful. Nina snorted. Ha. Only in his dreams. If he tries to bring someone, she'll have to survive my sword before thinking about anything else. Verdia laughed loudly, watching Nell and Iris throw mud in each other's faces. She enjoyed those moments. Overall, she had never really been a fan of children. Rigger was an exception, precisely because he was very intelligent even as a baby. She had the impression she would like her children more when they grew up. But it was true that, now, they were much cuter. So she needed to enjoy it. Nina sighed. The 7 powers have changed a lot in recent days. I feel like my dream of becoming the sword god is getting farther away. Verdia agreed without hesitation. Honestly, I don't trust your chances at all. Nina put her hand to her chest as if struck by an invisible blade. Did it have to be so blunt? Verdia laughed. Hee hee. I mean, in a normal time, you'd be among the strongest, maybe you would even have a chance. But now there are geniuses and ancient monsters walking around. It's hard to squeeze in between them. She looked at Gaia molding the earth. I think I can trust the spiritual eye to be unique. I hope to keep a position among the 12 kings, and maybe explore some amazing labyrinths with Rigger, at least that. I'm not aiming for anything too big. Nina watched the children playing and fighting. I think I can keep my position, but it's hard to surpass maniacs like Eris, or geniuses like Gino and Aisha. She hesitated. Sometimes I feel like I don't have as much motivation as they do, even having dedicated my life to the sword. Does that make sense? Verdia smiled softly. I think so, it's a normal thought. Hey. Aurora. Get down from there. Aurora had teleported to the top of a tree, sitting on a high branch, looking curiously toward the horizon. She tilted her head. And babbled her first words. Dada. Verdia, Nina, and Ornthorn heard clearly. Verdia got excited at her daughter's first words, and felt a little betrayed for being called Dada, but Ornthorn, instead, looked in the direction Aurora was watching. It can't be, can it? At that instant, a roar echoed through the forest. A familiar roar. The roar of the red dragon that served as the beast god's mount, Escalar. Verdia was stunned for a moment, and then assumed a contemplative expression similar to Ornthorn's. He murmured. What a monstrous brat. Verdia smiled widely. Hey, kids. Daddy's here. Let's welcome him. The children cheered immediately. Leo approached and picked them up on his back, one by one. The beast god and his retinue had returned to the kingdom of Gaia victorious. But that had been only the first of the battles awaiting them. Unexpectedly, the kingdom would live, in the following years, a period of relative calm. Like the rest of the world, each player arranged their pieces, strengthened themselves, and prepared trap upon trap for their enemies. Everything was moving toward the end of a war that had begun more than 10,000 years ago. Without them noticing. 5 years passed. Chapter 333, Child's Play, Hardcore Mode. In a small village called Vila Mouse, in the green fields of the Kingdom of Gaia, there was a large barn made entirely of wood. Inside it, on the second floor of the old barn, an old man with an austere appearance and completely white hair gathered his few belongings. He was preparing to change hiding places once again. The old man seemed deeply familiar with that process, like someone who had repeated it countless times over the years. According to the last informant he had contacted, the commander of the Iron Legion, Tazdoldia, seemed to have finally found traces of the leader of the True Order. But the old man knew that was impossible. For he was the real Lothair McFarlane, the leader of the True Order. Not even the newly contacted informant knew who he really was, treating him only as another ordinary member of the Order. After spending nearly 10 years in hiding, Lothair had acquired an unshakable confidence that he was the chosen one. The one who carried the responsibility for the survival of the religion of Meles. He would never be caught. There were false leaders spread across the kingdom to distract the attention of the Iron Legion. His disguise was perfect. Therefore, while he packed his belongings, his posture remained calm and composed, without any trace of urgency or fear. It was then that he heard voices entering the barn. Lothair did not find that strange. When he had arrived at that place, he had seen some children playing nearby. He supposed the barn was just a meeting point for them to play. He. I told you, that brat only knows how to hit everything he sees, how could he get there first? Lothair continued putting his scrolls away while listening to the conversation. Soon after, a boy spoke in a hesitant tone. I don't know, Uncle told us to wait for an adult, are you sure we can come alone? Humph. Who's in charge here? When I want your opinion, you can be sure I'll already be at the bottom of the well. Lothair chuckled lightly upon noticing the impetuous nature of the little girl who seemed to lead the group. A little later, he finished stowing his things. It was at that moment that he heard another voice, this one more timid. But, shouldn't we at least wait for Big Brother? The leading girl let out a confident laugh. Ho ho. Don't worry, little Iris. You're looking at a mage who can blow up this whole country if she wants. Lothair froze in place. His entire body stiffened when he heard the boy's voice again. Didn't your father seal your mana? You probably can't even do that right now. It's enough to deal with a random fanatic, the girl replied, without losing momentum. Lothair's heart leapt. For the first time since he had arrived at that hideout, he felt a genuine chill run down his spine. Slowly, with extreme care, Lothair approached the edge of the second floor and looked down. The children were walking confidently through the barn. The three seemed no older than 5 or 6, but none of them were ordinary. On the right walked a human boy. His hair was blue, something unusual in itself, and he wore swordsman clothes fitted to his size. A real sword was fastened to his waist. On the left, a little behind, came a shy girl. She was of the beast-like race but had red hair and red eyes. She wore a mage's cloak and held a tiny staff to her chest, looking around with visible worry, keeping her head down. But the one walking in front was the greatest anomaly. A small elven girl. She wore a long-sleeved white dress, a skirt over it and high boots. She seemed confident and carefree. However, what made Lothair flinch were her golden eyes. And her long green hair. He would recognize that girl from miles away. Even though he had met her only once, when she must have been 3 or 4 years old. He had been in the middle of a crowd, and yet, the little girl had looked directly at him. And then, she gave him a mischievous smile, watching him with those fearsome golden eyes. For some reason, that had been deeply imprinted in his mind. She was Aurora Adoldia. One of the daughters of the Apocalypse Beast. The instant Lothair fixed his gaze on the elven girl, he saw her golden eyes shine. And, at the same moment, she turned. Even while he was hidden on the second floor, her gaze met his without even looking for him. Ha! So you're there, old man. Before his mind could even process what was happening, Lothair moved his aged body at high speed. Despite his frail appearance, he was a trained paladin. Not a renowned warrior, but he still possessed solid training up to advanced level in North God style and Water God style. When his instincts took over, his body did not betray him. The only thought in his mind was to escape. To an outside observer, that scene might have seemed ridiculous. A great high priest, a knight of Meles, formerly belonging to a powerful kingdom, fleeing desperately at the sight of some children. It would be humiliating. Anyone would conclude that he simply did not want to provoke the beast god by messing with his children. That, of course, until they saw the result of that battle. Almighty pull. The child's voice rang out clearly, coming from the direction of the elven girl. Lothair completely lost his composure. The second floor of the large barn was shattered the instant a crushing gravitational force began to act on him. The wooden floor split as if it were paper, beams snapped, and the whole world seemed to be pulled in his direction. He grabbed onto a nearby pillar in the last second before the force became absolutely irresistible. Around him, everything came apart. Planks broke, the roof gave way and was ripped off the barn. Wooden splinters cut his body as he clung to the only thing that seemed capable of withstanding that power. At the origin of the force, a purple energy glowed intensely. Focused on him. Lothair's arms strained to the utmost as he put all his strength into resisting the violent pull. Hi-ya. His muscles trembled, and he screamed stubbornly, fighting against something that clearly overpowered him. Finally, the force ceased. For a brief moment, he felt his body levitate in the air. But before he could even sigh in relief, he heard a chuckle. Hi. Pretty strong, huh, old man? Above him, casually sitting on top of the pillar, was the elven girl. Without wasting time, Lothair pulled out a scroll and channeled his mana instantly. A burst of fire erupted from the scroll, fired point-blank at the girl, as he leaped to the pillar and ran faster than he had in years. One look back was enough to see that an invisible barrier surrounded the little elf. She emerged completely unscathed. Don't run, you old man. The reward for your head will be mine. The girl moved her hand. In response, a storm of ice fell violently upon him. Lothair barely had time to turn and activate another scroll, a magic barrier scroll, blocking the snowfall at the last moment. Then, a small blue figure appeared behind him. The blue-haired boy wielded a short sword. The attack came too fast. Lothair barely managed to dodge. He avoided decapitation by a hair, but a deep cut opened on his clavicle, blood gushing as he staggered backward. In his mind, he immediately identified the boy. Nell Britz. The martial god's firstborn. Careful, Nell. The other voice sounded, but it did not need to be spoken. The instant his attack failed, the boy had already withdrawn. A sonic wave hit the old priest violently. His body was thrown through the air like a rag doll. Bones broke, bones he didn't even know he still had, and cuts covered his body, tearing his clothes and flesh. He rolled across the floor until he finally stopped. Dazed, he could barely support himself on one arm. As he struggled to breathe, a desperate thought took his mind. This can't be. I am the chosen one. Am I going to fall here, to a bunch of children? The children's voices continued, arguing among themselves, as if they were not the least bit interested in the pitiable fall of the leader of the True Order. Hey, Iris, that was a good one. I told you could do it. That was even better than planned. Very well done, Iris. Nell added kindly. The shy girl did not reply out loud. Her face reddened at the praise. Thank you. Lothair was more than stunned by the situation. His mind went blank for a moment. But still, he had survived for years. Always being smarter, and always keeping his objective in mind. Surprisingly, that was not the first time he had been caught. Over the years, Lothair had bribed, deceived and killed all those who got too close to the truth, all of them, before these children. Faced with that extremely strange situation, he regained his composure. He took a deep breath and spoke. Children, you are truly talented, I understand now why Lord Rigger gave me this mission. The three looked at him suspiciously. Lothair then assumed the posture of a kindly old man with unnerving naturalness. His shoulders relaxed, his expression softened, and he calmly pulled out a healing scroll. In an instant, the mana spread through his body, closing wounds, staunching blood, restoring muscles and broken bones. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought, little Iris has grown so much, he said with a warm smile. I even held you when you were very small. He looked at the sky for a moment, with a nostalgic expression. Then he turned his gaze to Nell. And you? Truly worthy of being Nina's son. I trained with her a few times. Shut up, you old man. Aurora cut in immediately. I don't even know you. Aurora was somewhat reluctant. Her demon eyes analyzed the old man with attention, mixing curiosity and distrust. It was obvious to Lothair that she was not certain in her own accusation. Lothair walked calmly toward them as he spoke, showing no sign of tension. Well, I really don't know you, Miss Aurora, but that's because you were quite difficult to take care of when you were a baby. He smiled slightly. But that was really just a test of your out-of-combat abilities. It seems little Aurora performed better this time. Aurora's expression closed as she lowered her guard. Nell, on the other hand, seemed to relax a little upon hearing that. That was something only a few people knew. Aurora had indeed been a problematic child due to her peculiarities. Only powerful mages and warriors could control her unpredictability when she was younger. Moreover, the old man was extremely convincing. And it would not be the first time their father tested them that way. All of that combined made the three children relax a little more. After all, Lothair was a first-rate actor. He spoke with confidence, with absolute certainty, and convincing a child, even a cautious one, was not difficult. Nell was the first to speak again. Just to confirm, right, old man. Lothair, right. He seemed more at ease now. He sheathed the blade. I need to see your beast god mark. Just to confirm, really. Even convinced, he still had to follow procedure. His mother was strict about discipline. Lothair showed no change. He smiled kindly. Ahaha. You're like Nina, very well. He pulled up his sleeve slowly. On his arm, the beast god symbol was engraved. Of course, he was prepared for that. All the high ranks of the kingdom of Gaia bore similar marks, personally engraved by the beast god's third wife, Verdia. His was fake, and could be recognized by someone experienced, but it served perfectly for simple deceptions. The children nodded. Aurora spoke, puffing out her cheeks in irritation. I told you. Our dad refuses to let us really fight a strong opponent. How can he be so hypocritical? Nell remained silent. Iris spoke softly. I think he just wants to protect us. Lothair remained serene. He had escaped once again. Now, he just needed an opportunity to separate from those monster brats. But, at that moment, he felt the danger of death again. A roar echoed throughout the place. A child appeared in a blur and attacked with claws, aiming directly at his throat. The attack hit. But, at the last moment, a ring on his finger shone yellow, forming a barrier around his body. A dry snapping sound spread. The new member attacked again. He had silver hair and red eyes. Despite the sword at his waist, he fought using only his claws. Lothair could not react to the first strike. Nor to the second. And so, he was brutally beaten, barely surviving, completely dominated by the kid. Wait there. Aurora shouted, trying to stop the newcomer. The boy only halted the attack when he saw the pathetic Lothair struggling, completely helpless. Inside, Lothair was terrified. He had never imagined being so dominated by a child. But outwardly, he kept his calm. He had already recognized the newcomer. He. You can't even defeat a pathetic old man, the boy taunted. I won this, Aurora. Surrender. He kicked Lothair hard. The old man clutched his stomach, groaning in agony. He couldn't even keep up with the kid's attacks with his eyes. Nell spoke firmly. That's enough, Perso. He's just a guy hired by your father. He's not a real enemy. Perso looked at Nell with disdain. Ah. And what does that mean? Aurora shouted, furious. You stupid idiot. It means we shouldn't kill him. Perso flinched at being called stupid. That word bothered him deeply, always had. He snarled. Ah, is that so? Then he smiled. If he's subordinate to our dad, someone will come to save him, right? He turned back to Lothair. And attacked with even more violence. Leaving Aurora, Lothair, and everyone else completely stunned. Chapter 334, Calculation Error. Perseus Adoldia had always been a fierce boy. Or, in his sister's words, he had always been stupid. Born with the Laplace factor, Perseus possessed tremendous strength from a very young age. Even in childhood, he displayed the same kind of aggressive, bestial behavior his mother, Ghislaine, had when she was a child. But there was a small difference between them. In Ghislaine's time, the lack of understanding about the feral nature of the beast race led her tribe to ostracize her. She was treated like a beast who didn't know how to live in society and was too dangerous to be around. With Perseus, it was different. As soon as Rigor noticed his son's nature, he educated him in other ways. Having gone through a similar situation, and with Ghislaine sharing the same experience, both were able to deal with Perseus and control, to some extent, his impulse. He was disciplined more harshly and directly, learning limits by force when necessary. He was taught, by force, to read and write, something he never showed real interest in, but which he ended up learning. Moreover, Perseus managed to learn the howling magic of the Doldia tribe, a form of magic that perfectly suited his nature. Other types of magic, however, were simply unthinkable for him at that time. Still, even if his nature could be controlled and guided to some extent, it could not be changed. Perseus remained a rebellious and aggressive boy, often behaving like a small beast. Among all his siblings, each had their own peculiarities, talents, and flaws. But none had been born as aggressive as he had. This, obviously, generated conflicts. Especially among those who belonged to the same generation as Perseus. And, among them all, his main rival and opponent was Aurora. The little elf, despite not acting like a beast, was as troublesome as he was, or perhaps even more so. Mischievous and proud, Aurora would not tolerate the impetuous actions of her older brother. This had been the case since they were infants. Aurora could teleport and use magic from a very early age. Perseus, on the other hand, had more brute strength and was clearly more talented in physical combat. That difference fueled the rivalry between them. Over time, that rivalry ended up creating a kind of faction among the children. Diana, who cared little for anything, ended up siding with her twin brother, Perseus. Taeza's second son, Moloch, began to follow Perseus after recognizing his strength. Beside Aurora, Iris, who admired her magic deeply, frequently took her sister's side. And Geno's eldest son, Nell, liked Iris, and so he ended up being pulled to the same side. Since childhood, Aurora called Perseus stupid whenever he didn't understand something. Nell would occasionally do the same. At first, Perseus didn't even understand the meaning of the word. But he felt the tone of contempt in it. Over time, he came to hate that word deeply. Rigor didn't pay much attention to these conflicts at first. He observed them constantly, but he did not intend to interrupt every children's quarrel. Doing so would be excessively controlling and limiting. Conflicts were part of growing up. That changed when Perseus began to learn fencing and Aurora began to learn magic. The fights between them started to get more serious and more dangerous. Aurora possessed an unprecedented amount of mana. Some months earlier, she had accumulated so much mana that she probably would have destroyed a large part of the Great Forest if Rigor hadn't been present to intervene. It turns out raising superhuman children was a Herculean task. In any case, Perseus, despite being forced to learn many things and no longer being just a little beast, remained notoriously known for his simple mind. It was difficult to reason with him using logic. That only irritated him. Whenever possible, he resorted to violence. More than that, he had learned to find excuses to use violence. It was a tactic to avoid his father's and his Red Mother's beatings. He only needed to present any basic justification, and most punishments would be avoided. This time, the children had been given the mission to hunt down the false leader of a fanatic organization. Perseus was good at that. So when they were told it was already over, he simply invented any excuse and kept attacking. Extraordinarily, his simple mind was exactly what Lothair did not know how to deal with. If it was possible to reason, then it was possible to deceive. But faced with that little uncontrolled beast, Lothair could only run and survive the best he could. Nell, who had already been convinced by Lothair, brought his hand to his forehead in frustration. This guy. Without hesitating any longer, he drew his sword and rushed forward to help the priest. But his advance was interrupted. A girl appeared in his path and silently blocked his way. The moment he saw her, Nell flinched. Physically, she looked a lot like Perseus, dark-skinned, red eyes, and silver hair. But unlike him, that girl was excessively calm. Her expression was completely disinterested and bored, she didn't even seem to be looking directly at Nell. She wore swordsman clothes, simple and practical. One of her hands rested on the hilt of a small blade. Waiting patiently. Aurora shouted, irritated. "Hey, Diana. That guy's one of Dad's subordinates. Are you going to let that stupid guy kill him?" Iris, frightened by how things were unfolding, stayed behind Aurora, holding her staff tightly. Diana looked at Aurora. Her expression was inscrutable. Then she spoke in a tired tone. "Well, he's not wrong." "Huh? What do you mean?" Diana made a face at the shouting and murmured. "Noisy." She sighed before continuing. "I meant that Perseus isn't really wrong. If he's truly one of Dad's subordinates, he won't die in such a foolish way. Besides, it's fair to presume that Dad is watching everything that happens anyway." Despite showing interest in practically nothing besides food, Diana was, unquestionably, the most intelligent among Rigor's children. Nell quickly retorted. "But we left without permission. What if this is all outside his plans? Either way, it's better to capture him instead of killing him." Diana sighed deeply and her face paled slightly. She had reached her limit of social interaction, and her mind was starting to short-circuit. It was at that instant that Nell thought. Chance. He advanced, trying to break through Diana's blockade. Then he saw her draw her sword. In the next instant, he saw the entire barn spin 360 degrees. And he fell on his back to the ground, with Diana's foot pressing firmly on his neck. Not again. He gritted his teeth, frustrated, and dropped his sword. Only then did Diana loosen her grip. Aurora watched the scene tensely. Not that she couldn't defeat her sister. But, the first time she had struck Diana with magic and defeated her, on that very night, Diana had almost suffocated her to death while she slept. Aurora had only been saved because her elven mother had intervened in time. That had traumatized her deeply. Since then, she never dared to attack her older sister at full force. Moreover, Diana was advanced in the water god style. Beating her physically was impossible, just like Perseus. With that in mind, Aurora made her decision. She snorted. "Humph. Then I hope you're right. Now release Nell, you're going to make Iris cry." As mentioned, Iris was confused watching the siblings fight. Her eyes were watery, about to cry. Diana looked at her. Her grip softened. And then she released Nell. The boy got up awkwardly, straightening his clothes to save the little dignity he had left. After that, everyone returned their attention to Perseus and Lothair. Seeing the children start to fight among themselves, instead of rushing to help him, Lothair realized he was lost. At that moment, he completely abandoned his gentle priest posture. What emerged in his place was the expression of a warrior. He was no longer trying to escape or buy time. He was fighting to kill. After all, Rigor's firstborns, Diana and Perseus, were only 7 years old. How powerful could they really be? Lothair advanced first. He swung his blade in a quick arc, a faint technique of the North God style. Perseus, who fought using only his own claws, reacted instinctively, throwing his head back at the last second. The blade grazed dangerously past his nose and his silver hair. Taking advantage of the movement, Perseus shifted his center of gravity and delivered a violent kick to the old man's ribs, hurling him away toward one of the pillars. Perseus laughed. He. Hey, you're actually pretty good at this, old man, he taunted. What else do you have to show? Lothair wiped the blood running from his mouth with the back of his hand, while analyzing the boy's scornful attitude in front of him. His eyes calculated, searching for a way to use that disdainful attitude to his advantage. In an instant, he drew a scroll and opened it, shouting. Water cannon. Perseus prepared to charge through the spell head-on. However, instead of water, what struck him was a huge flaming wave. He sneered. Ha ha ha. Cunning old man. Perseus was nearly caught. But then he activated the famous technique of the beast god style, Wild Dash. Although he wasn't yet a beast saint, he could use it roughly. His body vanished from its original position. In the next instant, he reappeared on Lothair's left flank, kicking his knee. The old man managed to protect himself by retreating instantly, but it was a feint. He didn't have time to dodge when Perseus's claws tore through his stomach. Blood gushed out. Without giving him time to breathe, Perseus continued. The priest expected further claw attacks and tried to defend himself, but the boy leaped and delivered a knee strike directly to his chin. It was as if Perseus knew exactly what his next moves would be. That was Lothair's last thought before his consciousness dimmed, as he was thrown away once more. Aurora commented, looking at Diana. Oh, you're not going to do anything, sister. He's going to kill him like that. Diana replied without any interest. That mark on his arm is fake. He's an imposter. The other three looked at the priest's exposed arm, shocked. None of them knew how to recognize a fake beast god mark. How could Diana? Had she known that from the start? Those questions passed through their minds as Lothair struggled to rise, half conscious, half unconscious. His guts were falling out, his entrails exposed, while he tried to hold them in with one hand. He coughed up blood as he saw Perseus approaching slowly, smiling. How did you know it was me? He murmured. Lothair knew when to give up, his trumps were gone, he was going to fall here. Still, he wanted to understand. With all his disguises, how had some children managed to find him? Perseus stopped for a moment. Ah. What do you mean? Lothair forced his voice. How did you, children, manage to find me? The one true leader of the True Order, did someone reveal my position? How was I found, after all? It was the only question on his mind. He had been careful, had taken countless precautions. Even preparing several contingency plans, he had still been found. The True Order would continue to exist, but without him to lead it, the hidden religion would suffer a severe blow. To maintain secrecy, he alone knew many of the operations. Aurora began to laugh a lot. Ha 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 ha. Nell and Iris displayed strange expressions, while Diana remained completely impassive. Perseus, for his part, did not seem to understand the question, nor its implications. Nell then spoke oddly, looking at Lothair. Let me see if I understood, you are the true leader of the True Order. He paused briefly. We thought you were just one of the puppets of the real leader. In fact, that's why they sent us on this mission. The Iron Legion hadn't actually located you. Nell cast him a look with a trace of pity, while Aurora lay on the floor laughing. Lothair's mind went blank. A coincidence. It can't be. I was caught by children, by accident. He looked at the girl who was laughing, then at Perseus, who clearly didn't understand any of that. Perseus said, impatient. Look, I don't care who you are, old man. Go preach your fanatic teachings to hell. He swiped his claws across Lothair's throat. The last thing Lothair saw were the children. Aurora was laughing. Diana was indifferent, staring at the sky. Nell and Iris were surprised. And Perseus was the one who killed him, as if slaughtering cattle. His last thought was simple. Is this fate? Chapter 335, Private Lesson with Water God. At the combat temple, in a small dojo built near the main arenas, two young women were dueling inside a wide wooden hall. The first had short black hair that reached her shoulders. Her deep blue eyes carried a naturally mysterious air. She was extremely beautiful, with a very voluptuous body, and wore tight swordswoman attire that made no effort whatsoever to hide her ample bust. She waited for her opponent to make the first move, holding her golden sword in a classic defensive stance of the water god style. The other woman dressed in a similar fashion. She had blue hair and eyes and, although she was not as eye-catching as the first, she was an unquestionable beauty. Her stance as a swordswoman was the complete opposite of her opponent's, a high offensive posture, characteristic of the sword god style. Although the beast god style had stood out and gained great visibility in recent years, these styles still possessed unique strengths. Proof of that was the fact that the two greatest swordsmen in the world, the beast god and the martial god, practiced all of these styles at the same time. Obviously, that was not something just anyone could do. And those two women were not of that kind. Both had chosen to focus solely on refining their own strengths. The The dojo door creaked lightly as someone entered. Even before the sound spread through the hall, the blue-haired swordswoman attacked with the longsword of light, crossing the dojo fast enough to make the entire structure tremble, despite the special wood used in its construction. But before her strike could land, she felt as though she had stepped into hostile territory, a space where her enemy had absolute control. The sound of metal scraping rang out, as fast as the sound of flesh being cut. The attacking swordswoman's hand flew off along with the longsword, while her opponent's golden blade stopped mere millimeters from slicing her head off. Silence stretched for a brief moment as the swordswoman stared, stunned, at her own severed hand. Then, the pain finally reached her. Rida, you psychopath. You cut my hand off. Have you lost your mind? She tried to stop the bleeding in a hurry as she ran across the hall, blood flowing and splattering all over the wooden floor. The black-haired woman clicked her tongue. Oh, don't complain so much over a little chopped-off hand, she shot back. Weren't you the one who, a few minutes ago, was saying, I don't feel any progress, attack with more killing intent? She shrugged. Your words, not mine. Nina was still euphoric and furious when another door, deeper inside the dojo, opened. It was a feral-looking teenage girl, with black hair and red eyes. The beast god's younger sister, Ruby. She was accompanied by 3 very small children. Nina ran over to her, holding her mutilated arm. Ruby, Ruby. My hand. Heal my hand. Ruby was visibly surprised when she was handed a bloody limb, but she reacted quickly. She reattached the member and activated advanced healing magic, restoring it in just a few moments. Ai. As the hand was reconnected, Nina made no effort to hide her pain or agony. Rida went to sit in a corner and commented disdainfully. And this is a sword emperor. Can't even handle a little pain. How shameful. Nina shot her a resentful look, while Ruby asked worriedly. What happened, Nina? Testing her newly healed hand, Nina sighed, discouraged. I still couldn't break through this old hag's defense. So I asked her to attack more seriously today, but even then, I couldn't. She looked dejected as she sat down beside the woman. The reply came laden with irritation. You're not motivated enough. Rida snapped. The Red Lion made that her life's goal until she achieved it. Even if it took time, in the end she succeeded. She turned to Nina. Where's your determination to do the same? And she added indignantly. Besides, who are you calling old? Can't you see I'm young and vigorous like a bull? You're the one who'll have white hair before her time with all that stress. Nina exploded. Looks are a different matter. You act like an old woman. Damn old hag. The fact that Eris, the current sword god, who was supposed to be her rival, had already surpassed Rida's deprivation field more than a year ago was a wound to her ego. What irritated her the most was being unable to do the same, no matter how much she tried or how hard she trained, and that venomous woman did not make things any easier. The two kept arguing until they started throwing punches, cursing, and swearing at each other. Until Ruby coughed to get their attention. Ahem. The two finally looked at her. And then at the children accompanying her. The 3 didn't seem to be more than 3 or 4 years old. 2 of them watched everything with curiosity. They were 2 identical little beast boys, both with golden eyes and vibrant red hair. Nina recognized them immediately, she had seen them many times before. They were the twin sons of her rival, Eris. Rigor seemed to have a special talent for fathering twins, since that was already the second pair. Despite their golden pupils, the boys did not possess demon eyes, like Aurora or Rigor. The third child remained more cautious around the quarreling women. He was a small elf with red eyes and blonde hair, Verdia's second son. He had been born only a few months after Eris's twins, so they were practically the same age. Rida didn't know those children and cast an inquisitive look at Nina. Nina immediately brightened up. Oh. Harris, Hubert, and Hamish. I didn't see you there. How are you? She approached them warmly. Recognizing their mother's friend, the children finally seemed to relax a bit. Except for Hamish. The little elf still looked cautiously at Rida. And Rida returned a malicious, frightening look. Enough to completely intimidate him. Nina squeezed the twins' cheeks firmly before standing up. So, you're here to test compatibility, boys. Harris replied loudly, full of energy. Yes. Ah. Uncle Ornthorn said I crushed it in the North God style. TCH. Don't brag so soon. Hubert scolded him immediately. The two began arguing, as if it were automatic. Nina laughed when she noticed that Hamish had clearly been intimidated by Rida and remained quiet, almost hiding behind Ruby. Then she turned to her. So. How have their results been so far? Ruby greeted Rida with a light nod and looked for a place to sit as she replied. Harris and Hubert have already shown quite a bit of talent. Harris for the North God style and Hubert for the Sword God style, to Eris's great delight. She laughed softly. Nina laughed as well. She knew very well how much her rival wanted her children to be strong and exceptional. Ruby continued. They still need to train in those styles for some time to confirm it, but honestly, it's probably already decided for both of them. Then she looked at Hamish. Hamish wasn't bad at all. But he isn't very aggressive by nature. I think he might do better in the Water God style. Rida watched the children with a furrowed brow. That guy, is he ever going to stop having kids? How many is it now? 7. 8, Nina corrected. The youngest daughter turned 1 a few months ago. Her name is Lena, Ghislaine's 3rd child. Rida sighed. What a perverted brat. Ruby didn't comment, looking embarrassed by her brother, while Nina replied. Well, if it's any consolation, he doesn't seem to intend to have many more children. Maybe 1 or 2. He said he's already satisfied, even if no more come. Rida shot her a crooked look. You don't have much moral ground to talk either. You already had 3 with that brat Gino. And then you still wonder why you're not improving. Nina snorted. I already told him it was the last one. Rida clicked her tongue. Whatever. We don't even know if the beast god will pick up another wife in the next minute. Let's test these kids already. It's a better way to spend time than talking about other people's lives. The 3 children looked at Rida expectantly. Although she acted casually, Rida's fame as the water god was known throughout the kingdom of Gaia. Currently, she held 3rd place among the 12 kings of Gaia, losing only to the martial god and the sword god. More importantly, she was considered the best instructor in the kingdom, with the sole exception of Rigger himself. Eris's rise had been, in large part, the result of relentless training with Rida, always with the goal of surpassing the deprivation field. True to her reputation, Rida began skillfully instructing the 3 children in the most basic fundamentals of the water god style. The scene looked a bit absurd. The water god, recognized worldwide as the greatest user of that style, teaching 3 little brats. Many would question their own eyes if they saw that. But those were Rigger's children. On that continent, that was practically equivalent to being the children of a deity or a mythical beast. Rigger was not seen merely as the strongest warrior in the kingdom. He was, quite literally, the pillar of hope and faith that sustained it. Many treated him as a living god, to the point of having created a religion to worship him, something similar to Mealy's, which was dissolved the moment he discovered its existence. In any case, none of the 3 women found it strange that Rida instructed them personally, even in the most basic concepts. After all, Rigger himself sometimes taught his children swordsmanship and magic. Compared to that, Rida doing the same seemed simple enough. As Ruby had expected, Eris's 2 sons, Hubert and Harris, showed little aptitude for the water god style. They were too aggressive, and that didn't mesh well with the calm flow required to master the style. Hamish, on the other hand, proved more promising than they were. Even so, he didn't seem like an extraordinary talent. While Nina talked with Ruby, the 2 also began training. Ruby had become a North Saint at 16. Although her control over Tuki wasn't at that level yet, she compensated with magic. Even so, she didn't display exceptional talent. The reason she had reached that level was proper guidance and suitable mentors since childhood. Several hours passed as they trained. Until Rida approached Ruby again. Nothing special about those brats, she commented, disinterested. Then she added. But the elf brat has a very good rhythm. It might be interesting to add that to his training. He could do very well in the water god style. Ruby nodded. She said goodbye to the 2 women and took the 3 children with her, now excited. Nina turned to Rida. So, are you coming to watch the fight or not? Aisha asked me to invite you personally. Rida rarely left this dojo of the combat temple. She spent most of her time there, to the point of practically living on the premises. In contrast, Aisha was always on the move, traveling from place to place, with commitments that never seemed to end. Rida turned her face away, clearly resentful. That girl. I taught her all this time, and she can't even come invite me personally. Nina laughed. Believe it or not, she has more important things to do, she said ironically. In fact, I think she's the busiest person I know. Honestly, sometimes I think she might be some kind of alien. She seemed to ponder that for a moment, as if she were seriously considering the possibility. Rida snorted and remained silent. Nina continued. Anyway, it's her first challenge to enter the ranks of the kings of Gaia. Are you really going to miss it? Even if it's symbolic, it should still be an interesting fight. Throughout all those years, Aisha had never challenged any of the kings of Gaia. She had stayed out of the rankings the entire time. And then, a few days ago, quite suddenly, she decided to directly challenge rank 1. Gino Brits, the martial god. Rida turned immediately. What do you mean, symbolic? Nina picked up her blade and sheathed it, already preparing to leave. She's going to challenge Gino, the current rank 1. It's obviously symbolic. She doesn't stand a chance, she replied bluntly. I tried to convince her to challenge someone else, but she insisted. Rida began walking with her as they left the dojo. Then she laughed maliciously. Are you sure about what you're saying? Nina raised an eyebrow and sighed. I know exactly what you're thinking. But it's been a few years since Gino surpassed you, he's different now. The only one who can fight him today is Rigor. Not even Eris stands a chance. Rida nodded, acknowledging the fact. Reaching god level in all styles at the same time. She murmured. I think the only ones monstrous enough for that are those two. She paused briefly. But even so. Nina asked impatiently. What level has Aisha reached in the water god style? Do you really think she can defeat Gino somehow? Stop dreaming, old hag. Rida smiled faintly. He. Actually, she's only a water emperor. Nina stopped for a moment, clearly surprised. Aisha Greyrat was publicly known as a mage, one of the most exceptional in the entire world. Beyond that, little was said about her skill with the blade. Many even believed she hadn't made it past the saint rank. And yet, without drawing attention, she had reached that level of swordsmanship. Even surprised, Nina shook her head. Even so, she can't win. Gino can't be defeated with tricks. There's no way she can overcome even his versatility. As she spoke, Nina seemed to drift into some personal memories, gazing distractedly at the sky. Then Rida spoke. All right. I'll go watch. She crossed her arms. Let's see how this turns out. I always have the feeling that nothing escapes that girl's control, she must have some crazy plan for this. Chapter 336, the genius of all things. Aisha Greyrat was currently recognized as a genius mage, without precedent in the history of humanity. Even throughout all recorded history, there had been very few truly exceptional human mages. Not even legendary heroes, such as the flaming Emperor Pharaoh's star, could be compared to the splendor Aisha had achieved. In other dragon god loops, in worlds where reincarnated individuals and other worldly beings had never existed, Aisha had never had much motivation to evolve. Even so, even in those timelines, she ended up becoming, almost unconsciously, one of the greatest magic knights of the Azura Kingdom. This time, however, everything had been different. And Orsted had realized that long ago. The teleportation incident, in particular, completely altered the course of her life. Aisha gained an older brother and became Rigor's disciple from a very young age. In this new timeline, with constant guidance, dedication, and focused training since childhood, she made full use of her talent like no one before her. Most of the other great mages of that era had been born with the Laplace factor, which granted them enormous advantages in mana manipulation. Aisha possessed none of that. Instead, she was simply a natural genius in every possible sense. Her reasoning ability, memory, comprehension, reflexes, and adaptability were far beyond the norm, one of those extraordinary humans who appeared only once every few hundred years. At 16 years old, Aisha mastered her first god-level magic, becoming one of the very few god-level mages still alive in the world. And, to Hidegami's misfortune, she also became one more person he could not see. She accomplished this by learning the god-level magic, Heavenly Sealing, making Hidegami's future sight even more unstable. Under Aisha's direct leadership, the Star Rise Academy grew rapidly, until it became the greatest educational institution in the entire world. Magic, armed and unarmed combat, history, physics, navigation, strategy, the academy encompassed virtually every aspect of human knowledge. She had also been the primary force behind the creation of the recent Dragon Knight Division. And that was only the surface. In politics, economics, and the military sphere, Aisha stood at the forefront of nearly every major event that took place in the Gaia Kingdom. And almost all of this had been accomplished while she was still a teenager. Now, Aisha was already a woman. And even at only 19 years old, her influence, power, and importance to the Gaia Kingdom were second only to the beast god himself. That was why, when she challenged Gino Brits for his position among the 12 kings of Gaia, the shock was immediate. Although Aisha was, by far, the most influential figure, there was no one who dared claim to be stronger than the martial god. Not even the second most powerful, Eris Adoldia, hid the fact that she stood no chance against him. As the years passed, and as the gap between their strengths only continued to widen, she had been forced to acknowledge that truth. Gino's strength and martial prowess were firmly etched into the minds of all members of the kingdom's upper echelons. It did not matter the strength, the magic, the technique, or the weapon used, nothing seemed truly effective against him. That was the terror of a swordsman who had mastered all forms of swordsmanship at their peak. He possessed the most powerful attack, the most impenetrable defense, was the fastest on the battlefield, and as versatile as a demon. After years training with rigor, Gino had also been gradually unifying all of his strengths. To the point that the title of martial god seemed more fitting for him than for anyone else in history. And it was precisely this invincible swordsman that Aisha had challenged. Curiosity surpassed everything else. Anyone who was not on a mission or stationed at an essential post made a point of attending in person. The rest remained connected to their communication devices, eager to receive news as quickly as possible. At first, no one believed she stood a chance. But then, Aisha's image surfaced in everyone's minds. Without realizing it, each of them arrived at the same thought. If it's Aisha, maybe it's possible. Undeniably, Aisha gave off the impression that she was capable of accomplishing anything. The genius of all things. Even if it was impossible, perhaps, Aisha could create a miracle. As a result, the largest arena of the combat temple became completely packed, gathering warriors of all kinds. It was even fortunate that many still had duties to fulfill, otherwise, the temple simply would not have had enough space for everyone. The challenge had been scheduled for noon, and everyone awaited Aisha's arrival. Surrounding the massive arena rose mountains, whose interiors had been excavated and transformed into enormous structures. Packed stands encircled the area, while people moved through the internal corridors of the mountains, chatting, betting, and speculating excitedly. And near the peak of one of those mountains, whose interior had also been carved out and reconstructed into a vast hall, supported only by spaced pillars, gathered some of the most influential figures in the entire Gaia kingdom. "What?" protested an indignant voice. "You're going to defeat her immediately. What are you, a heartless monster?" The speaker was a beast race boy who appeared to be about 10 years old. His name was Cody, the eldest son of Taze and Lena. As the firstborn of the commander of the Iron Legion, Cody had begun his training at 4 years of age, and had shown great aptitude for becoming a warrior from an early age. At the time Eris had just become the sword god, she had taken him as her disciple. At the level she had reached, teaching another person was often a more effective method of increasing one's own strength and understanding. There was also a rather revealing detail about Cody. He had an idol who was very relevant to the moment the kingdom was living. You can't at least let Miss Aisha show her strength. The one Cody was bothering was none other than the martial god, Gino Brits. Gino pushed the boy aside without much delicacy. "Get lost, brat." Even after being shoved, Cody continued, clearly determined to defend his idol. "Then why don't you let her hit you first and then win?" he insisted. "Or even better, let her win." He seemed to have an epiphany mid-sentence. Eris, who was sitting casually on a spacious sofa, burst out laughing. "You know, the kid actually has a point, Gino," she said, amused. "Why don't you let Aisha show off her skills before winning? She'll be furious if you don't let her." Unlike the youthful charm she had possessed in the past, Eris now displayed the allure of a truly stunning woman. Her gaze and presence made her seem like a tigress in human skin. Sitting on the edge of the mountain cliff, watching the arena below, a leopard tribe beastman also spoke up. "It's true. If you defeat her in an instant, you'll definitely suffer the consequences later. You'll be screwed." That was jolly. Even among the kingdom's elites, he stood out, sixth among the 12 kings of Gaia and one of the 4 swordsmen who had mastered what many called the supreme offensive technique, Wild Light. With the support of his own master and an emperor, Cody seemed to gain even more confidence. "See," he pointed. "Why are you the only one who's so insensitive?" Gino let out a long sigh. "Ha, shut up, brat. You're all wrong." He crossed his arms. "I planned to do that from the start. Let her show her techniques and all that. After all, why would I want to provoke Aisha? I'm not an idiot." Eris and Jolly exchanged curious looks, while Cody asked, confused. "Huh? Then why?" Gino laughed and ruffled the boy's hair. "The problem, brat, is that I have a bad feeling about this fight." Jolly and Eris' eyes widened. Cody, on the other hand, merely tilted his head, confused, and looked at Gino as if he were an idiot. "That's it." Eris clicked her tongue. "Idiot brat. What did I tell you about the peak of the beast god style?" Cody blinked. "That thing about the sixth sense. Is it really that important?" Jolly slowly stood up. "It's very important. Especially for someone like Gino," he explained. "When the sixth sense is raised to such a high level, it becomes practically a premonition of the future." He then looked at Gino. "Are you sure about this? I mean, I'm not underestimating Aisha or anything, but how could she win a direct fight against you?" Gino smiled bitterly. "Believe me, I'm just as surprised as you," he replied. "The only person who usually gives me this feeling is Rigor. I don't know what that brat has been learning lately, but she might even threaten me in battle." Cody's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Eris, in turn, seemed intrigued. "Well, I hope she can show something, then," she said. Rigor told me she was working on creating a high-level spell. Something related to gravity, or something like that. At that moment, a spatial distortion formed at the center of the hall. A sharp cracking sound echoed as a teleportation was completed. At the center of the room stood Verdia, wearing casual clothes with her hair tied in a ponytail, Leo, the sacred beast, and Rigor, carrying a child in his arms. As soon as they appeared, a blue barrier surrounding their bodies dissipated. Rigor still wore his hair long, but now tied back. Like Gino, he looked the same as before, only more mature overall. The child he carried was a silver-haired baby, who looked around with curiosity. "Hi, everyone," Verdia greeted. "Are we late?" "Ah," Cody exclaimed. "Hi, Uncle Rigor." "What's up, kid?" Rigor replied. "Your father's not coming. He won't be back until tomorrow." Cody looked a little disappointed, but said nothing. Eris sprang to her feet and ran cheerfully toward Rigor, hugging him and giving him a kiss before taking the baby into her arms. Gino replied to Verdia. "Well, no one knows where Aisha is yet. So you arrived at a good time." "Oh, I know where she is," Rigor interrupted, laughing. "But she said she'd arrive exactly on time, for dramatic effect." He handed Lena to Eris, and Leo followed both of them the entire time. Jolly made a brief bow upon seeing Rigor, who returned it with a nod. Gino turned to him. "That girl still scares me. Do you know what spell she was creating?" Rigor nodded. "I have a general idea, but I wasn't directly involved." "So only she knows what the real effects are," he replied. "But I'm sure she completed the spell a few days ago." Gino shuddered. The bad feeling he had been sensing was practically confirmed. Verdia asked curiously, sitting beside Eris, who was playing with Lena and Leo. "But is it really such a powerful spell? Something that could surpass even Gino?" Rigor shook his head as he watched the arena. "Honestly, I don't know," he admitted. "Even though she's my disciple, I always encouraged Aisha to create her own fighting style. Just like I did with you, Gino." He paused briefly and smiled. "And she took that very seriously. Aisha has far more talent in barrier magic than I do. It's quite possible I wouldn't even be able to fully understand what she created, even if she tried to explain it to me." He reflected for a moment. "But it should have something to do with gravity magic and spatial magic. Those are the topics she's asked me for the most help with lately." Verdia looked thoughtful. "Maybe it's some kind of ceiling, then. Aisha likes that sort of thing." "Maybe." Rigor agreed. Eris then commented. "I don't know. She was learning the deprivation field with Rida, wasn't she? She's already very strong even as a swordswoman." Gino listened to everyone, trying to form a clear image of what he would face. Each person said something different, until he finally gave up with a sigh. "Ha, damn genius. Why does she learn everything at once?" Eris shot back immediately. "What hypocrisy. I say the exact same thing about you." Everyone laughed, while Gino looked visibly embarrassed. "Rigor?" he then asked. "What do you think my chances are in this fight?" Rigor answered without hesitation. "It's almost impossible for you to win." Gino's eyes widened. Almost impossible. He wasn't the only one. Everyone there showed varying degrees of surprise, and Cody was extremely happy. They had imagined that Aisha might win through a miracle. But Gino having no chance at all. Rigor confirmed. "Yes. I'm certain of it. You probably have around a 5% chance. If you win, it'll be pure luck." He continued seriously. "Aisha is very shrewd. She wouldn't challenge you at this level without being certain of victory. Think about it, she knows everything about your abilities, and you know almost nothing about hers." Rigor reflected for a moment. "I also think she has some hidden plan. I just have no idea what it is." While Gino was still processing that, Rigor spoke again. "Ah, she's here." Everyone turned their eyes toward the arena. Climbing the steps of the battlefield was a young woman with a striking presence. She had reddish-brown hair and green eyes, one of them being the clairvoyant eye. She wore silver armor with a blue cape, and carried a long sword strapped to her waist. She waved in a friendly manner as the crowd erupted into applause and enthusiastic cheers, roaring as she advanced to the center of the arena. Eris smiled mischievously. "Well, good luck with your 5% chance." Gino sighed, assuming a defiant expression. "Well, then all that's left is to prove you wrong." Chapter 337, A Whim Made Real. As soon as Aisha reached her spot in the arena, she stopped and looked toward Gino and his companions, wearing a calm smile. Gino didn't waste time. He leapt into the arena and began walking toward his challenger. When the spectators saw Gino step onto the field, they erupted again in celebration, growing even more excited. He was the most powerful blade under Rigger's command, and his fame was especially strong among warriors who lived only to fight. After all, the kingdom of Gaia had also been shaped by cultures where only strength was respected. Even if it had changed in part, such change had only happened because someone infinitely stronger had emerged to impose order. Gino seemed satisfied to be cheered as much as Aisha. Soon, he got close enough to speak to her. "Hey, Aisha," he greeted casually. "It's been a while, a few months, actually." As he spoke, Gino analyzed Aisha's intent and read her heart. After reaching God level in the beast god style, interpreting people's intent was pretty simple for him. And that was exactly what made him more worried. She was calm. More than that, she almost seemed excited and expectant. There was no anxiety, no hesitation, like most of his opponents had. Aisha replied with a mischievous smile. "Yeah, it's been a while," she said. "You look worried, Gino." Gino's heart jumped. He almost let it show, until he realized something else. She was probing him. Aisha was testing his attitude because she knew he had an extremely sharp sixth sense. Realizing that, Gino immediately composed himself, adopting a carefree posture. "Not really," he answered. "But I'm interested in what you're going to show." Of course, Gino had no intention of giving her time to use magic, but she didn't need to know that. And since she wasn't a practitioner of the beast god style, there was no way she could tell if he was lying. After all, Gino was exceptional at controlling his own reactions. Aisha raised an eyebrow slightly. Then, she activated the clairvoyant eye and looked toward where Gino had been before he came down into the arena. Her mastery of that ability was so refined that she could clearly observe anything within her field of vision, even from kilometers away. After analyzing the expressions of Eris, Rigger, Jolly, and even Cody, she smiled again. "Is that so?" she said. "Then if you're so interested, you'll definitely give me some time to prepare at the start of the battle, won't you?" Gino smiled bitterly, knowing he'd been found out. Well, who knows? He thought for a moment and decided to ask something before the fight. "Before we start, there's something I'm curious about." "Actually, Rigger has the same question. I just don't know if you're keeping it secret on purpose." Aisha tilted her head. "Oh," she replied. "Go ahead and ask. I don't think I'm hiding any secret that important." Gino studied her carefully. He didn't sense any deceit coming from her. Her heart and her intention seemed sincere and transparent. That made him feel a little more relieved. "Why did you choose to fight now?" he asked. "You spent years not caring about the ranking, and suddenly you challenge me. Do you want more influence in the kingdom? Or maybe to surpass your brother, since he's one of the 7 great powers?" The crowd was still cheering, though more quietly, while the two of them chatted nonchalantly. The spectators couldn't hear the conversation, but Rigger, in the upper stands, was paying attention. He also wanted to know Aisha's reasons. Knowing her, it had to be something important. Aisha looked surprised by the question. Then, she laughed. "Is that what you think?" she replied sarcastically. "That I challenged you to surpass Rudeus?" Gino looked a bit awkward. "Yeah, maybe not exactly that," he admitted. "But maybe to intimidate our enemies by showing strength. Or lure Hitagami's apostles into some crazy trap. I don't know, sounds like the kind of thing you do." Aisha didn't answer right away. She just looked at him strangely. Gino continued. "Nina thinks you want to prove your strength to get Rigger's attention. Eris said you want to teach me a lesson because I'm getting too arrogant." He stopped speaking when he felt Aisha's intent again. In truth, he didn't even need to feel anything. She was laughing. Aisha held a hand in front of her mouth, clearly trying to hold it back. When she noticed Gino had stopped talking, she replied, still smiling. "Well, sorry to disappoint you all." She took a deep breath. "When I finally finished creating this last spell, I felt a little stuck. I realized everything I did always had some bigger reason behind it. So I decided to do something impulsive and cool, and pointless. No prior planning." Gino was stunned. Rigger, in the stands, was also surprised. Aisha drew her sword as she laughed. "Well, you've got your answer," she said. "You can tell if I'm lying, so I'll say it clearly." She pointed the blade at the ground. "This challenge is just a simple whim of mine." Drawing the sword served as the signal for the referee. He raised an enormous bongo mallet and struck it with force. Boo! The sound echoed through the mountains, silencing the crowd. Then, the referee announced in a shout that drowned out every other noise. "Today, the challenger is Aisha Greyrat. Direct disciple of the Beast God, headmistress of the Star Rise Academy, and divine sorceress of the Kingdom of Gaia." His voice reverberated across the entire arena. "She fights for the position of first place in the Gaia 12 Kings ranking." The referee took a deep breath. The challenged is Gino Britz. The first blade of the Apocalypse Beast, the supreme swordsman, the martial god of the kingdom of Gaia. The introductions echoed through the mountains and the stands. Gino only fully came back to himself in the middle of the announcement. Then, he smiled. But there was a certain irritation in that smile. That brat challenged me on a whim. At that moment, another shout rang out. Fight! Boo! The gong was struck once more, officially marking the start of the battle. Gino was faster. His nerves, muscles, and battle aura ranked among the fastest in the world. Having mastered the Beast God style, the fastest movement style in existence, and the Sword God style, known for the fastest strike, he could decide most fights in a single instant. Even facing Eris or Rida required no more than a moment of seriousness. He was one of the few in the world capable of fighting head-on against the true monsters of the six-faced world, like Rigger and Orsted. Though he still hadn't fully reached their level, he was far above conventional god tier. Beating the Sword God or the North God, for example, wouldn't pose any difficulty at all. Simply put, if Gino wanted to win, it was impossible for Aisha to react faster than him. Even being a water emperor wouldn't change that. Not even the water god Rida was capable of reacting to Gino's attacks. It was true that Aisha was known as the fastest caster in the kingdom, second only to Rigger, but how fast could a chant be compared to swordplay? For all intents and purposes, it should have been impossible for Aisha to win that battle. And yet, why did he feel so much danger? Gino cut off the flow of thought and decided to act. But the instant the gong rang out, Aisha's voice came out at the same time. Nina is pregnant again. Gino froze. His ability to reason and react far surpassed that of any ordinary human. But this time, it worked against him. Those words triggered a chaotic chain of thoughts and emotions. Pregnant. Again. A fourth child. Nina didn't tell me 3 was the limit. Panic. Then, joy. A new child. Right after, confusion. Why would she say that now? Finally, doubt. Does that make any sense? And then, too late, the realization. I was tricked. All of it happened in fractions of a second, a delay caused by words spoken at the perfect moment. Even realizing his mistake, Gino attacked with everything he had, trusting he'd still be faster than anything Aisha could do. But those fractions of a second were all Aisha needed. The space around Aisha warped abruptly as she smiled and spoke calmly. Axiom frame. Gino didn't retreat at the sight of space folding, nor even at hearing the name of the spell. He just accelerated. The world became a blur. His body surged forward like lightning, and his blade cut the air even faster. Only a few meters remained between them when he executed the long sword of light, aiming for his opponent's neck. He would still win. Even with the delay. Or at least, that was what he thought. Suddenly, a blue light enveloped his body completely. For meters from Aisha, Gino simply stopped. But there was no impact. He didn't feel any visible barrier. Even having stopped suddenly at such a massive speed, he didn't feel any repulsive force. His movement ceased as if inertia had been erased. His speed reduced to 0 in a bizarrely natural way. Before he could process it, he felt danger. It was as if space itself were condensing around him, as if an invisible blade hovered over his neck, about to fall. Without waiting for it to become irreversible, Gino retreated, just as fast as he'd advanced, showing that absurd speed again. When he looked at Aisha, standing at the center of a constantly expanding dome, he felt as if she were distant. More and more distant, and more unreachable. Even so, he chose to withdraw completely. Fortunately, the spell still hadn't fully formed, otherwise, he wasn't even sure he could enter and exit that space freely. Now out of reach, Gino watched closely as the new god-level magic, created by the divine sorceress herself, took shape. It was as if the air around her had been subjected to her will. The wind stopped midway, and space seemed distorted. Not distorted in a flashy way, but slightly crooked, like an image seen through uneven glass. Light behaved strangely, and sound seemed muffled. The dome extended to about 40 meters around Aisha, who remained motionless, sword drawn. With a provocative smile, she said, "Where are you going, Gino? I thought you were more aggressive in battle." Gino wasn't in the mood to fall for the provocation. He watched the dome with visible apprehension. It was one thing to know Aisha was dangerous, it was another to see it with his own eyes. After defeating all of his opponents over the past years, it had been a long time since he'd found himself in a situation like that. The only reason the shock didn't shake him even more was Rigger. Rigger always reminded him that there were people above him. Gino had never managed to beat him even once. Still, the impact wasn't much smaller because of that. He glanced up at the stands. Rigger watched the dome around Aisha with genuine interest. His gaze was curious, it was clear that even he didn't fully understand that spell. That alone was unsettling. Gino turned his attention back to Aisha and asked in a casual tone. Is this your new spell? What exactly does it do? He completely ignored the thousands of people in the arena. Some were roaring, celebrating their unlikely bets on Aisha, others were shouting and cursing, demanding he win no matter what. Aisha answered naturally. Oh, nothing special. It's just an application of Master Rudeus' deprivation field, mixed with magic. Gino accepted that he wouldn't get a real explanation of how it worked. From experience, the more you talked to Aisha, the more she understood you. If he wanted to win, he'd have to be unpredictable, aggressive to the extreme. Without another word, he attacked again. He charged straight toward the dome. If he could understand how it worked, he could counter it. He entered the field without hesitation and executed the long sword of light again, only to have the motion denied instantly. Just like before, his body froze midair in an incomprehensible way. He felt space closing in around him. Without hesitating, he activated wild light, forcing his body to move even faster. This time, he felt as if he'd broken through an invisible layer of the dome. Seizing that instant, he leapt and attacked Aisha with everything he had. But this time, his strike didn't stop, she seemed to be sliding. The blade was smoothly deflected by the air, drifting away from the target as Aisha executed a secret technique of the water god style. Gino prepared to defend. But the moment his feet touched the ground, everything around him collapsed. He felt his body float. Balance vanished. His vision inverted, there was no more left or right, front or back. Aisha seemed to be kilometers away, in every direction at once. The world turned into a distorted mirrored reflection. His senses stopped making sense. His sixth sense acted on its own as he blocked a blade aimed at his heart. The instant the swords collided, the space around them condensed suddenly. And then, everything vanished. When perception returned, Gino blinked in confusion, trying to understand what had happened. A short blade rested just 1 centimeter from his eyes. Aisha smiled. I won. Chapter 338, 338, The Rise of the Divine Sorceress. POV, Norn Greyrat. She won. Defeating the martial god, the supreme swordsman, my sister, Aisha, became the new number 1 of the kingdom of Gaia. Or, to be more exact, number 2. But it had been many years since anyone considered the beast god as part of the ranking. He was above those classifications. After all, the 12 kings themselves had been created to assist him. Even so, it was real. I didn't understand much of the battle. From what I managed to follow, Gino attacked, Aisha activated a strange dome-shaped magic, Gino analyzed that barrier for a brief instant, and then disappeared again. When he reappeared, he had already lost. Everything lasted only a few seconds. Around me, people shouted and celebrated intensely. Some cried, cursing their lost bets, others laughed and hugged each other. But all of them were excited about my sister's victory. It was kind of strange and unreal to watch that. I knew, at least in theory, how strong Gino Brits was. They said he had reached a level where he could cut mountains in half and wipe out entire armies alone. And yet, he lost. To Aisha. I had practiced the North God style and the Sword God style for many years. I always considered myself a hard-working person, very hard-working, actually. I had reached the intermediate level in both styles. I trained until my hands were full of calluses, fell, got back up, repeated. I also learned intermediate healing magic from my mother. And, that was it. In the same time that I advanced step by step, my sister became a god-rank mage, founded a gigantic academy, where even I studied, and now became the most powerful person in the entire kingdom. I was walking on my legs, and she was flying high with her wings. And it wasn't just her. My other older brother, Rudeus, had become one of the 7 world powers, known as the Mage God. Some called him the right hand of the dragon god. Why were we so different? I didn't have to lead any academy, nor did I have important missions to occupy me. I wasn't at the center of conspiracies or decisions that changed the world. I joined the guard division of the Great Forest, but there were rarely real problems. Most of the time, I just trained. I should have advanced a little more than them, shouldn't I? I could never understand. How could someone cut a mountain with a sword? That shouldn't be humanly possible. I had managed to cut a stone recently, and that had already been a huge achievement for me. As I watched Aisha in the arena, now talking with Gino before leaving the stage, I heard a voice calling me. Hey, girl. Are you Norn? I turned, distracted. An elf was there. She wore adventurer clothes and a sword at her waist, had golden curly hair, vivid blue eyes, and a confident smile. She was very beautiful, and clearly drew attention wherever she went, but didn't seem to care in the slightest. I replied instinctively. Ah, yes. That's me. Do I know you? She smiled even more. Well, I thought I'd have trouble finding you. You look exactly like your mother. Before I could react, she stepped closer and pulled me into a hug, far too intimate. I froze. I didn't know what to do, or what to say. When she finally pulled away, she looked at the arena again and sighed. So that's Aisha. Looks like she's really a little monster like her brother. A bad feeling rose in my chest when I heard that. Even without knowing who that woman was, my impression of her turned negative. Ah, excuse me, I asked, trying to keep my composure. Who are you? The elf turned her gaze back to me and smiled. I'm a linealized dragon road. I'm here to take you home. She looked me up and down, seeming uncertain. Well, if you want to go, of course. Meanwhile, the crowd remained in ecstasy. The news spread quickly through magic communicators, and, little by little, the stands began to empty. Soon, all the headquarters of the Iron Legion, scattered across the entire world, would know who the new #1 blade of the Kingdom of Gaia was. Aisha and Gino left the battlefield side by side, with completely opposite expressions. Aisha was radiant and smiling, and she made no effort to hide it, provoking and boasting to the defeated opponent. Gino, on the other hand, was scowling, unable to find any convincing argument to defend himself or retort. On the path toward the mountain from earlier, 2 women approached them. Gino. Nina called. Gino turned immediately, with a thread of hope. Maybe his dear wife could at least comfort him after that defeat. You bastard. Nina shouted. I lost my magic cloak because I bet on you. She yanked Gino's ear hard, clearly irritated. Meanwhile, Gino was sinking into an indescribable emptiness, betrayed by his own companion. Another voice rang out, cheerful and satisfied. Hee hee, thanks for winning, little girl. I didn't teach you wrong. Aisha turned, recognizing the voice immediately. Master Rida. So you were watching. Rida's expression darkened at once. I was, yes. Even though my own student didn't come invite me personally. Aisha let out an embarrassed little laugh. Well. I wanted to keep some mystery around it. As Rida began to bombard Aisha with questions, and Nina kept scolding Gino, the 4 climbed the internal stairs of the cave carved into the mountain's interior, until they reached a large hall. There, seated around a large table, while one of Verdia's spirits served a hearty banquet, were Rigor, Verdia, and Eris, the latter with little Lena on her lap. Leo, the sacred beast, slept sprawled on a couch beside Eris. He opened his eyes for a brief instant upon noticing the guest's arrival, but soon went back to sleep. And then there was Rufus. The red-haired dwarf looked like a real dwarf now. Sturdy body, strong musculature, full beard, heavy armor, and a large hammer resting by his side. At first glance, he could easily be mistaken for an ordinary dwarf warrior, if someone considered only his mastery with the hammer. After all, he was a genuine North Saint. But the truth was that Rufus was one of the few in the world who could call himself a god-rank mage. A true earth god. Although he could only use god-rank magic with the help of a magic staff that multiplied his efficiency several times over, that did not diminish his legitimacy. Godbard was preparing him as an heir, and soon Rufus would also inherit the title of Or-God. Aisha looked at everyone before smiling and greeting. Hi, everyone. Rida only waved lazily to everyone before going straight to the food, sitting down beside Verdia. Aisha walked over to Eris, crouching to play with Lena. Hello, little Lena. How are you? The baby responded with a laugh, reaching out and playing with Aisha's finger. Eris huffed, pretending irritation. Why does it feel like our kids always like you more than they like us? Aisha laughed, a bit awkwardly, and stood up. Ahaha, come on, that's not true. She then turned and greeted Rigor separately. Master. Rigor sighed and looked at her, resigned. I've already told you that you don't need to call me that anymore. You graduated a long time ago. Well. Aisha replied, smiling, I'm already used to it. So I'll keep doing it, unless I find another way to call you. She held his gaze for an instant longer than necessary. Like husband. Nina teased, still bothering Gino. Verdia and Eris immediately looked at Nina, and then at Rigor. Rigor coughed, skillfully changing the subject. Ahem. Gino. How did you lose to Aisha so easily? We're going to have to fight more often. You don't seem prepared to deal with magic in combat. Rufus laughed loudly and added. Ha 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 ha. He's right, Gino. Who knows, if I learn that magic, maybe I can even defeat you easily too. Gino turned red for an instant, but shot back immediately. TCH. If you can even learn that magic, Rufus, I'll cut both my hands off. Ah. And why couldn't I? The dwarf snapped back. Eris and Verdia clearly noticed Rigor's maneuver to avoid the earlier topic, but chose not to comment. Aisha only smiled at Rigor and then interrupted the argument. Ah. I'm sorry, Rufus. I don't think you'll be able to learn it, after all. She sat down beside Eris, while Lena watched her with curiosity. All eyes turned to Aisha. There wasn't a single person there who wasn't curious about the god-rank magic created by the divine sorceress, especially after its first feat had been defeating Gino. Rida asked, mouth full. So, what kind of madness was that? The hall fell silent and everyone paid attention. Aisha answered. Well, like I mentioned during the fight, it's an application of your technique, master. The deprivation field, but mixed with magic. It's the first god-rank magic I've created, and I called it Axiom Frame. Seeing that everyone was attentive, she continued, raising her hand and counting on her fingers. But there are many requirements. She raised 5 fingers. First, to learn this magic, someone would need to master Rida's deprivation field, which is the union of 2 secret techniques of the water god style. In other words, at least a water emperor. She lowered 1 finger. Second, that person would need to have a demon eye related to enhancement, or be extremely proficient in the beast god style to improve visual perception. Because it's impossible to normally perceive distances inside the spatial dome. Even the user is affected and almost completely loses their sense of direction. She pointed to her own eye. I can do it because of the clairvoyant eye, of course. Another finger lowered. Third, you need to be a god-rank mage. Obviously. This magic consumes a lot of mana. I myself can only use it once, and it keeps consuming mana while it's active. So I can only maintain it for a few minutes before running out of mana. Eris interrupted, curious. Wait. How many minutes? Aisha put a finger to her lips and thought. Maybe around 20, if I want to conserve mana for afterward. Eris nodded, and Aisha continued. Fourth, you need to understand the theory. I still haven't created a chant for this magic, and when I try to create one, it will probably be extremely complicated. I would have to completely interpret the entire structure to translate it into a usable chant. It might take several years. She took a deep breath. So, if someone wants to learn this technique, they'll need to fully understand how it works, which is more complicated than it sounds, since it uses thermodynamic, vector, quantum, geometric, and statistical calculations. As she spoke, the faces in the room lost any remaining trace of hope. They didn't even know what those terms meant. Only Rigger understood. He had learned all those calculations in his past life. And, since Aisha had always been curious about that kind of subject, he had taught her the basics he still remembered. His memory was excellent now, he remembered almost everything, but that didn't mean he was capable of creating something new from it. He was a combat genius, not a genius of math or physics. For that, it would take a different kind of genius, a genius like Aisha. Finally, she lowered the last finger. And fifth, to learn it in a short time, you need talent in barrier, gravity, and space magic. Maybe only Master is qualified, and even he would take several years. She smiled at the mortified looks of most of them. Rufus murmured. Yeah, well, forget it. Gino snapped back to himself first. Ah. So I could have won if I waited long enough. Nina punched him on the head. What kind of fighting spirit is that? You were going to spend 20 minutes just staring at her. Gino rubbed his head, wronged. Rigger then spoke. Well, Gino has a point. I know no one here is going to leak this information, but be especially careful with it. That magic is very powerful, so, obviously, it has limitations. We don't want our opponents to know that. He looked at everyone, lingering a little longer on Rida. She only waved in a carefree way, but Rigger felt her sincerity with his senses. Besides, that power will serve as a deterrent. Verdia asked, curious. Aren't you a sufficient deterrent by yourself already? Then Rigger dropped a bomb. I'm going to leave the kingdom of Gaia for a while. Eris will come with me. Gaia 12 Kings. 1. Divine Sorceress, Aisha Greyrat. 2. Martial God, Gino Brits. 3. Sword God, Eris Adoldia. 4. Water God, Rida Lia. 5. Black Bolt, Ghislaine Adoldia. 6. Monarch Wolf, Taze Adoldia. 7. Savage Emperor, Jaligali. 8. Disaster Witch, Verdia Adoldia. 9. Earth God, Rufus Pinnacle C. 10. Red Ogre, Baron. 11. Dragon Hunter, Ornthorn. 12. Sword Emperor, Nina Brits. Chapter 339, Finitude, Everwhite. Eris was confused for a moment before asking. Leave the kingdom for a few days. Rigger shook his head. Definitely not just a few days. We're going to explore one of the 3 great labyrinths. The Dragon God's Hole. The group's reaction was a mix of shock and seriousness. with the exception of Eris, who broke into a wide grin immediately. Rigger had wanted to explore that labyrinth for a long time, mainly because the last component needed for the divine level of the Skullviner armor was on the final floor. And over these last few years, it wasn't only his friends and subordinates who had grown stronger. In truth, Rigger had gone through a much more complete overall growth. First of all, he completed the second model of Skullviner, the Transcendent model. That alone represented a huge leap in power, especially in unpredictability. He already possessed the most complicated component of all, the gravity sword, Kachikut. There was also another material that was extremely difficult to obtain, which required him to visit the Inferno Labyrinth, on the Celestial Continent. But with the strength he had at the time, it wasn't particularly difficult. So, after only 2 years, he was able to create this new version of the armor. But of course, the main factor behind his increase in strength hadn't been equipment. The real reason was still Rigger's personal growth. After all, he possessed every tool necessary to reach a new level. He had the future guide, with instructions and clarification about the countless techniques he wanted to learn. And after fighting with everything he had against the apex of the world, the dragon god Orsted, he gained a new perception of mana, making the world itself bend to his power. It was a level he had only ever seen Orsted reach. Something that could only be achieved through an overwhelming mastery over oneself and one's own power. For many years, Rigger devoted himself exclusively to reaching that threshold. With Gino as his sparring partner, he gradually drew closer to that level, although it took a full 4 years. Even so, it was an almost unattainable state, even for the greatest geniuses. In any case, reaching that level allowed him to fight by unifying magic and Tuki into a single whole, naturally and completely. His strength was now completely different from what it had been 5 years ago. Still, the divine level of the armor would be something entirely distinct. Rigger was certain that, while using it, he could even defeat Orsted. It was an artifact that would completely surpass the fighter god armor, the Doomsday sword, and perhaps even Orsted's god's word. Rigger continued. I'd been thinking about this for about a year, but there was the threat of the apostles attacking while I was away. Besides, I wasn't sure I could defeat the final boss of that labyrinth. He sighed. According to what was written in the future guide, that boss's strength is enough to threaten even the existence of the world. The only thing stopping it at the moment is being trapped inside a labyrinth, and even so, its influence spreads outside. He continued, in a more serious tone. But lately, I feel like something is about to happen. I had the feeling that if I kept hesitating, I'd regret it. Then he smiled at Aisha. I'd already decided to go about a month ago, but you reaching that level cleared up some of my concerns. Aisha nodded. I see, well, we'll do our best while you're gone. By the way, why take Eris? Just as a precaution, Rigger replied. In case something goes wrong. Eris will be there to protect me in some unlikely scenario where I'm defeated. Eris was strong enough not to hold him back in a battle, and she also wasn't a specialist in defensive fighting, so she was the best option overall. Eris smiled, visibly proud. Seeing that, Rigger decided not to complete his train of thought, and simply smiled back. Everyone seemed to accept Rigger's plan more or less. Nina then asked. Ah, and where's Ghislaine? Verdia replied. Actually, she went to pick up the kids. Apparently, they attacked the target without an adult's supervision. Nina furrowed her brows. Was Nell with them? Verdia nodded. A dangerous aura began to emanate from Nina. Then Eris asked, curious. And did they win? Actually, Verdia replied, they ended up defeating the real leader, not a fake. But yes, they defeated him easily. Eris nodded, satisfied. Rigger commented. Perseus and Aurora are so impatient, what kind of kid that age lives at that pace? Verdia stared at him with a look that clearly said, are you serious? Rigger coughed. I'm an exception. I had special circumstances. Eris said. Actually, it's good that they're like that. Being your kids, they need to have at least some strength. She looked at Lena, who was now asleep, leaning against Leo. Rigger watched his daughter thoughtfully. Yes, unless I can protect them from everything. Aisha commented. Well, I don't think that'll ever be absolute. Unless you want to become immortal or something. Rita said, with her mouth full. Huh? Isn't that rejuvenation magic already a form of immortality? Rigger shook his head. Like I mentioned when I used it on you, it has a usage limit. But it should allow an ordinary human to live for hundreds of years, and someone of the beast race like me, maybe around 700. Something like that. He shrugged. Well, I don't know if I want to live much longer than that, anyway. Rita agreed. Yeah, it'd be boring. I wanted to stay young because I wasted a good part of my youth on nonsense, but when you have a good life, death ends up being a blessing. Eris frowned. A blessing? How can dying be a blessing? Rida raised a chicken drumstick she was eating, as if it strengthened her argument. It turns out that if you're sure you'll never die, a lot of things lose their charm. This drumstick would lose its flavor. Living a passion would be duller. Flying on a dragon would become superfluous. She concluded. In short, knowing that everything has an end is what gives life its flavor. She looked at everyone. So, before you decide to live for thousands of years, think carefully about that. That's the wisdom of this old lady. And she went back to eating carefree. Eris looked at Verdia. And you? What do you think, Verdia? You've already lived for hundreds of years. Verdia tilted her head, thoughtful. Well, Rida isn't completely wrong. Many elves have little interest in living adventures precisely because of their long lives. She smiled. I'm an exception, but if I knew I still had thousands of years ahead of me, I probably wouldn't push myself very hard to do anything. She added. Actually, I don't intend to use that rejuvenation magic myself. I still have about 500 years ahead of me, after all. Gino said with conviction. If I can live another 1,000 years, then I definitely would. Nina looked thoughtful. I don't know. I think when I'm older I can think about that. Rigger said. Well, no one said 1,000 years. But I think living a few more centuries wouldn't be bad, right? He looked specifically at Eris and Aisha. Eris agreed. Well, I don't know about living thousands of years, but I want to live as long as Rigger. Aisha leaned back in her chair. Yeah. I think it'd be cool. Who knows, maybe one day we'll find a way to travel to other worlds. She had a genuinely curious look. Then Rufus said. If Rigger lives another 100 or 200 years, what would he become, then? Everyone fell into deep contemplation. Rigger, for his part, watched them, trying to understand why that was a relevant topic. Until Verdia said, seriously. Maybe he'll become a world unto himself. What? The group kept talking and debating for hours, until, little by little, each of them went home, or to their respective missions and activities. The world was in motion. In the desert depths of the Begarit continent, a group of 3 people ran desperately across the vast white expanse. It consisted of a leonine-looking man, a human, and a demon. Night had already fallen, and that specific desert was known as the Everwhite Desert. A strange place, where the sand turned completely white under the sunlight, and took on a dull, opaque gray tone during the night. The problem was that the Everwhite was also famous for its lethality, both because of its monsters and because of the environment itself. At night, even rank C monsters would be frozen alive by the absurdly low temperatures. The proof was right there. The 3 were covered in injuries, with ice and snow accumulating on their fingers, clothes, and hair. The lionman, in particular, had a deep laceration on his face, still bleeding, that had already begun to freeze. They ran without stopping, panting. Ha, 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 the human gasped. We have no way out. Let's turn around and fight. The demon turned her head, shocked. Are you insane? She snapped. Do you want to hurry our deaths? I'd rather die frozen than impaled by a stinger. The instant she finished speaking, answering those words, a huge pincer burst out of the ground. The attack came from below, violent and sudden. The human and the demon managed to dodge by a hair. But the lionman, with his field of vision compromised by the wound on his face, didn't notice the threat in time. The pincer closed around his body. Aarg. The horrible sound of bones being crushed echoed through the freezing desert, as a huge scorpion fully emerged from the sand. Its carapace was red, thick, and chitinous. Gerald, the demon shouted. Hang on. She drew her bow and prepared an arrow, ready to fire. But before she could react, a stinger pierced the lionman's chest. Unable to move, Gerald died instantly. No, the human screamed. Consumed by fury, he charged at the creature, attacking savagely. The demon hesitated for a moment, considering running, but when she saw the lifeless body of her longtime friend thrown onto the sand, her decision changed. She attacked as well. The monster was an Araj scorpion, a rank B creature, particularly dangerous in that desert. But the 2 adventurers were not weak. The human, wielding his great sword, managed to strike the creature's vulnerable points. With the demon's arrows providing precise support, they finally managed to kill the scorpion after an intense fight. They avenged Gerald. But the feeling of relief lasted only an instant. The human turned his face to the side. And froze. More than 10 Naraj scorpions were watching them, slowly emerging from the gray sand. Without saying a word to his companion, he made a decision. He prepared to take his own life, and hers as well. It would be a better death than being captured by those creatures, like their other mage friend had been days earlier. That was when a roar cut through the icy air. Ruru. A red humanoid silhouette crossed the night sky, descending like a meteor. It fell directly onto one of the scorpions, crushing it mercilessly. The impact opened a crater in the frozen sand. The demon woman finally turned, drawn by the thunderous crash. What the two saw next would be engraved in their minds forever. A massive red ogre advanced through the desert, slaughtering scorpions one after another. It crushed the creatures indiscriminately, unconcerned with their numbers or size. A true monster, destroying monsters the size of houses with its bare hands. Before the two could recover or decide what to do, a voice sounded behind them. "Hey! What's up, guys?" Both of them turned instantly, even wounded, taking a defensive stance. There were two men. One of them was an adventurer with a face reminiscent of a monkey, wearing thick cold-weather clothes and showing a friendly smile. The other was very familiar. "Kensai," the human exclaimed, incredulous. "Ha ha ha ha," the man laughed. "So you know me, guys." Kensai was none other than the treasure mage of Begarit. As one of the only 3 king-level mages residing on the vast Begarit continent, he had considerable fame. He was a very short human, so short that many believed he was a half-breed. On top of that, he had a striking trait: he was extremely hairy. A long beard, long hair, and his whole body covered in hair. His blonde hair gave him an even more distinct appearance. The man with the monkey face cast a glance at the lifeless body of the lionman. Tisk, tsk. He clicked his tongue. Such a skilled adventurer dying like that, that's not right. What was his name? The two adventurers noticed something strange. None of the newcomers seemed even slightly worried about the red ogre behind them, which kept on slaughtering scorpions. That could only mean they were allies. The demon woman spoke, cautious, but recognizing Kensai. His name was Gerald, our companion. The monkey-faced man looked at Kensai. "Well, let's do something about that, right?" Quahaha. Kensai guffawed. "Of course. Don't worry, guys." He approached Gerald's body and took an object from his pocket. It looked like a purple gemstone, but it shone too brightly to be just an ordinary gem. Kensai crushed it over the lionman's body. And then... Aarg. My heart. It was pierced. I'm dying. Gerald sprang up in a panic, clutching his chest. But there was no wound at all. Not even old scars remained. He looked around, completely confused. He saw Kensai smiling, and he saw his friends in shock. His body was healthier than ever. The human and the demon stood frozen, unable to say anything. At that moment, a stronger wind blew through the freezing desert, lowering a nearby dune. What was revealed behind the two men was even more shocking. In the middle of the ever-white desert, there was an oasis. A huge, vast, green oasis. Kensai laughed loudly. Quahaha. We recently discovered a new oasis around here, guys. He pointed toward the crystalline water. It turns out that at the center of this oasis there's a huge labyrinth. And, honestly, we're having trouble exploring it on our own. Then he pointed to the remaining purple dust from the crushed stone. On the walls of that labyrinth there are hundreds, maybe even more, of these stones. I called them resurrection stones. He spread his arms. As you saw with your own eyes, they literally resurrect people. Kensai grinned widely. My good friends, if it's not too much trouble, I'd like you to spread this news for me. This is a blessing that should be shared with all the long-suffering people of this desert. Without waiting for an answer, both the monkey-faced man, who was watching the surroundings attentively, and the short mage began to walk away. They headed toward the green oasis. The 3 adventurers were left behind, completely stunned. The human looked around. Dozens of Niraj scorpion carcasses were scattered across the desert, torn apart and crushed. No sign of the red ogre. The 3 exchanged looks, silently asking one another whether all of it was just a dream. But it wasn't. That was the beginning of an event that would shake the desert continent to its core. Chapter 340, Training Grounds of Future Monsters. Around the outskirts of the great forest, on the balcony of a spacious house built among the trees, 5 women sat around a wooden table. The house was not very tall, and from up there it was possible to observe a group of several children scattered across the land below. Some were playing with a massive ebony wolf, others were enthusiastically fighting among themselves, while a few were simply chatting. The women watched the scene as they talked. Honestly, to think that annoying cockroach would be caught by a bunch of brats. Therese complained. She was one of the members of the upper ranks of the current Iron Legion, commander of a battalion responsible for a large city in the kingdom. Although she was not particularly strong in direct combat, being only advanced level, her leadership abilities were undeniable. Few generals were as competent when it came to commanding troops or ensuring the security of an entire region. Of course, part of that success was due to Therese being the second wife of Taze, the commander of the Legion. That granted her opportunities to prove her competence, opportunities that not everyone received to the same extent. Even so, she lived up to every single one of them. As a member of the upper ranks, Therese was one of many people who knew well how difficult it was to capture Lothair McFarlane. For years, he had been in the kingdom's sights. Slippery as a snake, the leader of the True Order always seemed to be one step ahead. His organization was behind assassinations, acts of vandalism, and the destruction of important locations. Many members of the Order were captured, but over time, they learned and became increasingly difficult to track down. It was a thorn embedded in the flesh of the kingdom. Hard to remove and always causing trouble. And now, the leader of the True Order had been killed by a 7-year-old boy. Alright, he was the son of the beast god, but still, it was a bit ridiculous. Perseus was lucky to be the first to face him directly. And, by coincidence, that was also his only specialty, frontal combat. Possessing the Laplace factor and being at the advanced level of the beast god style, he ended up defeating the experienced Lothair, who was already injured after fighting Aurora and the other children. Well, it's not like killing this Lothair ends the True Order, right? Lilia commented. Therese sighed. That's true. But still, losing their main spokesperson will be a heavy blow. Ghislaine, who was watching one of the fights among the children below, commented. Either way, it was a welcome stroke of luck. We're going to enter a turbulent phase very soon. It's better if there are no internal nuisances, since we don't know what might happen. She then turned her gaze to a red-haired woman sitting at the table. And your husband, Hilda, she asked. Have you managed to convince him to move? Hilda sighed, clearly tired. More or less. I mean, I've already said we'll be safer here and all that, but he's very cowardly. Lilia nodded in agreement. You can understand his side, right? Imagine finding out of nowhere, that you have a long-lost stepdaughter, and that she's the sword god. The other 4 women laughed. Those 5 lived very different daily lives, but thanks to teleportation circles, they had a reliable means of transportation and could gather from time to time. Zenith worked as a healer in a hospital in the Great Forest. Lilia taught the water god style at a dojo and, in her free time, acted as a babysitter for Rigger's family. Therese was a general of the Iron Legion. Hilda was currently an adventurer, but visited Eris frequently since her first visit years ago. And finally, there was Ghislaine, who, besides taking care of her children, was one of the strongest in the kingdom and frequently went on missions. Well, Hilda continued, he does seem more willing to come than before. He mentioned something about not wanting to prevent Eris from meeting her younger sister. After leaving the nobility and marrying again, Hilda had another daughter, who had already turned 3. She still lived in the Basharant Duchy, which meant that Eris had never met her sister. Speaking of children. Zenith began, before casting an exasperated glance at her sister. How many more children do you intend to have? Therese coughed, visibly embarrassed. During the time she had been married to Taze, she had already had 3 children, although 2 of them were twins, born at the same time. And, just a few days earlier, it had been confirmed that she was pregnant again. Ghislaine smiled. I heard Rigger encouraged Taze to have many children, something about passing on a strong lineage. It also seems that Lisa forbade Taze from taking a 3rd wife. Lilia nodded. They're not wrong. The kingdom of Gaia is already very strong, but it will only truly become consolidated when the next generation inherits this legacy. Therese, wanting to change the subject, turned to Lilia. And that guy who trains with you, Lilia. Lilia did her best to look confused. What about him? Heh, playing dumb. Therese teased. He's already advanced level in the water god style. Why would he keep training there if he weren't interested in you? He's far too young for me, Lilia quickly denied. Ghislaine looked at her suggestively. Didn't Aisha use rejuvenation magic on you? In my opinion, you look even younger than him. Of the 5 women, only Lilia and Zenith were not married at the moment. Zenith had already said she did not intend to marry again anytime soon, but Lilia had never said the same. Because of that, the others kept teasing her, while she tried to explain herself and change the subject. Meanwhile, among the trees of the Great Forest, an epic war was unfolding, commanded by Generals Aurora and Perseus. POV, Diana Adoldia. The sky is beautiful today. A few white clouds scattered about, a clear blue stretching as far as the eye can see, sometimes covering the sun for brief moments, but letting the light through most of the time. The sky is something mysterious, and one of the most wonderful things I have ever seen. It is always changing. It can be pink at sunset, blue without clouds, rainy or stormy, orange at dawn. It can hold stars, it can hold the sun and the moon. Its vastness is unknown, and its contents are never fully understood by anyone. Once, I asked my dad how the sky worked. Now, you might say that was a stupid question, after all, how could anyone know something like that? But I was the firstborn of the beast god. My dad was widely recognized for knowing things that, normally, no one would know. For some reason, he became exceptionally excited when I asked that question. I think that was because I almost never asked anything. He was ready to explain to me, enthusiastically, how the sky worked. But, in the middle of his words, as he spoke about refraction of light, gravity, and other things, he began to question himself. How did the sky work? It seemed that only by speaking out loud and observing, he realized that the sky was very different from what he remembered. Thinking back now, it was very funny. That was the first time I truly laughed. And one of the only times I saw my dad so shocked. Well, I suppose not knowing also has its own charm. As my elf mom once told me, sometimes not fully understanding something makes it even more appealing and mysterious. I still don't understand the sky. But it remains fascinating. I was pulled from those thoughts when a blade aimed for my throat, trying to catch me off guard. It was very fast. But honestly, fighting against these people, I would probably never be hit for real. There was always a warning in my mind when I became a target. It was impossible for them to strike me in a conventional way. My dad said that this was a sign of my talent for the beast god style. I deflected my opponent's sword smoothly and counterattacked with flow, sending his blade flying away and forcing his knee to bend at an unnatural angle. I chose to learn the water god style, contrary to the fact that I seemed more talented in the beast god style. The reason was quite simple, I didn't want to keep running around. The water god style was perfect, you stayed still, and the opponent came to you. How wonderful. That was when I remembered where I was. Right. Aurora and Perseus had started their little games again. The one I had defeated was Cody Didoldia, disciple of the Red Mom. He was lying on the ground, holding the knee that looked broken, but still stared at me defiantly. Everyone else watched me with a mix of shock, admiration, and fear. Was this supposed to be impressive? It made sense to me. Cody still couldn't use the longsword of light, only its inferior version, the longsword of silence. I possessed the Laplace factor and excellent mastery of flow. Basically, the only advantage he had over me was size, which gave him greater reach. But by actively entering his range, that advantage disappeared. I won. Even so, everyone seemed more surprised than they should have been. Ha ha ha. Surrender, Aurora. Perseus shouted. Diana has already defeated your trump card. What are you going to do now? Right, those two were still arguing. Aurora could teleport and use magic freely, but Perseus was far more skilled in close combat. In fact, the fact that he was so good at it was one of the only reasons I trained. I can't let him get too far ahead. Knowing Perseus, if he became much stronger than me, I would end up becoming one of his subordinates. That would be boring. So I always try to maintain a high level, something he can't easily surpass. Anyway, those two had been arguing for as long as I could remember. Will our younger siblings also join this mess when they learn how to fight? It'll get even more confusing. Don't celebrate victory too early. Aurora retorted. Who said Cody was my only card up my sleeve? Well, who's celebrating victory too early now? Upon hearing that, I immediately knew she had something else. It couldn't be Nell, he was never able to get past me. So that left only something external. Something I had never seen and wasn't prepared for. That was when I heard an audible crack. I turned with newly found urgency, dodging to the side, but it wasn't enough. A thick bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky, striking me. Or, at least, that's what I thought. A thunderous boom echoed throughout the clearing. Debris and rocks flew in all directions. The next thing I remember was being carried like a sack of potatoes by my beast mom, Ghislaine. Skoll had protected Nell and Iris from the debris. The other children were farther away and were not hit. My mom set me down. When the lightning fell and Mom intervened, everyone stopped fighting. She spoke, calm as always. Rumara. Aurora. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Aurora flinch upon hearing Mom's tone. Despite being the calmest among our mothers, she was definitely not lenient. I saw another child approach and immediately recognized her. A spiraling purple horn on her forehead, wheat-colored hair, wearing the standard uniform of Star Rise Academy. Ramara Landon, of the Landon Demon Clan. She was an informal disciple of Miss Aisha and had studied at Star Rise Academy since she was very young. So she was the one who cast the lightning. Impressive. The children gradually gathered. Ramara and Aurora stood in front of Ghislaine. First, my mom said, "Congratulations on becoming a king-level mage, Ramara. How old are you again?" The girl became shy for a moment, but also seemed happy. "I'm 9, Miss Ghislaine." Ghislaine nodded. "Now. I believe Aisha has taught you about the rules when using king and saint-level magic. Or did she not?" Ramara lowered her head and cast a discreet glance at Aurora, saying nothing, clearly expecting punishment. Aurora cleared her throat. Ahem, actually, it was me, Mom. I was the one who convinced her to use it. She looked away, whistling nonchalantly. To me, it was obvious that Aurora was trying to take advantage of Beast Mom's benevolence to escape. But the next word surprised her. Very well. I'll leave this for Eris to handle. For now, you two are grounded. Aurora was first shocked. Then, terrified. She was about to beg for mercy, but Mom continued. As for you, Ramara, I'll tell Aisha about this. Settle it with her. She then concluded. Everyone, except Ramara and Aurora, may go. Have fun. Without saying anything else, Mom returned to the tree house, where her friends were. A small satisfaction filled my chest. But I showed nothing outwardly. If nothing goes wrong, that means I can now do nothing. I began looking for a good tree to take a nap. But then I glanced sideways at Perseus, who was talking to his followers like a champion, and thought about the earlier fight. He seemed faster lately. I guess it's better to close that gap before anything else. I picked up my wooden sword and went alone to a clearing. To relax in the most efficient way possible, the ideal is to be strong enough that no one can force you to do anything. Chapter 341, The Beast God's Household. It was night at the residence of the Beast God, and even so, the atmosphere was still lively. Of course, with 8 children of different ages, that was inevitable. In the courtyard of the great tree house, Perseus, Ghislaine's eldest son, and Harris and Hubert, Eris's youngest twins, were training. The one guiding them was Ghislaine. For better or worse, Perseus's explosive, warrior-like personality had completely captivated the two boys. They looked up to their older brother as an example, and as a goal to be reached. In truth, this ended up being very good for Perseus himself. He had always been extremely imperious and aggressive, but being seen as an older brother made him want to appear more reliable and mature, even if, in practice, he hadn't improved all that much. Eris's twins, despite being only 3 years old, already showed great aptitude for hand-to-hand combat. And although they had not been born with the Laplace factor like their older siblings, they were still strong for carrying the blood of the beast race. The two red-haired boys were inseparable, always together. Because of that, it became a common sight to see Perseus walking around followed by 2 little redheads. At that moment, under Ghislaine's supervision, the 2 younger ones attacked their brother simultaneously, trying their best to apply what they had learned in combat. But in the end, they were still just small children. Perseus dodged and counterattacked with ease, actually trying to make things easier for his brothers. He kicked Hubert's fist, disarming him with ease and making him fall, sitting on the ground. Ghislaine's voice sounded attentive. Hubert, don't let go of your sword. If you want to follow the sword god style, your sword is your heart. You must always hold it, no matter the obstacle. Still on the ground, Hubert looked at the sword that had flown from his hand. After hearing his mother's words, he sprang up with a spin, grabbed the weapon, and charged forward with inexhaustible energy. Ha! Perseus smiled. Hee. Come on, you brats. Technically, that should have been recess time, the moment when they were free to play or have fun outside of lessons. But, well, that was how Harris and Hubert most liked to have fun. And Perseus was more than happy to help them with their training. In fact, before the arrival of those 2 brats, he was almost always the only one who remained active even during recess. That left him a bit lonely. Now, however, he felt excited and expectant about the growth of his younger brothers. While they were fighting outside, inside the house Verdia was in the kitchen, cooking while following a recipe written on a piece of paper. She kept her hair tied up in a bun and even wore an apron. Rigger was sitting in an armchair with 2 of his children, Aurora and Hamish. Despite both being Verdia's children, the 2 were very different from each other. Aurora was mischievous and clever, while Hamish had always seemed quite ordinary. As Verdia liked to say, he was like a common elven child. Usually calm, curious, and very patient. Among Rigger's children, Hamish and Diana had been the ones who caused the least trouble as babies. He was also especially attached to the family, both to his mothers and to Rigger and his siblings. He liked taking care of the youngest, Lena, and always showed concern for her. Aurora and Hamish were paying close attention to their father at that moment. Rigger had completely captured the attention of the 2 by telling an exciting story. While the armies of the kingdom of Ignaz retreated under the enormous pressure of the demon army, and with his beloved wife among the last to flee, the sacred sword of the elves, the great swordsman Idasliad, turned to hold back the enemy's advance. Alone against the demon army? Aurora asked, shocked. Rigger confirmed without hesitation. Completely alone. He advanced with the intention of buying time. Time for his beloved to escape, and for his sworn brother, Ars, to have enough time to defeat the demon empress in battle. The 2 children held their breath as the story unfolded. They had already grown fond of Idasliad and his companions during the tale, and they didn't want them to die. Rigger smiled slightly before continuing. The one commanding the demon army was none other than one of the 5 great demon kings, the great immortal Necros Lacrosse. With his 8 arms and monstrous strength, he was said at the time to be the most powerful demon alive. He leaned forward. Even so, Idasliad prepared to fight, despite the numerical disadvantage. But, to his surprise, when Necros saw his opponent advancing alone against the enemy lines, he burst into thunderous laughter. Shocking both allies and enemies alike, Necros challenged the sacred sword Idasliad to a one-on-one duel, forbidding his army from supporting him or interfering in the battle. The children were on edge, hoping for a good ending for the hero of that story. Unfortunately for them, that was not a story with a happy ending. In that legendary duel, Verdia's ancestor, Idasliad, lost to Necros Lacrosse. Even so, Rigor continued telling the story, completely holding his children's attention. Both had elven blood, it was natural that they would admire such a powerful ancestor. Besides, Rigor was an excellent storyteller. He himself loved listening to stories when he was young. He told tales both from his previous world and from this current one. The Trojan War, Susanoo, and the 8-headed serpent, the 12 labors of Hercules, among many others. This world also had its own tales and legends, but most of them had truly happened, inspired by great warriors and explorers. Such as the 2 great human-demon wars and the Laplace War. After taking charge of the Labyrinth Library and the Demon King Beetho of Tveta, Rigor came to know much more about the past of the Six-Faced world. Students of the Star Rise Academy could also learn all of that, if they were interested. While Rigor told his stories, sitting on a comfortable rug nearby was Eris. She was meditating. No. That was impossible. That was exactly what Diana was thinking at that moment as she observed her red-haired mother. Few things caught her attention in general, but this needed to be recorded. Diana was lying on her stomach on a white sofa. Beside her was the sacred beast Leo and, sleeping quietly supported by his fur, the youngest of the family, Lena. Iris was sitting at a nearby table, reading a book about advanced fire magic. Diana was very curious about why her mother was meditating. Eris was usually the most intense. If she had to rank which of her mothers was most likely to meditate, she would be in last place. Diana swung her legs curiously until she finally lost interest. That was a rare opportunity to rest. She lay down on Leo. Meanwhile, Eris was breaking out in a cold sweat. Meditating was very difficult. After becoming a master swordswoman, she had become significantly calmer and more controlled, but meditating required more than calmness. It required concentration and serenity, reaching a state in which one thinks of nothing was a Herculean task. Even so, she persisted. Rigor had told her that she was already very close to her limit as a swordswoman. Even as the sword god and one of the strongest in the world, she was not satisfied with her own strength. To become stronger, Rigor said she needed to become a master. Whatever that meant. In terms of swordsmanship, she was already a master. Rigor himself had mentioned that she was at the top of the world in terms of fencing techniques. In combat, she was one of the most skilled in the world. After all, she had dedicated her entire life to it. But becoming a true master required unifying everything. Not only in combat. She needed to be in constant harmony with herself, aware of everything around her. At first, she thought that was ridiculous. How could someone be in combat all the time? Even now, she still couldn't fully understand what rigor meant. Her only consolation was knowing that Gino had also not yet reached that state. In any case, rigor told her that it took time, so she was not anxious. If she could never become a master, she would accept it, but she would not give up without trying. And so, time passed slowly. Ghislaine trained Perseus for a while longer. When Rigor finished the story with that tragic ending for Idas, Aurora was shocked and furious, while Hamish looked lost and desolate. Perhaps Rigor was a little cruel. In any case, Verdia finally finished the food and called everyone to eat. There was no room for discussion. Verdia was, by far, the best cook in the house. Not even Aisha cooked better than her. Rigor proudly occupied last place, even Eris did better than him. Verdia always prepared food in large quantities, since the entire family had a big appetite, and cooking for everyone was something she loved to do. Otherwise, they would have hired a cook a long time ago. Rigor had already announced that he would be traveling soon. Because of that, he had been spending more time with the family, making the most of everyone's company before departing. And that night, he also had other plans. For now, however, he took the opportunity to catch up on everything his children had been doing. Aurora had recently been disciplined by Eris and was visibly calmer that day. Perseus, in turn, always seemed more relaxed when Rigor was nearby. Sometimes, Rigor felt as if he had been recognized as the leader of the pack. It was a simple and complicated relationship at the same time, but he liked it. Each of his children behaved differently around him. Rigor did his best to be present for them. He talked, played, listened. He didn't want to be an absent father. Even knowing that his children were, by nature, unpredictable, and that there wasn't much he could control. During the meal, he talked with everyone. If he had to list the most important things, two stood out: Diana asked him for a telescope as a gift, and Hamish said he wanted to learn elven swordsmanship. Rhaegar decided to leave the latter to Verdia, since she was great at it. After some time together, they put the children to bed earlier than usual. There were some protests, but there wasn't much they could do. With the little ones already settled, the four returned to the living room. Rhaegar sat down on the sofa, while his women spread out around him, lying down comfortably. He would leave the next day, together with Eris. Verdia was the first to speak. Be careful. And don't forget to send a message every half hour. Rhaegar laughed. Same to you. Don't take the vision of the future too seriously. Only go to Begarit if it's strictly necessary. Verdia had had a very relevant vision involving the deserts of Begarit and a huge red ogre a few days earlier. They still didn't know what it meant, but Rhaegar advised them not to take any action until he returned. Ghislaine crossed her arms. Don't worry so much. Aisha is also out of reach of Hidegami's eyes. If we need to act, it won't be that dangerous. Verdia agreed. In any case, the danger you'll face in the labyrinth will be greater than anything we might face here. Rhaegar still looked hesitant, but Eris spoke next. Besides, they'll still have Gino and Aisha, she said with conviction. I honestly don't think anything bad will happen while Aisha is in command. Rhaegar sighed. Since Aisha had become #1 among the kings of Gaia, her authority was second only to his own. In Rhaegar's absence, she would be the one to command the kingdom. That left him relieved and worried. On one hand, he couldn't imagine anyone more suitable for that position. On the other, Aisha was unpredictable. Rhaegar had no idea what might happen. Even so, he trusted her. His thoughts were interrupted when he felt a hand sliding into places where it definitely shouldn't. He glanced sideways and found Verdia smiling mischievously. Well, she murmured. Since you're going to be away for a while, I think we could do something different tonight. Ghislaine's ears perked up immediately when she understood the meaning. She looked at Rhaegar, waiting for his reaction. Eris, surprisingly, was slightly flushed. When she was alone with Rhaegar, Eris was an untamed lioness. But with the others nearby, she became shyer than them. Rhaegar felt his blood heat up. He smiled. Yeah. He said. It's been a while since we did this together. He adjusted himself, pulling the three closer and, in a quick motion, grabbed them by the waist and lifted them as he stood up. That movement startled Eris, but Rhaegar didn't care. He ignored any protests and moved, carrying them toward the bedroom. The treehouse would be a little noisy that night. Chapter 342, Three Thirsty Lionesses. R18, POV, Rhaegar Adoldia. Climbing the stairs hurriedly with my wives, I could already feel their bodies heating up. Honestly, I expected something like this before leaving on this trip to one of the three great labyrinths, but I didn't expect it to be all three at the same time, not that I was complaining, of course. It wouldn't be the first time we did this all together, but even so, it was a rare occasion, one I intended to enjoy at all costs. Chapter 343, Undertow, Awkward Love. At the combat temple, in the small dojo occupied by the water god, Aisha admired her new blade, the golden short sword of Rida, Undertow. Rida was seated on the tatami in front of her and soon asked, curiously. Did you like it? Aisha nodded with a smile. I loved it, master. Rida nodded as well. Well, you really did it. You surpassed me in combat, that was the deal. It's yours from now on. She stood up and walked to the back of the dojo, where her residence was. Aisha followed her, observing her second master with curiosity. She knew Rida loved that sword and, considering she would still live for quite a long time thanks to rejuvenation, she was surprised that she gave up the weapon so easily. Rida noticed the look while she began preparing tea and commented casually. Well, it won't be as useful as that armor you got from the beast god, but, if you ask Rufus to change a few things, it should suit your style. Aisha smiled. Master, that was a very old agreement. Are you sure you don't want to keep the sword? It is one of the rare Jalisco swords, after all. Rida turned around irritated. I don't want to. A deal is a deal. I'll get another sword later. Seeing that she was truly bothered by the refusal, Aisha did not argue further. She understood the master's intention, more or less. She wanted Aisha to remember her. It was very cute of her, since Aisha had no intention of leaving her aside to begin with. Besides that, Aisha also thought Undertow perfect for her fighting style. As Rida said, a few magical modifications would be enough. Aisha smiled gently while watching the master prepare the tea. Rida tried to ignore her as much as possible, but, realizing she wouldn't be able to, she decided to go on the offensive. Speaking of that, for how long are you going to keep circling Rhaegar without telling him you like him? Aisha froze upon hearing that and coughed to disguise it. A light redness appeared on her cheeks. Wait, why are you interested? Rida realized she had hit a weak point and continued. He seems to be avoiding the subject. If you're not more assertive, he might never give you a chance. Aisha snorted, trying to appear confident. Humph. Don't worry about matters outside your era, old lady. I have everything under control. Aisha was an incomparable genius, a god-level mage and a water emperor. Someone like that would probably have difficulty finding a worthy husband, right? But that wasn't quite the case. Aisha did not have very complicated requirements for a future husband. He only needed to truly love her, be authentic, minimally strong, sincere, but also intelligent. And, above all, curious. She herself was a very curious person about life and wanted to do many things, therefore, he would need to accompany her. It did not seem difficult. The problem was that Aisha had never been romantically interested in anyone, regardless of whether she knew what she wanted or not. Rida looked at her suspiciously while serving the tea. Everything under control. He doesn't seem very cooperative with your flirting, brat. Aisha made a slight grimace. Well, that was true. She wasn't doing as well as she had hoped. She sighed. As she grew older and more mature, Aisha came to research marriage possibilities and simply did not find a better suitor than her master, within her standards. Rigor occupied the most important place in her heart, even her mother and Eris came a little behind. She had immense affection, admiration, and love for him since she could remember. But it was not necessarily romantic love. Rigor had always told her that she would know when she was truly in love. And as he said, there really was a specific moment, 2 years ago, that changed everything. It was not any special occasion, there was no dramatic rescue, confession, or display of strength. That day, Rigor was not even talking to her. Aisha was simply talking with Eris while both watched him play with the children. She was suddenly stunned to see him having fun in a silly and innocent way with his children. He was not even pretending, he seemed fragile, simple, and not at all fearsome as usual. Aisha knew he was kind deep down, but did not imagine he could show such actions. At that time, she thought she already knew him completely, and was shocked to discover a new face of her master. That day, the affection and love she felt changed form. A strange warmth spread through her stomach, leaving her confused and uncomfortable in his presence. Aisha's life until then had been somewhat turbulent, being a genius, her mind worked differently. She did not live childish crushes nor teenage romances, there was always something more important to dedicate her time to. It was only at 17 that she realized she was experiencing her first true love. And she became completely lost before that attraction and the uncontrollable feelings that took over her chest. It was quite a turbulent period for the Star Rise Academy. While remembering this, Aisha tried to sound unconcerned. Well, at least he doesn't hate me or anything like that. My starting point was already excellent. Rida grumbled. Humph. That's because you refused to ask Verdia and Eris for help. That wouldn't be fair. Aisha immediately retorted. I want him to truly fall in love with me, not marry me just because it makes sense. Rida clicked her tongue. Idiot girl. Not everyone marries for passion. Sometimes love is born with time. Aisha drank her tea and pretended not to hear. Rida sighed. Look, he is going to a labyrinth now. It's a chance. Aisha raised an eyebrow. You want me to go with him? Rida put a hand to her forehead. Gods, do you lose all that IQ of yours when we enter this subject? You need to do something that makes him think about you for a long time. Something impactful. Aisha reflected. Not a bad idea, but what would I do? I don't even know what he thinks about this. I can't be too direct and be rejected immediately. Why don't you ask Verdia what he thinks? Rida suggested. You don't need to ask for help directly, but getting some information would already be good. Aisha was still pondering when her magic word rang. Only a few people could contact her, and only in truly important situations. She picked it up to see what it was about. Some Legion warriors stationed on the Begarit continent had sent an urgent report to the Central. Aisha frowned. Considering the future vision Verdia had involving Begarit, that needed to be treated seriously. She stood up. Thank you for the tea. About your suggestion. I'll think about it. Call me if you need anything. Rida sighed as she watched Aisha leave in a hurry. Soon she was alone in her simple residence. Aisha's tea remained half full. She grumbled. Young love is so stupid. Some unpleasant memories of her own youth came to mind. To push them away, she grabbed a wooden sword and went back to the dojo to train. In the end, improving her technique was always the best occupation. In a rather famous cafe in the city of Tinaver, a blonde elf was talking with a young human woman, also blonde. The elf was Lelass. She sighed while slowly stirring her coffee, her gaze lost for a moment. You know. I knew this might not go exactly as planned, but this is a bit excessive. Norn seemed embarrassed. She brought the cup to her lips and took a small sip. Since Elinalis had arrived in the kingdom of Gaia to rescue Norn and the others, she had discovered something unexpected. They did not really need to be saved. Not only Norn, neither Zenith nor Lilia. On the contrary, all of them had built a life there. They had friends, colleagues, routines. Thanks to Aisha, they also had security and stability. They seemed perfectly adapted to life in the kingdom of Gaia. Norn spoke carefully. As I said before, it's not like we're enemies or anything like that. Elinalis snorted, clearly displeased. Your sister seems quite like an enemy to me. But, it's not my business, I came alone precisely because I won't get involved in fights, she shrugged. Elinalis was the wife of Cliff Grimoire. Even so, she had basically become a housewife and had no direct involvement with the political or military activities of the Dragon God faction. Now, pregnant again and with her curse suspended for some time, she decided to make that trip as someone neutral, only to fetch Zenith and Norn, without getting into conflicts. Norn sighed, thinking about the family's complicated situation. Publicly, the Beast God and the Dragon God were enemies. The Kingdom of Gaia and the Kingdom of Azura were also opponents. There was, without a doubt, a certain hostility between them. Even so, they were not mortal enemies. Proof of this was that neither side had initiated a total war. Zenith, for example, would be happy to see her eldest son again and meet her grandsons and granddaughters. Lilia, on the other hand, felt indebted to Rudeus, but ended up staying on Aisha's side in the end. Aisha, well, she might be the only one who could actually kill Rudeus if she saw him. But, as far as Norn knew, it was not because she held personal hatred. Aisha simply placed herself entirely on Rigger's side, and, within that logic, Rudeus was an enemy. Whoever was against Rigger was an enemy. Elinalis looked outside the cafe, observing the movement of the kingdom's capital. This city has changed a lot. She commented. So Zenith became a healer here too. Sounds nice. Norn nodded. It's not like we're mistreated. Many years have passed since the Mealy's War. A lot has changed. She did not want her mother's friend to feel uncomfortable, but the truth was simple. Norn studied at the Star Rise Academy, had friends, she even liked a boy from there. She saw no reason to go to another continent and abandon everything suddenly. Elinalis opened an understanding smile. I see. You don't need to go back home, because you are already home. Norn nodded. Even so, Elinalis sighed deeply. How frustrating. I came all this way for nothing. Norn asked carefully. Would you like to visit my mother? Elinalis thought for a moment. Maybe, her eyes shone. Actually, it would be great to have a reunion with the old group. Yes. She suddenly stood up, excited. I'm going to contact Tallhand, she said, determined. And use your magic communicator to talk to Zenith. Ask her to invite Ghislaine too. She paused for a moment. I'll stay in this hotel anyway. Tell them to look for me here. Norn stood up as well, a little nervous. Of course. I'll talk to her, yes, but I can't guarantee Miss Ghislaine will show up. Elinalis made a small pout. All right. But really try. With that, the elf left the cafe excited, leaving Norn alone at the table. As long as one had money, and was not a wanted criminal, using teleportation circles was simple. And Elinalis was, in fact, quite rich. Norn remained seated for a few moments, still a little dazed. Even so, she picked up her magic communicator and informed her mother, Zenith, about the unexpected visit of the old friend. She only sincerely hoped that this would not be the beginning of a big problem. Chapter 344, light as a feather, fierce as a gale. On the training field outside the treehouse, the sun had just risen. Rigger and Eris would leave the kingdom that morning, so they were gathered with all the children for one last farewell. Eris finished putting on her armor while talking with Aurora. Not far from there, Perseus attacked Rigger with all the strength he had. Around the clearing, the other children were arranged in a line, all watching the training attentively. Rigger laughed as he easily dodged and then flicked his son on the forehead. Ow. Perseus quickly stepped back, bringing a hand to his forehead, and growled low. Rigger spoke in a teasing tone. You still refuse to use your sword, Perseus? Even though he had been taught swordsmanship since childhood, Perseus insisted on fighting using only claws and fangs. Rigger never truly forbade it, it wasn't a big problem, but he wanted to make sure the boy wouldn't keep fighting like that only by instinct, as he himself did when he was small. Perseus snorted. Weapons are for the weak. A dragon doesn't need a sword to defeat his enemy, he tears him apart with his own fangs. Rigger was amused by that, but kept provoking. Right, but you're not a dragon. Perseus raised his chin, proud. That's right. I am the beast god's son. Endowed with unmatched talent and supernatural strength. I am far more terrifying than a dragon. I was born to be the most powerful beast that has ever walked this land. It was very clear to Rigger and to his mothers that Perseus had developed dreams and fantasies after hearing so many stories. Like almost every boy his age, he wanted to be a great hero. Rigger stepped forward, still smiling, but with a slightly more serious and threatening tone. Oh. Then what would that make me? I am, theoretically, the most powerful beast of the present day. Perseus shuddered for an instant. Deep in his heart, his father was an absolute and constant power. Someone above all others, someone who should not be challenged. It wasn't always like that, but time had taught him this truth: nothing good ever came from reacting violently against him. But this time. He cast a sideways glance and saw his siblings sitting on the benches, all aligned, watching the training attentively. Especially Harris and Hubert, who looked at him with admiration. Perseus turned his gaze back to Rigger, that figure that filled his mind like an insurmountable titan, and exposed his claws, preparing to charge. What about you, father? He spoke challengingly. You're very strong, but it won't be like that forever. Give me 5, no, 10 years. In 10 years I will challenge you and come out victorious. I will become the new beast god. The greatest the world has ever seen or will see. Without giving him time to react, Perseus rushed forward even faster than normal. He was fiercer, more bestial, but undeniably faster. But, contrary to what Perseus expected, Rigger was smiling. With a quick and precise movement, he kicked his son in the stomach, launching him like a projectile toward a tree. A crash echoed through the great forest when his body slammed into the giant tree. Before Perseus fainted, he felt a warm sensation spread through his body and heard his father's voice. Good. I'll be looking forward to your challenge, son. I hope you don't forget it. Now go sit down. Ignoring the persistent tingling in his stomach and going to sit with his siblings, Perseus made a mental note not to leave his guard open when attacking recklessly. Rigger then turned to his children, looking at each one. Only Aurora was still talking with Eris, all the others were there. He spoke affectionately. Daddy will be away for a few days. Some became sad. Others didn't mind much, since they already knew. Iris raised her hand timidly. Rigger smiled at her. What is it, Iris? She shrank a little upon feeling the eyes on her. It's just, will it be dangerous? Rigger nodded. Maybe it will be the most dangerous thing Daddy has ever done, or the second most dangerous. But yes. Iris lowered her head a little. It was clear she expected a more confident answer. In truth, all of them seemed to feel the same. They grew up in an environment where Rigger had always been at the top of the hierarchy. For them, there was nothing their father couldn't do, nor any enemy he couldn't defeat. Stories about the dragon god or the fighter god were just that, stories. They had never seen someone stronger than their own father. Iris spent a long time asking why he needed to go, until another voice sounded, more monotone. But how dangerous will it be? More dangerous than you, Dad. It was Diana, with the youngest sister, Lena, in her lap. Rigger thought for a moment and answered with a raised eyebrow. A tricky question, but no, he smiled. They definitely won't be more dangerous than me. Diana nodded. Iris raised her head, first confused, then excited. Perseus snorted from the side. Then Hamish, the little blonde-haired elf, raised his arm. Huh, Daddy, are you going to destroy the world on this journey? Rigger looked at his son, surprised. I don't think so. Hamish sighed in relief. Aunt Aisha said you were going to destroy the world one day, and then rebuild it. Rigger felt a slight headache upon hearing that, and soon began thinking of ways to scold Aisha later. It is definitely not in my plans to destroy the world, this time, he confirmed. The questions continued for quite a while. At one point, Aurora arrived together with Eris, much more well-behaved this time. Rigger made sure to answer his children's curiosity as much as he could. When there was nothing left to delay, it was time to leave. Verdia arrived and led the children to their respective lessons, writing, magic, swordsmanship, each according to what suited them. When everyone moved away, Eris spoke confidently. Aurora won't cause trouble until we get back. I think she understood the situation well. Rigger nodded. That was truly a concern, since Aurora, even being only 6 years old, had one of the largest mana reserves in the world. With all farewells and preparations done, there was no point in prolonging it further. Rigger and Eris ran toward where Escalor awaited them. The armor Eris wore was not ordinary. It was one of Rufus's most recent masterpieces, completed under Godbard's guidance. He named it Scarlet Gale. At first glance, it was a light metallic armor, black in coloration, with red and golden details. It did not cover the body completely and was composed of several separate pieces that, despite forming a single set, were designed not to restrict Eris's movements in any way. From the pauldrons, a long red cape extended, perfectly matching her hair tied in a ponytail. Beyond all that, Eris was simply dazzling. The two crossed the forest like lightning. That path had been familiar to them for many years, and now they almost knew by heart every obstacle, every rise in the terrain. Even so, Rigger couldn't help but notice that Eris was faster than normal. Naturally, this made him remember the three main enchantments of the Scarlet Gale armor, all created to maximize the swordswoman's strengths. Beyond the obvious increase in speed, power, and reaction time, it was those three enchantments that truly made it stand out. The first was passive regeneration. Eris's fighting style was aggressive, explosive, little focused on prolonged defenses. But against certain opponents, she simply could not win with a single decisive blow. The regeneration would not only help keep her alive, but would also dictate how long she could fight at maximum power, gradually restoring stamina and mana. The second enchantment was the Blessing of Wind. This one was created based on the ability of one of the spirits summoned by Verdia. Its effect was quite direct. Eris practically stopped feeling the natural resistance of the air, also being propelled in the direction she wished merely by her own will. Her speed, which was already absurd, became even harder to follow. The third was teleportation. Although limited to about 10 meters within the user's field of vision, in the hands of someone like Eris, bearer of the Foresight Demon Eye, that was like giving wings to a tigress. With her level as a swordswoman, her Demon Eye, and the Scarlet Gale, there was simply no one in the entire world capable of defeating her easily. Rigger felt satisfied as he evaluated Eris's current capabilities. Soon after, the two spotted Escalar. At his side was Helios, comparatively smaller, but still an enormous red dragon. Sitting atop Helios's head was Aisha. She wore the uniform of headmistress of the Star Rise Academy, something more akin to a sorceress's robe, adorned with star patterns. She was especially charming, and Rigger could swear her hair was more neatly arranged than usual. Eris greeted her as soon as she saw her. "Aisha. I thought you wouldn't come." Aisha smiled and replied. "I was a bit busy, but I arrived in time." Rigger stayed aside while Aisha and Eris said goodbye. When the conversation ended, Eris realized Aisha wanted to talk with Rigger and, without ceremony, jumped onto Escalar, waiting for him there. Aisha approached, and Rigger commented with a slight joking tone. "So, already taking advantage of your number one authority." With Rigger away, Aisha had assumed many of the kingdom's duties. His absence demanded extra attention against possible attacks or traps. After all, the kingdom would lose its greatest shield. Aisha made a face. "Actually, not much. Most things are a nuisance. Sometimes I even wish something would happen just to have some movement." Rigger perceived with his senses that she was nervous, slightly embarrassed. Something was out of the ordinary. Before he could say anything, Aisha continued. "Master. I prepared something for you." She removed a scroll from inside her robe and handed it over. "This is a king-level barrier magic I used as the basis to create the axiom frame. It's called spatial isolation. I believe it might be useful against the Labyrinth's boss, if the theory about him is correct. Because it's king-level, it's complicated, but I think Master can learn it." Rigger analyzed the scroll for a moment, once again surprised by Aisha's genius in barrier magic. That was far beyond the ordinary. Many calculations and applications were far too specific to simply replicate, something only a true genius could develop, guided by intuition, trial, and error. While observing, he noticed Aisha's heartbeat even faster. Ignoring that, he smiled in gratitude. "Thank you, Aisha. It will be very useful." He chose not to comment, but noticed she still called him master. He didn't quite know how to deal with that. Aisha smiled back, her cheeks slightly flushed. When you return." She hesitated and interrupted her own speech. Never mind." She turned and started walking away. Inside, Rigger almost had a heart attack imagining what she might say. But outwardly he answered calmly. Right. See you later. We'll keep in contact through the magic word." He turned and jumped onto Escalar, where Eris was already waiting for him. "What did Aisha want?" Eris asked. "Nothing much. She just gave me a magic scroll to deal with the Labyrinth's boss." Escalar, probably the second fastest flyer in the kingdom, losing only to Rigger, rose when he received the signal. He released a powerful roar that made the ground tremble and opened his enormous wings, flying toward the nearest teleportation circle, which would take them to the central continent. Rigger was a bit restless. To dispel that uneasiness, he extended his senses to the maximum. In the middle of the forest, he clearly heard Aisha's voice, which was already very distant. It was only a low whisper, but even so, he heard it perfectly. "When you come back, I won't hesitate anymore." You will be mine, Rigger. She then turned and jumped onto Helios. Rigger's mind short-circuited as he tried to understand whether he had really heard that. Chapter 345, Speedrun to the End of the World. Flying over the snow-covered mountains of the Red Dragon mountain range, it was possible to clearly perceive how that ecosystem had been drastically modified. The battle between the beast god and the dragon god, 5 years ago, still remained engraved in everyone's memory, not only in the lands north of the central continent, but also in the kingdom of Azura. Even the conflict zone suffered deep changes after that day. The day when a second sun appeared in the sky. A second sun that devastated everything in its path. Some began to call it the Day of Judgment, especially in the kingdom of Azura, where a large number of noble families, rotten to the core, fell along with that devastating flash. For many, it was like a physical sign of liberation, a kind of divine punishment that struck exactly where it should. There was even a tribe in the interior of the frozen northern lands that began to worship that second sun as a god. This was because a snow monster that had terrorized them for years was killed by the surrounding destruction caused by the explosion. Of course, although there were consequences considered good by some, the event was not without damage. All areas near the center of the spell faced a period of unprecedented drought and heat for several months. Temperatures exceeded 40 degrees for consecutive days. The basic ecosystem was deeply affected. There were monster stampedes in several regions, collapses in entire food chains, and violent conflicts between species that had previously coexisted with some stability. As the epicenter of the explosion was in the mountain ranges, the heat was even more harmful to the monsters than to the kingdoms. Many were nearly driven to extinction by the drought period, the collapse of the ecosystem, and the desperate need to prey upon one another during the chaos. In addition, it helped enormously that Queen Ariel had mobilized all available funds and personnel to stabilize the kingdom's security and economy. There were also some miraculous events occurring. Situations of rivers appearing out of nowhere, fertile areas suddenly re-emerging, and even dangerous monsters being found dead without any direct intervention from the kingdom's military forces. That chaotic period lasted a full 6 months, until the heat gradually dissipated and the environment slowly began to return to normal. Or at least as normal as it could be. A huge portion of the mountain range was completely transformed into rubble, or simply erased from the map by the thunderous magics of the 2 warriors who fought there. In any case, Escalar was not concerned with any of that. The powerful dragon was completely different from when he met Rigger, still a child. His current wingspan reached 80 meters, a colossal monster. However, it was not the size that impressed, but the strength. Following the methods described in the Guide of the Future, Escalar was fed with cores and meat from monsters with high mana concentration. With proper and constant training, he transformed that excess mana into brute strength and power. Of course, it was not a strength advancement as fast as the growth of a human dedicated to training, but Escalar was a red dragon, and one of the most powerful among them. His starting point was very high. Even if he did nothing, he would still be classified as a rank S or even SS beast. After so many years, his red scales had become more vibrant and much more resistant. His muscles were denser and faster than those of any other ordinary dragon. His fangs were sharp thanks to constant hunting. His flaming breath reached temperatures capable of turning even the world's greatest heroes into ashes. But his strongest point was flight. Having been forced to constantly refine his aerial capability to meet Rigger's demands, Escalar became an exceptional flyer. His natural talent for gravity manipulation was especially good among dragons, making him one of the best flyers in the world. Overall, Escalar was one of the most dangerous beings in the world. Emperor-level warriors would have extreme difficulty penetrating his scales. Only anomalies at the god level could face him with real advantage. Even so, he was not truly at that tier. His weapons were limited to fangs, claws, and flaming breath. God-level combatants usually possessed their own methods to neutralize this type of threat. Proof of this was that Rida could easily deal with the dragon simply by activating the deprivation field. The same applied to some others at that level. Even so, that did not diminish the value of such a terrible creature. The few monsters that spotted Escalar flying at high speed made sure to hide or flee upon recognizing a superior predator. Not that the dragon himself cared. His gaze was lazy. Completely inconsistent with his swift flight, which made him look like a living calamity crossing the skies, Escalar was not very focused on the surroundings. He did not worry about possible opponents. And he did that because, on his back, were 2 beings even more terrifying than he was. After flying for so long without interruption, the dragon finally spotted his objective. A terror even for a red dragon. Even so, he flew in that direction without question. In the distance, beyond the towering mountains around and some red dragons roaring threateningly, it was possible to see a colossal crater. Anyone observing from the edge would easily think they were facing the end of the world. Stretching for kilometers, the surrounding mountains seemed insignificant before that titanic hole. It was as if it pierced the entire world. Even Escalar, with his 80-meter wingspan, was no more than a small red dot as he approached the labyrinth. Looking carefully into that vast dark and rocky expanse awakened a strange, almost compulsive, desire to dive into it as quickly as possible. That was how the labyrinth swallowed several red dragons that flew over the death zone without realizing the danger. But Escalar was protected by a magic cast by Rigor. Thus, he approached without worries, under the eyes of predators that did not even dare to come near. Little was known about that labyrinth. As happened with all the three great ones, despite being treated as the ultimate objective and told as urban legends among adventurers, there were few in the world who truly dared to cross the inhospitable regions that led to those death zones. On the dragon's back, Rigor and Eris were finishing their preparations. Although the trip had been fast thanks to the teleportation circles, they had still spent several hours in transit. Rigor wore a full black armor, only the helmet still off. It was the Skullbinder armor, Transcendent version. Unlike the Ascendant version, this one had runic inscriptions at key points of the armor. Aesthetically, the most visible change was the beast god symbol engraved in silver on the chestplate and pauldrons. He was currently checking a bracelet attached to the armor. This was the most recent technological advancement of the Kingdom of Gaia. A spatial bracelet. When he first saw it, Rigor was genuinely amazed. He even made a joke saying that it should have been one of the first things he would obtain if he were following the pattern of stories from his previous world. In fantasy stories like that, a spatial storage was usually one of the first things a reincarnated person obtained, but Rigor took more than 20 years. Even with clear limitations regarding what could be stored and the storage time, it was still, undeniably, a spatial storage. He observed it with curiosity and interest, touching one of the small runes with the tip of his finger to check the interior. Meanwhile, Eris was tying her hair again. She had created the habit of doing that whenever she prepared for combat. The movement caught Rigor's attention. He looked his wife up and down. She already knew this, but he found Eris extremely charming with her hair tied in a ponytail. Eris had not yet finished when she noticed her husband's gaze. When she raised her eyes, she saw him blow her a kiss. A shamelessly bold behavior. She immediately blushed. She huffed silently and turned her face away, although it was obvious she had liked it. Which drew a provocative chuckle from Rigor. After that, his expression changed, becoming more serious. He turned his gaze to the enormous crater in the distance, which was drawing closer and closer. He had already put on Skullbinder since the beginning of the trip, as this would be an invasion focused on efficiency and speed. Eris was also completely equipped, ready to accelerate. The two had finished, a few minutes earlier, their likely last peaceful meal in a long time. From today on, they would probably no longer have room to worry about superfluous things. As Escalar approached the colossal abyss, his wings slowed until he began gliding toward the ground. The air around vibrated with the displacement of his gigantic body, whirlwinds of snow and dust being dragged by the wind. Rigor spoke one last time. Eris, remember to never leave my side. Eris clicked her tongue, irritated. Come on. This is already the 100th time you've warned me about that. Rigor laughed as Escalar landed on the mountainous terrain, only 50 meters from the entrance of the labyrinth. Eris jumped off the dragon's back. At the same instant, Rigor jumped beside her and pulled her by the waist, making their bodies stay very close and forcing her to turn her face toward him. He looked at her up close. Then you'd better remember, once again, don't leave my side, girl. He brought his face closer to hers, almost brushing their lips. We're going to conquer a legendary labyrinth. Actually, we're even going to do a speedrun of this labyrinth. Eris's eyes shone. Since childhood, she had nurtured an adventurous fascination for exploring labyrinths and defeating powerful monsters. Conquering that labyrinth, and still at Rigor's side, was like touching the sky. Even if the path led directly to hell. Rigor noticed her enthusiasm and, for a moment, he also smiled. But the smile disappeared as his arms tightened the embrace, making it firmer. But I brought you for a reason, Eris. I feel that what we're going to find in this labyrinth is not as simple as we expect, perhaps even the knowledge we have about it won't be of much help in this new problem. Her excited smile faltered upon noticing the seriousness in his voice. You felt it? Yes. She lowered her tone a little. Then why did you still come? He answered without thinking much. I simply felt that I should. It doesn't matter anyway, we are here. Our focus is to take the item from the final boss and return as quickly as possible. I won't ask you to retreat when you see me in danger, I know that would be impossible. He looked at her seriously. What I want is for you to trust me above all else, and I will also trust you. Eris looked into Rigor's golden eyes for a moment, while he stared into her heterochromatic eyes, one green and the other red. She leaned in and gave him a quick kiss. That's obvious. Her face was slightly red. Rigor smiled. Then he turned to Escalar. Initially, he had considered taking the dragon inside the labyrinth. But upon realizing that the mental attraction emanating from the crater was much stronger on the dragon than on him and Eris, he decided not to risk it. Inside the labyrinth, that influence would probably intensify, and Escalar could be in danger that way. Besides, his concern with those who remained in the kingdom of Gaia was still greater. He spoke to the beast. You can go back now, big guy. Follow Aisha's orders and protect everyone. If I find out you slacked off. His voice became more threatening at the end, and his eyes narrowed. Escalar kept his usual lazy look, but shuddered slightly upon hearing the ending. He let out a grunt in acknowledgement. And then immediately took flight. The wind exploded around them, stones being dragged and snow rising in violent spirals. In a few seconds, the enormous red dragon was only a distant point in the gray sky. Rigger remained watching the vast expanse of the mountain range. The wind struck them strongly, even secured, his and Eris's hair whipped violently. That was when a chill ran down his spine. He slowly turned his face. A few hundred meters away, on an apparently ordinary mountain, on the side opposite the crater, something caught his attention. He made a silent gesture for Eris to wait. He activated his demon eyes and extended his senses. On that specific mountain, he could clearly feel that someone had passed there. Even if it had been weeks or days ago, he was certain. It was a very faint and hidden residual presence, but unmistakable to him. However, after scanning kilometers around, he found nothing but dragons and smaller monsters. No aura and no recent sign. And he could not determine the origin of those traces. In fact, it was already impressive that he could detect something like that at this distance, without any visible clue. That was only possible thanks to his supernatural senses. Even without answers, Rigger knew that was important, he felt it in his core. It was not a coincidence. He looked at Eris. I'll tell you on the way. Let's go now. Eris nodded, tightening the grip on the hilt of her blade more than necessary. And then both crossed the 50 meters separating them from the edge in an instant. Without hesitation, they jumped together holding hands. The crater swallowed them. A barrier formed around them during the fall, isolating their bodies from the wind rising from the abyss. Darkness quickly enveloped them. Even with his enhanced vision, Rigger could not see anything. No wall. No bottom. No reference. Only an infinite void. The wind seemed similar to a breath. What he could feel, vaguely, was as if something was watching him. Someone. Ancient, immense, and hungry. He felt that he had voluntarily thrown himself into the mouth of a monster as ancient as the world itself.